A talented actress, Feng Ya, unexpectedly met her untimely demise just as she was poised to claim the prestigious title of Best Actress and reach the pinnacle of her career. She then found herself reborn in the body of a wealthy heiress. Having not yet relished the fruits of her labor in her previous life, she decided to embrace a laid-back lifestyle. With a substantial family fortune at her disposal, why would she toil away in the entertainment industry, while others sang? She clapped along, singing along with Makabaka. While others danced, she energetically practiced military-style boxing. While others rapped, she humorously performed with a mouth harp. Her self-deprecating humor propelled her into the top 5 rankings. Even her longtime idol cornered her, using the familiar tone he employed when singing love songs, teasingly inquiring, "I heard your life goal is to live off others?" Feng Ya's heart fluttered at his words, and she stammered, "Well, what's wrong? Do you have any objections?" To which he replied, "No. I just wanted to ask if you wanted this lifelong meal ticket." Chapter 1. Reborn as a wealthy heiress. Feng Ya groggily opened her eyes to see a pale, boundless ceiling. The sharp scent of disinfectant in the air aptly reminded her that she was in a hospital. As if sensing her awakening, hurried footsteps approached. The sound of high heels echoed crisply on the floor, growing closer. In the next moment, a striking yet unfamiliar face appeared before her. The woman seemed to have been crying, her glistening eyes scanning Feng Ya up and down, and upon confirming that she was intact, she sighed in relief. Song, you're awake. Does your head still hurt? Can you see? If anything feels off, you must tell me. Do you understand, Song? Feng Ya blinked in confusion, interrupting the woman's concerned chatter. Noticing her unusual reaction, the woman fell silent for a moment. Then, she tentatively spoke. "Your name is Feng Ya Song. You are 18 years old. You live in room 1001, building 2, Tumbleflower Garden. Your father is Hu Ingjun and your mother is Zhang Xiaoli." Feng Ya. She was even more bewildered. Aren't those lines from Big Ear 2? What on earth was she talking about? A secret code. In the next moment, she observed the peculiar woman, who claimed to be her mother, nodding approvingly, her tone filled with relief. "Very good. It seems your brain isn't damaged." Feng Ya? Could it be that the one with a damaged brain is you? Before she could voice her sarcastic thoughts, they morphed into a self-deprecating quip. Perhaps I've just lost my memory. Otherwise, how could she explain why she was merely reading a script at home, only to suddenly black out and awaken here? Impossible. The woman confidently declared, who forgets everything yet still remembers their favorite cartoon? Feng Ya. Her reasoning was so sound that Feng Ya found herself speechless. After a back-and-forth exchange, Feng Ya pieced together a reality even more difficult to accept than amnesia. She had transmigrated into another's body. Drawing on the memories within her, she quickly clarified the identity of the original owner of this body. The girl's name was Feng Ya Song. She was 18 years old. Her father, Feng Jiqing, was a well-known entrepreneur in Huagua, and her mother, Zhao Xuesong, hailed from a prestigious family, an authentic pampered heiress. Moreover, she was an only child. The number of people wishing to inhabit her body could circle the globe several times. Yet, Feng Ya felt no joy whatsoever. Although she had grown up without parents, relying on the charity of her adoptive family, fate had been particularly fair in granting her a talent for acting. This talent propelled her to instant stardom, winning numerous national and international awards, and making her a strong contender for the Best Actress award at this year's Oscars. Just the thought of it sent her heart racing. Who would want to be a pampered heiress? She aspired to be a grand slam actress. With a flicker of hope, Feng Ya smiled sweetly at the well-groomed woman before her. The earlier distance and wariness vanished, replaced by a childlike innocence. "Zhao, Mom." This sudden display of softness delighted Zhao Xuesong, who relaxed her previously fierce demeanor and sat at the edge of the bed. "So you're not pretending to be crazy anymore?" Feng Ya feigned a startled gasp, acting convincingly. "I was just teasing you to see how you would react if I lost my memory." After successfully diverting the conversation, she changed the subject. "Mom, do you know about Feng Ya?" "Feng Ya?" Zhao Xuesong sighed regretfully. "Isn't she the big star who suddenly died at home a couple of days ago? She even won the Best Actress award at this year's Oscars. What a pity she couldn't attend the ceremony. Her family is just as greedy. They announced her death and immediately auctioned her funeral live stream rights for an exorbitant price." As she spoke, Zhao Xuesong handed Feng Ya her phone. Simultaneously, she continued to vent her indignation. "They hypocritically claimed it was to give global fans a chance to say goodbye, but I paid for a subscription, and the platform still wanted me to pay extra for early access." Feng Ya lowered her gaze in shock and indeed saw a glaring golden recharge button at the center of the dark phone screen. It read, 50 yuan to watch Feng Ya's entire funeral live. Some people are dead while she still lives. Some people are alive, yet she is already deceased. This is the story of her and Feng Ya Song. With the psychological resilience honed over years of struggle, Feng Ya calmly accepted the fact that she had been lavishly buried. Nonchalantly retrieving Zhao Zusong's phone, she inquired, "Do you know the exact location of the funeral? I heard it's in the memorial park, but you should find out." Before she could finish her sentence, Feng Ya had already risen from the bed and hurried out of the hospital room. Zhao Xuesong called after her in a panic. "What are you doing?" What else could she be doing? Of course, she was going to attend her own funeral. With each step growing more determined, she swiftly made her way to the hospital entrance, hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver to head straight to the memorial park, not wasting any time. She pulled out the phone she had borrowed from Zhao Xuesong and logged into a gossip app to uncover the details of the entire incident. Due to the sensational nature of her death, the authorities quickly released the cause of death: cardiac arrest caused by prolonged late nights and excessive fatigue. Her adoptive family did not disappoint. They not only auctioned her funeral live stream rights for a high price, but also orchestrated a funeral that resembled a concert with thousands in attendance. Whether fans or industry friends attending to pay their respects, all required tickets for entry. The ticket prices varied greatly, with different tiers offering varying levels of service. The most prestigious VIP seats allowed attendees to view her remains up close, participate in the casket cover, and experience the entire funeral in an immersive manner. Naturally, the prices skyrocketed, making it unattainable for anyone not worth over 100 million. Feng Ya tolerated these surreal realities, but why were even her home, sports cars, clothing, and personal items being sold at exorbitant prices on second-hand platforms, and why had they all been snatched up? Didn't they realize that these items involved her personal privacy? Just the thought of it sent chills down her spine. Someone was living in her home, driving her car, wearing her clothes, using her utensils, playing with her phone, and reading her diaries. She felt a prickling embarrassment that made her scalp tingle. Chapter 2. The absence of the mysterious tycoon at the funeral. If only she could turn back time, she would undoubtedly have torn her diary to shreds, formatted her phone, smashed her sports car, set her house ablaze, and then taken a long bath, adorned herself with makeup, donned an elegant evening gown, and posed gracefully to meet her demise. How utterly bizarre. Feng Ya, cursing under her breath, switched her app to the trending topics and was greeted by a flurry of explosive headlines. Out of 50 trending topics, half were related to her. Feng Ya's funeral live stream. The mysterious tycoon lavishly spent a gaze upon Feng Ya's remains. Feng Ya's personal belongings sold out in an instant. The mysterious tycoon absent from Feng Ya's funeral. Feng Ya was still up late reviewing scripts before her untimely death. Feng Ya was stunned, her mind racing with disbelief. Could it be true? Someone actually purchased that? She clicked on the trending topic regarding the mysterious tycoon's extravagant spending and learned this. Although the mysterious tycoon paid an exorbitant sum for a seat at her funeral, he did not attend. The seat, a symbol of wealth and privilege, remained empty from the start of the live stream until now. What could the tycoon possibly want? The comments section buzzed with speculation, eager to craft a beautiful love story on the spot. Though Sister Feng Ya has remained scandal-free since her debut, I cannot help but boldly speculate. Could it be that a secret admirer, unable to bear seeing her departed while her unscrupulous parents profited from her, purchased this exclusive right to pay respects, preserving her dignity in death? Sob, I agree with the previous comment. But if he loves her so much, why did he miss the funeral and not accompany her on her final journey? Perhaps he cannot accept this reality. I am heartbroken. He must have loved her dearly. Regardless of the truth, we must thank this benefactor. The Feng family is utterly inhumane. They even exploit their daughter's death for profit, unafraid of choking on their own greed. Sob. Even so, those attacking Sister Feng Ya's parents should temper their rage. They merely wish to provide everyone with a chance to bid farewell to her. They are more devastated than anyone else, and if Sister Feng Ya has any spirit left, she would not want to see her parents being harassed online. To those defending the Feng couple, may you also face the fate of being sold by your parents in death, your body, home, car, clothes, and even your personal belongings. As Feng Ya observed this online bickering, she pondered, when did I acquire such an illustrious admirer? And why was I unaware? Furthermore, let's not speak of invading privacy any longer. It is enough to make anyone weep. The cemetery is nestled in the outskirts of the imperial city, surrounded by mountains and rivers, boasting breathtaking scenery. Under normal traffic conditions, it requires an hour and a half to reach. By the time Feng Ya arrived, the funeral had long concluded. The guests had all departed, leaving only devoted fans who had come from around the world, clutching flowers, forming long lines to bow and bid farewell to the gravestone. As she gazed at the solemn procession stretching into the distance, Feng Ya felt a twinge of envy. She had been so engrossed in her acting career that she rarely participated in commercial events or interacted with her fans. Little did she know that, in corners unseen, so many loved her. Her time on Earth had not been in vain. After a moment of reflection, Feng Ya purchased a ticket and a bouquet from the ticket booth, joining the throng of mourners. This line persisted until darkness fell. She had not eaten since waking and felt faint with hunger. Just as she was about to pay her respects, a staff member suddenly appeared, apologetically stating, "The next hour is reserved for a private session. We kindly ask all visitors to leave in an orderly fashion. You may return in an hour or tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation." Feng Ya was taken aback, her mind swirling with disbelief. What nonsense is this? The funeral already charged admission, and now there's a fast track? What next? Monthly passes, seasonal tickets, annual subscriptions with discounts? This is absurd beyond comprehension. As the staff bowed respectfully, a car door opened slowly. In the dim light of the street lamps, Feng Ya caught a glimpse of a frail figure disembarking, escorted into the cemetery by the staff. Could this be the mysterious tycoon who paid a fortune for a seat at her funeral, yet chose not to attend? The very person rumored to be her admirer. But from the silhouette, she did not recognize this individual at all. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Feng Ya decided on the spot to wait an hour at the cemetery entrance for the tycoon's exit. Perhaps she might catch a glimpse of their face? Surely, if it was someone she knew, she would recognize them. With this mindset, Feng Ya took out her phone and began playing a popular stress relief game. Just as she was about to lose her mind in frustration, movement at the entrance caught her attention. Peering out from her hiding place, she beheld a man clad in formal attire, tall and dignified. His face was obscured by a solid black mask, and he wore sunglasses perched on his nose. Determined to maintain an air of mystery, Feng Ya, exhausted from squatting, thought, "Forget it. Whoever you are, you may love whom you wish. I shall not partake in this gossip." To redeem the hour she had squandered, after the luxury car drove away, Feng Ya re-entered the cemetery. A mere glance was enough for her keen eyes to spot a striking bouquet of deep purple bellflowers amidst the previous sea of yellow and white chrysanthemums. It was evident that the mysterious visitor had brought them as a tribute. As for the intent behind it, she could not ascertain. Feng Ya placed her bouquet among the chrysanthemums and gently patted the gravestone as one would an old friend, softly whispering, "Farewell, Feng Ya." She had never been one to dwell on the past. From this moment forth, she was no longer the celebrated and accomplished Feng Ya, adorned with accolades. Instead, she was Feng Ya Song, merely 18, standing before an expanse of infinite possibilities. On her way home, Feng Ya Song pondered how to navigate the path ahead. According to the tropes of the melodramatic reincarnation stories she had read, in her past life, she was drained by her adoptive parents, who exploited her until nothing remained, even her corpse. Chapter 3. The relentless struggle of campaigning for votes, while fearing the collapse of one's idol. Although it is rather exhilarating, the toll it takes is immense. One must devise cunning strategies, meticulously calculate, and endure the discomfort of feigning camaraderie with those one despises. The mere thought of it is exhausting. The opportunity to be reborn is far too precious. She refuses to squander her time on those she detests. After all, the majority of her earnings from years of acting have been donated. What her adoptive parents gained from her was but a drop in the ocean. Let this be her repayment for their care. Had they not adopted her, she might have perished in an orphanage, subjected to abuse. Lost in thought, the taxi came to a smooth stop at the entrance of an upscale neighborhood. Following her recollection, Feng Ya Song found her way to the door, yet hesitated just as she was about to ring the bell. Moreover, though she had inherited the original owner's memories, she lacked experience in familial interactions. She had rarely performed in family dramas. Suddenly confronted with a pair of loving parents, she felt quite flustered. Perhaps she should seek a hotel for the night, study the original owner's interactions with her parents, and return tomorrow? Before she could turn away, the door swung open with a click. "Dad, Mom, Before she could finish her explanation, her stomach interrupted with a loud growl. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The sound grew louder, turning her cheeks crimson, leaving her unsure where to place her hands and feet. The sight of her bewilderment elicited a chuckle from Zhao Xuesong, who gently took her small hand and pulled her into the house. As he dried her hands with a towel warmed by hot water, he commanded Feng Jiqing, "Quickly boil the wontons you packed. We mustn't let the child go hungry." Though Feng Jiqing was not one for many words, her execution was impeccable. In less than 3 minutes, A steaming bowl of chicken soup wontons was placed before Feng Ya. The wonton wrappers were thin and generously filled, and the chicken broth was rich and golden. Garnished with seaweed, dried shrimp, and chopped scallions, each bite left a lingering fragrance, filling her with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Feng Ya, with tears in her eyes, devoured 2 large bowls. Once the fatigue and hunger accumulated from a day of running around had vanished, she patted her belly and, only then realizing, asked Zhao Xuesong, "Mom, aren't you going to ask what I did today?" Zhao Xuesong shook her head, her tone remarkably open-minded. "What is there to ask? You are an adult now, with your own privacy and freedom. I can no longer manage every aspect of your life, as I once did." Even after finishing her bath and lying in bed, Feng Ya was still overwhelmed with disbelief. Was this the treatment enjoyed by the pampered daughters of affluent families? Only a warm towel offered by her mother and the chicken soup wontons prepared by her father. Was it too much to bear, this happiness? In her past life, she had been parentless, living under the roofs of others, with many choices stripped from her. To stave off a mental breakdown, she had to numb herself. She focused on her studies until the age of 18 and then devoted herself to acting. Family ties and love were irrelevant to her. As long as she immersed herself in her dreams, she would not feel lonely amidst the glowing streetlights, the fragrant meals wafting from neighbors' homes, or families strolling hand in hand down the street. But in this life, she possessed a family background that ensured her lifelong comfort, along with parents who cherished her as a treasure. Her dream of becoming a Grand Slam Best Actress had long been realized. She had received an abundance of love. With a new life goal in her heart, Feng Ya drifted into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already noon the following day. After a quick wash, she descended the stairs to find 3 dishes and a soup arranged neatly on the dining table. Zhao Xuesong was stretching as she emerged from her room, looking as if she had just awakened from slumber. Feng Jiqing was nowhere to be seen, presumably already at the company. The couple had always preferred their private world during their youth, thus their hired help would only come to clean and cook, leaving once their tasks were completed, with wages duly paid. This habit had persisted to this day. Feng Ya cheerfully called out, "Good morning, Mom," before bounding to the dining room to help with the bowls and chopsticks. "Did you sleep well last night?" she asked. Feng Ya nodded obediently. "Have you tidied everything up?" she inquired. Just as she was nodding, confusion struck her. What things? Zhao Xuesong was well accustomed to her daughter's forgetfulness. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "What else could it be? Of course, it's your luggage." This left Feng Ya even more perplexed. Her mind raced with thoughts. Why would she need to pack her things? Surely they did not believe she was now an adult and should learn to be independent, thus pushing her out into the world to fend for herself? No. Please don't. She lamented internally. She had yet to fully relish the warmth of family. As she wallowed in her silent despair, she caught Zhao Xuesong's disapproving glance. "What kind of expression is that? I'm merely sending you off to a variety show, not selling you off. There's no need to appear so sorrowful." Upon hearing the mention of the variety show, Feng Yaxing's memory finally clicked. About a week prior, Zhao Xuesong, an ardent fan, had been obsessively following the downfall of some celebrity. Feng Yaxing had merely made a lighthearted comment. "I told you, nowadays idols are merely selling personas. The reality rarely matches the packaging. You never listen, and now look." Zhao Xuesong, undeterred, insisted, "It's one thing for others to fall from grace. I'll just invest in you and make sure you debut, right? After all, I have the right to inquire about my own child's private life. Anyone who dared to misbehave outside would face her wrath." At that time, Feng Yaxing had not grasped the seriousness of the situation and dismissed her mother's threats. "If you want to give me pocket money, just deposit it into my account. There's no need for all this effort and expense for a talent show, which may not even guarantee a debut." But Zhao Xuesong retorted, "I refuse. I enjoy the thrill of spending money on voting for you, even if it might not lead to your debut, and you might still face a scandal afterward. That exhilarating feeling of money going to waste is oddly captivating." Chapter 4. With effective marketing, even ordinary individuals can become top-tier stars. Feng Yaxing replied, "Fine. If that makes you happy." In the days that followed, to ensure her daughter looked good on camera, Zhao Xuesong insisted that Feng Yaxing engage in weight loss exercises and adhere to a diet meticulously crafted by a nutritionist. In less than a week, the meat-loving Feng Yaxing found herself weak and dizzy. As she descended the stairs in a daze, she tumbled down, losing consciousness. When she regained her senses, she discovered that the owner of this body had become Feng Yaxing, the very person she was now. The original Feng Ya was nowhere to be found, and she realized that Zhao Xuesong had quite the audacity. Even after her child had sustained such an injury, she still harbored the notion of sending her to a talent show. In a bid to relax at home, Feng Ya feigned illness. She let out a slight groan to capture her mother's attention, then suddenly placed her hand on her forehead. Without uttering a word, Zhao Xuesong was already visibly anxious. "What's wrong, Song? Is your head hurting again? Do you need me to call a doctor?" "It's nothing," Feng Ya replied weakly. Shaking her head, "I might still be adjusting after just being discharged. I'm not used to intense exercise." While Feng Ya dreamt of a peaceful retirement, Zhao Xuesong glanced at her hand resting on her forehead with a bemused expression. "Oh, is that so? But I saw you running quite fast yesterday in the hospital. I couldn't even keep up in the elevator. So, you're completely exhausted today?" Feng Ya laughed awkwardly and began to massage her temples. Zhao Xuesong stared at her as if she were a fool for 5 seconds before finally revealing the truth. "Stop rubbing. You hit the back of your head." Realizing her ruse had failed, Feng Ya blinked her innocent eyes, attempting to charm her way out. "Mom, I really don't want to participate in the talent show. You clearly stated last night that you would no longer interfere in my life, so why are you going back on your word today?" Zhao Xuesong raised an eyebrow and launched into her classic lecture. "Do you think I want to control you? I do it all for your own good." Feng Yaxing's eyes twinkled with inspiration as she devised a brilliant compromise. "You could have data arranged for me an internship. I could clock in at the company every day. After all, it was her family's company. Lounging there would be no different from lounging at home." She refused to believe anyone would dare push her to work. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and her tone shifted to one of exasperation. Other second-generation heirs are pressured by their parents to learn how to manage the company at such a young age, preparing to inherit their billions. "You and Dad are not in a hurry, but why are you pushing me into the entertainment industry? Is that the kind of hedonistic world suitable for a positive young person like me?" With her impassioned argument, Feng Ya nearly convinced herself. Then she noticed Zhao Xuesong scoff, once again regarding her with that incredulous look. "What you're saying is so outdated. Nowadays, any family with a bit of wealth is eager to push their children into the entertainment industry. After all, if one is unattractive, they can undergo plastic surgery. If their singing voice is lacking, it can be edited. If their dancing is off, it can be cut. If their past is unsavory, it can be sanitized. With effective marketing, even an ordinary person can achieve stardom. All they need to do is act cute and charming in front of the camera, and they can reap both fame and fortune. Isn't that better than toiling away at a regular job?" Feng Ya listened, her heart racing with excitement at the prospect. However, when compared to merely existing in a state of lethargy, it is evident that the latter option holds far more allure. After all, she had invested her very life in her previous existence, only to ultimately serve as a mere garment for another. This lifetime, she harbors not the slightest desire to entangle herself once more. With such a substantial family fortune at her disposal, it would be foolish to toil in the entertainment industry. More importantly, she has only just turned 18. Is it not a tad misguided to forsake the splendid experience of university life in pursuit of fame and fortune in the entertainment realm? Regarding this matter, Zhao Xuesong possesses a distinct rationale. "I personally believe that our current higher education system is rather flawed. Most children, having just emerged from the rigors of excessive examination preparation, find themselves faced with the daunting task of selecting a major, a choice that could profoundly impact their entire lives, without having accumulated adequate social experience. It seems rather hasty. Thus, her mother wishes for her to venture into society, to experience its trials and tribulations for a few years, before deciding upon her future direction based on her own preferences. Given their family's financial resources, they can afford to support her education at any time she chooses to pursue it. Such reasoning is both enlightened and logical. Should Feng Ya continue to oppose it, she would appear somewhat ungrateful. She must reluctantly accept the course of fate. After all, she is merely participating in a selection process. Whether she ultimately debuts as part of a group remains uncertain. At worst, she could simply act in a manner that is somewhat off-putting, coasting through the experience. With a mindset geared towards merely participating, Feng Ya completed her packing in under 10 minutes. Zhao Xuesong had initially been taken aback by her speed, but upon entering the room, she nearly fainted in disbelief. She had only 2 suitcases, one stuffed with snacks and the other filled with electronic devices, laptops, tablets, and gaming consoles. She had crammed over 10 mobile phones into her luggage. Witnessing this, Zhao Xuesong felt her blood pressure rising and could not help but remark, Are you going to a talent show or on vacation? Could you possibly bring something more practical? Feng Ya blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Like what? Like those lovely dresses, cosmetics, and jewelry your mother bought for you. After a moment's thought, she felt that such a comparison was somewhat demeaning, so she added, even beggars maintain a cleaner appearance than you. It was hilarious. She was merely passing time, not entering a beauty pageant, so why bother dressing to attract attention? Chapter 5. Feng Yaxing's sister. If that is the case, then perhaps all those electronic devices are unnecessary. Feng Yaxing. That simply cannot be. Although she had not participated in any variety shows in her previous life, she had heard enough. To prevent herself from becoming too bored, she had intentionally gathered so many phones to bring along, planning to hide them in various locations as soon as she reached the dormitory. At any moment, she could play to her heart's content. Even if one was confiscated, she would have backups. She truly was a clever little fox. He. Zhao Xuesong wore an expression of quiet disbelief. I don't believe you unless you perform for me right now. With no alternative, Feng Yaxing took out her phone, opened the dialer, and passionately performed a rendition of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star using the keypad tones. Zhao Xuesong was momentarily stunned, muttering that she should learn something more worthwhile instead of this nonsense, as she left with a sense of satisfaction. After all, judging by Zhao Xuesong's earlier expression, this performance of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star was hardly impressive. It would not guarantee her success in the selection process. The next morning, Zhao Xuesong dragged Feng Yaxing from her cozy bed. Drowsily, she found herself surrounded by several international stylists, who fussed over her wardrobe and hairstyle for 3 or 4 hours before Zhao Xuesong finally nodded in satisfaction. The talent show in which she was to participate was titled Shine Girls, and was a summer project under Zhonghua Entertainment. The pace at which idols debuted was accelerating, yet their qualities seemed to diminish with each new generation. To counter this trend, Shine Girls was making a grand entrance, with an upgraded competition format featuring fully enclosed training and 24-hour live streaming, along with a real-name voting system across the internet. The aim was to ensure fairness, transparency, and justice, with an unwavering commitment to selecting outstanding idols who would never falter. Public reactions to Zhonghua Entertainment's all-or-nothing approach were polarized. As the clock struck 5, the official live stream for Shine Girls was already flooded with comments. I'm first, front row, waiting for the broadcast. The talent show has tormented me 1,000 times, yet I still regard it as my first love. Damn it. I had sworn to never watch a talent show again, yet here I am, unable to resist clicking in. I've heard this will be live-streamed in its entirety. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Meanwhile, Feng Yaxing was being led into the preparation room by the staff. The so-called preparation room was a hybrid of a lounge, dressing room, and makeup area. The first thing that caught her eye was a series of neatly arranged makeup tables. Beyond this area lay rows of dressing rooms resembling sleep pods, and finally, there was the rest area. The rest area was predominantly adorned in soft pink and white hues, featuring a curved arrangement of pristine white fabric sofas encircling a massive LCD screen, allowing contestants to watch the proceedings in real time from the studio. After surveying her surroundings, Feng Yaxing decisively chose a spot in the far corner to sit down. With her legs crossed, she unabashedly removed her smartwatch and began playing a mindless game. Since she intended to slack off, she would do so in whatever manner she found most comfortable. Other contestants gradually began to arrive. The once quiet preparation room, where one could hear a pin drop, soon became a cacophony of chatter. The girls took turns introducing themselves, followed by fervent compliments regarding each other's makeup, hairstyles, and figures, punctuated by bouts of laughter. It was louder than 1,000 ducks quacking in unison. Feng Yaxing, feeling like an invisible person amidst the commotion, was contemplating whether to put down her game and greet everyone when the entire preparation room suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. She looked up in confusion and spotted a familiar figure gracefully entering the room. Feng Yan was clad in a tiered white cake dress, her makeup immaculate, and her demeanor poised. She appeared pure as a sprite untouched by the mundane world, yet exuded no airs. Upon entering, she enthusiastically greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Feng Yun from Rhythm Media and a graduate of the Yale School of Drama. You may not have heard of my name, but you are undoubtedly familiar with my sister, Feng Yaxing. The mention of Feng Yaxing sent the room into a frenzy. Oh my goodness. Feng Yaxing's sister is also participating in the talent show? I adore Feng Yaxing. Is that the Yale University that boasts more Oscar winners than any other institution in the world? Truly, like mother, like daughter, Feng Yaxing's sister is also a top scholar. Unknown to the girls, the moment they stepped into the preparation room, the live broadcast had commenced. Thus, the preparation room was not the only place buzzing with excitement. The live stream was ablaze as well. Wow, 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 Zhonghua Entertainment is amazing. They even managed to invite Feng Yaxing's sister. Even if it's just for my beloved Feng Yaxing, I must vote for her sister. Anyone shouting about voting for her is out of their mind. She is clearly riding on Feng Yaxing's coattails to gain attention. Attention seeker. The Feng family are all bloodsuckers. May all who feast on the blood buns find no peace. In the preparation room, Feng Yun, who had initiated a touchy subject, had already subdued her smile. Her expression somber. Unfortunately, my sister. She sighed, her tone laden with sorrow and regret. Otherwise, I could have helped everyone get an autograph. Chapter 6. Please feel free to send me a lawyer's notice. After the initial excitement, the girls soon realized that such behavior was inappropriate. It's perfectly fine if we don't get an autograph. Your sister surely wouldn't want to see you so upset over her. They encouraged her. Just go up on stage and perform well. That would be the best tribute to your sister. With gentle and soothing words, Feng Yun finally nodded. Her eyes brimming with tears as she vowed, I shall endeavor earnestly, carrying my sister's dreams forward. Her display of feigned compassion amused Feng Ya, who, though ostensibly the eldest daughter of the Feng family, merely served as Feng Yun's caretaker, companion, and even a ghostwriter. Although Feng Yun referred to her as her sister, they were of the same age, entangled in a narrative as old as time. At the age of 5, Feng Yun went missing. In their anguish, the Feng couple adopted a girl from an orphanage who was the same age as their daughter, naming her Feng Ya. They provided her the best they could afford, enrolling her in a private kindergarten. Feng Jinghui's charitable endeavors flourished, with Feng Ya serving as a living emblem of goodwill. Those were the happiest years of her life until they decided to keep her, continuing to support her lavishly while publicly proclaiming that the Feng family had 2 daughters. This situation filled Feng Ya with both gratitude and guilt, leading her to constantly remind herself of her parents' words. Your sister has endured much hardship in the mountains. It is only natural for her to be temperamental, and as her elder sister, you must practice patience. Unfortunately, her forbearance only exacerbated her sister's temper. The first time Feng Yun accused her of wrongdoing, Feng Jinghui and his wife sided with her. However, as the accusations mounted, their support wavered, and they began to criticize Feng Ya instead. They were more inclined to believe that the adopted daughter was an ungrateful ingrate than to accept that their biological daughter was a liar. Initially, Feng Ya defended herself vehemently, but even when she presented evidence of her innocence, she was met with the indifferent retort, a fly does not bother a seamless egg. If you had done nothing wrong, your sister would not have accused you without cause. As disappointment piled up, Feng Ya ceased to resist, allowing the mud to be thrown upon her. Eventually, Feng Jinghui and his wife grew thoroughly weary of her, continually degrading her living conditions until she resembled the family's maid. The only distinction was that the maid received a salary for her labor, while Feng Ya worked merely to maintain her education. With her academic performance, gaining admission to her desired Yale University School of Drama was undoubtedly within reach. The scholarships she would receive could easily sustain her daily needs. Thus, she only needed to endure until she turned 18 to escape the Feng family and live the life she yearned for. Feng Ya awaited her coming of age with bated breath, longing for a future that remained elusive. Just as her questions rose to her lips, they were abruptly interrupted by a scoffing laugh. Turning towards the sound, she noticed, standing at the door to the preparation room, a striking figure. The girl, with porcelain skin and a tall stature, sported wavy pink hair tied in twin ponytails, and her punk-style black dress stood out dramatically in the sweetly decorated preparation room. Her clear, doe-like eyes sparkled with mischief as she remarked, no wonder you are a top student at Yale's School of Drama. Your crying performance is truly commendable. If you were to add a few drops of eye drops for effect, you could achieve perfection. Recently consoled, and having just dried her tears, Feng Yun felt the sting of the girl's words, her face paling as tears welled up once more. The girls surrounding her in comfort were either complete novices or obscure figures in the entertainment industry, leading everyone to keep their heads down, afraid to speak. Stealing a glance around, Feng Yun noted that not a single person dared to defend her. With tears in her eyes, she weakly retorted, what do you mean by that? Nothing much, just complimenting your acting skills, the sweet yet edgy girl replied, her eyes narrowing in amusement. You portrayed the crocodile's hypocritical tears perfectly while devouring its prey. After all, it's my first time encountering a family that, despite professing love, shamelessly profits from their sister's funeral while flaunting her title on a talent show. Her words flowed smoothly, her tone gentle, leaving no room for rebuttal as Feng Ya struggled to interject. Only after the girl finished did she manage to stammer. It's not what you think. Spreading rumors carries legal consequences. Oh, is that so? The girl flashed a sly smile. I've always struggled with reading comprehension and constructing sentences, so if anything I said inadvertently struck a nerve, feel free to send me a lawyer's letter. With that, she surveyed the room before striding toward the corner of the preparation room where the least number of people were gathered. Before taking a seat, she turned to Feng Ya, flashing a charming smile, and politely inquired, "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" Feng Ya, utterly defenseless against such a radiant and audacious sister, eagerly shook her head. "No, please feel free to sit." Witnessing her adorable demeanor, the girl beamed even brighter. "I'm Lu Ruema, 18 years old, from the media industry. I dabble in singing and dancing. What about you?" "I'm Feng Ya, also 18, without an agency," she replied, contemplating her self-deprecating persona as she added, "I can't sing or dance, but I excel at eating." The girl found her self-mockery delightful. And just as she was about to engage Feng Ya in conversation, Feng Ya leaned in and whispered, "If my intuition serves me right, the live broadcast has been rolling since we entered the preparation room. So your earlier outburst was quite brave. I'm both moved and worried for you. It could not only affect the audience's first impression but also lead to exclusion by others." Little did Feng Ya know, Lu Ruema's parents were renowned esports players, well-off and popular among fans. Even the media company she was part of had been established by her childhood neighbor to support her theatrical aspirations, catering exclusively to her needs. I simply cannot tolerate a family that, after reaping the benefits from Feng Ya's funeral, still seeks to profit under the guise of love. Sister Feng Ya is a talented actress and my lifelong idol. If I can speak a word of justice for her, I would willingly withdraw from the competition on the spot. Her heartfelt declaration not only moved Feng Ya to tears, but also garnered numerous fans in the live stream. Wow. Lu Ruema, well said. You've voiced the sentiments of us Feng Ya fans. I declare that from this moment on, you are my internet spokesperson. Is this all suitable for broadcast? With Lu Ruema's commotion, the already high-profile show, Shining Girl, exploded in popularity, trending on multiple search lists. Lu Ruema condemned Feng Ya's sister as hypocritical and cunning. Feng Ya's sister claimed she would carry forth her sister's dreams. The live broadcast of Shining Girl remained unedited, and the number of viewers skyrocketed. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, rendering it nearly impossible to see any faces. Feng Ya's fans have come to show support. Come watch my Lu Ruema tear apart the green tea. Lu Ruema is establishing her upright persona, yet dares to criticize others? The moment those words were uttered, chaos ensued in the live stream. In the preparation room, 101 girls had gathered. The large screen in front of them suddenly lit up, and the cameras in the studio switched to the main stage. Accompanied by dazzling lights and dynamic music, a tall figure strode confidently from behind the scenes. Clad in a vibrant, patchwork suit reminiscent of Fashion Week, his hair meticulously styled with gel. After standing solemnly at the center of the stage, he unexpectedly produced a pair of clappers, striking them rhythmically while singing. With the bamboo clappers, I smiled cheerfully. Today, I shall be the initiator. As the initiator, he chuckled. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Yenji, affectionately known as the Prince of Crosstalk. Su Yenji, a well-known rich second generation, became enamored with crosstalk and, defying his family's opposition, resolutely sought a mentor to learn the craft, ultimately becoming a crosstalk performer. With his outstanding appearance, he distinguished himself among his peers, emerging as a rising star in the crosstalk world. Following his humorous opening performance, he tossed aside the clappers and immediately switched to hosting mode. Please welcome our vocal mentor, Yun Dongwan and Luo Yuxuan. Luo Yuxuan, a popular male idol under Chonghua Entertainment, sincerely sang a snippet of his upcoming new song. After their performances, they descended from the stage and took their seats as mentors. Su Yenji continued the proceedings. Now, please welcome our dance mentor, Ihan. Ihan, young yet already a first-class national dancer, appeared in exotic attire, her bare feet gliding gracefully as she performed her signature aerial dance, captivating the audience with her ethereal movements. The barrage of enthusiastic comments flooded in. Ihan, you are my idol. Oh my, Chonghua Entertainment has truly spared no expense. I adore all the mentors they've invited. Why watch any talent show? Just have these mentors perform on stage, and I could watch for an entire day. I can't wait to see the songwriting mentor. Meanwhile, the contestants in the waiting room felt utterly disheartened. Oh my, Ihan's movements are so fluid. Compared to her, my limbs feel like they're still in the evolutionary stage. Amidst the rising anxiety, Feng Ya lay particularly calm, even contemplating where to travel after being eliminated. Suddenly, Su Yenji's impassioned voice echoed through the broadcast hall. Now, please welcome our songwriting mentor, Zhong Jingchen. Even Feng Ya, who had been lounging on the sofa, sprang up as if jolted by a spring. Her dazed eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the screen, desperate not to miss a moment of her idol's entrance. If Ihan was the standout of the young generation in dance, then Zhong Jingchen was undoubtedly the leading figure among the youth in the Chinese music scene. As the heir of Chonghua Entertainment, he could have lived a carefree life of excess. Yet he chose to forsake material desires and walk the path of a dedicated ascetic in the entertainment industry. While other artists basked in the limelight of concerts, he was planting trees in the desert. While others celebrated at New Year's galas, he was safeguarding endangered species in uninhabited areas. While other singers appeared on variety shows for profit, he was teaching in remote mountain villages. If it weren't for his annual new album releases, fans would question whether he was even alive. His unwavering focus allowed fans to hear the dreams of village children, the cries of endangered animals, and the howling winds sweeping across the Gobi Desert in his music, a profound expression of divine compassion for all beings. This sacred music maestro, so revered that even devoted fans felt embarrassed to call him their husband, included a thought-provoking love song at the end of each album, sparking much speculation. Yet, he shunned variety shows, declined interviews, and refrained from concerts, maintaining a scandal-free existence since his debut. Chapter 8. First Love. The tale of Zhong Jingchen annually releasing a song in memory of his deceased first love spread widely, becoming a significant enigma in today's entertainment industry. However, Feng Ya was indifferent to the truth. She admired Zhong Jingchen solely for his voice, appreciated his character, and was drawn to his seemingly indifferent demeanor that exuded an enchanting charm. Lost in her musings, the familiar prelude to Zhong Jingchen's hit song, First Love, resonated in the broadcast hall. Accompanied by melancholic music, the man holding a black umbrella slowly ascended on a lift. Even in silhouette, he excited the fans in the live stream, transforming them into ecstatic groundhogs. Ah, Zhongge, I love you. As the lift reached its apex, the stage lights blazed. Yet, the fans' ecstatic expressions morphed into shock upon seeing his face. What on earth happened? Why has Zhongge suddenly become so thin? It's visibly evident that he looks worn out. What has Chonghua Entertainment done to him? Bring back my confident, spirited Zhong Jingchen. The man on stage had deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, his sharply defined jawline carving out a hardened visage. Yet, the perfect spacing of his brows and eyes softened his countenance with a touch of melancholy and tenderness, earning him the playful quip that even dogs looked at him with affection. Now, those soulful eyes were cast downward, filled with myriad emotions transformed into poignant song, resonating deeply. As he finished singing, tears flowed freely in the live stream and the waiting room. Even the ever-optimistic Su Yenji had tears in his eyes, stuttering, Zhongge. Would you mind if I conducted a live interview with you? It wasn't his intention to dampen the mood. He merely sought a rare opportunity to engage with the elusive Zhong Jingchen, whom even paparazzi found difficult to catch. The man on stage did not respond immediately. Methodically closing his umbrella, his expression was colder than a killer sheathing his blade. Once the umbrella was perfectly straightened, Zhong Jingchen finally lifted his gaze, coldly uttering 4 words, no comment. His crisp voice carried an icy edge, sending a shiver down Su Yenji's spine, who dared not utter another word. After all, the gaze of someone intent on harm could not be concealed. Su Yenji began, First, congratulations on emerging from the fiercely competitive auditions across the nation. You are about to embark on a 3-month journey as trainees. After 3 months, only the 11 girls most cherished by the audience will debut as shining stars. Having exchanged pleasantries, Su Yenji delved into the main topic. Now we commence your first lesson, the graded assessment. The rules are as follows. Trainees may freely decide the order of their performances, presenting their initial stage acts, while the mentors will rate and classify them based on their performances. After outlining the rules, Su Yenji added, you now have 1 minute to decide who will perform first. With that, he initiated a countdown. 59, 58, 57. The trainees in the waiting room were left dumbfounded. Is this really happening? The competition has suddenly begun? Who wants to go first? Oh no, don't look at me. I have social anxiety. Amidst the cacophony of panic, the countdown neared its end. 10, 9, 8. Feng Ya remained firmly planted on the sofa, resolute. In performing arts, the first and last performers often leave the most lasting impressions on the audience. Judges may inadvertently award skewed scores to the first performer due to a lack of comparison. She had firmly resolved to aim for a one-round elimination, believing it unnecessary to take risks for attention. Once the audience and judges had grown weary of the spectacle, she could perform later, without issue. Meanwhile, Lu Ruima, who had been sitting beside her, stood up just as the countdown reached its climax, declaring, "I'll go first." Under the admiring or disdainful gazes of the girls, Lu Ruima gracefully ascended the stage. Throughout her performance, her enunciation remained impeccable and her breath steady. Her dance was a harmonious blend of tension and relaxation, with each movement executed with precision that seemed to lift the spirits of everyone present. The four mentors, without the need for deliberation, unanimously awarded her a commendation. Su Yenji proclaimed, "Congratulations to Lu Ruima for her rating, setting a splendid precedent for us all. You may now take your seat in the audience, numbered 111. Behind the mentors' table, the contestants were arranged in a pyramid formation, each seat marked with a conspicuous number, descending from 1101. Without hesitation, Lu Ruima strode directly towards the prestigious top seat, number 1, embodying the poise of a triumphant monarch. This sight ignited a competitive spirit among the other girls in the preparation room, inspiring them with the belief that they too could succeed. Even before Su Yenji could inquire, they spontaneously organized themselves to take turns performing on stage. An hour later, the last girl to take the initiative and perform settled into her seat. After waiting in vain for any movement from the preparation room, Su Yenji began a countdown. "You have 30 seconds to decide who will perform next." 30, 29, 28. The remaining contestants, some from small agencies lacking experience in major events, were paralyzed by nerves, hesitant to step forward. Others, supported by larger companies, were determined to save their performance for last. Meanwhile, a few introverted personalities struggled with social anxiety, wishing to withdraw from the competition entirely. They exchanged glances. Yet as the countdown continued, no one dared to make a move. As the atmosphere threatened to grow stale, Su Yenji modified the rules on the spot. "Since no one is stepping up, I shall choose." Some feigned tying their shoelaces, while others pretended to pick up items, all lowering their heads like quails to avoid Su Yenji's gaze, fearing being called to perform. Feng Ya was relieved to have chosen a discreet corner, hoping to remain unnoticed. When suddenly the unfortunate news struck, the girl in black seated in the farthest corner. "Feng Ya, me?" She looked around, realizing her question was futile, as she was indeed the only one fitting that description. Su Yenji nodded in affirmation. "Yes, you." Feng Ya accepted this unexpected turn, though it was earlier than she had anticipated. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuesong, eagerly chasing after her idol, had already dragged Feng Jiqing to the television, where they prepared to watch. The couple, while enjoying the performances, eagerly contacted friends and family, forming a group chat titled Feng Ya Global Fan Club. As their daughter approached the stage, Zhao Xuesong fervently tagged all members in the chat. "The mom of the future superstar. Here she comes. Everyone, she's walking onto the stage. The mom of the future superstar. Watch closely and remember to vote." Instructions in the group announcement. On screen, Feng Ya had transitioned from the preparation room to the stage. Donned in an extravagant gown with an oversized train, its sleeveless design accentuating her enviable neck and shoulder lines. The deep black velvet fabric contrasted starkly with her fair complexion under the stage lights. As she advanced, the camera zoomed in, tracing her slender waist up to her delicate collarbone, flowing along her graceful neck, ultimately resting on her stunning visage. The girl in the frame had vibrant red lips, a perfectly sculpted nose, and slightly upturned eyes that exuded an intoxicating charm. Her long hair was elegantly tied back, adorned with a grand bow. The striking contrast of red and black rendered her akin to a royal princess escaping from a painting, each step resonating deeply with the audience. "Wow. My wife. Ah. Save me. This sister has captured my heart. Could we have more of such stunningly beautiful and assertive figures? I'm tired of the delicate flowers. Go for it. My wife. With a face like that, even if she sings and dances poorly, I would still vote for her. The last time I was this mesmerized was by Feng Ya. Sister, don't step on the floor, step on me." Even the mentors, accustomed to a plethora of beauties, were taken aback. "She is truly beautiful. Yun Dongwan exclaimed. Luo Yuxuan nodded in agreement, stating, she is well suited for the idol industry. Yi Han, however, shook her head, determined to maintain her standards. Her attire is too extravagant, resembling a gala. Will she not trip over her gown while dancing? Amidst the mentors' whispered discussions, Feng Ya had already positioned herself elegantly at the center of the stage. With her captivating eyes, she greeted the mentors. Hello, esteemed judges, I am Feng Ya, 18 years old, and a personal trainee with just 2.5 days of practice. 2.5 days? Yi Han was astonished. Does that mean you had no prior vocal or dance training? Feng Ya replied, not quite. Over the years, I have undergone various experiences to align with the roles I portray and have attended numerous vocal and dance classes. To avoid revealing too much, she treaded carefully in her responses. Before she could finish, Yi Han's expression darkened ominously. Sensing the tension, Yun Dongwan quickly interjected, that shows great courage. Feng Ya smiled confidently, dancing on the edge of recklessness. Thank you, I believe so too. Wait. Feng Ya tugged at the oversized train of her gown, looking slightly embarrassed. I apologize, teachers. I am not quite ready. Perhaps it was the melody of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star she played on her phone that led Zhao Xuesong to mistakenly believe her daughter would perform an instrumental piece on stage, prompting her to prepare such an ostentatious outfit. Fortunately, the gown's train was detachable. After receiving permission, Feng Ya dashed to the edge of the stage, kicked off her 10-centimeter heels, removed the cumbersome petticoat, and tied up the skirt around her waist, transforming her regal gown into a chic short dress. The audience in the live stream was left bewildered. What just happened? Did this trainee intend to perform a water dance? Wasn't that stunningly elegant beauty just now? If I'm not mistaken, that gown is a summer haute couture piece worth a fortune. And she is turning it into a casual outfit? How extravagant. But she is truly beautiful. A beauty could make even a sack look good. Once ready, Feng Ya sprinted back to the center of the stage, legs apart, lowering her center of gravity to assume a perfect stance before giving Su Yenji a confident nod. Teacher, I am ready. Please begin your performance. At Su Yenji's command, the stage erupted with a thunderous sound. The performance commenced, accompanied by a deep, gravelly voice singing passionately to the tune of the hero song. Accompanied by a graceful blend of strength and delicacy, Feng Ya earnestly performed military-style martial arts on stage. With a low stance and powerful punches, she executed her movements with precision and vigor, making it hard for onlookers to believe she wasn't participating in a military training demonstration. As she finished her routine, the mentors in the audience fell silent, with one daring to break the quiet. Your dance style is quite unique. Caught off guard by the male star's remark, Feng Ya was utterly flabbergasted. Just as she was about to bow in gratitude, he shifted his tone, adding, You nearly startled me awake from my slumber. Feng Ya replied, It is indeed an honor to awaken you with my distinctive dance. Before she could utter any further flattery, she noticed the man casually picking up the headphones from the table, adjusting them as he inquired, Can you sing? Her attention was wholly captured by his elegant hands, which seemed to possess an almost artistic quality, leading her to instinctively nod in affirmation. In the next moment, she witnessed her idol inserting the headphones into his ears, requesting, Sing a few lines for me. His expression was as indifferent as if he were observing a mere musical instrument. Clearing her throat with earnestness, she clapped her hands and began to sing a pre-prepared song. Maka, Baka, aka Waka, Mika, Maka, Mu. Maka, Baka, ABA, Yaka, aka, Oh. After her rendition of the Maka Baka song, laughter erupted in the live stream. The comments flooded in. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. The Maka Baka song is simply brilliant. The military training performance transformed into a kindergarten celebration. I was in stitches. My little niece in kindergarten was clapping and singing along. Amid the laughter, someone noted, Did anyone else catch that disdainful expression on Zhong Ji's face, as if he had heard something utterly distasteful? Another chimed in, Look at his expressions. After years of fandom, I've never seen such a variety of emotions on his face. This is truly a medical miracle. In the broadcasting studio, Zhong Jingchen's gaze towards Feng Ya had shifted from observing a human instrument to regarding a fool. Do you know any other songs? Feng Ya inhaled sharply, eager to showcase her talent. I can also perform the Maka Baka version of the Great Compassion Mantra. Stop. Zhong Jingchen gestured for a pause, nearly laughing at her enthusiasm. What I meant was, aside from Maka Baka, what else can you sing? I can sing Wuxie Dixie, Yiggy Goo, and Tom Billabir. she declared playfully, having binge-watched numerous episodes of Garden Babies to prepare for this moment. Zhong Jingchen sighed, just give it up, please. Given her current performance, it was evident that her singing and dancing were lacking, yet she excelled in her comedic antics. Su Yenji was genuinely curious how she had made it through the auditions. Upon mentioning this, Feng Yaxing's spirits sank. With a droopy head, she confessed, "My mother forced me to come." Realizing her phrasing was inappropriate, she quickly corrected herself, exclaiming, "I'm not swearing, it's genuinely my mother who pushed me to be here." The audience erupted with laughter. Haha, she's incredibly witty. That three-time pep was simply adorable. I adore this beautiful girl with a quirky mind. She deserves better. She should head to Happy Comedians instead of this talent show. Even Su Yenji, the prince of crosstalk, expressed interest. Our Yunda society is looking for talent. Would you be interested? Had it been in a past life, Feng Yaxing might have considered it. However, in this life, she simply wished to take it easy. Thus, she clasped her fists in gratitude, responding, "Thank you for your kind offer. Perhaps next time." Yun Dongwan, who had been enjoying the show, was nearly in stitches, pressing her newly enhanced cheeks while commenting, "I wholeheartedly agree with you Xian's sentiment. You truly have the charisma to thrive as an idol. Your appearance, relaxed demeanor, and sense of humor are precious gifts bestowed upon you by fate. If you can enhance your skills while preserving these attributes, you will undoubtedly achieve great success in your idol career." Feng Yaxing, always respectful towards those with good intentions, nodded vigorously, transforming into an obedient student. "Thank you, teacher. I will remember your words." However, Ihan was less lenient. Her unwavering respect and passion for the stage led her to be particularly critical. In addition to what Dongwan mentioned about enhancing your skills, I hope you learn to respect the stage. Many of your actions earlier came across as unprofessional, as no seasoned dancer would take off their shoes or adjust their clothing on stage, as it distracts the audience. I want to give you a high score, but I look forward to seeing your progress, she concluded. Despite the stern critique, Feng Yaxing felt more elated than if she had received praise. "Thank you, teacher. I would be fine with a 0. Her open-mindedness earned her Ihan's respect. Those accustomed to being the center of attention often reacted poorly to criticism, either crying or making excuses, never confronting the issue directly. By simply humbly accepting the critique, Feng Yaxing had already surpassed many others. Thus, Ihan smiled slightly, her gaze softening. "Keep it up." After a discussion among the mentors, Su Yenji announced the final results. "Feng Yaxing, what class do you think you belong to?" Feng Yaxing, fully aware of her lackluster performance, replied candidly, "I dance stiffly and sing off-key. Just assign me wherever to avoid taking someone else's spot. It doesn't matter to me if I debut or not, as long as I don't hinder someone genuinely talented with dreams." Before she finished speaking, Su Yenji's voice suddenly rose. "Congratulations. You guessed correctly." Startled, Feng Yaxing felt her legs weaken, almost collapsing on stage. Before she could regain her composure, Su Yenji mischievously smiled, "But considering your humorous nature and humble demeanor, the mentors have unanimously decided to promote you to a higher level. So, let us congratulate Feng Yaxing on receiving the final rating of." With a thud, Feng Yaxing truly fell to her knees on stage. The triumphant smile she had yet to express froze on her face, her mind racing. How can someone like me, who is utterly talentless in singing and dancing, receive such an honor? I thought this was supposed to be fair and just. Are they truly not mocking me? Amidst the cheers from the trainees and mentors below, Feng Yaxing picked up her high heels and petticoat, trudging toward the contestant area with a sorrowful expression, muttering to herself, "I'm so foolish. I genuinely thought a poor performance would lead to elimination, yet I didn't realize that humor and humility could elevate someone." She resembled a beleaguered character from a tragic tale. The live stream audience was in stitches, unable to contain their laughter. What the hell? Stiff dancing and off-key singing. Yet she still holds herself with such dignity. Why does Feng Yaxing's expression look more mournful than one at a funeral? She clearly won, yet she looks more devastated than if she had lost. That gradually freezing smile is simply too real. Is this what they call being forced into the spotlight? Meanwhile, on the other side, she lamented the embarrassment of performing such a spectacle in front of a national audience, feeling as though her toes might bore through the floor of her villa. Yet, her friends and family from the Feng Yaxing Global Fan Club continued to tag her relentlessly. Is this our beloved Xingxing? How can one adorn themselves to resemble an elder of the beggar sect? The mother of a future star remarked, "You don't understand. So refrain from speaking." The aunt of the future star chimed in. This is undoubtedly a recent trend of despondency that has taken the international stage by storm. The future star's aunt added, our dear Song Song possesses some talent. Such an absurdly charming persona is quite sought after in the entertainment industry. Zhao Xuesong, feeling a prickling shame, was incensed and immediately altered her group name card to the mother of a fallen star, tagging all members. Who is Feng Ya? Why are you tagging me? Who created this group? As long as she disbanded quickly, she could escape social death. At the program venue, Feng Ya comfortably reclined in her seat, entering the live variety show mode. The young ladies, each with their unique allure, captivated Feng Ya, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, the evaluations were nearing their conclusion. Next to grace the stage was the final group of trainees for today, the Note Girls from Rhythm Media. As Su Yenji announced, 5 young maidens clad in white dresses and crowned with tiaras stepped forward. Among them was none other than Feng Yaxiong's good sister from her past life, Feng Yun. Finally, I have waited so long for my sister to appear.
Go, sister.
I saved my ticket just for this moment. Feng Yaxiong's sister is my sister. After the 5 girls stood center stage, they greeted the mentors in unison before introducing themselves. The first to speak was the poised Feng Yun. Hello, everyone. I am Feng Yun from the Note Girls. I graduated from Yale's drama school. And my dream is to become an international superstar like my sister, Feng Yaxiong. With a sweet smile and a gentle tone, she resembled an adorable little fox, endearing herself to the audience. Yet, Feng Yaxiong found herself furrowing her brows. From afar in the preparation room, with the light behind her, Feng Yun had appeared unremarkable.
Now,
under the spotlight, Feng Yaxiong realized that every feature of Feng Yun's, her eyes, nose, and mouth, was not original. The more she looked, the more she resembled her past self. Feng Yun was not aspiring to be an international star like Feng Yaxiong. She was clearly aiming to usurp her. Amused by the irony, Feng Yaxiong felt the urge to rush on stage and interview her. How does it feel to study in the shadow of someone you despise? To adopt the visage of your nemesis, and to reap the benefits of her fanbase? Do you not fear nightmares at night? Feng Yun had always resented Feng Yaxiong for taking the life that was rightfully hers. Yet, how was her own life not stolen by Feng Yun? As her thoughts spiraled, the spotlight shifted. A tall girl with a high ponytail and an aura that radiated aloofness introduced herself. Hello, I am Lu Chenxi from the Note Girls. Following her was a round-faced, doughy-eyed girl, exuding a soft sweetness. I am Ku Lian from the Note Girls. The other 2 girls bore an uncanny resemblance. As if produced on the same assembly line, one named Jiang Xingyue and the other Yin Jiaxue. After a brief exchange with the mentors, the Note Girls commenced their performance. The 5 young women aligned themselves, each displaying distinct postures. The moment the music began, the trainees in the audience stirred. Wait, is this not the theme from Winged Angels? Indeed. I absolutely adore this film. Winged Angels was Feng Yaxiong's debut and breakout work, narrating the tale of a girl born without arms who overcomes adversity to become a world-renowned ballerina. The Note Girls chose the titular theme song, passionately sung by Feng Yaxiong herself. Perhaps due to their lack of ballet training, they did not replicate the classic choreography from the film but instead re-choreographed the song to fit a girl group style. Their bold reinterpretation elicited laughter from Feng Yaxiong, who initially pondered how Feng Yun, someone who had always relied on cheating, mustered the courage to participate in a live show. It appeared she had once again discovered a method to deceive. Among the 5, Lu Chenxi exhibited both vocal and dance prowess, clearly the most suited for the spotlight. Ku Lian, though slightly lacking in dance, showcased considerable talent. Unfortunately, both relinquished the essence of the performance to Feng Yun, who received their support throughout. The already overshadowed Jiang Xingyue and Yin Jiaxue barely contributed, appearing as mere background figures. Rather than being named the Note Girls, it would be more fitting to call them Feng Yun and her 4 caretakers. With the unwavering assistance of her teammates, Feng Yun undoubtedly shone the brightest on stage. Yet, her lack of foundational skills was not easily masked. Her forced high notes and stiff movements left Feng Yaxiong so exasperated that she forgot to feel angry. All she could think was, this is bad. I have encountered a rival. Would Feng Yun's performance cause her to be eliminated before she herself? The thought of Feng Yun's elimination was more distressing than her own advancement. Even more astonishing was that in the live chat, many were genuinely impressed by her superficial performance.
Ah,
this look of my sister mirrors Feng Yaxiong's from the film. To be honest, from certain angles, she really does resemble her sister. I nearly lost my mind. Am I the only one who thinks Feng Ya's movements are a bit stiff? My sister is not professionally trained in singing and dancing. Let us not be too harsh on her. The first to speak was Luo Yuxuan, with his silver hair and gentle features, embodying the innocent young boy persona. His critique was notably gentle. I believe your reimagining is quite commendable. However, during the performance, perhaps due to a lack of cohesion or improper role distribution, the final presentation did not meet expectations. Yet overall, it was a refreshing experience that caught the audience's attention. Yun Dongwan quickly echoed his sentiment. Ihan scoffed. But before she could reply, another voice interjected. It was Zhong Jingchen, his icy demeanor capturing the room's attention. His usually calm eyes now roiled with emotion, transforming into a piercing gaze directed at Feng Yun. His voice, reminiscent of water thawing from ice, sent chills through the audience. Even during the high notes, his tone remained cold and devoid of emotion, yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. The fledgling trainees dared not breathe. And those fortunate enough to escape his critique silently thanked their stars. Those who were critiqued felt relieved to have performed adequately without being caught in error. Even Feng Ya, who had lived 2 lifetimes and withstood life's trials, felt an inexplicable chill. Having been a fan of Zhong Jingchen for many years, it was her first time witnessing him display such displeasure publicly. Prior to this, he had remained elusive, rarely appearing before the public eye. As the most radiant trainee on stage, Feng Yun did not anticipate such a public reprimand from Zhong Jingchen. After all, she was the sister of the illustrious Feng Ya, a veritable magnet for attention. Every day, countless variety shows beseech her to join. Had it not been for her keen interest in the expansive resources and star-making experience of the Chonghua entertainment platform, she would not have endured this vexation. Despite rolling her eyes inwardly countless times, Feng Yun swiftly composed herself. Her subtly upturned, fox-like eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture. Her voice tinged with a touch of grievance. I apologize, teacher, but as I hail from a drama academy and am not professionally trained in singing and dancing, I find it rather unjust for you to compare me with Ku Lian and Lu Chenxi. Those elegant eyes, reminiscent of sophistication, stirred a tumult in Zhong Jingchen's stomach. If you wish to contend with other contestants in acting, I suggest you take a right turn and join I am an actor. Feng Yun was momentarily silenced by his retort, tears streaming down her cheeks. But my sister promised to come and watch my performance. Although she was no longer present, I still yearned to fulfill our promise. To let her witness my brilliance on stage. The more she cried, the more aggrieved she felt. Her words becoming increasingly incoherent. Though I may not perform as well as they do, I truly have been practicing diligently. Several teammates quickly came to her defense. Yin Jiaxue remarked, compared to when she first became a trainee, she has indeed made significant progress. Her knees and elbows are covered in bruises. After saying this, she hastily peeled off the band-aid from Feng Yun's knee. Ku Lian and Lu Chenxi comforted her, one embracing her while the other dashed off to fetch tissues. Chaos ensued both inside and outside the venue. Is Zhong Jingchen suffering from some ailment? Why is he being so harsh towards the girl? Exactly. The sister has already worked so hard. What more does he want? No wonder he hasn't appeared on variety shows for years. With such a temper, who would dare invite him? Are you serious? The reason Zhong Jingchen doesn't go on variety shows is because he has a bad temper? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Could someone please share the group number for supporting Feng Yun? Let's all profit together. That tiny wound will heal soon without a hospital visit. How dare she flaunt it? I reckon Chong go isn't wrong. That performance was indeed lackluster. Since when has the entertainment industry become so pretentious? Are we not allowed to critique the mentors? At the contestants' table, Feng Yasu, who was caught in the crossfire, clenched her fists, nearly shattering them in frustration at Feng Yun's appalling performance. If not for the fear of being labeled a madwoman and thrown out, she would have stormed the stage to confront Feng Yun. Who on earth made a promise with you? Chapter 13. I apply. With a performance level that barely surpassed that of a kindergarten arts showcase, she wouldn't even bother to watch it with her eyes closed. Is bullying her to death the only way out? Driven to her limits, she logged into her past social media account and tweeted, I am Feng Ya, and I am nearly driven mad by Feng Yun's foolish remarks. Could a kind soul lend me their body for a moment, or help me tear her mouth apart? Once I revive, I shall marry you. On the mentors panel, Zhong Jingchen coldly observed as Feng Yun unleashed all her madness, before calmly countering her point. Word for word. Firstly, this performance does not have an audience section. Even if your sister were here, she could only watch from a nearby internet CAF. Secondly, what she would see is not your sparkling presence on stage, but rather a disjointed performance, lacking coherence. Lastly, only those devoid of talent continuously proclaim their efforts. As if recalling some past event, he slightly lowered his gaze, concealing the coldness in his eyes. His tone softened. As far as I know, Feng Ya endured much hardship while filming Wingless Angels, despite lacking a ballet background. She never mentioned her struggles during interviews, stating that as long as she could portray her character well, everything was worthwhile. If you lack such determination and perseverance, feel free to choose another song instead of peddling sentimentality while benefiting from the film's success. All the while presenting a shoddy performance to the audience. This behavior not only disrespects the song but also insults the viewers who cherish the film. As he concluded, Chong Jingchen turned his gaze towards the contestants. His voice, though soft, was clear enough for all present to hear. I am aware that each of you possesses a certain aura, and I do as well. According to your own words, I am the heir of Chonghua Entertainment. However, I firmly believe that those who choose to forget their halos will shine brighter through hard work, whereas those who exploit their aura for ease will only tarnish it. I hope we can all strive to be the former. This was a message he directed at everyone present. Although participating in this variety show was not his intention, since he was here, he would fulfill his responsibilities as a mentor. His emphatic words immediately shifted the tide in the live broadcast. Well said. Although I adore Feng Ya, the sister constantly bringing her up is quite off-putting. When she was alive, I never heard of family, yet now that she has passed, the family is mentioned daily.
Ponder that.
Could you not be so cynical? The sister admires her. Isn't it normal to mention her frequently? If I had such an outstanding sister, I would boast about it daily. You mentioned boasting, but this girl isn't doing so. She is making a fool of her sister with her antics. If that is the case, the mysterious wealthy individual who purchased Feng Ya's funeral seat hasn't shown up yet. Is Chonggo a mysterious millionaire?
Wow.
Now that you mention it, there might be some truth to that. Just look at how Chonggo speaks of Feng Ya with such fondness. He seems to be an old fan of hers. With these comments, the barrage of messages in the live chat shifted from confrontation to discussions about Chong Jingchen's potential new romance.
Wow.
I never expected that someone who appears so emotionally detached would actually have a fondness for Feng Ya. What is wrong with appreciating beauty? Speaking of which, Chonggo is not young anymore. It's about time he finds us a sister-in-law. Not only were they discussing this, but even Feng Yasu herself was bewildered. Can someone explain why Chong Jingchen spoke of her with such familiarity? What about the fleeting tenderness in his gaze? Could it be that while she secretly admired her idol, he also harbored feelings for her? And was his harshness towards Feng Ya a way of defending her? No. She couldn't think any further. If she did, she might end up conquering herself. Feng Yasu patted her flushed cheeks, forcing herself to regain composure. On stage, Feng Yan was rendered speechless by Chong Jingchen's logical rebuttal and could only silently keep track of this debt to settle later. After a discussion among the mentors, the final assessment results for the musical notes girl group were announced. Lu Chenxi's class, Kolian's class, In Jiashua's class, Zhang Xinyue's class, and Feng Yun's class. I hope for your... Before Su Yenji could finish, Feng Yun interrupted, raising her hand. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. I acknowledge that my performance today was lacking, and I accept the criticism from all the teachers. But I cannot accept that a contestant who performed worse than me received a better score. Dealing with such a tenacious spirit was exhausting for Su Yenji. However, having already received payment, he had to fulfill his duty. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. What would you like to do then? Feng Yan had been waiting for this question and immediately declared, I apply. If I can outperform the person in the class, I will switch with her. Seemingly lacking full confidence, she added, I choose anyone I wish. When trainees harbor doubts regarding the rankings, the fairest and most commonly employed resolution is to seek the opinions of the mentors. Thus, Su Yenji refrained from immediate dismissal and turned her gaze towards the mentor seats. What do the four mentors think? Luo Yuxuan replied, I have no objections. Yun Dongwan added, I believe this is a fair approach. Yi Han remarked, not just the class, even those in the class could let her choose freely. Zhong Jingchen jested, the mentor seats could be given up for her to occupy. Su Yenji responded, are you holding a grudge, sir? He chuckled lightly, Teacher Zhong is joking. Then, addressing Feng Yun, since the mentors have no objections, you may begin selecting participants. Feng Yun nodded, her gaze shifting to the contestant seats. The students from class ban were relatively calm, aware that their chances of being chosen were slim. In contrast, the students from Class Ban were eager to bury their heads in the ground, unable to meet Feng Yun's eyes. After all, the position they had fought so hard to attain was not something anyone wished to relinquish easily, except for Feng Yasheng. Chapter 14. A brief performance of Moonlight over the second spring. With a face flushed with embarrassment, she was suddenly startled by the sound of her name. Feng Yasheng, pronounced slowly by Feng Yun, seemed to savor each syllable. Following the sound, Feng Yasheng looked up to see her smiling warmly. It seems our names are quite faded. So I will choose you.
Huh.
Feng Yasheng, still reveling in the joy that her long-admired male idol might share a mutual affection, was oblivious to why Feng Yun had suddenly selected her. Her bewildered expression caught the attention of Lu Ruima, perched atop the pyramid, who couldn't help but call out, "Don't be dazed. She's calling you to the stage." Lu Ruima thought to herself, what other reason could there be? It's obviously because you lack skill. Some individuals may not excel in singing and dancing, but they certainly know how to pick on the easy targets. Considering how hurtful such words might be to Feng Yasheng's pride, Lu Ruima ultimately refrained from mocking her. Instead, she explained, if you step down, she can take your place and ascend to class ban, while you would be demoted to class. The mere mention of demotion caused Feng Yasheng's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Her voice resonated with incredulity. Really? You're not fooling me? Such a splendid opportunity exists? As Lu Ruima pondered how to assist her in defeating Feng Yun, she was momentarily taken aback as Feng Yasheng eagerly gazed at Su Yenji. Can I opt to forfeit and allow her to take my spotting class? After all, Feng Yun was simply too inadequate. She feared that if it became serious, she might accidentally win. Concealing one's true abilities is indeed a challenging endeavor. Su Yenji was taken aback, never expecting her to be so accommodating. After all, most participants in such competitions aspire to achieve prominence and fame. It is customary for individuals like Feng Yun to fight tooth and nail for a higher ranking. Rarely does one encounter someone who, having already attained a high rating, would willingly relinquish it to another. The live broadcast was inundated with question marks. What is this peculiar maneuver? Her nonchalance only serves to highlight how petty someone else appears, as if their success is merely a gift from others. I must ask, is it wrong to bravely pursue what one desires? Indeed, I find the sister quite courageous. She has done many things that most of us would shy away from. Haha, am I the only one fixated on Lu Ruima? She seems desperate to jump in and take Feng Yasheng's place. I'm hooked. Though Su Yenji was inwardly perplexed, she nodded at Feng Yasheng. In theory, it is possible, but in practice, it would be quite unfair to you. This would not only influence the fairness of the competition. Zhong Jingchen, lounging in his mentor chair, lazily interjected, if we set this precedent today, will it mean that in the future, as long as both parties agree, they can swap their rankings directly? How can one ascertain that both parties are acting voluntarily and not involved in some underhanded dealings? 3 sentences left Su Yenji at a loss for words, silently conceding that Zhonghua, the heir of Zhonghua Entertainment, was indeed well-versed in the unspoken rules. With assistance from her beloved idol, Feng Yasheng reluctantly took the stage to accept Feng Yun's invitation. Fearing victory, she even relinquished the choice of performance to Feng Yun. Feng Yun, not one to be polite, opted for a musical performance, specifying the instrument, the cello, accompanied by a small stool. Feng Yun elegantly arranged her skirt and seated herself gracefully. With relaxed shoulders, a straight back, and legs gently cradling the cello, she exuded poise in an instant. She performed a classic cello solo, the timbre rich with emotion and the melody captivating. Upon completing the piece, Feng Yun rose gracefully, lifting her skirt and bending slightly in a bow. To an unknowing observer, one might mistake her for performing in a world-class concert hall. The trainees watching from below applauded respectfully. Feng Yasheng, torn between whether to join in the applause, heard Su Yenji inquire, Feng Yasheng, what instrument will you perform next? Feng Yasheng, lowering her hands that were poised for clapping, her large eyes glimmering with mischief, suddenly conjured a dubious idea. Can I perform without an instrument? Without an instrument? Su Yenzi's expression clearly conveyed shock and disbelief. Feng Yasheng explained, for instance, using my mouth to mimic the arrow, employing yarn to play the guzheng, or dialing my phone to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Perhaps sensing her lack of seriousness, before Feng Yasheng could fully present her repertoire of talents, she was abruptly interrupted. The arrow can be included, but there's no need to mimic it with your mouth. The man's voice was smooth and deep, resonating soothingly, as if imbued with natural reverb, sending shivers down the spine. In the venue, Who else could possess such a voice but Zhong Jingchen? Feng Ya, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes at her idol's remark, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall perform a brief rendition of Moonlight over the second spring. There was no escaping the fact that she was sensitive to the low tones emanating from her beloved idol. Within a minute, the staff brought the arrow to the stage. To evoke a melancholic atmosphere, Feng Ya politely declined the small stool offered by the staff, opting to sit directly on the floor instead. She crossed her legs, placing the instrument at her thigh, and proclaimed to the audience, I shall embarrass myself now. Closing her eyes, one hand wielding the bow and the other pressing the strings, she began her arrow performance with an expression of bliss. Moments later, the stage was filled with disjointed, grating sounds reminiscent of a saw being dragged across wood. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the braying of a donkey in its final struggles. The audience below was left bewildered. Is the microphone malfunctioning? Su Yenji asked weakly. Yun Dongwan concurred, I hear it too. The sound of a malfunctioning microphone shouldn't be the starring, right? After Luo Yuxuan voiced her distaste by covering her ears, Zhong Jingchen furrowed his brow. Revealing the truth, is it possible this is the sound of the arrow? Su Yenji. Yun Dongwan. The trainees. They had considered this possibility, yet found it hard to believe that someone could produce such an unpleasant sound from the air. Not only was the performance dreadful, but it was audaciously presented before an audience, delivered with unshakable confidence. Did she possess no sense of hearing? The viewers in the live stream were equally tormented. I'm curious to ask Feng Ya, does the internet truly lack individuals you care about? Listening to celestial music, one's ears should be enlightened. Upon entering, I must inquire, is the destitute artist on stage attempting to perform with a saw? No. She is clearly performing a knife-sharpening act. Nonsense. This is clearly the late-night version of horse racing. Music can delve into the underworld, but it cannot connect with the realm of the dead. Tutu's dad. Oh no, I've encountered a rival. Despite only having a minute, the audience felt as though an entire century had passed. Su Yenji exclaimed, what on earth is this filthy act? It was well done. But you are not allowed to pull such stunts again. Yun Dongwan questioned, can you not hear your own music? Why do you not smile? Luo Yuxuan remarked. What a splendid girl, yet she is regrettably deaf at such a young age. Even Zhong Jingchen, who perpetually wore a face as if owed 8 million, unconsciously curved his lips. Yet, his tongue remained as venomous as ever. This performance belongs in a street stall. I wouldn't even glance at it, even if I were to pay for the privilege. Is she really brave enough to sell her art in the streets? Ihan was taken aback. Are you certain that she won't be beaten? Su Yenji sighed. Isn't that a narrow perspective? The meager earnings from street performance could only fill a small gap. When it comes to substantial losses, one must consider the medical expenses from potential beatings. Their combined ridicule sent the viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, you truly understand street performances. What are you even doing as mentors for a talent show? I suggest you all debut right there on the spot. I wouldn't watch street performances without you. Su Yenji, if you can speak, please say more. You're killing me with laughter. Oh no. My computer seems broken. I was clearly watching a talent show, yet it automatically started playing a comedic dialogue. Meanwhile, Feng Ya watched their antics with quiet amusement. I apologize, but I am professionally trained. No matter how amusing, I shall not laugh. Unless, of course, I am eliminated right here. After a prolonged bout of insanity, the mentors finally regained their composure and began to discuss the results seriously. A minute later, the results were announced. Su Yenji invited Feng Yun back on stage, signaling her to stand beside Feng Ya. He cleared his throat. Now, I shall announce the final results for both contestants. After thorough deliberation among the 4 mentors, we unanimously conclude that the winner of this round is... He abruptly paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 2 on stage. The intention was to build suspense, but upon seeing Feng Yazhuang's delightful face, his mind involuntarily replayed her sound of sawing. With a burst of laughter, Su Yenji lost his composure, causing the audience to erupt into laughter as if a switch had been flipped. Why are you doing this? Oh, dear. Ha ha ha, save me. I suddenly have her voice in my head. Me too. Tonight, when I pull back the covers, I can hear Feng Yazhuang sawing. The more they spoke, the more Su Yenji struggled to contain his laughter. Grasping his thigh to suppress the urge to laugh, he apologized repeatedly. I truly did not mean to laugh. Would you kindly turn your face away? The moment I see your face, I think of the sound of you sawing. No, the sound of the air. Feng Ya retorted. What happened to the Prince of Comedy? With such a low threshold for laughter, you might just die of laughter before the performance even begins. In spite of the banter, she complied and turned her back to Su Yenji. With great effort, he stifled his laughter, abandoning any intention of suspense, and directly announced the result. Congratulations to Feng Yun for successfully completing the challenge and advancing to the next class. Feng Yun, who had maintained a stern demeanor throughout, finally exhaled in relief and strode towards the coveted seat in the class. She also expressed gratitude to Feng Ya for providing such an entertaining performance. With Su Yenji's voice trembling in a near laughter, Feng Ya raised both hands above her head, forming a large heart for the audience below. Then, she skipped joyfully to the last seat in the class, her spirited demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier self. Thus, the initial stage evaluation concluded splendidly. With the clock striking 10 o'clock at night, the trainees, who had entered the preparation room at 5 in the afternoon, had not eaten or drunk anything since and were now starving. Therefore, Su Yenji refrained from prolonging the proceedings, offering a few encouraging words to the trainees before herding them towards the dining hall like sheep. Hua Entertainment, a distinguished company, spared no expense in providing a lavish dining experience for the trainees, with an opulent restaurant and a rich variety of dishes. In addition to the standard meal of 6 dishes and a soup, there were also yogurt, fruits, and desserts. Even the staple foods were varied, including rice, buns, noodles, and dumplings, all aimed at catering to diverse dietary habits. As the live stream cameras panned over the food serving area, the viewers were nearly drooling.
Wow.
Late night temptation. If I can't get it during the day, I can't escape it at night. Thanks for the invitation. I've already ordered takeout. Just watching this makes tears flow uncontrollably from the corners of my mouth. Merely watching the video could induce such cravings. One can only imagine the plight of the trainees present in the cafeteria. Each one yearned for food while simultaneously fearing the potential consequences of ruining their hard-won figures. They could only wail helplessly in front of the delectable dishes. No, don't pull me away. I want to gorge myself on 3 bowls of rice while my manager isn't watching. I haven't had staple food in over 20 days. I'll just wait outside for everyone. If I smell the food any longer, I might go insane. The scene was so chaotic that anyone unaware might think a zombie apocalypse was occurring. Chapter 16. Not writing equals 0 calories. Thus, she understood the feelings of these individuals well. At the same time, she felt fortunate to be merely a bystander, free from the anxiety of maintaining her figure. With such an extravagant spread prepared by the production team, it would be a disservice not to indulge a few more times before elimination, especially after contributing so many laughs that evening. The more Feng Ya contemplated, the more justified she felt, and she eagerly piled her tray with a variety of foods from every window, planning to savor each flavor. As her tray quickly filled with an array of dishes, she was about to find an empty corner to sit when she heard someone call, "Feng Ya, over here." This spontaneous feeling of being awaited by someone, without prior arrangement, was a sensation Feng Ya had never experienced. Thus, she stood in a daze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing that she seemed to have made a very good friend. She cherished this feeling of being thought of without intention, and even as she sat across from Lu Ruema with her overflowing tray, her smile was uncontrollably wide. Lu Ruema, however, was fixated on the mountain of food before them, drooling as she exclaimed, "You're eating so much at this hour. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight?" Feng Ya glanced at the yogurt in her hand and retorted, "Is that yogurt 0 calories?" No, Lu Ruema instinctively glanced at the packaging. 100 grams of yogurt is about 300 to 400 calories. It won't make you gain weight. Feng Ya pushed her tray towards the middle. Then take a look at how many calories this mountain of food has. How am I supposed to know? Lu Ruema's eyes widened, her expression mirroring that of someone who just heard an outrageous joke. There's no label on it. No label means 0 calories. Feng Ya winked at her, grinning like a cunning fox. As long as I can't see it, the calories simply do not exist. If I eat like this, I might just waste away. Lu Ruema, that's clearly a fallacy. Not at all. Lu Ruema rested her chin on her hands, slurping her yogurt noisily. My mom always advised me to prioritize health. But my dad says that while pursuing health, one must also manage their figure, otherwise as one ages. If the person they like kicks them aside, it would be a loss. Your dad? Perhaps it is the case that most individuals afflicted with body image anxiety have historically been women, which may explain the subtle surprise in Feng Ya's tone. However, Lu Ruema appeared entirely unfazed, her self-deprecating smile revealing a sense of familiarity. Indeed, He is an outstanding graduate of the Male Virtue Academy. One might fear he has been abandoned by my mother." Speaking of her family, her large, glistening eyes sparkled with joy. Unmistakably, the mark of a child from a happy household. It is no wonder that while everyone else gravitated towards Feng Ya, she boldly stepped forward to defend her. With a supportive family behind her, she charged ahead without hesitation. In times past, such a person would have left Feng Ya consumed with envy. Alas, times have changed. Though her untimely demise was tragic, and her eccentric family continues to speak of her in jest, she was fortunate to have been blessed with a happy upbringing and celestial parents. Thus, Feng Ya felt a sense of equilibrium, swiftly shifting the conversation to gossip. "So, is your diligent management of your physique due to having someone you fancy?" Just moments after she had been lamenting about her father, Lu Ruema's cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of a crush. Her tone became shy. "Oh, why bring this up? We all aspire to be stars. Discussing such matters in front of so many is rather inappropriate." Feng Ya replied, "Understood." The two shared laughter, and before long, their meal came to an end. As if on cue, Su Yenji's voice resonated throughout the dining hall. "Practice students, did you enjoy your dinner? For those who didn't, hurry up. Those who have, gather around me." He clapped his hands, his tone reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher coaxing children. The students complied obediently, encircling him in under a minute. Su Yenji waved a task card, his voice tinged with mystery. "During your dinner, the 4 mentors and I compiled a list. Can anyone guess what it contains? Correct guesses will earn a reward." Upon hearing of the reward, the students eagerly chimed in. "Is it the initial stages ranking? The rankings shouldn't be available so soon, right? I guess it's the class schedule. Perhaps it's the dormitory assignments." Observing their lively discussion, Feng Ya casually speculated, "Perhaps it is the elimination list." No sooner had she spoken than Su Yenji shot her a disapproving glare. "You wish." With a bittersweet smile, Feng Ya gestured for silence. Su Yenji then turned his attention to the girl who had mentioned the dormitory assignments. "Qin Miao Miao, you are correct. You win an autograph from the illustrious Prince of Crosstalk." Qin Miao Miao displayed her disdain openly, rolling her eyes dramatically. The others joined in the playful uproar. "Su, can you be serious? Why are you so stingy with rewards?" Sensing the chaos escalating, Su Yenji quickly gestured for calm. All right, just a jest. There are 2 types of dormitories, 4-person and 6-person. Only those who receive a rating in the initial stage assessment will be placed in the 4-person dormitories. The rest will reside in the 6-person ones. After succinctly explaining the dormitory allocation criteria, Su Yenji began announcing the lists. First up is Dormitory 1 Lu Ruema. Lu Ruema's head drooped instantly. Her tone disheartened. "Why must the dormitories be assigned according to ratings? I wanted to share a room with you." "Not to worry," Feng Ya consoled her. "Even if we aren't in the same dorm, we won't be too far apart. You can come to visit anytime. Who knows if your roommates will welcome me." Lu Ruema muttered under her breath, just as Su Yenji announced. "Next up for Dormitory 1, Qin Miao Miao, Ko Lian, Zhang Xinyue, In Jiaxue, Su Zidong, Feng Ya. Among the 6, 3 were Feng Ya's former teammates, rendering Lu Ruema momentarily speechless. Now, even if she wished to visit, Feng Ya would hesitate to invite her. Fearing a confrontation with her roommates, she could only offer a wry smile. "It's no big deal. I can still come find you." Lu Ruema suddenly lamented. "If only you could make it into the top class." Feng Ya replied, "What sort of jest is this?" I chuckled, awkwardly, my voice wavering with insecurity. "With my lack of singing ability and stiff dancing, it is uncertain whether I can survive the first round of eliminations." "I don't see it that way." Lu Ruema shook her head, her expression earnest. "Although you currently only know military boxing, your movements are quite fluid. Even if you can merely clap along to sing Makabaka, your voice is lovely. And despite your 2-stringed instrument sounding like sawing wood, your confidence shines through." After enumerating her countless virtues, Lu Ruema concluded, "The selection process is not solely about those who excel at singing and dancing. It also seeks individuals with charisma who can captivate an audience. You possess that quality. As long as you dedicate yourself from now on, showcasing your progress with every performance, even if you are not the best singer or dancer, there will still be many who appreciate and support you. That is the joy of growth." As she spoke passionately, Lu Ruema's voice trembled with excitement. Not only the audience but Lu Ruema herself could hardly wait to engage in this developmental journey. After all, Feng Ya's beauty, figure, and captivating personality made her the perfect candidate for stardom, and who wouldn't want to contribute to her rise as a beloved celebrity. In response to Lu Ruema's fervent speech, Feng Ya could only give a thumbs up. You truly understand the world of talent shows. Indeed.
I feel the same.
Flattered by her praise, Lu Ruema was completely at a loss for words. She decisively stated, then it's settled. If you encounter any difficulties during practice, feel free to seek me out. I will share everything I know to ensure you succeed. Feng Ya replied, there is no need for such extremes. If you pursue this diligently, I will feel guilty when I want to take a break. Just as the two whispered to one another, the dormitory list was fully announced. Once there were no objections, Su Yenji led the practice students to the luggage storage area to collect their belongings. To enhance efficiency, the staff had already transported all luggage to the open area beneath the dormitory and thoughtfully organized it, affixing large name tags to each pile. The students could easily identify their luggage with just a glance, significantly reducing the time spent searching. Upon reaching her luggage pile, Feng Ya noticed Su Yenji producing a loudspeaker from seemingly nowhere, bellowing, all practice students, once you find your luggage, please wait in place and do not wander. After spending several hours together, the students had discerned his good-natured demeanor. Rather than being intimidated, they felt emboldened, playfully teasing him. What's this? Are you going to buy us oranges?
I want the sweetest one.
Su Yenji then placed a large plastic basket before the students. The result was an immediate uproar. No. A phone addict cannot survive without their phone. The live stream was filled with laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Is it because I've been rained on that I wish to tear others' umbrellas apart? Who among us has not faced confiscated snacks and phones countless times? Having already stated his piece, the practice students, despite their inner reluctance, had no choice but to comply and surrender their phones. Seeing everyone else hand theirs over, Feng Ya followed suit. Regardless, Su Yenji only mentioned collecting old phones and did not specify that they had to be brand new. The items in her suitcase are all pristine and unopened. As for tablets, smartwatches, and game consoles, Su Yenji is collecting phones, so what relevance do they have? With a sense of justice, within 10 minutes, Su Yenji had amassed a box full of phones, thoroughly relishing the joy of playing the strict teacher. Consequently, the enthusiasm grew more fervent. When they reached the elevator, they suddenly found themselves at a loss. Why won't the elevator buttons light up? Is it broken? That can't be right. Is it possible that you are pressing them incorrectly? The intent was to cultivate their ability to work together while fostering camaraderie through the act of moving luggage. Upon hearing this, the dormitory echoed with wails once more. Chapter 18. When will the production team send me home? Teacher Su, are you sure you're not joking? Everyone is exhausted after a day. Who has the strength to move luggage? The resentment was palpable, enough to resurrect 3 malevolent spirits on the spot. Listening to the commotion, Feng Ya could only cover her ears. It was too loud. One could easily mistake this dormitory for being haunted. Su Yenji, though good-natured, was not without principles. Faced with the cacophony of girls, he unhesitatingly cranked the volume of the megaphone to the maximum. First and foremost, I am not joking. Whether here or when you formally step into the entertainment industry, no one will pamper you like your mother does. If you think you cannot endure this hardship, you may choose to withdraw now. With this admonition, the girls fell into a hushed silence. Those who disagreed with this reasoning could simply walk away. Those who accepted it would find it difficult to extricate themselves from the situation later, no matter how they were treated, due to the substantial initial investment they had made. Furthermore, they might even question themselves. Why can others persist while I cannot? Why can others endure hardship while I cannot? Am I truly so fragile? In reality, enduring hardship does not imply that one must suffer through meaningless, artificially created tribulations. Su Yenji's argument was fundamentally a shift in concept. In the midst of these thoughts, Su Yenji spoke again. So, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw because they cannot bear this hardship? Most of the girls, aged 17 or 18, were at a stage where pride and vanity were strong. How could they possibly admit in front of so many that they were incapable? Thus, they exchanged silent glances. Remaining mute, the production team had precisely grasped their vanity, allowing them to act so brazenly. Seeing them all bow their heads like ostriches, Su Yenji felt a wave of relief. Since no one wished to withdraw, then everyone. Teacher Su, I want to withdraw. A calm voice interrupted his concluding remarks. Su Yenji felt a jolt in his heart, filled with the thought, oh no, how did I overlook this little troublemaker? Following the voice, he turned his head stiffly and indeed saw Feng Ya raising her hand, her expression earnest as she reiterated, Teacher Su, I want to withdraw, fearing he might feign ignorance. Su Yenji laughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat trapped. Why is that? Do you think you cannot do it? The girls were unwilling to move their luggage not because they could not endure hardship, but because this hardship was one they should not have to bear in the first place. Feng Ya shifted her tone, her gaze turning intensely commanding. I personally believe that the work in the entertainment industry, no matter how arduous, consists merely of commercial performances, filming, variety shows, and advertisements. Most people present have systematically trained in singing and dancing from a young age. Enduring hardship and injury is commonplace for them, and they are more than capable of coping. Her series of questions left Su Yenji speechless. Not only would this not foster their teamwork, but it would also torment their bodies and undermine their self-confidence. As Feng Ya spoke, she picked up her suitcase, her naturally charming demeanor now imbued with an unintentional but imposing authority. With Feng Ya's expectations in full bloom, the elevator buttons lit up. The director appeared out of nowhere, seizing Su Yenji's megaphone. Upon hearing this, the trainees erupted in cheers. Is this for real? Am I dreaming? Thank heavens. If we had to take the stairs, I would surely perish. You should be thanking Feng Ya. Upon this reminder, the trainees flocked to her. Being a group of girls who had not endured much in the way of societal challenges, they looked at Feng Ya with admiration. Oh, I was already subconsciously reflecting on whether I was too delicate to even walk up the stairs.
So was I.
I almost got caught up in Teacher Su's rhetoric. The live chat was filled with viewers empathizing with them. Chapter 19. The Great Misunderstanding. Empathizing intensely. I recall the dozens of us crammed into a communal dormitory, with the principal unwilling to spend money on new accommodations, yet blaming us for being too sensitive. Don't ask. The answer is simply that we are not competing over food or clothing, but rather over education. I would call this the anti-involution champion of the workplace. Surrounded by a group of beautiful older sisters praising her, Feng Ya fumed. Is there really no one to speak up for me? In her anger, she did not wait for the elevator to arrive, grabbing a suitcase with one hand and storming into the stairwell, moving swiftly as though flying up 6 flights. This spectacle left the live audience dumbfounded. Did I just see that correctly? What just zipped past in the stairwell? If I am not mistaken, that was Feng Ya, incensed by the untrustworthy director? My goodness! She's incredibly strong, but she is also quite amusing. After placing her luggage in the dormitory, Feng Ya, still unsatisfied, dashed down 6 flights to find Lu Ruema. Lu Ruema was propped against her suitcase, with one hand while the other cradled a large stuffed toy, waiting in line for the elevator with a look of contentment. Seeing Feng Ya emerge from the stairwell, she appeared surprised. How did you come from that side? I found waiting for the elevator too slow, so I took the stairs to bring my luggage up. After a brief explanation, Feng Ya reached out to help her carry her luggage, only to be evaded by Lu Ruema. My luggage isn't heavy, and I'm not in a hurry. I can take the elevator. She smiled, pointing to the elevator, politely declining Feng Ya's offer. All right then. Feng Ya nodded, not insisting further. The sooner she finished,
the sooner she could rest.
In the corridor, there were only 2 elevators, yet there were 101 people needing to transport their luggage. To prevent congestion, the trainees spontaneously formed 2 lines. The status of the trainees in the eyes of others visibly rose, as beautiful older sisters actively greeted her along the way. By the time they reached the stairwell, her face was nearly frozen in a smile. Her eyes had been bombarded by this group of similarly attractive sisters, nearly rendering her face blind. It seemed that ruling over a harem of 3,000 beauties was not as easy as it appeared. As Feng Ya silently reflected, a sweet, high-pitched voice suddenly called out from behind. Feng Ya, it's really you. I was worried I might mistake you for someone else. The voice, so honeyed it could drive one away for 10 kilometers, instantly sent chills down Feng Ya's spine. Were it not for the live camera, she could have easily cried 10 of these insufferable sweet-talking types. Before she could discern who this was, the girl introduced herself. My name is Qin Miao Miao. I will be your roommate. Qin Miao Miao greeted Feng Ya with a gentle smile, mimicking her tone and inquiring, could you please speak with your tongue straight? It sounds quite uncomfortable this way. However, Qin Miao Miao's voice had always been like this since childhood. With wide eyes, she displayed an expression of utter confusion. Haven't you ever heard of a childlike voice? Feng Ya responded incredulously. You dare to call this a childlike voice? Despite her bewilderment, she politely asked, do you need help with your luggage? That would be quite nice, as I have a considerable amount of it. Following her gaze, Feng Ya spotted 4 or 5 oversized suitcases piled together, alongside a few scattered smaller items, making the petite Qin Miao Miao resemble a fragile paper doll that could be blown away by the wind. Instantly, a protective instinct surged within Feng Ya. She rolled up her sleeves and cheerfully declared, "Not a problem at all." Qin Miao Miao, as if encountering a savior, expressed her gratitude, "Then I shan't hold back." As she began pushing her suitcases toward Feng Ya, she explained, "This one is filled with my high-end skincare products, many of which are in glass containers. So please handle them with care. This one contains my designer handbags. I fear you wouldn't be able to compensate for any damage. And then there's my clothing, jewelry, and daily necessities." Before long, all her luggage was piled before Feng Ya, who was left dumbfounded. "You expect me to carry all of this?" "Yes," Qin Miao Miao nodded, oblivious to any impropriety, further emphasizing, "Everything in here is valuable, so please remember to be gentle." The audacity of her expectation made Feng Ya's fists clench in disbelief. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, "And what exactly are you responsible for?" "Supervising, of course." Perhaps her stern demeanor was too imposing, as Qin Miao Miao instinctively explained, "Sister, you may not know, but my parents had me later in life, so I've always been frail. These tasks are typically handled by our housekeeper. I've never done them myself." "So you view me as your housekeeper?" Feng Ya exclaimed, incredulous. "Is it written on my forehead?" Qin Miao Miao was taken aback by her response. What do you mean?" "Great fool," she muttered, deciding to withdraw her assistance. Their doormates, Yin Jiaxue, Jiang Xinyue, and Ku Lian, overheard the commotion and rushed over. "What's happening, Miao Miao? What's wrong with Feng Ya? Weren't you two just fine?" Jiang Xinyue's expression was one of curious amusement. Chapter 20. Love-struck brain is like a pig's brain. Qin Miao Miao looked bewildered. "I don't know. She was the one who offered to help with my luggage. I merely advised her that my belongings are quite valuable and to handle them with care, and then she suddenly got angry. Perhaps she felt some envy seeing my possessions." With a sigh, she lamented, "It seems that friendship is indeed too extravagant. I shall refrain from making any more. After all, I have been isolated for years due to my family's wealth. I am quite accustomed to it." Unbeknownst to her, her words left those in the live stream feeling awkward, as if they were about to chip away at the luxurious surroundings. "Ah, what kind of princess talk is this? My eyes. She is so ordinary, yet carries such confidence. Ha, I am cracking up, folks." Feng Ya is clad in limited edition haute couture, totaling over 100,000. Where does she find the audacity to call others sour? This is what happens with nouveau riche who have never seen the world. Please don't be surprised, as it only reveals their lack of experience. Having read enough web novels, I can say, is 100,000 a lot? 1 billion seems trivial to me. If her family is that wealthy, they shouldn't mind a tax inquiry, right? Don't ask, just assume the parents are deadbeats, and the children are blameless. As Zhong Qingchen walked into the parking lot, he noticed a Toyota Alphard illuminating its headlights. It was his life assistant, Yu. Yu had been feeling quite troubled lately. Although his boss had been in the industry for years without ever explicitly indicating an affection for anyone, those who had been with him long enough could discern that he was an ardent fan of Feng Ya. He often joked about his boss and Feng Ya in their assistant group chat. As a staunch supporter, Yu believed that someone as pure and indifferent to emotion as his boss would never marry, unless that person was Feng Ya. But now that Feng Ya had passed, it felt as though his boss's spirit had departed with her, leaving him in a state of despair. He had ceased writing songs and participating in charity work. Despite knowing that Feng Ya's parents were profiting from her death, while spending exorbitant amounts to secure exclusive seats at her funeral, he figured he might as well buy them, but then felt increasingly guilty about not attending. Eventually, under the cover of darkness, and when no one was around, he dragged himself to the memorial park to pay his respects. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought he intended to disturb the goddess's grave and steal her ashes. The items belonging to Feng Ya that were listed on second-hand platforms sold out in an instant, with scalpers unable to keep up with the demand. How did you know this? Simply because his boss had since purchased those items and had not visited anywhere else. He spent his days in Feng Ya's home, lounging on her sofa, clutching her cushions, and sinking into a stupor, losing days of sleep. In just a few days, he'd lost over 10 pounds. The level of infatuation was so profound that even Wang Baochuan would have invited him to forage for wild vegetables. After allowing him to wallow in his misery for a few days, his manager, Sisterly, could no longer bear to watch and forced him into a job as a songwriting mentor. She insisted he participate in a variety show to relax and meet new girls. Otherwise, she threatened to burn all of Feng Ya's belongings. She meant every word. She even mandated that Yu stay by his side 24/7 to prevent him from moving Feng Ya's possessions or doing anything foolish. Yu had no choice but to settle for a secondary position, spending his days in the van, idly passing time while waiting for his boss to finish work. The man behind Zhong Qingchen squid. I can't talk to you right now. The boss is off work. The name of the community where Feng Ya's lavish mansion was located was Feng Ya Court. Yu rolled his eyes and couldn't help but scoff. The man behind Zhong Qingchen squid. Is there even a need to bet on this? I could guess it with my toes. If you want to con some free food, just say so. The group erupted in laughter. In the midst of their banter, Zhong Qingchen opened the car door. The first words out of his mouth were, "What are you betting on this time?" Startled, Yu quickly turned off his phone screen and raised his hands in surrender. No bets. Zhong Qingchen scoffed, his expression clearly skeptical. The man in the back seat merely murmured in response and closed his eyes, slumping against the seat in a listless manner. Yu had been entrusted with this important task because he was a chatterbox, capable of carrying on a conversation regardless of whether anyone else responded. Both he and Sisterly believed that as long as he shared amusing anecdotes with Zhong Qingchen daily, he would eventually emerge from the shadows of heartbreak and rediscover the hope of life. Reflecting on the weight of his responsibilities, Yu cleared his throat and solemnly began recounting a joke he had encountered that day. I want to eat hot pot today, and noticed the menu offered both pig brains and love-struck brains. Out of curiosity, I ordered one of each, but after tasting them, they seemed quite similar. So I asked the waiter, why do your love-struck brains taste just like pig brains? Can you guess what the waiter replied? The car fell into silence. Zhong Qingchen waited for a long time but received no continuation, finally impatiently prompting, what did he say? You. The waiter remarked, sir, you are absolutely right. A love-stricken brain is akin to a pig's brain.
Ha ha ha.
Zhong Qingchen, he should never have asked. After a cacophony of honks, Yu completely opened up. And there's more. Be quiet. Zhong Qingchen interrupted him, unable to bear it any longer. However, Yu assumed he simply didn't favor the topic and swiftly changed the subject. I also watched today's live stream. The most memorable part was that Feng Ya song. How could anyone play the Heiress so poorly? And to perform in front of so many people without even blushing or feeling ashamed. The most astonishing part is that she has quite a few fans. Tonight's trending searches are almost monopolized by her. With such a promising talent, shouldn't the boss consider signing her to our company? This way, he could ask Feng Ya for an autograph while on the job, balancing work and fandom. It's a delightful thought. Chapter 21. She is not suited to be a cash cow. The moment Feng Ya was mentioned, Zhong Qingchen's mind instantly played her donkey-like rendition of Air Kuaning Yu. Once that concluded, it transitioned to Makabaka song. After that, it moved on to the masculine version of Hero's song. He could not turn it off. It was even more brainwashing than the infamous duo Showa songs. The annoyance made his temples throb. Rubbing his pulsing temples, he remarked, that's something Zhong Mingyi should concern himself with. Though he bore the illustrious title of the heir to Zhonghua Entertainment, he was oblivious to the company's affairs. All matters, big or small, were managed by his half-brother, Zhong Mingyi. On the other side, although it was already late at night, the headquarters of Zhonghua Entertainment still had several departments illuminated. Zhong Mingyi, clad in a finely tailored gray wool suit, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his prominent nose, lounged lazily on the leather sofa in the conference room. He simultaneously watched the latest live-stream talent show while listening to project heads from various departments report on their progress. The projector's light flickered on his fair and handsome face, casting shifting shadows that rendered his expressions inscrutable. This made the project heads tremble with trepidation, causing them to choose their words with heightened caution. From the initial feedback of the live stream, it was clear that while the format was innovative, its drawbacks were equally apparent. There were too many uncontrollable variables. Any minor mishap could lead to a significant uproar. Ding Guang, the head of the marketing department, looked troubled, for instance, instructing the trainees to climb stairs. In previous recorded shows, no one would have dared to resist. Even if they did, it would simply be edited out. Coupled with some misleading editing techniques, it could ruin the reputation of any trainee who disobeys. We're not worried about their compliance. Before he could finish his lament, Zhong Mingyi slowly turned his gaze, interrupting his ramblings. So, have the issues been resolved? Under the penetrating gaze of those emotionless eyes, Ding Guang instinctively shuddered. He belatedly realized he might have complained a bit too much today. The one listening to him was not some junior assistant who could be scolded at will. but the fearsome Yemian Yenluo of the company. This ancestral figure cared little for the process and only valued the results. Thinking of this, Ding Guang hurriedly nodded. It has been resolved. Just like our previous methods of damage control. We first removed the trending search about our workplace issues and replaced it with one praising the director of Shining Girls for being adaptable. Then, we promoted the director's approachable nature, acknowledging mistakes with a series of pitiful and helpless emoticons. As he spoke, Ding Guang pulled out his phone, quickly showing Zhong Mingyi the fruits of their overtime labor. Zhong Mingyi glanced casually, only to see a flurry of honks on the screen. Director, I was terrified at that moment. Ha, after following talent shows for so many years. This is the first time I've seen a director so lacking in presence. The moment the elevator door silently opened, I nearly burst out laughing. Ha, you all must watch. The official account of Shining Girls even changed its profile picture to the director's emoticons. I'm dying of laughter. After scrolling through a few pages, Zhong Mingyi nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Ding Guang silently sighed in relief, feeling emboldened as he continued. In response to this issue, our marketing department held an emergency meeting and devised 2 solutions. The first is to abandon the high-traffic Feng Yun and instead promote Feng Yasu. With her attractive looks, amiable personality, and inherent charm, she is a rare gem in the industry. However, the drawbacks are also evident. Zhong Mingyi retrieved the trainees' profiles from the shared drive and turned to Feng Yasu's page. After a swift review, he commented blandly, her affluent background and independent character implies she has no weaknesses and cannot be easily manipulated. While her ability to attract wealth may be strong, she is not suited to be a cash cow. Who the audience loves or despises is of no concern to me. I will support whoever is willing to be a compliant and obedient money-making machine. As someone who had navigated the corporate world, Ding Guang immediately grasped his meaning and, with keen insight, proposed the second plan. For a trainee like Feng Yasu, who has popularity but lacks real talent, she is best suited for a sacrificial role. Scandals can be easily unearthed. If her character is untouchable, we can probe into her academic background. If that is clean, we can delve into her parents. And if they are not debtors, we can investigate their taxes. In this era, how many individuals stepping into the entertainment industry come from spotless backgrounds? We can also feign her fanbase to undermine other trainees, and in no time, she could transform from an internet darling to a target of online vitriol. This tactic has proven effective time and again, consistently ensuring that those we wish to promote firmly secure their debut positions. Without hesitation, Zhong Mingyi nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest.
All right.
Ding Guang cheerfully responded, but then hesitated. However, Zhong about. Speak plainly, do not waste my time. Zhong Mingyi adjusted his glasses, resembling an emotionless machine. The mention of this made Ding Guang instantly deflate. Initially, with her title as Sister Feng Yasu, even if her skills were lacking, many would still support her for Feng Yasu's sake. Yet, with the young master's comments, it sounds as if debuting under Feng Yasu's name is a disgrace to her, and many of her fans are no longer backing Feng Yun. If this continued, it would be challenging for our marketing department to carry out its work. Chapter 22. The main account is exhausted. Is it too late to practice a secondary account? Mentioning his music-obsessed, financially reckless brother, Zhong Mingyi felt helpless. I may have to disappoint you. Although they appear harmonious, the two brothers are actually at odds. Given Zhong Jingchen's rebellious nature, if he speaks out, by tomorrow morning, we may hear news of Feng Yun's elimination. Such is his defiance. On the other side, she chose the most secluded bed, placed her luggage beside it, and headed to the restroom for a relaxing hot shower. After drawing the bed curtain, she donned her headphones, sprawled on the soft bed, and contentedly engaged with her phone. As she opened WeChat, contemplating whether to reassure her parents, she noticed a notification from the group Happy Family. You have been removed from the group chat by the caretaker account Zhao Xuesong. Feng Yasu. She located Zhao Xuesong in her contacts and was about to confront her about their waning friendship when she inadvertently glanced at Zhao Xuesong's updated moments from a few hours earlier. With curiosity, Feng Yasu clicked in, only to see caretaker account Zhao Xuesong. Is it too late to start practicing a secondary account at my age since the main account seems to be exhausted? A multitude of enthusiastic comments follows. A newly minted mother of two boldly declares, it's not too late. Anyone with a dream is remarkable. Is Feng Yashing inciting your ire once more? Take it easy. What if the smaller account is even less competent? There are even micro-businesses fervently promoting postpartum care centers, infertility clinics, and virility supplements. Feng Yashing responds, I apologize for my slightly raised voice just now. just hours after her departure. The bond between mother and daughter has already grown tenuous. If she were to be away for months, she would likely return to find Zhao Xuesong announcing, "You're going to be an elder sister." She clicks on her microblog, attempting to uncover evidence of her potential viral fame on the trending list. After all, her performance tonight was rather lackluster, and it's certain that many would criticize her for seeking attention through silly antics. Merely contemplating this excites Feng Ya immensely. With eager anticipation, she opens the trending list, only to be met with the realization that this internet realm seemingly holds no regard for her. The director of Shining Girl truly possesses the ability to adapt. It would sadden me if anyone had not heard Feng Ya play the arrow. Long Qingchen angrily reproaches Feng Yun for bringing disgrace upon Feng Ya. These headlines, at first glance, do not seem to berate her. Instead, they appear to be wildly praising her. A tinge of disappointment washes over Feng Ya as she enters the entry, discovering that her various comical antics from tonight have been edited into a humorous video, fervently circulated across major social media platforms. Originally mundane expressions and movements have been slowed down and captured in the most unflattering frames, morphing into a plethora of ridiculous meme images. Such frivolities do not bother Feng Ya. In fact, she finds them rather entertaining. However, what she cannot tolerate is the fact that after scrolling through several pages of comments, she fails to find a single critique. Instead, every comment bursts with laughter. "If I am guilty, may the law punish me. But not after I just underwent an appendectomy and stumbled upon Feng Yaxing's ridiculous video, laughing so hard that I might burst my stitches. I, too. Initially looking for video to accompany my meal, I ended up laughing so hard that I spilled my takeout. I laughed so hard that the garbage around me automatically sorted itself. I laughed so hard that everyone within 10 miles will require hearing aids for the remainder of their lives." One might think they were participating in some sort of absurd laughter competition. After all, many people possess a herd mentality. When everyone praises something, even those who might feel otherwise hesitate to voice their dissent. Yet, once someone takes the lead, many will follow suit, proclaiming, "I have always thought this thing was terrible." I don't understand how it became popular. Bolstered by her anonymity on microblogging, Feng Ya boldly decided to act, posting the first critical comment in the humor-filled comment section. "Universe's most stunning girl. Am I the only one who finds her rather mediocre? She can neither sing nor dance. And her arrow playing could send someone off on the spot. She's not even that attractive. I feel her talent does not warrant such high attention." No sooner had she posted her remark than her phone vibrated incessantly, as though infected by a virus. Upon checking the comments, she found, "Yes, you are the only one who thinks that. Laughing to death. Are you a celestial beauty or a master of all arts? Share a photo, so we can all see. Otherwise, I'll just think you're envious. Being good-looking and pleasant in character is a talent too. Who said that a talent show must feature all-around performers? I hold the tickets. I'll vote for whomever I wish, and you have no say in it." Not only did the comments flood in, but her private messages also filled with insults in mere minutes. Until whoa, everyone. Stop the insults. I just scoured this little black account's profile and found out it seems to belong to Feng Ya herself.
Whoa.
It truly seems to be. I've just seen a selfie from her school days. Oh my, she looks stunning even in a school uniform.
Ah.
The way she looks in a school uniform is just too adorable. Mommy, kiss. Then, her phone vibrated even more vigorously, inundated with followers checking her profile. Caught off guard by her identity being revealed, Feng Ya exclaimed, "Goodness. Have these internet users all grown up watching Conan? How is everyone so adept at uncovering identities?" Their actions made her self-directed performance seem rather foolish. Feng Ya buried her face in her pillow and, for 5 whole minutes, dug her toes into the bed frame, begrudgingly accepting that she had been criticized for criticizing herself, only to be unmasked by enthusiastic netizens. With events having unfolded thus, she could only endure the embarrassment and muster the courage to admit it. Given the painful experiences of idols Zhao Xuesong had pursued, it was evident that stubbornly denying the truth would only lead to further exposure and greater humiliation. Chapter 23. The King Covers the Earth. And Su enters the top 5. Resolute in her decision, Feng Ya updated her personal page to read, "Shining Girl Feng Ya." She then posted a microblog to alleviate the awkwardness. "Shining Girl Feng Ya. Please stop the insults. I genuinely feel quite average. And my abilities do not merit such high attention. It seems unfair to those talented sisters who have dedicated years to singing and dancing, cherishing this opportunity. Thus, I hope everyone will cast their votes for those who truly love the stage and wish to shine, rather than for someone like me, who is merely playing around and could easily live without the stage. Furthermore, if anyone encounters disparagement about me in the future, there's no need to argue. We should allow differing opinions and accept that not everyone will share our preferences. We may defend our favorites, but it must not come at the cost of harming others. Is not the act of doxing and insulting under the guise of justice a form of online violence? Accompanying this was a poorly edited image of her grimacing, emblazoned with bold white letters that read, "Stunning girl speechless." As soon as the microblog was posted, Feng Ya received a flurry of comments. Heiress a joke. Feng Ya pretends to be a hater and criticizes herself, only to be doxed by fans. I'm so sorry, my dear. Though your topic is quite serious, I can't help but laugh. Oh no. Initially, I was just enamored with your beauty and silliness. But now I see you possess a commendable worldview. I want to vote for you even more. Can I quietly ask, dear, does this internet world truly not care about you? Are you aware that being a comedic girl often leads to a lack of romantic prospects? One after another. The glowing reviews overwhelmed Feng Ya to the point of delirium, prompting her to share a screenshot of her friend circle, attempting the emotional appeal. So I advise everyone, please stop. Don't force me to kneel and beg. Yet, the whimsical netizens, holding the power to shape her fate, were not the least bit moved. Instead, they laughed even louder. Even if you don't inherit the family fortune, it's fine, my love. Worst case, I'll scavenge to support you. Exactly. We brothers aren't the type to despise the poor. Even without the inheritance, we'd still gladly marry you. This person is so noisy. They're seriously ruining my mood to admire my wife. Is there a way to mute them? Feng Ya, sprawled on her bed, utterly dispirited by the comments, thought, "You guys are merciless." Within 5 minutes, the staff, alerted by the reports from netizens, knocked on her door. Is Feng Ya here? Please step outside. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Feng Ya obediently handed over her phone and humbly accepted a 5-minute reprimand from the staff. Only after repeatedly admitting her faults and sincerely assuring that she would not dare repeat her actions did the staff, satisfied, take her phone and leave. Even a Weibo post was sent out, accompanied by a message from the official account of Shining. Girls, the phone has been confiscated, thanks to the enthusiastic netizens for their reports. The accompanying image featured a meme from the Paw Patrol. There are no difficult tasks, only brave puppies. The scheming netizens, having succeeded, erupted in laughter within the comment section, the atmosphere brimming with joy. This time, she had learned her lesson well, creating a dedicated account for her gossip. In those few minutes while she was being reprimanded by the staff, a fervent netizen named Yu Chen had even established a support station for her. Fully activating the super topic and fan group, Feng Ya quietly infiltrated the fan group and found them engaged in lively discussions about a fan name. I am Feng Ya's dog. Love foam? Praise? Ode? They all sound a bit strange. Wallhead recalling Chen's new love Feng Ya, since Feng Ya is beautiful but a bit quirky. Let's call her Muffin. Feng Ya, your alias fell off. Haha, Muffin is hilarious. Are you sure the one above isn't a hater? I am Feng Ya's dog. Though it sounds absurd, it oddly makes sense. Wallhead recalling Chen's new love Feng Ya. Haha. You can't deny it. Muffin is indeed a fitting name, perfectly matching my wife's silly temperament. Oh no, I've lost my composure again, Yu Chen. From now on, we shall all be muffins for Feng Ya. Shouldn't we come up with a support slogan? As soon as the support slogan was mentioned, the group instantly transformed into a poetry competition. I am Feng Ya's dog. The king covers the land. Let Feng Feng enter the top 5. Wallhead recalling Chen's new love Feng Ya. The pagoda suppresses the river monsters. Will Feng Feng debut? Feng Ya, your alias fell off. If the sun doesn't rise, neither do I. Feng Feng is truly remarkable. Feng Ya's Eru is my Eru. If the moon doesn't sleep, neither do I. Feng Feng is my treasure. Oh no, I've lost my composure again. Yu Chen in the dying illness. I set up an alarm calling out, can I support Feng Feng? I am Feng Ya's dog. The spring breeze in February is like scissors. Feng Feng playing Arrow is so flamboyant. Feng Ya was left in a daze, her mind swirling with thoughts. What merit does I, Feng, possess to deserve such a talented group of fans? Being a star chaser feels like a waste of talent. They ought to participate in poetry competitions. As she continued to observe, Feng Ya's consciousness gradually faded. In her dreams, she envisioned a throng of fervent fans, brandishing stacks of tickets, pursuing her like a horde of zombies. She felt as if she had seen a ghost, breaking through their encirclement and fleeing for her life. She ran. The fans chased. Neither she nor the fans could escape. The following morning, the 5 girls in the dormitory rose early. After getting ready, they lifted the black cloth covering the fixed camera in their dorm. Qin Miao Miao, clad in the class's gray sports uniform and sporting 2 braids, cheerfully greeted the camera. Hello, adorable viewers in the live stream. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Chapter 24. How dare someone be late? We're already up and preparing to head to class. Although I am unaware of today's activities, I have begun to look forward to them. Training should start today, right? Remember to wear suitable clothing and shoes for sports, and bring your water bottles, Joshua reminded as she packed her belongings. I've got mine ready. I prepared everything before sleeping last night, Zhang Xinhua chimed in supportively. Ku Lian glanced toward the tightly drawn curtain in the corner, hesitating. Have you seen Feng Ya? Could she still be asleep? Who knows? Joshua, being closer to Feng Ya, instinctively felt a bit of aversion. She probably got up early and left, not intending to join us at all. Zhang Xinhua nodded in agreement. With how loud we were while getting ready, if she were still in the dorm, she would have heard us. However, Ku Lian was about to say something when Qin Miao Miao pushed her from behind. Come on, if we delay any longer, we'll be late. Zhang Xinhua and Joshua followed suit and rushed out. All the while, Ku Lian felt a twinge of worry. She was someone who easily felt guilty. If her indecision led to Feng Ya being left behind in the dorm, even though she had no obligation to wake her up, she would still feel remorse. Qin Miao Miao, who was urging her forward, bore no such heavy psychological burden and even comforted her. It's not that I don't want you to wake her, but I think it's better to keep our distance from someone with such a peculiar temperament. What if, out of kindness, you wake her and she snaps at you, scolding you for pulling back her curtain without her permission and disturbing her sleep? What would you do then? Last night, I unintentionally hurt her pride. She deliberately turned her face away from me. Mentioning this made Qin Miao Miao particularly angry, her voice nearly breaking. If it weren't for you, Joshua and Xinhua helping me, I wouldn't know how to manage all my luggage. Let her sleep. She even talks in her sleep.
She spat.
How does someone like Feng Ya, who is both pretentious and arrogant, have the audacity to think fans will vote for her? The thought of her possibly being left behind in the dorm filled Qin Miao Miao with a secret delight. Lost in her guilt, Ku Lian failed to notice the change in Qin Miao Miao's expression and simply nodded. You have a point. Yet, she still believed Feng Ya was not that kind of person. Opinions among the netizens in the live stream varied. Why do I suddenly smell a strong scent of tea when I'm drinking plain water? Seriously, what is Qin Miao Miao being so pretentious about this early in the morning? Does everyone else have to be a fool to carry her luggage? Or she will hold a grudge. I think Qin Miao Miao is right. Who dares to lift Feng Yaxing's curtain with her temper? If a good deed backfires and she retaliates, who will she complain to? Exactly. Qin Miao Miao is not her mother. Why should she wake her up? Is Feng Yaxing a giant baby? Can't she set an alarm? Does she really need someone to wake her up? This is disgusting. I truly feel for those diligent trainees who work hard yet barely get any screen time. The flood of harsh criticism left the muffins in the live stream utterly bewildered. Shouldn't you all reflect on what you're saying? Did Feng Yaxing block someone's path? Why are so many haters surfacing overnight? Send me the group number. Let us all make money together. Their inquiries were met with waves of even more intense ridicule. No way. Is there really someone who would support a person who is useless, eats everything, and makes green tea statements in the middle of the night? How can you say she's useless? She's clearly capable of ringing the retreating drum. Her green tea remarks are truly hilarious. Does she genuinely believe many will vote for her? With her dramatic flair, it's a pity she's not participating in I Am an Actor Next Door. It wasn't until the camera switched to the classroom that the torrent of insults in the live stream ceased, giving way to normal chat. In the spacious, bright dance studio, numerous trainees had gathered. Pink, yellow, purple, green, gray, various colors of uniforms represented the girls' different levels. Ku Lian, still preoccupied with thoughts of Feng Yaxing, randomly found a seat and began scanning the room for her. Unfortunately, after glancing around at the other girls, she failed to spot Feng Yaxing's figure. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of energy, cheerfully greeting everyone with a bright, "Good morning, everyone." A vibrant day was about to unfold, and he began by taking attendance. Su Yenji called out names in order, and the trainees present, each having undergone rigorous selection processes from across the nation, were all determined to seize their dreams of fame. Thus, each one was more competitive than the last. Arriving early was expected. Tardiness was simply unacceptable. As Su Yenji continued to call names, he soon reached Qin Miao Miao. She raised her hand and softly replied, "Here." Kulian followed suit and also raised her hand, "Here." However, when he called out Feng Ya, the room fell into a profound silence. No one responded, and the air seemed to freeze. The trainees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Su Yenji, though slightly surprised, found the absence of a response to be oddly reasonable after calling the name again. Who but Feng Ya would dare to be so reckless? After several futile attempts to elicit a response, he set down the attendance sheet and asked, "Does anyone know where Feng Ya is gone?" The trainees shook their heads. Chapter 25. Are you awake? The live stream was filled with question marks. What just happened? No way. Is she really still sleeping in her dorm? Oh no. What will happen if she's late for class? Will my wife be eliminated? Darn it. It's Feng Ya who's late. Why am I feeling anxious? The immersion is too real. I'm already starting to feel scared. The sight startled both the trainees and the mentors. On screen, a staff member stealthily opened the door to dormitory 1 and tiptoed to the bed with the curtains drawn tightly shut. She grasped a corner of the curtain and slowly pulled it back, revealing Feng Ya clad in a pastel pink rabbit onesie, clutching a carrot pillow, and wearing an adorably ugly frog-eye mask, sprawled out and fast asleep. Occasionally, she would mumble in her sleep, "Please stop chasing me. I'm really so tired." The trainees in the classroom first wore expressions of disbelief before erupting into laughter. Oh my gosh, how can she look so funny even while sleeping? What is she dreaming about that makes her so animated? Share some with me. Only Lu Ruema genuinely felt embarrassed for her. She shot up as if stung by a bee and exclaimed, "Teacher Su, don't worry, I'll go wake her up right now." With that, she sprinted towards the door. She could hardly bear to remain seated any longer. However, just as she was about to exit the classroom, Su Yenji called out, "Wait a moment." Lu Ruema, having already committed to her sprint, managed to halt right at the door with impressive control. For someone like Feng Ya, who is carefree and unruly, facing social embarrassment would surely be more unbearable than any punishment. Now that Feng Ya was practically delivered to him, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. After obtaining the director's approval, Su Yenji led the 4 mentors and the curious trainees out of the classroom and towards dormitory 1. Feng Ya remained blissfully unaware, dreaming of a game where her fans chased her. Su Yenji and the mentors quietly approached her bed, signaling to Lu Ruema to remove Feng Ya soundproof earplugs. Then, Su Yenji took a deep breath and began to sing with gusto. "Wake up in the morning. Embrace the sun. Let your body be filled with brilliant sunshine." Startled awake, Feng Ya jolted up, only to find herself engulfed in darkness. Terrified, she exclaimed, "What the heck? Am I blind? No way." She flailed her arms around in panic, muttering, "This can't be happening." It was akin to a character in a drama searching frantically after losing her sight. Some trainees couldn't contain their laughter, and soon everyone was joining in. Su Yenji chuckled and reminded her, "Is it possible that you forgot to take off your eye mask?" Feng Ya, still not fully awake, took a moment to process this revelation before realizing, all right. She pushed the mask up to her forehead and saw Su Yenji, Yun Dongwan, Luo Yuxuan Han, and Chong Jingchen surrounding her, looking down at her with bemusement. Su Yenji remarked, "You're awake?" Luo Yuxuan added, "The cosmetic surgery was a success." Yun Dongwan quipped, "You've transformed into quite the ugly duckling." Han chimed in, "The surgery cost 28,000. Chong Jingchen concluded with a playful, "Pay up." Feng Ya was utterly confused. If memory served her correctly, she was supposed to be sleeping in the dorm for shining girl. But now, her surroundings and the expressions of everyone present were all amiss. After pondering for a moment, Feng Ya pulled the mask down again and resolutely closed her eyes. Surely, she must be waking up incorrectly. Or perhaps she was still dreaming and hadn't truly awakened yet. After a series of deep breaths, she finally mustered the courage to lift the mask and open her eyes once more. To her dismay, the onlooking trainees were laughing even harder. Oh no. She can't think she is still dreaming, can she? It seemed that indeed, she was lost in her own delusions. Come to your senses, Feng Ya. The sun is already high in the sky. Su Yenji laughed, pounding the bed. Stop struggling, Feng Ya. I can assure you you're not dreaming. You accidentally overslept. And we all came to wake you up. Yun Dongwan, unable to watch any longer, intervened, urging everyone to disperse now that she was awake. Han also advised Feng Ya to hurry and wash up before gathering in the dance studio. Feng Yasu nodded absently. And only once the mentors and trainees left the dorm and shut the door did her sleepy mind gradually come to life. As her consciousness slowly regained clarity, she realized with a sinking feeling that she had once again suffered a social death. With a loud groan, she flopped onto her bed, burying her head in the pillow like an ostrich. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Is it too late to withdraw from the competition? She couldn't bear the thought of facing class. If only she hadn't spent so much time on her phone the night before. 10 minutes later, after much mental preparation, Feng Yasu finally rose, only to discover that while the mentors and trainees had left, the camera crew remained, clad in black. One of the crew members squatted in the corner with a camera, resembling a ghost, practically invisible unless one looked closely. This meant that for the last 10 minutes, her embarrassing antics, tossing and turning in bed, murmuring and pounding the mattress, had all been captured on camera. Moreover, it was likely that it had already been broadcasted live online. With this thought, Feng Yasu felt utterly despondent. Chapter 26, The Early Human Awakening of the Lazy Feng Yasu, a precious recording. With her hair resembling a bird's nest, she trudged toward the camera, dragging her feet like a zombie, pleading, "Could you please stop filming? I'm begging you." The cameraman, instead of ceasing his filming, drew closer, simultaneously reminding her, "Perhaps you should wash your face first. Your eyes are nearly glued shut with sleep." Feng Yasu was not only subjected to the scrutiny of her sleeping visage, but also to the sight of her disheveled hair and the remnants of sleep in her eyes. Her bare face laid bare for all, including her idol. Covering her face, she nearly shrieked as she dashed into the restroom, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't bear this embarrassment. Do they think I'm a fool just because they're not angry?" As she turned on the faucet, vigorously scrubbing her face, she threatened the following cameraman with gritted teeth, "I warn you to stop filming immediately and erase all my mortifying videos." Perhaps sensing her intimidation was insufficient, she added with fierce determination, "Don't make me kneel and beg you." She resembled a frightened cat, prompting uproarious laughter from the viewers in the live stream. Is this the legendary case of using the fiercest tone to express the most cowardly words? Honestly, her scream while sporting that messy hairdo makes her look like a squawking chicken. For a moment, I thought someone's kettle was whistling. I never expected Feng Yasu, with her regal visage, to be so girl-like behind the scenes, and in pink bunny pajamas. How adorably tragic. Am I the only one who noticed that her bare face and made-up face look almost identical? Jealousy is distorting my features. The most infuriating part is that her face is entirely natural. Just look at how she scrubs her face. Anyone who has undergone surgery wouldn't dare to be so vigorous. It looks painful just watching. That's a human face, not pigskin. There's no need to scrub, as if you were in a communal bath. Fortunately, my wife has a thick skin. Anyone with a thinner one would have had their face scrubbed raw. In no time, Feng Yasu's various antics were edited into a humorous video and topped the trending searches. Feng Yasu must have come from a northeastern bathhouse. Feng Yasu has a truly thick skin. Feng Yasu threatens the cameraman. At the Rehua Entertainment office, Ding Guang, the head of the marketing department, was nearly in stitches reading the slew of negative entries. After reporting on his work the previous night, he had hastily summoned his team to dig up dirt on Feng Yasu. Yet, whether due to her family's protection or her own innocence, they had spent the entire night without unearthing a single usable piece of information. The results were dismal, causing his hairline to recede overnight. Just as he worried about how to proceed, Feng Yasu inadvertently delivered the dirt right into his hands. Not making good use of such an opportunity would be an affront to his diminishing hair. With a mind to incite drama, Ding Guang clicked on the trending search only to find not the anticipated verbal sparring or fierce confrontations, but a stream of comments such as, "Oh my gosh, my wife is stunning. True beauty cannot be concealed by messy hair and sleep remnants. What a delightful show. It looks so entertaining. I might just follow it. Is there something wrong with this trending topic?" It scared me into thinking my newly discovered wife was already in trouble. Entering with a blank expression, leaving with a beaming smile. As discussions among viewers ranged from the cat scrubbing its face to the cat screaming and the cat threatening, the absurdity captivated the audience, endearing her to the quirky online community. Even Ding Guang could not resist saving a clip to boast about to his friends. Meanwhile, he delved into Feng Yasu's compilation of comedic videos, watching while silently reassuring himself, "This is all for the sake of better preparing for my next task." Knowing the enemy and oneself is key to victory. It was not due to his insatiable curiosity, of course. After watching several silly videos, Ding Wang's lips curled into a slight smile, gradually transforming into a broad grin. By the time the last video concluded, he was grinning uncontrollably. He hastily closed Weibo, forcing himself to concentrate on work while lamenting how beauty can lead one astray. If he continued watching, he feared he would become an ardent fan of Feng Ya. This young lady was simply intoxicating. Meanwhile, although Feng Ya felt embarrassed and wished to avoid others, she swiftly washed her face and changed clothes. She emerged looking sharp and energetic. Her thick, dark wavy hair was tied up high, with a few strands falling delicately at her hairline. Her well-defined eyebrows required no embellishment, perfectly complementing her facial structure. Her slightly upturned eyes, now devoid of makeup, lost their fierce allure but gained an innocent charm. With a vacant yet despondent expression, she resembled a naive and adorable little fox, leaving the live stream viewers envious to the brink of madness. Is this truly a natural state achievable by any ordinary human? I refuse to believe it. Surely, this is a doll crafted by Wa herself. I'm merely a careless lump of clay. I must be a result of Wa's tremor, leaving me with too much clay, hence my plumpness. It's definitely not due to my gluttony. As the audience debated fervently, Feng Ya stepped out of her dorm and into the classroom. In contrast, Su Yenji was leading a group of instructors gathered at her bedside, urging her to rise. Observing the scene, Feng Ya felt her resolve crumble. She squatted down, resembling a reluctant 3-year-old refusing to attend kindergarten, playfully resisting the cameraman. If I make a mistake, you may penalize me by deducting 10,000 likes. But broadcasting my oversleeping to the entire internet and displaying it at the classroom entrance for all to see, 24/7, is unacceptable. I might become a potential star. After all, I cannot bear this shame. Feng Ya exclaimed, "What ambitions should I pursue?" The cameraman replied, "A female comedian." "What the heck, a female comedian?" she retorted. Though only a single word apart, the chasm between a comedian and a star was immeasurable. I refuse to accept this. Feng Ya fumed, feeling as if she had suffered a grave injustice. You could advise me to withdraw from the competition, deduct my votes, or reduce my screen time. But you cannot publicly execute me with my mortifying moments.
Dream on.
The director's voice echoed from the second floor. I can hear the clattering of your abacus from up here. You have 1 minute, if you don't come to class. I won't hesitate to send a few staff members to carry you. They even play the black man carrying a coffin music while doing so, ensuring you fully experience your public humiliation. The assistant director chimed in. Having worked in variety shows for ages, they had encountered all sorts of temperamental stars. Last night, they had merely underestimated this group of young ladies, and Feng Ya had caught them off guard. To prevent a recurrence, they held an emergency meeting that evening to devise a series of strategies tailored to manage lackadaisical contestants, vowing to bring Feng Ya to heel. Feng Ya envisioned herself being carried into the classroom by several staff members while they played a festive tune. She truly could not afford such embarrassment. Reluctantly, she stood up and made her way to the classroom, muttering, "I assure you I haven't offended anyone. Why treat me this way? I'm going to turn dark." Her resentment was more potent than that of a vengeful specter from centuries past. The director, with a gentle smile, reassured her, "Do not wear such a worried expression. Once we catch the next hardy individual, your video will be replaced." Feng Ya responded, "Should I thank you then?" The director replied, "No need for thanks. Now hurry off to class." His tone was akin to soothing a 3-year-old child. As Feng Ya glided into the classroom like a specter, Su Yenji was leading the trainees in physical exercises. Upon noticing her entrance, he promptly clapped his hands to signal everyone to cease their movements. Clearing his throat, he addressed the group. All members of Dormitory 1 stepped forward. Qin Miao, Yin Jieshue, Zhang Xingyue, Kulian, and Su Zitong exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Feng Yasu's heart sank, sensing that the situation was serious. Once they had lined up and stood in the center of the classroom, Su Yenji continued, "Feng Yasu." She stepped forward, responding, "Present." "Why were you late this morning?" Su Yenji asked knowingly. "I forgot to set my alarm last night, so I overslept this morning." Feng Yasu admitted candidly. Su Yenji shifted his focus. "And what about the others in Dormitory 1? Didn't you think to wake your roommate?" "I woke up quite early and saw they were still asleep, so I didn't disturb them." Su Zitong was the first to speak up. With her short hair and strong features, she did not appear to be the type to conform. Training alone in the classroom without waking her roommates was entirely normal for her, leaving her baffled as to why Su Yenji was angry about it. Su Yenji nodded and turned his gaze to the others. What about you four? You also woke up early? Qin Miao, usually chatty, fell silent, staring at the ground. Yin Jieshue and Jiang Xinyue exchanged glances, silently agreeing to avoid conflict. In unison, they pushed the hesitant Ke Lian forward. Ke Lian's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. I am sorry, Teacher Su. We thought she was already up, and we didn't dare pull back the curtains to check, so we left her behind. She was so nervous that her hands trembled at her sides. After understanding the situation, Su Yenji sighed, although it may seem harsh. I must inform you that each person in dormitory 1 will have 10,000 likes deducted from their total as a penalty after the first public performance. The room fell silent in shock. What? Did I hear that correctly? 10,000 likes will be deducted? That punishment is rather severe, isn't it? It was well known that the ranking of likes on various platforms directly affected the trainees' futures. Losing even 1,000 likes could result in a significant drop in ranking, let alone 10,000. Many viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. For those who are merely coasting along, 10,000 likes might not seem like much. But for those pursuing their dreams, this is essentially a guaranteed elimination. You might as well report Feng Yasu's ID number. I find this punishment harsh and unfair. It was Feng Yasu who was late. Why should the others in the dormitory share the consequences? They deliberately left Feng Yasu behind in the dormitory. I could hear Qin Miao's scheming from across the screen. This is a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Feng Yasu is quite impressive, isn't she? Why, isn't she speaking up during this? In the classroom, every member of dormitory 1 wore a grim expression. Feng Yasu was also taken aback. While she had intended to hasten her own elimination by slacking off, she never wished to negatively impact others. Having once risen from obscurity as a small-time actress, she understood how much these girls cherished their opportunity to shine. Chapter 28. I can tell you have objections. Without hesitation, she raised her hand. Teacher Su, I believe this is quite unfair. I forgot to set my alarm, and they are not obligated to wake me. I should bear all consequences stemming from my tardiness. I voluntarily request a deduction of 100,000 likes in exchange for their 10,000. Qin Miao chimed in, exactly. Her inability to wake up has nothing to do with us. Why should our likes be deducted? Su Zidong couldn't help but voice her grievance. I didn't even know what happened. Why should I be dragged into this? Their silence had been preferable. Su Yenji was even more incensed by their rebuttal. His expression darkened, and his tone turned frigid, colder than a fish butchered for 10 years. I am very disappointed in you. Su Yenji was almost laughing in disbelief. Excellent. Now, let me clarify where you went wrong. He turned to the other trainees, his expression more serious than ever. I want to ask everyone a question. Why did you come to participate in this variety show? To form a group. I want to debut. Forming a group is my dream. I want to stand on a larger stage to sing and dance. Su Yenji countered. What does it mean to form a group? In an instant, the trainees fell silent, collectively contemplating the question. Su Yenji raised his voice. The full term for a girl group is a female group ensemble. The reason you wish to form a group rather than debut alone is that some of you excel at singing, some at dancing, some have strong skills, and others excel in composition. Each of you has your shortcomings, hence you choose to band together, complementing each other, allowing each person to shine in their area of expertise, making the group invincible. This is my personal understanding of a girl group. I wonder if you all concur? The trainees nodded vigorously, as if pecking like chicks. Yet, Su Yenji scoffed, you claim to agree, but have you truly accomplished this? The trainees fell silent once more. Su Yenji continued, I believe not. What I observe is that each of you treats those around you as competitors rather than teammates. You exclude, guard against, and distrust one another, fearful that others might secretly strive for success and push you aside. Instead of attempting to integrate into the collective, collaborate, and assist one another, you should harness the power of the group to improve yourselves. If each person insists on fighting alone, then this group. Su Yenji paused, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Forgive my frankness, but I see no necessity for its existence. Even if it were formed, it would not last long and would inevitably dissolve. Having reached this point in his speech, regardless of their internal agreement or disagreement, the trainees outwardly displayed extreme embarrassment. They stood up, bowing in apology. Teacher, we're sorry. We were wrong. There won't be a next time. Any sisters who want to learn the arrow can come to me. I'll teach Feng Yasu for free. The atmosphere was so heavy that Feng Yasu couldn't help but try to lighten it. The response was a collective humph. Practice it well before you teach. I don't want to be chased down by my roommates for playing it poorly. Just let me know before you start your lessons. I'll stuff my ears. Even Su Yenji's tone of criticism softened somewhat. Perhaps in your eyes, waking a sleeping roommate is a trivial matter, a courtesy rather than a duty. But I must inform you that this logic applies only to daily life, where you and your roommate are separate individuals without shared interests. In a girl group, if any member performs poorly, it can drag down the entire team. Therefore, I hope that from this moment onward, each of you can set aside your defenses and strive to embrace those around you. Those who excel in singing should generously share their vocal techniques, and those proficient in dancing should not hesitate to impart their skills. Let us learn from one another and progress together. I do not wish to witness incidents like today again. Do you understand? Trainees, we understand. Su Zidong and Qin Miao Miao, an additional 5,000 likes will be deducted. Any objections? Although Su Zidong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, she acknowledged Su Yenji's viewpoint, considering it a lesson learned. Thus, with a sincere attitude, she nodded and replied, no objections. Qin Miao Miao, however, was seething with anger, her face turning an alarming shade of green. Having already suffered a deduction of 10,000 likes, how could they possibly add another 5,000? Was it fair that she was penalized more than the tardy Feng Ya? What was the reasoning behind this? Just as she was about to voice her protest, Su Yenji interrupted. You have no objections either, right? I can tell from your expression. Since everyone seems to be in agreement, let us return to the team quickly. Our class is about to commence. He clapped his hands with a cheerful demeanor, his eyes gleaming with the cunning of a successful schemer. This left Qin Miao Miao feeling as though a heavy stone had settled in her chest, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were as jubilant as if celebrating a festival. Qin Miao Miao, beaming with joy. Qin Miao Miao, so furious. But I must maintain a smile. Ha ha, Su Yenji, well done. I've been irritated by Qin Miao Miao for some time. If there were a voting channel for Su Yenji, I would have pressed my screen to pieces. This is truly a delightful experience. Of course, there were also those who offered cold mockery. Royal treatment is indeed favorable. Even when marginalized, someone still stands up for you. How can not waking the roommate be considered exclusion? It's merely a disinterest in meddling with others' affairs. How much did Su Yenji receive from Feng Ya to be so partial towards her? Su Yenji's family is presumably wealthy, isn't it? A transaction, isn't out of the question. Once the occupants of dormitory 1 settled in, Su Yenji picked up the task card and, with a serious expression, announced, I will now present your next assignment, which is to shoot the theme song Shining Girl. Let us warmly welcome our dance instructor, Ihan, to demonstrate the choreography for the theme song. Ihan, possessing the aura of an accomplished artist despite her youth, astonishingly opted not to wear her usual distinctive ethnic attire, but instead donned a white blouse paired with a pleated short skirt. Her feet were adorned with candy-colored sneakers, and her long hair was elegantly styled into a playful bun atop her head. Chapter 29, The Devilish Homeroom Teacher's Perspective. Complemented by a sweet and youthful makeup look, she appeared a full decade younger than usual. The trainees gasped in awe.
Wow.
This is the first time I've seen this style of Teacher Ihan. Me too. Me too. Teacher Ihan is so beautiful, transforming from an intellectual and elegant young woman into an innocent and naive girl. Every movement exuded innocence and exuberance. The precision of her strength and timing, paired with perfectly playful expressions, captivated the viewers in the live stream. Ah, Teacher Ihan, you have slain me. How infuriating. Why can't I vote for the instructor on this broken phone? I fervently request that Teacher Ihan debuts on the spot. A true master can effortlessly handle a girl group dance that is entirely different from her usual style. After the demonstration of the theme song choreography, Su Yenji began explaining the rules. You must note that you only have 3 days to practice the theme song. After 3 days, you will face a small examination, which will consist of showcasing the theme song as singing and dancing. The instructor team will reevaluate your individual levels based on your performance and conduct a reclassification. Furthermore, the trainee who performs best in this small examination will secure a position on the performance stage for the theme song, which will be released across the internet alongside your individual dance and vocal recordings. Therefore, I hope you will all put in your utmost effort without any thoughts of cutting corners. Every lyric and every movement will be heard and seen by the audience. Whether you can move them enough to earn their votes depends on each individual's talent. Have I made myself clear? The trainees nodded in unison. They filed out with serious expressions etched on their faces. The theme song, aiming for a vibrant youthful feel, featured a notably high pitch. The choreography appeared simple at first glance, yet was far from easy. 3 days' time to learn both singing and dancing, and to perfectly combine the two, was an arduous task. One cannot be out of breath while singing, nor can one sing off-key while dancing. For those trainees who excel in both singing and dancing, this may not pose a challenge, but for the majority who specialize in one, it was undeniably an overwhelming task. Thus, the trainees were particularly disheartened. Feng Ya, as she walked, overheard a stream of complaints. Just 3 days. How could that possibly be enough? I typically take at least a week to learn a dance. And even then, I might not remember all the movements. I can only guarantee my singing. I truly cannot dance. The more Feng Ya listened, the more grateful she felt to be merely a participant here to relax. Although their words were filled with grievances, the girls were undeniably proactive. Arriving a few minutes late to the classroom, Feng Ya soon noticed that many were already practicing in front of the demonstration video. She scanned the room and realized that everyone was diligently training, with no one noticing her. Unconsciously, she felt inclined to slack off. She headed straight to a corner by the window, sat cross-legged on the floor, leaned her back against the wall, and pulled the curtain around herself, creating a secluded space free from interruptions. With a sense of excitement, she pulled out her phone, preparing to indulge in a few rounds of thrilling and stimulating online games, when she heard 2 sharp knocks on the window above her. Following the sound, she looked up to find a familiar handsome face, often seen in her dreams, pressed against the glass, staring at her with a blank expression. The visual impact was akin to that of a devilish homeroom teacher peering in on students' performances, or a principal with a menacing demeanor. Startled, Feng Ya felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively hid her phone in her pocket. Although she had brought multiple phones, at the rate she was going through them, it was only a matter of time before they would all be confiscated. Thus, it was best to conserve them. However, Zhong Jingchen had not anticipated that, while merely passing by the window and whimsically experiencing the perspective of a homeroom teacher, he would gain unexpected insight. He watched with great interest as the girl, like a startled deer, flustered and confused, tried to shove her phone into her pocket. The sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her unadorned skin to a radiant whiteness. Her lively eyes, kissed by a hint of sunlight, sparkled with clarity, resembling 2 naturally formed amber gems, exuding an air of elegance. The more anxious she became, the more things unraveled. Feng Ya fumbled repeatedly, unable to fit her phone into her pocket, her face reddening in embarrassment. After observing her predicament for a while, Zhong Jingchen leisurely broke the silence. There's no need to hide. I saw everything. His slightly elevated tone signaled his good mood. Feng Ya, however, was mortified, the phone in her hand feeling like a hot potato, making it impossible for her to decide whether to discard it or hold on to it. Ultimately, she pressed it down beneath her bottom while attempting to explain, I wasn't planning to play games. I was just watching teacher Heiress' instructional video. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them deeply, wishing she could bite off her own tongue. The inner groundhog in her was silently screaming, what on earth is Feng Ya trying to express? He hasn't even started to inquire, yet she has already revealed herself. Has her usual cleverness been sealed away by his beauty? Why does she become so clumsy in his presence? The more she pondered, the more she felt like a fool, her face burning, her eyes cast downward, too embarrassed to look up at him. Meanwhile, Zhong Jingchen's attention was fixated on her trembling eyelashes, thick and curled, as dark as raven feathers. Each flutter stirred the tiny dust particles in the air, igniting a longing in his heart. He had witnessed a similar scene in another's eyes before.
Alas.
After a prolonged silence, Zhong Jingchen slowly uttered 4 words, as if awakening from a dream. This will not happen again. His tone was flat, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet Feng Ya felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, her smile blossoming. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely. Before she could conjure an appropriate expression of gratitude for Zhong Jingchen's immense kindness, the relentless photographer interrupted. Teacher Zhong, ISNT this against the rules? After all, their orders were clear. If you see a phone, eliminate it without hesitation. Zhong Jingchen's leniency towards Feng Ya would complicate matters for him with the director. Chapter 30. I stand before you, yet you remain unaware of my love. Upon hearing that it was inappropriate, Feng Ya radiant smile froze on her face. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to surrender her phone to avoid the director dispatching a group of burly men to lift her off the ground and seize her phone. She caught Zhong Jingchen casting a cool glance at the photographer. What rules? The photographer, chilled to the bone by his piercing gaze, stammered. The director mentioned during the meeting.
Whose directive is that?
Zhong Jingchen interrupted. The director of Zhonghua Entertainment, the photographer replied. Who holds sway in Zhonghua Entertainment? Zhong Jingchen pressed further. This was a perilous question. Although the company was demanding, with long hours and a difficult boss, the pay was substantial. Since I am in a good mood today, I do not wish to confiscate anyone's phone. Is there an issue with that? The photographer was nearly bewildered by his illogical reasoning. It seems, indeed, there are no issues. Then proceed accordingly, Zhong Jingchen declared, turning away from the window. As he walked toward the classroom, he instructed the photographer. If the director inquires,
just tell him it was my decision.
Any issues, he can come to me. The photographer conceded. All right then. You're wealthy. Your word is law. After all, who is he but a humble worker, weeping beneath a bridge? Ha ha, Zhong Guo's expression of murderous intent while claiming he was in a good mood is too amusing. If he looks this terrifying when happy, how menacing must he be when displeased? Stop with the nonsense. Our Zhong Guo may appear fierce, but he possesses a tender heart, not. I felt the chemistry. The moment Feng Ya looked up and locked eyes with Zhong Jingchen was truly fateful.
Oh.
Especially since both are stunningly beautiful. One might mistake them for stars in an epic romance film. I've prepared couple avatars. Come to my profile for free download. No thanks necessary. Netizens clicking on this enthusiastic poster's profile encountered a recent update featuring Feng Ya and Zhong Jingchen, one seated by the window, while the other stood outside. One gazing upwards, the other looking down. The slightly blinding sunlight bathed them in a hazy golden glow, lending an ethereal quality that blurred the lines between reality and imagination. Brimming with narrative depth. The caption read, "The greatest distance in the world is not that between life and death, but that I stand before you, yet you remain oblivious to my love." Instantly, it struck a chord with countless onlookers. The comments section erupted with excitement. Ah, what an aesthetic. Both heart-wrenching and delightful. This poem and the series of photos are perfectly matched. Sister, you truly understand the vibe. I desperately want to see them collaborate on a film like this. I don't even need a movie. I just love watching handsome men and beautiful women fall in love. On the other side, until Zhong Jingchen entered the classroom, expressionless as he greeted the trainees. Feng Ya's heart was still pounding. Her cheeks flushed bright red, resembling a monkey's behind. Had she just been defended by her idol? Although he likely was preserving his own dignity, for her, a devoted fan, the opportunity to admire her idol's breathtaking visage up close, converse with him, and experience a dramatic scenario of a domineering idol falling for her was an immense blessing. It felt surreal, as if a dream had materialized into reality. For someone like her, who had never tasted the sweetness of love, how could she resist such temptation? She found herself somewhat dazed, even oblivious to Zhong Jingchen's entrance into the classroom. In a fluster, she raised her voice, exclaiming, "Hello, teacher," causing the trainees to erupt into laughter once more. Ha ha ha. Why is Feng Ya always a beat behind? Help. Would she be the same when dancing? Ha ha ha. Don't say that. My mind is already conjuring images. Even Zhong Jingchen couldn't help but smile slightly, directly addressing her. Though your reaction may be a touch slow, your voice possesses a rich quality. And your breath is ample, truly a gift for singing. Feng Ya thought to herself. Well, of course. All those years of vocal training were not for naught. Externally, she feigned surprise. Really? I thought I was destined to sing Maka Paka for life. Not that exaggerated, was it? Zhong Jingchen, noticing her downcast eyes and seemingly dejected demeanor, instinctively adjusted his wording, attempting to comfort her. But you can also sing Igloo Bigloo, Woomly Woomly, and Tumliber, right? Rotating through those 4 songs should suffice for decades of company annual meetings, kindergarten talent shows, and relatives requesting performances during the festive season. He then found himself bewildered as he followed a video link and ended up watching several episodes of In the Night Garden. Not only did he become acquainted with Maka Paka, Igloo Bigloo, Woomly Woomly, and Tumliber, but he also memorized all their character songs. Even when he closed his eyes, he dreamt of a beige doll with 3 lumps on its head, clapping its hands and singing, Maka Paka, Aka Waka, Mikamikam. It kept him awake all night. Meanwhile, Feng Ya replied, "Thank you. I feel somewhat ridiculed. Who would sing such nonsense in that context?" Am I afraid of embarrassing myself even more? The trainees were once again amused by his dry humor, and the atmosphere in the classroom lightened considerably. Chapter 31. If you wish to cry, let it out. Seizing the opportunity of this pleasant ambience, Zhong Jingchen engaged the trainees in a heartfelt discussion. Upon entering the classroom, I sensed that everyone's spirits were rather low.
Could you share why?
As soon as this topic arose, the trainees' earlier uplifted mood plummeted, and they began to voice their grievances. 3 days is truly too short. I barely have time to learn the songs, let alone dance. I have no dance background. Learning this choreography in 3 days is akin to asking me to be a shark. I believed my skills were decent, but after being placed in a class here and being tasked with mastering a song that is completely contrary to my style in just 3 days, my confidence has vanished. I don't want to be eliminated. I still have so many songs to sing. After grasping the reasons behind their despondence, Zhong Jingchen refrained from rushing to comfort them. Instead, she posed a rhetorical question to them. Do you truly believe that being in Class B is the worst rating? The trainees, almost without hesitation, replied.
How could it not be?
Though we are reluctant to admit it, Class B is indeed the least favorable. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging their precarious position on the brink of elimination. So, what are you afraid of? Zhong Jingchen gazed at them, his tone imbued with confusion. Regardless of your performance in the small assessments, there is no room for regression. The worst outcome is merely stagnation. Conversely, the trainees in Class B, appearing to be in the most favorable group, are under the most significant pressure as they lack the capacity for improvement. A moment's lapse in focus could see them overtaken by those behind them. The trainees in other classes face a similar dilemma. Stagnation equates to regression. Only you are completely unburdened by such worries. Therefore, I urge you to cast aside unnecessary concerns and immerse yourselves wholeheartedly, striving to perform to the best of your abilities. Although effort may not guarantee success, a lack of effort will certainly yield failure. Moreover, not every trainee in Class B excels, and you are not necessarily inferior in every regard. If each one of you could excel in your respective strengths, it is entirely possible to surpass them. The ones who should truly feel fear are the trainees of Class B, the prey, not you, the hunters. Zhong Jingchen's tone was calm, his gaze resolute, and his words ignited a fervor within the trainees of Class B. Teacher Zhong is right. Since we are already at the bottom, how much worse can it get? Even if we are eliminated, I will strive to leave the best impression. After just 3 hours in Class B, Teacher Zhong had alleviated my mental exhaustion. With such encouragement, shouldn't he consider publishing a book? I would definitely buy it. Even Feng Ya, who typically takes a laid-back approach, felt profoundly moved. I never expected that Zhong Jingchen, who usually appears fierce, would be so approachable in person. He even comforts the trainees who are feeling down instead of wearing a cold expression and dismissing them with a "if you want to practice, do so. If not, leave." The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What on earth has possessed Teacher Zhong? He seems entirely different from my expectations. I must admit, I've always thought of him as a warm-hearted gentleman beneath that cold exterior. You were all deceived by his appearance. Teacher Zhong may look aloof, but he is consistently doing heartwarming things. Did anyone else notice that during his initial stage performance, he had a bewildered expression as if asking what on earth was happening? And now he can accurately name the characters from the Backyardigans? Me too. I suspect Teacher Zhong has been secretly watching the Backyardigans, and I have evidence.
Wow.
Watching the Backyardigans is just too adorable. I adore him even more. After stirring the trainees' emotions, Zhong Jingchen proceeded to assess each individual's vocal level. He offered adjustments and taught them some vocal techniques. The first to sing was Kul Yen. Naturally skilled, her voice and appearance harmonized perfectly with the song, making it effortless for her. After a few lines, Zhong Jingchen nodded. Your pitch is excellent, and your tone suits the piece well. However, your state lacks relaxation and confidence. I suggest you sing and dance to "I'm Really Quite Good" every morning to build your self-assurance. Kul Yen, trembling with nervousness, exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. As the accompaniment resumed, it was Qin Miao Miao's turn to sing. Her voice was shaky when she spoke, and even while singing, it seemed as if she might run out of breath at any moment. The song's melody was particularly high, requiring ample breath to control the vibration frequency of the vocal cords. Consequently, after only a couple of lines, she fell off beat due to insufficient breath. When the accompaniment resumed, her pitch had already escaped her grasp due to her anxiety, and her tone had dropped significantly. Compared to the stable performance of Kul Yen, it was akin to a catastrophic accident. Chong Jingchen's expression darkened. Can you sing with your normal speaking voice? I'm sorry, teacher, Qin Miao Miao mumbled. Her fingers twisting a strand of hair, her voice tinged with distress. Even if I don't sing well, this is my natural voice. The sticky, muddled sound sent shivers down Chong Jingchen's spine. He suppressed his discomfort and provided technical guidance. Loosen your throat. Don't speak in a constricted manner.
Yet.
Qin Miao Miao appeared oblivious, blinking innocently at him. I'm not constricting my voice, teacher. This is just how I sound. Chong Jingchen. For those who disregard courtesy. I have never been one to be polite. He restrained his urge to reprimand her, offering guidance instead. In your spare time, watch videos that teach babies how to speak. Perhaps even enroll in kindergarten phonics classes. What surprised him further was that Qin Miao Miao not only failed to comprehend his advice, but also tilted her head innocently. Feigning naivety as she asked, Why, teacher? Are you saying I'm as adorable as a baby? Chong Jingchen's eyes lost their luster as he replied, devoid of emotion, to help you learn to speak properly. Otherwise, I cannot teach you. For a moment, Qin Miao Miao was taken aback, and then, like a faucet turned on, tears filled her eyes. Before she could unleash her emotions, Chong Jingchen stood up and kindly opened the classroom door. If you need to cry, step outside. Don't disrupt my class. Chapter 32. I'll be right there with you. It seemed she had not anticipated his callousness, leaving Qin Miao Miao in a state of shock. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she glanced at the trainees, who were too intimidated to speak, and the staff, who showed no intention of intervening, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After all, whether at school or home, anything she desired could be obtained with a few tears. But now, her once reliable weapon had failed her. Moreover, with the staff, mentors, and trainees embroiled in conflict, not a single person stepped forward to mediate. While some even sat nearby enjoying watermelon. Could they not be a bit more professional? After glancing around, Qin Miao Miao was utterly perplexed by their unusual reactions. She only knew that the child who cried would receive candy, but she didn't know what to do next if she didn't get the desired treat. Should she run out, risking embarrassment if no one followed to comfort her? Or stay in the classroom, unable to swallow her pride? After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, Qin Miao Miao decisively chose to take a gamble, wiping her tears and dramatically fleeing the classroom. She gambled that someone would chase after her to console her. Inside the classroom, Feng Ya watched Qin Miao Miao's theatrical exit with envy, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. She too longed to be scolded by her idol and then cry her way out of class, justifying her escape for the entire day. However, recalling her previous collapse of composure in front of her idol, Feng Ya deemed it wiser to avoid such a risk. In her idol's eyes, she already lacked an image. If she further embarrassed herself, she could easily find herself on his list of dislikes, resulting in a net loss. Besides, even if she weren't scolded into tears, she still had a way to follow Qin Miao Miao out. Typically, if someone cried and ran out, there would inevitably be someone to chase after and comfort them. Before Chong Jingchen could respond, she dashed out with the speed of an 800-meter sprinter, fearing he might not consent. Little did Chong Jingchen realize that he was fully aware of her intentions. Without waiting for her to dash out of the classroom, he slammed the door shut, composedly brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. The refined escape from class. Teacher, scold me. I promise to cry even harder than she does. Her large, glistening eyes could not help but peek out the window, her curious demeanor resembling that of a child on the first day of kindergarten, eliciting hearty laughter from the viewers in the comment section. Look at how envious the child is. It's just like when I didn't want to attend class but had no valid excuse, watching my classmates leave. Stuck in the classroom, heart wandering outside. She's not trying to charm anyone. She simply wants to skip class, and I can't be bothered to expose her. Iron gates, iron windows, iron chains. Resting my hands against the iron window, I gaze outside. Why is everyone fixated on her? Is no one going to speak up for Qin Miao Miao? She's crying. Chong Jingchen is truly excessive. How could he scold her to tears? If it were me, I would have hit him long ago. Every time I hear that voice, I just want to punch her. Qin Miao Miao's fans, stop claiming she has a natural cute voice. Chong Jingchen's professional assessment confirms she's just speaking with a constricted throat. In the classroom, it was soon Feng Ya's turn to sing. As she opened her mouth, she completely fell behind the accompaniment. She could only sing and recite the lyrics as if they were burning her lips, and the tempo quickened with each line. The accompaniment raced ahead, while her voice lagged behind. She transformed this sweet and adorable theme song into a comically chaotic rendition, complete with an unintended comedic effect. Though her voice was not as grating as Qin Miao Miao's, from Zhong Jingchen's expression of disgust, it was clear they were both equally mismatched. Feng Ya was quite pleased with her performance and resolved to graciously accept whatever advice Zhong Jingchen might offer, intending to apologize profusely. She wanted to pass this off quickly and sneak away to the cafeteria for a meal. The mere thought of food made her salivate uncontrollably as she speculated about the day's menu, only to find Zhong Jingchen staring at her, as if she were a fool. His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Is your mouth rented? Are you in a hurry? Take a second to clear your throat before singing again." Before she could respond, he expressionlessly pressed the play button. The lively rhythm resumed, and Feng Ya, deprived of an opportunity to explain, was forced to join in, sorrowfully singing, "Thank you for granting me strength. The more you adore me, the more I shine." The accompaniment matched her voice, but not a single lyric was in tune. Combined with her plummeting spirits and her pained expression, one might think she was lamenting to the audience. Zhong Jingchen felt a throbbing in his temples, nearly losing his temper. "This is a cheerful song, do you understand?" He gritted his teeth, wishing he could unscrew her head and pour in every ounce of musical knowledge. "When you sing, don't sound so dejected. You need to embody the exuberance of youth, be lively and charming. Your goal is to win the audience's favor, to have them vote for you and support your debut, not to threaten them. Who dares to vote for me? I'll have you dealt with tonight." With her thoughts exposed, Feng Ya replied, "Stop scolding me. If you keep it up, I'll take you down with me tonight." Chapter 33. He is a competent idol. Just as Zhong Jingchen was about to reprimand her again, Feng Ya had a sudden inspiration and decided to throw the dilemma back at him. "But this song isn't even mine, teacher." She looked distressed. "I've always been carefree, unable to even act cute with others, let alone sing such sugary songs." Considering that many trainees in attendance were pursuing a sweet style, Feng Ya, after her complaint, fervently clarified, "Of course, I don't think this style is bad. It just doesn't suit me. When I listen to other girls sing, I find it adorable, but when it's my turn, I feel it's too cutesy and contrived. Even I feel nauseated listening to myself." Upon hearing this, many trainees who felt out of place agreed. "Yes, I feel the same. I've been wanting to say, why must everyone showcase the same style? Can't we express ourselves in our own way? I can manage the singing, but there are so many cute dance moves that I just cannot master." Faced with the clamoring trainees, Zhong Jingchen did not silence their discussion. Instead, he waited for them to voice their concerns before slowly responding, "Your thoughts reflect your youth. Once you enter society, you will discover that the world is not as beautiful as you imagine. The freedom to pursue your desires is a privilege reserved for the wealthy and powerful. Most people lack the right to choose. You can only be chosen. Regardless of whether a style suits you, if the market demands it, you must adapt. Or else you will be forced to change careers or starve. The true stronghold will establish a foothold in the industry first, and only after gaining influence will they pursue their genuine aspirations." At this juncture, Zhong Jingchen smirked slightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "As someone who has never faced financial struggles, my words may seem unconvincing. But consider why teacher Yi Han can effortlessly handle girl group dances. Before you arrive at an answer, let me reveal, because when she first ventured out, she too faced the difficult choice between ideals and financial stability. Compared to movies, television dramas, and stage plays, dance dramas have always been a niche form of entertainment. If audiences don't buy tickets, theaters cannot profit, and actors' wages are naturally unguaranteed. When she first joined the troupe, teacher Yi Han's base salary was less than 2,000 a month, a sum that might not even cover a pair of socks for some of you from well-off families. Yet, she did not change paths. Instead, she juggled various dance gigs to support herself while honing her craft until she broke through the industry with her outstanding performances, thereby opening numerous opportunities in the entertainment world. If you refuse to adapt and merely slack off, you will face elimination. And regardless of how suitable a song may be for you in the future, it will no longer concern you. I'll leave it at that. How you choose is entirely up to you. As a mentor, all I can do is analyze the pros and cons and let you decide for yourselves. Those willing to learn, I will teach wholeheartedly. Those unwilling, I shall not force. You are all adults now. It is time to take responsibility for your choices." Comment section. "Oh, Zhong Ge's words truly resonate with me. Before graduating, 2,000 a month, not even a dog would take it. After graduating, is your company hiring for gatekeepers? Just provide meals and accommodation." Zhong Ge may seem fierce, but He is a genuinely responsible teacher. If someone had told me this before graduation, I wouldn't he have been so unrealistic and still struggling to find a suitable job. Anyone who has listened to his songs knows that although Zhongge is well off, he sincerely experiences the lives of ordinary people. Those pieces advocating for the underprivileged bring me to tears every time. What's most admirable is that he doesn't have to do this. I love Zhong Jingchen. It began with his looks, captivated by his talent, loyal to his character, for a lifetime. In the classroom, Feng Yaxing's mental state mirrored that of the fans in the live stream. Although she effortlessly resolved his deliberate provocations, the groundhog in her heart could not help but scream in frenzy. Ah, this despicable man is incredibly charming. He appears aloof and indifferent, yet is, in truth, gentle and meticulous. He seems taciturn, yet is eloquent and articulate. His true character starkly contrasts with the image his fans have conjured, yet when one considers his works, a sense of harmony prevails. He is a commendable idol. If her admiration prior was somewhat influenced by his looks, casting doubts on his genuine character, now she finds herself utterly captivated by him. A figure possessing both beauty and talent, coupled with an impeccable character, is indeed a rare gem in the entertainment industry. As long as he maintains his integrity, she could support him for a lifetime. However, despite her affection, she remains mischievous. Teacher, I understand your point and am willing to explore this style. Yet, my voice is not naturally sweet. How can I produce that cutesy tone? Zhong Jingchen shook his head, solemnly correcting her. Sweetness is not inherently tied to your vocal timbre. You can achieve a charming effect by employing playful diction, adding a touch of nasality, and mimicking the speech of children. Moreover, your emotional state while singing must be joyful. Lethargy is not an option. Still somewhat puzzled, Feng Yasong blinked her large, expressive eyes and mischievously replied, "Could you demonstrate, teacher? I believe it would be more illustrative." This brilliant suggestion prompted other trainees to join in the playful banter. Yes. Teacher Zhong, please give us a demonstration. I've never studied vocal techniques. I can't grasp your instructions. Is imitating a feminine voice truly challenging? Zhong Jingchen could simply teach us phrase by phrase. It seems we would learn faster this way. After all, who wouldn't want to witness the usually flamboyant Zhong Jingchen in a more endearing light? The comments were filled with enthusiasm. Wow. When it comes to fun, Feng Yasong reigns supreme. I can hardly imagine what my idol would look like while being adorable. Ah, I want to see. Thanks to Feng Yasong for this delightful opportunity. She's incredibly bold, even daring to tease Zhong Jingchen. Zhong Jingchen was taken aback by the audacity displayed in his classroom. He chuckled, issuing a blatant warning. Are you willing to part with your phone? Upon this reminder, Feng Yasong suddenly remembered that he held her secret. The other trainees continued to cheer. Just take it. Trading a phone for Teacher Zhong's adorable antics is a bargain. Exactly. A phone has value, but Teacher Zhong's embarrassing video is priceless. Don't be scared, Feng Yasong. It's just a phone. I'll gift you 10 after we leave. Persuaded by their enthusiasm, Feng Yasong deemed the trade worthwhile. With a firm resolve, she produced her phone and placed it before Zhong Jingchen, calling out in a manner reminiscent of military training. Teacher Zhong. She then rolled up her lyrics book into a makeshift microphone, extending it toward her fellow trainees, who eagerly joined in. Sing one. Feng Yasong, you sing. Trainees, just sing. Feng Yasong, I'm shy. Trainees, not like that. Feng Yasong, what do you mean? Trainees, like a big girl. Zhong Jingchen, overwhelmed by the cacophony, thought to himself, human joys and sorrows are not mutually comprehensible. I only perceive their noise. Covering his ears, he ignored their taunts. Are you all planning a revolt? While Feng Yasong insisted she could not act coy, her large, innocent eyes were far more compelling than any display of affection. How could that be, Teacher Zhong? She smiled, her eyes sparkling with cunning. We merely struggle to comprehend the professional knowledge you impart and wish to hear your demonstration. Zhong Jingchen's reluctance seemed to stem from his own inability to act adorably. Yet, if he were incapable of such, how could he assure her that his advice was effective? Provoked by her teasing, Zhong Jingchen scoffed, his tone dripping with undeniable arrogance. Imitating a feminine voice is not difficult, is it? Unaware of a professional singer's vocal control, she challenged him, if it's so easy, demonstrate it. As a multifaceted performer, Feng Yasong understood that this was child's play for seasoned vocalists. However, that did not deter her from fanning the flames. If you don't sing a few lines, how can I ascertain that you aren't merely bluffing? The essence of learning was secondary. Her primary desire was simply to witness her idol's playful side. Encouraged by her, many trainees, unversed in vocal techniques, began to regard him with skepticism. Zhong Jingchen ground his teeth, realizing he had been too lenient with them, especially Feng Ya. If he did not teach her a harsh lesson, she might ride roughshod over him. After a moment of contemplation, he begrudgingly nodded. I can demonstrate. The trainees erupted in cheers. Yay! Then, with a shift in focus, he directed his attention to Feng Ya. However, if my demonstration proves my method effective, you, the instigator of this mischief, must face appropriate consequences. Feng Ya's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly sensed the situation escalating. Would her playful teasing of her idol come back to haunt her? Though she felt a pang of anxiety, she maintained an air of calm. Tilting her head, she boldly locked eyes with Zhong Jingchen, a smirk gracing her lips. Oh dear, Teacher Zhong, how dare you speak so recklessly? I merely expressed a smidge of skepticism regarding your teachings in the spirit of inquiry. How can that be deemed as troublemaking? Such inappropriate wording is disheartening and could dampen my enthusiasm for learning. Zhong Jingchen thought to himself, what enthusiasm for learning? This truly amuses me. Outwardly, he chuckled coldly, turning her own words against her. What? Are you frightened? He took a couple of steps closer, slightly bending down, his increased height naturally imposing a sense of pressure during their standoff. I'll return your phone. I'll pretend this incident never occurred. To maintain eye contact with his disdainful gaze, Feng Ya found herself compelled to tilt her head back, subtly raising herself on her toes. Yet, she still felt at a disadvantage. With her confidence wavering, she stammered, Who can't handle it? What do you want me to pay? As long as it did not involve any unsavory transactions, she would comply. Moreover, even if it were a transaction, it was clear that Zhong Jingchen held the lesser hand. With this realization, she felt emboldened. Seeing her bite, Zhong Jingchen smirked, proposing a long-considered penalty. Regardless of the guidance I provide you moving forward, you must comply.
Can you manage that?
Feng Ya thought this was trivial and nodded without hesitation. Deal. Zhong Jingchen, known for his integrity, would not waver once he made a promise. To provide a clearer understanding of vocal nuances, he forewent accompaniment and commenced. I will use the lyric thank you for granting me strength. The more you like me, the more I shine as my illustration. First, I will discover the vocal tone that closely resembles a female voice. Then I will engage my vocal cords and imitate the delicate state of the vocal cords when a girl sings. Chapter 35. What is your WeChat ID? After elucidating the vocal techniques, Zhong Jingchen, with an impassive expression, began to sing. Thank you for bestowing upon me strength. The more you adore me, the more I shine. His originally distinctive and magnetic male voice instantly transformed into a neutral tone, leaving listeners unable to discern whether it was male or female. Building upon this vocal foundation, we utilized the resonance of the oral cavity to make the sound brighter and more transparent, while also infusing a hint of domineering flair. Ultimately, we reverted to that relatively neutral tone, added a touch of nasal sound, and mimicked the speech habits of young children, enriching the emotional expression. The moment the soft, sweet, childlike voice escaped his lips, the entire assembly of trainees was left agape in astonishment. The barrage of comments in the live stream had already become overwhelmingly dense. From the expressions of the trainees, it seemed that the voice indeed emanated from Zhong Ge. I only knew that voice actors were extraordinary. I didn't realize musicians were as well. I've learned my lesson. I'll go deceive some men into online dating. This story tells us that when men get flirty, women are left out of the equation. Oh, how true. My voice, as a petite girl of 1.50 m, is still not as soft as Zhong Ge's, who stands nearly 1.90 m. Woe is me. In the classroom. Zhong Lauscher is so impressive. The rain has passed, the sky has cleared, and I feel capable once more. I must master this song today. I refuse to accept that, as a woman, I cannot sing sweet songs as adorably as Zhong Lauscher. Only Feng Ya, who was closest to him, keenly noticed that some appeared unfazed on the surface, yet their ears were already flushed crimson, like the clouds at dusk. There was a subtle tendency for the blush to spread to their cheeks. Seeing this, she couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, so adorable. Next time, I need to devise a way to trick him into dancing girl group choreography. She relished the sight of him, clearly furious, yet reluctantly enduring the trials of life with a semblance of humility, resembling a cat that, although ruffled, hesitates to extend its claws to its master. It made one want to ruffle his hair, soothe him, and then mischievously provoke him again, an endless cycle of delight. This exhilarating sensation of teetering on the brink of chaos was maddeningly captivating. Before Feng Yasu could fully savor the moment, Zhong Jingchen directly handed her the confiscated phone. Then, retrieving his own from his pocket, he asked without looking up, "What is your WeChat ID?"
Huh?
Feng Yasu glanced around at the envious and resentful expressions of her fellow trainees, her voice dazed. "Why are you suddenly asking this? It feels quite embarrassing in front of so many people." The other trainees shared expressions of playful mockery. "What does this mean, Zhong Laosher? Why are you only adding her, and not us?" "Exactly. Why the preferential treatment?" "I don't care. I also want to add Zhong Laosher on WeChat." Zhong Jingchen, however, remained unperturbed. "I need to assign her homework via WeChat. Do any of you want to join?" The trainees paused for a moment, then decisively shook their heads. "Forget it. I don't have enough time for training, so I won T medal." As if I hadn't said anything. This WeChat ID, perhaps it's best left alone. Only Feng Yasu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What homework?" "Your punishment assignment." Zhong Jingchen scanned the QR code she had just produced, while sending her a friend request. He continued without raising his head. "Starting today, you will sing and dance to Love Cycle every day, record a video, and send it to me on WeChat for check-in." Isn't she the one who doesn't like singing sweet songs? He made her sing to her heart's content. Feng Yasu, who was too lazy to sing and dance to the theme song, thought, "Thank you, I truly feel avenged." Until the morning class concluded, Feng Yasu remained immersed in regret. She shouldn't have acted so recklessly. She wandered into the cafeteria, and even her favorite braised pork seemed less appetizing. Yet, to muster the energy for the afternoon classes, she tearfully ordered one of everything from the cafeteria. Just as she was about to find a place to sit, she heard a familiar call. "Feng Yasu, over here." Following the dazzling pink hair, she discovered Lu Ruema seated beside three beautiful young ladies. Before she could speak, Lu Ruema stood up, placed her hands on Feng Yasu's shoulders, and gently pressed her into a chair, eagerly introducing her new friends. "These three are my roommates, Su Qianchen, Yi Xingli,
And Zhao Ziyu.
hello." Feng Yasu politely waved her hand, introducing herself. "I am Feng Yasu." "No need for introductions. We all know you." Zhao Ziyu was the first to speak. She had small eyes, single eyelids, and chubby cheeks. At first glance, her features were not striking, but together they formed a strangely endearing visage that felt very pleasing. Su Qianchen, true to her name, possessed long, thick, straight black hair cascading to her waist, exuding a cool demeanor as if she were an otherworldly being who had unwittingly descended to the mortal realm. Yet, her personality was anything but eccentric. Instead, she was exceptionally gentle. "Speaking of which, I still need to seek compensation from you." "Compensation?" Feng Yasu pointed to herself, astonished to the point of forgetting her food. "You're looking for me? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" She couldn't recall any interaction with this ethereal sister. "Yes, you heard correctly." Yi Xingli chimed in. Her hair was styled in a princess cut, and her glossy dark strands featured a few streaks of gray. With a slender face and indifferent gaze, her lips naturally curved downward when silent, presenting an air of high-class ennui. She appeared both melancholic and fierce, and one might hesitate to approach her on the street. Her voice was deep and gravelly, filled with narrative depth as she calmly explained the situation to Feng Yasu. "You might find this hard to believe, but to prevent wrinkles, Su Qianchen, this tough one, hardly smiles and tries to avoid expressions, training her sense of humor to be higher than my threshold for tears." Yet this person, with such a high threshold for laughter, was frequently reduced to losing her composure and even honking like a goose due to your various splendid performances. Feng Yasu, all right then. Chapter 36, a study group to complement each other as strengths. Disrupting the beauty as skincare regimen is indeed quite the sin. After finishing, she sighed heavily, her expression exceptionally solemn. Little did she know, her earnestness only served to amplify the absurdity of the situation. This elicited a round of laughter from the girls in Dormitory 1, who exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. "Feng Yasu, are you out of your mind?" Lu Ruema chuckled, playfully nudging her. "They're just joking with you. Why do you take it so seriously?" Feng Yasu, taken aback by the nudge, belatedly exclaimed, "So, did the beautiful sister actually laugh out any wrinkles?" That was her primary concern. As a person who valued beauty, losing any stunning woman in the world would deeply sadden her. Not just wrinkles. Su Qianchen shot her an exasperated glance, once again losing her composure. "Honk honk honk. I'm about to laugh my abs out." "Me too," Yi Xingli lamented, touching her cheek with resignation. I've only been here for a few days, and it feels like my nasolabial folds are deepening. But we don't think this is Feng Yasu's fault at all. Zhao Ziyu smiled pleasantly, her dimples adding a sweetness to her expression. In fact, we believe these wrinkles are a testament to your charming and endearing personality. She extended her hand with kindness. In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps due to being accustomed to the malice of the world, Feng Yasu felt somewhat flustered and overwhelmed when treated kindly. She rubbed her hand on her clothing before cautiously extending it to shake hands with Zhao Ziyu. Then, with a smile, she replied, likewise. During the course of a meal, Feng Yasheng came to a profound realization. It is the weak who harbor disdain for one another, while the strong share a mutual respect. In stark contrast to the scheming and various unsavory characters that often populate their class, these prominent figures displayed a surprisingly amiable demeanor, making them quite pleasant to interact with. Not only did they show no hint of prejudice towards her, a perceived underachiever, but they also inquired, "Are you keeping up with the class? Would you like us to provide some assistance privately?" While she could have claimed to be learning effectively, she knew that would be a disingenuous statement. Conversely, admitting to struggling might lead to unwanted tutoring sessions and significant embarrassment. After a brief moment of consideration, she resolutely opted for a commonly used, ambiguous response. "It's going well, I suppose." Then, before they could press further, she swiftly countered with a question of her own. "What about you all? I am quite adept at writing lyrics and composing music, but dancing poses quite a challenge for me." To her surprise, Su Qianchen, who clearly exhibited prowess in dance, nodded in agreement, saying, "I have practiced classical dance for many years, so I feel no pressure in that area, but my vocal foundation is quite weak. Whenever I sing, they all say I sound like a mute bride." "Why is that?" Feng Yasheng blinked, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. "Isn't it a pity for such a beautiful girl to be unable to sing?" Yi Xingli raised her hands in exasperation, attempting to clarify. "The pandas would starve to death upon hearing you sing, as all the bamboo shoots on the mountain have been taken by this group." As for Yi Xingli, while she excelled in both dance and vocals, Feng Yasheng could tell that the theme song simply did not align with her style. Yet again, she found herself in the company of another unfortunate soul, forced to feign cuteness and charm. As they conversed, it became evident that Lu Ruema had developed a more well-rounded skill set. She excelled in both singing and dancing, and her looks were exceptionally striking. Thus, she clapped her hands and took the initiative. "Since we all possess our strengths and weaknesses, rather than solely focusing on helping Feng Yasheng, why don't we form a study group to support one another?" Su Qianchen nodded in agreement. "I think that is a feasible idea." Yi Xingli concurred. "I agree." Feng Yasheng opened her mouth, prepared to voice her dissent, but was mercilessly interrupted by Lu Ruema, who declared, "You need not express your opinion, for even if you oppose, it will be of no consequence. As I have stated, we shall elevate you to the class." The other prominent figures in the class welcomed this statement, showing no signs of feeling threatened by the prospect of her joining. "Is Feng Yasheng's goal to enter the class?" Zhao Ziyu clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement. "Welcome, welcome." Su Qianchen wore an expression of dread. "Am I going to be laughed to death by her every day?" "Very likely," Yi Xingli nodded. "It seems I must arrange for some anti-wrinkle cream ahead of time." Meanwhile, Feng Yasheng thought, "Do you all hold me in such high regard?" Given her current performance level, akin to that of a kindergarten talent show, it was baffling to her where their confidence stemmed from, believing she could indeed enter the class. In response to this, Zhao Ziyu exclaimed, "Anyone with dreams is remarkable. Keep it up. You can definitely do it." "Indeed," Su Qianchen nodded. "Aside from singing and dancing, your other attributes are no less than those of your peers. Do not underestimate yourself." Yi Xingli added, "If we are discussing other attributes, I believe Feng Yasheng's appearance is the most striking among our cohort of over 100. It would be a disservice to the heavens to not debut her." "Please, stop the flattery," Feng Yasheng interjected. "The ups and downs of humanity do not resonate with one another. I merely find you all to be overly intense." In the cafeteria, as they continued to heap praise upon Feng Yasheng, Lu Ruema hastily intervened. "All right, enough of the excessive flattery. Let us eat and not delay our afternoon classes." Engrossed in their delightful conversation, Feng Yasheng unknowingly cast aside her earlier frustrations regarding being reprimanded by Zhong Jingchen, and her appetite surged. She not only finished her own meal but also cleared away the leftover food of her fellow sisters, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Upon entering the teaching building, they were met with a cacophony of sobs. Following the sound, they found Qin Miao Miao, who was sitting on the steps, hugging her knees and passionately lamenting to a staff member. What is wrong with me? Why does every mentor seem to be targeting me? Even in my current state, nobody is paying me any mind. I am younger than everyone else, and I lack the time to discern their intentions or navigate social nuances. I do not know if someone has been speaking ill of me to the mentors. I already struggle with poor health and mental challenges that make it difficult to control my emotions, but that should not justify anyone isolating me. After a brief pause, she continued, "Oh, never mind. If they wish to target me, so be it. Who cares about their guidance? I do not depend on them for my debut. My fans will not allow me to be bullied." The staff member dispatched by the director to console her wore a face of utter resignation. Yes, you are right. We do not rely on them. This scene elicited amusement from several prominent figures in the class, who quietly inquired of Feng Ya, "What is going on here? If I am not mistaken, this girl is from your class." Feng Ya let out a cold laugh. "It is nothing significant. Merely someone who has brought misfortune upon themselves and is now crying about being targeted." In the comment section, viewers were equally puzzled. I slowly type out a question mark. Does Qin Miao Miao have issues? Is she suffering from paranoia? Laughing out loud. If you are unwell, go to the hospital. Why cause a scene here? Are contemporary netizens so indiscriminate? Does such a character even deserve fans? Not only does she have fans, but quite a few, in fact. Some even clamored to take down Zhong Jingchen on social media and make him pay. I am dying of laughter. Can you guess why Zhong's surname is Zhong? Feng Ya. True to her role as my internet spokesperson, please speak more. Taking advantage of the lunch break, she discreetly pulled out her phone and opened WeChat. Sure enough, she found a new friend request with the verification message stating, Zhong Jingchen. His profile picture depicted a cat that seemed entirely at odds with his own temperament, bearing an expression of utter disillusionment. The accompanying text read in bold white letters, "Let it perish, I am done." Just as I expected, she clicked into his moments, eager to sneak a glimpse into the life of her idol, but found only a single post from the past 3 days. Every day upon waking, I equally contemplate how to harm every person. The post radiated menace, clearly from his private account. Though performing Love Cycle daily was undeniably embarrassing, the opportunity to connect with her idol was not a loss. After reassuring herself, Feng Ya unhesitatingly accepted his friend request, promptly changing his nickname to Furious Little Cat. The afternoon brought with it Yihan's dance class. After donning a vibrant athletic outfit, she appeared significantly more approachable. The character has become more vivacious than usual. After simply guiding the trainees through warm-up exercises, Yihan gathered them together. She first explained some key points of the movements, then divided them into groups, allowing them to take turns singing and dancing to the music. The first to perform was Dormitory 1. Feng Ya, having overslept during the afternoon break, found herself increasingly drowsy and still not fully awake. Even the lively theme song could not awaken her spirit. Instead, it seemed to lull her into a deeper slumber. She dragged her weary body to the center of the classroom, stealing glances at the movements of those around her, and began to dance sleepily. Unfortunately, to her left stood Lian, who had no dance foundation and could only keep time with the music, while to her right was Qin Miao Miao, who had skipped class all morning and learned nothing. As a result, even though Feng Ya wanted to follow along, she could not find a rhythm to emulate. She felt too embarrassed to stand still and sway her head like the other two. After all, the instructor and the other trainees were watching them intently. Failing to move to the music felt rather awkward. To alleviate the embarrassment, Feng Ya decided to count the beats in her head and earnestly began performing the second set of the National Middle School Radio Gymnastics, the era calls. Unbeknownst to her, as she stole glances at her teammates, they too were stealing glances at her. To Lian's left stood Yin Jieshue, who had a decent dance foundation, and to Qin Miao Miao's right was Jiang Xinyue, also a dancer. Their energetic movements to the music made it difficult for Lian and Qin Miao Miao to keep up. Resembling two students who had laid out their homework before them, yet could not comprehend the symbols written by the overachievers, resulting in all their answers being wrong. After observing for a while, Lian and Qin Miao Miao decisively abandoned the idea of copying the overachievers. They then simultaneously turned their attention to Feng Ya, who, despite being equally inept at dancing, bounced around joyfully. The more they watched, the more they felt that her movements were ingrained in them, simple yet catchy, making it impossible not to want to dance along with her. Chapter 38. Dare to copy Feng Ya's homework? Yihan observed the trio and the two beside them, whose movements were strikingly similar yet oddly familiar. Lost in thought, Many trainees who recognized the routine struggled to suppress their laughter. The comments flowed. Wait. Why do I feel increasingly familiar with the movements of these three? Not only do you feel familiar, but you might also be able to dance. If I'm not mistaken, is that the radio gymnastics the era calls?
Ha ha ha.
I knew it. I felt compelled to stand up and dance along. Jiang Xinue and Injeshue, I often feel too normal, making me seem out of place with my silly roommates. Haha, how did Kulian and Qin Miao Miao end up like this? They dared to copy Feng Yaxing's homework? Reminds me of the time I hastily copied from someone worse than me right before turning in my assignment. After completing the song, the physically untrained Kulian and Qin Miao Miao were panting heavily. Jiang Xinue and Yin Jieshue had beads of sweat on their foreheads, while Feng Yaxing appeared unfazed. Her complexion unflushed, breathing steady, and even becoming more alert as she danced. After observing everyone's condition, Yihan finally spoke. Each of you had the same practice time. Yet the results are markedly different. Jiang Xinue and Yin Jieshue, as dancers, I am not surprised by your performance this morning. However, do not become complacent just because you have outperformed your teammates. Your competition extends beyond this class to those more talented. Kul Yen and Qin Miao Miao. I know that your dance foundations are weak, perhaps even non-existent, but you cannot let a lack of skill or confidence lead to complete abandonment of effort. The voters will not care about your reasons for dancing poorly. They are under no obligation to accommodate you. If you perform poorly, you will be eliminated, allowing better dancers to seize your opportunities. This is the market, harsh yet realistic. In this regard, both of you should learn from Feng Yaxing. Yihan turned her gaze to Feng Yaxing, her tone filled with admiration. Her dancing and singing skills may be among the lowest in the class. Yet she dares to sing, to dance, to play the arrow in front of everyone, despite her lack of proficiency. Even if her performance invites ridicule, she remains unperturbed. For the true shame lies not with her, but with those who mock others for their shortcomings. At this point, Yihan's gaze swept over the trainees' faces. Although she had only witnessed their brief performances on the initial stage, she was well aware of each individual's dance foundation. I hope those of you with weak dance foundations can, like Feng Yaxing, set aside your shame and bravely showcase your progress, regardless of whether you can dance well. Even if you are ultimately eliminated, no one will find you ridiculous, for you have made an effort to fight for yourself, leaving no room for regret. After all, a few days of hurried practice cannot compare to a decade of consistent effort. Such a loss would not be shameful, but rather praiseworthy. After admonishing Kul Yen and Qin Miao Miao, Yihan shifted her attention back to Feng Yaxing, her tone once again stern. Feng Yaxing, you are clever and possess strong psychological resilience. Although you cannot dance like Kul Yen and Qin Miao Miao, you instinctively know how to alleviate awkwardness and draw everyone's attention to you. Even if you may slack off privately, when it comes time to perform, you can divert the audience's gaze from diligent trainees who rely on their performances to attract attention. Upon hearing this, Feng Yaxing felt particularly ashamed. Meanwhile, the trolls in the live stream seized the opportunity to mock her. To put it bluntly, she excels at nothing but garnering attention. Be careful with your words. She is a princess supported by Zhonghua Entertainment. Competing alongside these commoners is already a courtesy. How dare you expect her to have any skills? Teacher Yihan is too audacious. How can she speak to our princess like that? She could have debuted directly, but chose to join a talent show. What a tragedy. Do you have a problem? Why would Zhonghua Entertainment spend resources on a complete novice like her, ignoring so many trainees under their management? If you have evidence, present it. Otherwise, treat all claims as slander. Feng Yaxing only became popular because of her silliness. I know many people who like her. So, why are there suddenly so many haters online? Do you think those trainees backed by agencies are pushovers? Some viewers could no longer bear to remain silent and rebut it, only to face intensified ridicule. Only a fool would care about someone not promoted by their own agency. Everyone is merely speaking the truth. Some people are too eager to silence dissent, which contradicts her own statements about allowing differing opinions. Laughter erupted. For how could a person steeped in falsehoods recall their past words? Not to mention the maidens present. I dare say the princess herself seemed on the verge of being chastised by Teacher Yihan. Teacher Yihan, danger. In the classroom, Feng Yaxing hung her head, her ears tainted with a rosy hue of embarrassment. Her usually robust voice wavered with a hint of timidity. Teacher, what you've just said is precisely the source of my recent distress. I have always believed that my abilities do not warrant such high levels of attention, and I feel my mere presence is the utmost unfairness to the aspiring trainees around me. Despite my earnest efforts to yield opportunities to others, It seems that each time, my intentions backfire. Chapter 39. Your physical ability surpasses that of the dancers. Feng Ya self-deprecatingly curled her lips. Her smile tinged with the bittersweet essence of a dreamer disillusioned by the reality of competition. Little did she know, her words resonated with the others present as blatant self-promotion. Even Ihan could not conceal her envy, jesting, "If it weren't for the camera right here, I would be tempted to give you a couple of punches." Feng Ya, huh? What do you mean? Ihan elegantly rolled her eyes. Do you know what stars fear the most? It is not the ridicule for lacking talent, nor the vitriol of the online world, but rather the indifference of the audience, whether they are good or bad. A person who fails to captivate the viewer's attention, regardless of their exceptional skills, finds it arduous to ascend to the heights of stardom, let alone thrive as a popular idol reliant on public favor. As for fairness, Ihan scoffed, candidly stating, "I believe this world is inherently devoid of fairness." Why, then, do some trainees emerge with silver spoons in their mouths, enjoying the finest educational resources from childhood, pursuing singing and dancing as they please? Meanwhile, others take this path merely to support their families, drawn by the prospect of earning a wage through girl group performances. They have not undergone systematic training in singing and dancing, nor do they have formidable companies backing them. Yet they are pitted against those whose starting points surpass their endpoints. Is that fair? Feng Ya shook her head. While she may not know much about others, the disparity among the 6 individuals in their dormitory was akin to the Great Rift Valley of East Africa. Viewed through this lens, it was clear that the competition was fundamentally unjust. Ihan continued, "Thus, I believe your knack for trending topics is a unique gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. Much like some excel in singing while others shine in dancing. Since it is all a matter of talent, fairness is irrelevant. After all, you neither paid for false data nor engaged in widespread marketing. You simply captivated the audience's attention with your innate abilities within the limited frame provided to you. This alone proves your potential to become a popular idol far exceeds that of others. However, it remains just potential." Ihan sighed, her gaze filled with a mixture of exasperation and concern. "If your subsequent skills do not keep pace and you persist in your reluctance to strive, the popularity garnered through your natural talent will inevitably wane. Instead of constantly thinking about yielding opportunities to others, thereby making the competition more equitable, it is more prudent to focus on self-improvement and elevate your professional skills. Dedicating yourself fully is the greatest respect you can show your competitors. Do you understand my point?" Feng Ya, "I understand. I have not been diligent enough." If she continued to appear lackadaisical, those who admired her would soon drift away in disappointment. As for respecting her competitors, it was laughable. None present would genuinely regard her as a rival. Since that was the case, the notion of respect was moot. She felt grateful that they did not mock her behind her back. Bullet comments. Where are those who accused Feng Ya of being a liar just now? Silent now? Laughable, instant karma. Our Feng Ya has always been quite candid. It's precisely because there are many capable sisters to choose from that I still choose her. Actually, I've been reflecting on whether our adoration for Feng Ya might be unfair to those talented sisters, but after hearing teacher Ihan's words, I fully understand that charisma is a form of strength. Feng Ya has neither cheated nor stolen. She has won everyone's affection through her charm. Why should she be regarded as inferior and subjected to scorn? Absolutely. I pursue idols for joy, and now Feng Ya has become my source of happiness. So, what is the problem? For happiness. Even if Feng Ya's skills do not improve, as long as she remains genuine and continues to bring me joy, I am willing to accompany her on this journey. Life is already exhausting enough. I do not wish to see competition even in variety shows. It is Feng Ya's unassuming approach that allows me to feel more relaxed. In the classroom, after addressing Feng Ya's concerns, Ihan shifted the conversation to a long-standing curiosity. However, I notice your posture, and some of your movements do not resemble those of someone who has never studied dance. Your physical abilities even surpass those of professional dancers in Jiaxue and Jiangxinhua. They were sweating after that last dance, yet you seem unfazed. Can you enlighten me as to why? Feng Ya's heart raced. She had not anticipated such keen observation. She could only laugh awkwardly. Perhaps it's because I enjoy fitness? Upon hearing this, Ihan's eyes sparkled. Fitness is wonderful. Many fitness movements share similarities with dance. She pulled Feng Ya toward the bar used for practice at the edge of the classroom, her face alight with excitement. Let us see how flexible you are. Under the scrutinizing gaze of this exceptionally skilled and discerning dance artist, Feng Ya could not pretend to lack flexibility. With a resigned expression, She raised her leg and placed it on the bar, effortlessly achieving a height surpassing her head. Ihan's tone brimmed with excitement. Now, let us try a back bend. Feng Ya, with one hand on the bar and feet shoulder-width apart, leaned back, completing the move with ease. The way Ihan looked at her transformed. She was no longer merely a vase with potential, but a rising star. Under Ihan's guidance, Feng Ya executed shoulder presses, splits, and back kicks, nearly completing all the fundamental movements of dance training. Even when she feigned difficulty with certain moves, Ihan utilized her expertise to help her achieve the correct posture. After an entire set of movements, the dance studio floor was nearly polished clean by her efforts. Chapter 40. The Elimination Handbook. Ihan's voice trembled with excitement, her gaze fixed on Feng Ya as if she were a dance prodigy. Your flexibility is quite impressive. Your fundamentals are solid. Your posture is beautiful. And you're more than capable of dancing in a girl group. Feng Ya thought to herself. That was obvious. Her years of dance classes had not been in vain. Her behavior and demeanor had long been infused with the essence of dance, making it difficult to alter. What surprised her, however, was the remarkable flexibility of her new body. It seemed even fate was unwilling to let her rest. As she lamented internally, Ihan was already enthusiastically directing the trainees to clear a space for her. Then she personally stepped in to demonstrate. I will perform a movement and you will follow. Let us test your coordination, shall we? Different types of dance exhibit distinct movements and techniques. Feng Ya, though outwardly composed, internally grapples with her predicament. Just as she resolved to lie back and take it easy, her latent talent for dance was unexpectedly unearthed. Unwillingly, Ihan approached her responsibilities with utmost diligence, meticulously breaking down each movement into countless smaller actions to ensure she kept pace, demonstrating each step while articulating in simple terms. Ihan often guided Feng Ya's body with her hands, urging her to close her eyes and keenly sense the rhythm of every muscle within her body. This left Feng Ya feeling sheepish, even contemplating a lackadaisical attitude, as the thought of disappointing Ihan with her indifference weighed heavily on her. How could she allow such a kind-hearted and inspiring older sister figure to feel disheartened? In contrast, when faced with those harboring malice, Feng Ya adhered to a principled stance of refusing to be manipulated by moral constraints, leaving no room for leniency. Yet, when confronted with benevolent individuals, she often found herself flustered and at a loss for words, unable to even utter a refusal. Thus, she followed Ihan's lead like an emotionless dance automaton, obediently mimicking each movement. Whenever Ihan prompted her to connect all the actions into a seamless flow to the music, she faltered. Resembling a robot malfunctioning after losing its programming, some beats hastily executed, others dragging behind. In her confusion, she occasionally omitted movements or unwittingly added extras, her force akin to that of performing military drills. The chaos was pitiful to behold, and after several sequences, she despaired, thinking herself beyond redemption. However, Ihan held a different perspective. Instead of delivering a discouraging remark, she encouraged Feng Ya, saying, "You've only just begun. It's normal to struggle with remembering the moves. With enough practice, muscle memory will develop. But do moderate your strength, exert force when necessary and refrain when it isn't." This dance will be showcased on various platforms, where viewers will vote based on your performance. You must embody the charm and playfulness you exhibit with close friends, endearing yourselves to the audience. Also, practice your expression in front of a mirror. You cannot maintain a stern face with downcast eyes, as if forbidding anyone from voting for you. Coupled with your vigorous movements, it may appear as though you are rallying 100 sisters for rebellion. Feng Ya nodded in agreement. Though her mind retained a rather skewed interpretation, avoid excessive repetitions to prevent muscle memory. Control is unnecessary, just exert force when required. Expressions need not be practiced. Simply maintain a serious demeanor paired with robust movements to evoke an impression of insurrection. This would surely frighten away her fans. The thought of being left without votes naturally led to her elimination, a scenario that thrilled her immensely, envisioning a spectacle aptly titled The Elimination Manual. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were oblivious to the fact that their beloved idol had just been praised for her singing talent in the morning and, in the afternoon, had her dancing prowess discovered by Ihan. They were akin to doting mothers, overwhelmed with emotion. Oh my! Teacher Ihan truly has an eye for talent. I can't believe that one day I might witness our dear Song dancing earnestly. Feng Ya, step it up. You performed splendidly while following the teacher.
Wait.
I looked away for just a moment, and Feng Ya has transformed into a dance prodigy? My heart. Dance prodigy is a bit of an exaggeration, but her fundamentals are indeed impressive. My own flexibility after years of classes doesn't compare. I'm envious. Did Nuwa fill Feng Yaxing's attributes to the brim when creating her? What's more infuriating is that this unfortunate being possesses immense talent, yet fails to utilize it. Woo-woo, teacher Ihan is both meticulous and patient. If she truly manages to teach Song, I'll make her a banner overnight. I'll rush to buy firecrackers. The kind that goes off a million times. Throughout the afternoon, Ihan devoted particular attention to Feng Yaxing, leaving her without a moment's respite even if she desired to slack off. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon that Ihan clapped her hands and declared, "Let us conclude today's lesson here. You may all go for dinner." At the mere mention of food, Feng Yaxing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her stomach growling in response. As she echoed the trainees in bidding farewell to their teacher, her body stealthily inched towards the classroom door, eagerly awaiting Ihan's signal to dash to the cafeteria for the first serving of freshly prepared hot food. Ihan had no intention of prolonging the session, smiling as she nodded. "All right, everyone is dismissed." Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of a blur darting past her. Ihan remarked, "Some individuals are lethargic while dancing but quite enthusiastic when it comes to eating." As the author expressed, I noticed some readers questioning the protagonist's character development, feeling that as a reincarnated person, she shouldn't be so naive. Allow me to clarify. 1. Before her rebirth, she was a dedicated actress, shunning public appearances and thus lacks insight into the entertainment realm, mistakenly believing that poor performance would lead to elimination. Unaware that her quirky antics could garner popularity, she will adapt her strategy as she becomes more familiar with the environment. 2. Currently, she is an 18-year-old girl with no social experience, and her parents are watching the show. Appearing too knowledgeable might raise suspicions or attract too much attention, complicating her goal of elimination. 3. Her personality is somewhat whimsical and silly. The mannerisms she displays are her authentic self. In her previous life, maturity was a necessity, but in this one, she has the opportunity to indulge in a carefree attitude, making up for the affection she never experienced before. Why not embrace this chance? As she encounters opportunities for growth and individuals willing to assist her, she will gradually reveal her understanding without feeling out of place. If one were to experience reincarnation in another's body, would one disguise oneself and adapt to the surroundings, or would one immediately disclose that they are not the original person? Clearly, the former is more prudent while the latter is perilous. Of course, it's also possible that my writing may not have been explicit enough, leading some readers to misunderstand. I will strive to adjust my narrative style to convey her thoughts more transparently. In conclusion, I appreciate everyone for indulging my lengthy discourse. If it does not resonate with you, there are plenty of other books to explore. Kisses. Chapter 41. You understand weight loss. The impatience etched on Ihan's face was particularly vexing. With deliberate slowness, she uttered, "Feng Yaxing, stay behind. If you cannot dance correctly, you shall not partake in the cafeteria meal." To the dismay of Feng Yaxing, she exclaimed, "Ugh. If I must stay, then so be it. Why shout so loudly? She is, after all, a well-known figure on the internet. Does she not care about her reputation? It would be fortunate if they could merely be instructed without being made to feel like they must lean against the wall." Feng Yaxing indeed did not exert her full effort, yet she would not dare to admit it. After a whole afternoon of exposure, she has thoroughly experienced just how demanding teacher Ihan can be in class. If she were to discover that she still had reserves of energy, she might as well forget about dinner. The mere thought sends shivers down her spine. Hence, Feng Yaxing rubbed her nose and, with a face full of guilt, explained,
How could that be?
"It must be my insatiable appetite that unlocked my physical potential, allowing me to display an astonishing burst of energy in that fleeting moment. It is certainly not due to my laziness in training. Moreover, I have already mastered all the movements you taught this afternoon. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate." Before Ihan could respond, Feng Yaxing began to count the beats and leaped into a dance right there. She was terrified of being kept late and missing out on her favorite dishes. Ihan had intended merely to tease her, but she had not anticipated Feng Yaxing to take it so seriously. After completing the entire routine, her movements were nearly flawless. However, her expressions and intensity remained utterly chaotic, resembling a clumsy folk dance rather than the polished choreography of a girl group. Yet, compared to a few hours prior when she could only follow along to the music like a warm-up exercise, she had made remarkable progress. Ihan did not expect her to become a seasoned dancer overnight, so she sincerely applauded her. I told you that you have a talent for dancing, didn't I? After just a few hours, you already have the semblance of a dancer. If you are willing to put in the effort privately, refining your strength and expressions, you will undoubtedly astonish the other instructors during the assessment. Additionally, she advised, if you have nothing to do before bed, you can mentally rehearse the movements to avoid forgetting them by morning. After imparting some tips, Ihan gently patted her shoulder, her tone akin to comforting a child. All right, off you go to eat. It wasn't tea until Feng Ya exited the teaching building that she belatedly realized her pace of improvement was alarmingly rapid. She should have pretended to only have mastered half of the choreography, instead of completing all the movements today, which would lead Ihan to focus on refining her strength and expressions tomorrow. 3 days was more than enough time for her to grasp this dance convincingly. This was certainly detrimental to her casual approach during the assessment. The more Feng Ya pondered, the more regretful she felt. While she was deep in thought about her strategy, she heard Feng Ya come over here. Following the voice, she indeed spotted her regular dining companion, Lu Ruema, enthusiastically waving from a corner of the cafeteria, accompanied by 3 prominent friends. Before her fingers even grazed the serving platter, Lu Ruema called out from behind, "Don't bother. We've already prepared your meal." Feng Ya. Is this a stroke of good fortune? With a face full of skepticism, she approached, only to find in the center of the table, besides the few plates beside her friends, there were 2 additional platters. One was brimming with generous portions of main dishes and stir-fried vegetables, while the other was piled high with snacks and desserts. They had even procured 2 cartons of the day as special drink, calcium milk, as if fearing she might not have enough to eat. Perhaps Feng Yaxing's astonished expression was too evident. Before she could voice her inquiry, Lu Ruema cheerfully explained. We heard that you were kept late by teacher Ihan, and were worried you would arrive to find only leftovers, so we prepared this for you in advance. However, the stir-fry was chosen according to our tastes, so I hope it suits you. As Zhao Zhi spoke, she pushed the platter towards her. Feng Ya casually glanced and saw steamed pork, sweet and sour pineapple pork, steamed fish, and boiled shrimp. All her favorites. In contrast, her dining companions had far less appealing meals. Lu Ruema, as usual, had only a cup of yogurt for dinner, although Zhao Zhiyu was not as extreme. Her plate consisted mainly of whole grains and vegetables, with the only meat being the rather bland boiled shrimp. Night Xingli chewed through a tasteless vegetable salad while gazing longingly at the meat dishes on Feng Yaxing's plate, swallowing hard. Feng Yaxing was contemplating whether to sit further away to avoid tempting them when she heard Night Xingli's pitiful request. Could you sit opposite me to eat?
Huh?
Feng Yaxing was taken aback, utterly shocked. Why? This was simply too unpalatable. Night Xingli looked disgusted as she poked at the salad on her plate. Her face greener than the salad itself. If I close my eyes, inhale the scent of the meat, and imagine it as braised pork, it should be easier to swallow. Before she could finish, Su Xianchen let out a cold snort. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Wearing a mask, she was weighing her food on an electronic scale, confidently stating, my method is superior. As long as I can't smell the meat, no one can tempt me. But you still have to take off your mask to eat, right? Feng Yaxing asked, puzzled. Then wouldn't you still smell it?
No.
Su Xianchen shook her head mysteriously. Youngster, you are utterly ignorant of the power of technology. As she spoke, she had already measured all her food and unzipped her mask. The pure black mask opened just enough to reveal her alluring lips, allowing her to drink and eat without hindrance. Feng Yaxing thought, you all truly understand dieting. Chapter 42, Unnaturally Slim Physique. The viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably. Goodness. It seems that the 4 of them combined do not eat as much as Feng Yaxing alone. Ha ha help. It seems that silliness is indeed contagious. Night Xingli and Su Xianchen were both such serious beauties before meeting Lu Ruema and Feng Yaxing. How did they transform into such goofballs? Is it possible that they were never quite normal to begin with? Have you ever seen a serious person who controls their expressions and refrains from smiling from a young age just to avoid wrinkles? But Su Xianchen's elegance is truly extraordinary. Even eating, she resembles a fairy sipping dew. Oh, how I adore her. Imagining a vegetable salad as meat is utterly ridiculous. Night Xingli, wake up. You're supposed to embody the cool, aloof sister, not the goofball. Seeing even Su Xianchen, with her ethereal, otherworldly aura, struggling to maintain her figure makes me feel much more balanced. So, the question arises. Why does Feng Yaxing, who clearly eats more at every meal than I do at 120 pounds, not gain an ounce. Not only the silly viewers, but even the prominent figures in the class could not help but inquire while admiring Feng Yasheng's delightful feast. Do you truly eat like this at every meal? Before Feng Yasheng could nod, Lu Ruema eagerly raised her hand. I can attest, she indeed indulges like this at every meal since arriving here. As for what she was like before, I refrained from commenting. Yet, just this indulgence over the past few meals was already enough to astonish the beauties present. Heavens! Zhao Zhiyu exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock, tinged with an unspoken envy. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight at all? The key is... She does not seem to gain weight. Su Xianchen, even with her mask, could not hide her envy and jealousy. Could you please share your secret? As long as it doesn't involve liposuction, rib removal, or consuming parasitic eggs, I am willing to learn. However, she had come to terms with it. After all, she had no intention of debuting as an idol, so if she gained weight, so be it. Based on the comments she had seen while surfing the internet, her ability to win over the audience, gain the favor of her instructors, and her striking beauty were undoubtedly interconnected. Otherwise, based solely on her woefully inadequate skills, any ordinary individual with a semblance of a decent appearance would have already been met with scorn across the internet. Thus, she harbors a degree of skepticism towards her fans' claims of unwavering loyalty, suspecting that they are likely drawn merely to her physical allure. Once she transforms her figure into that of a 200-pound individual and cultivates a physique akin to a muscular Barbie, she wonders if they would still dare to call her wife daily. The more Feng Yasheng contemplates this, the more her appetite seems to grow. She places an entire row of milk bottles before her, first extracting a straw from the side, then inserting it into each bottle in succession, showcasing them all at once. After a brief pause, Feng Yasheng teasingly remarks, "Do you believe I might possess a naturally lean physique?" Given her existing memories, Zhao Xuesong has always advocated for a healthy beauty standard, paying particular attention to her daughter's dietary habits. The pursuit is not of a slender form, but rather of health. Coupled with Feng Yasheng's own daily fitness routine, she has managed to maintain a balanced figure, neither overly thin nor excessively plump, with graceful muscle definition and an enviable proportion, rendering her physique nothing short of perfect. More importantly, since her rebirth, she has indulged in extravagant feasting without ever setting foot in a gym. Yet she has not perceived any signs of weight gain. Apart from her exceptional talent, she cannot conceive a more plausible explanation. Her friends, however, collectively scoff, their expressions conveying disbelief. We don't believe you. You must be secretly dieting behind our backs. Is there truly such a thing as a naturally lean physique? Zhao Zhiyu, with an innocent expression of naivety, comments, although I've often heard female celebrities claim to possess such a physique during interviews, I've never witnessed it firsthand. So it feels rather mystical. Spare me the nonsense, interjects Lu Ruema, the most seasoned and unafraid of offending others, with a scoffing laugh. Can you trust what female celebrities say? I've seen someone insist they lost weight by drinking a cup of milk tea daily, only to faint from hunger the moment they left the stage. Goodness. Feng Yasheng takes several sips from her milk, then mumbles, so you're saying they piled a week's worth of milk tea into one day, and then survived the following days on nothing but air? However, she muses, drinking milk tea to lose weight might not be entirely flawed. After all, if one drinks a cup daily until they fall ill and end up in the hospital, wouldn't tea that lead to weight loss? 10 cups a day should yield even faster results. Knight Xingli wholeheartedly agrees with her sharp critique, sharing her own anecdotes. I've also encountered individuals who, despite having sparse hair, rely solely on hair transplants and wigs, yet shamelessly declare themselves the heirs of abundant hair, attributing it to their parents' genetics. And guess what? Knight Xingli lowers her voice conspiratorially, building suspense. Feng Yasheng, captivated, instinctively plays along. What happened? She was later sued by the hair transplant clinic due to a medical dispute. Wow. The hair transplant clinic gave her a new lease on life, while she inherited the art of deception from them. Truly fitting. As the conversation progresses, Su Qiandan adds, when I studied dance, I encountered many who claimed to maintain their weight through binge eating. Yet, we discovered they only feigned indulgence in front of us, secretly purging afterward, all to ensure we gained weight and faltered in our classes. Chapter 43. A Deceptive Game. Human nature can be quite treacherous. Feng Yasheng muses before suddenly realizing that she, too, might be viewed as someone who eats voraciously without gaining weight. Would they suspect her as well? Alarmed, she hurriedly clarifies. But I haven't deliberately led you all into indulgence. I truly indulge. And I genuinely haven't gained weight yet, even if I'm not naturally lean. It could also be that I eat a lot and exercise extensively. Her frantic demeanor nearly prompts a laugh from Su Qiandan, who struggles to maintain composure, quipping, I never accused you. Why are you so flustered? However, she continues, you should consider yourself fortunate. Teacher Yi Han is not as devilish as my previous instructors. Otherwise, even if you wish to indulge, she would force you to purge anything you sneaked in to prevent you from looking ungraceful while dancing. Is it true that all dance students are this competitive? Feng Ya is genuinely astonished, momentarily forgetting her milk. Indeed, Su Qiandan affirms, unabashed. What do you think? This slender figure didn't come about by chance. It was coerced into existence. In fact, the numerous times I had to purge have made it so that I can do it at will now. So, you should never casually claim to have a naturally lean physique, Knight Xingli concludes. Still reeling from Su Qiandan's revelation about her ability to purge at will, Feng Ya reflexively asks why. Because it invites trouble, Zhao Ziyu replies, green with envy. Lu Ruima adds, after all, you never know the sacrifices others have made to maintain their figures. Feng Ya reflects on this, realizing how her comment could be perceived as insensitive. To alleviate the burden of her unintentional offense, she devises a plan, swiftly adjusting the milk bottles for a final display. With each bottle's remaining milk carefully distributed, she picks up a straw and, after much tinkering, prepares to perform a rendition of Two Tigers as a sincere apology. With both hands gripping a straw, she elegantly taps each bottle, creating a makeshift melody that astounds her friends. You're quite the performer, exclaims Lu Ruema. You not only understand apologies but also have a flair for quirky music, adds Knight Xingli. Can we not make me laugh? Excessive laughter leads to premature wrinkles. Su Qiandan pleads. The audience in the live stream is equally entertained by her antics. Help! Feng Ya is so playful, neglecting serious matters. If anyone dares to belittle her again, I'll hurl her performance compilation right at their face. If only she channeled this creativity into her singing and dancing, she wouldn't be so lackluster. She possesses talent, but it seems rather sparse. Honestly, are the topics they discuss even appropriate for broadcast? It feels scandalous. Scandalous indeed. They are quite bold. Huh? The one about losing weight through daily milk tea had me in stitches. I've seen celebrities boast about not sleeping for a month while filming. The entertainment industry is filled with individuals who lie so absurdly, it's laughable. I genuinely appreciate beautiful and quirky women who dare to speak the truth. After dinner, Feng Ya is forcibly escorted to the classroom by 4 domineering seniors for mandatory tutoring. Initially, she harbored a flicker of hope, thinking that even the seniors must have their weaknesses and would not focus too intently on her. She planned to take advantage of their distraction to slack off. However, these 4 seniors not only exhibited remarkable initiative, but also demonstrated a clear division of labor. Zhao Ziyu is responsible for vocal coaching, while Su Xiangchen takes charge of dance instruction. Yi Xingli teaches her, and Lu Ruema guides her in the art of charm. Each instructor dedicates half an hour to teaching, adhering to a prearranged sequence. Those not currently teaching practice beside them, achieving a harmonious balance of instruction and self-training, proving themselves masters of time management. The only one truly exhausted is Feng Ya, the reluctant student. Despite the jovial demeanor of these individuals, who appear easygoing on the surface, they transform into formidable instructors the moment their expertise is invoked, each more stringent than the last. After 2 hours of lessons, Feng Ya, who initially had some energy left, has been utterly drained. She reclines like a fish too battered to flip over, languishing on the fabric couch in the corner of the classroom. While resting, she mutters in regret, I was wrong, I truly was. I should never have sat in that corner of the preparation room. Had I not taken that seat, I would not have met Lu Ruema. If I hadn't met Lu Ruema, I would not have become acquainted with the entire first dormitory. And if that were the case, I would not be here, forced to undergo supplementary lessons. Her tone is filled with a lamentation that rivals Tong Xiangyu's. Lu Ruema rolls her eyes in response. Enough already. It's only a 2-hour class, and you were distracted for 10 minutes after 5 minutes of listening. One moment you're complaining about a dry throat, the next about knee pain, as if you were trying to accumulate every conceivable ailment associated with singing and dancing. The mere mention of drunken milk brings to Su Xiangchen's mind the ludicrous image of Feng Ya throwing a fit, crying and creating a scene, even performing a drunken boxing routine on the spot. Unable to contain herself, she bursts into laughter. Oh, She was absolutely hilarious when she was tipsy. How could someone be so amusing even in their excuses for slacking off? Feng Ya interjects. Stop scolding me. I only wish to slip by unnoticed. It would be rude to continue. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, Lu Ruemo nudges her foot and mimics a mechanical voice. Ding dong. Your rest balance is insufficient. Please recharge immediately. Chapter 44. Qin Miao Miao Imitation Competition. Feng Yaxing finds herself immobilized by the couch, as if it had kidnapped her. Unable to rise even when she attempts to relax. Her voice exudes a sense of despair. How do I recharge? WeChat or Alipay? Can I purchase a 100-year rest package all at once? She genuinely feels fatigued and resolves, regardless of Lu Ruemo's methods of prodding her, to stubbornly cling to the couch. No matter if the King of Heaven himself arrives tonight, she will not allow her rest to be interrupted. Lu Ruemo retorts, Dear, our method involves training for half an hour followed by a 5-minute recharge. Considering you are a new user in our collaborative learning group, your first recharge will enjoy a half-price discount, allowing you to train for half an hour and rest for 10 minutes. Seizing the moment, she grasps Feng Yaxing's arm, attempting to pull her from the couch. Feng Yaxing, akin to a turtle flipped onto its back, has become one with the couch, its sturdy fabric her impenetrable shell. Despite Lu Ruemo dragging the couch from its corner, she cannot detach Feng Yaxing from it. Give it up, woman, Feng Yaxing declares, nestled within the couch, her tone exuding pride. In terms of strength, you cannot defeat me. Oh, really? Lu Ruemo rolls up her sleeves, resting her wrists together, and captivating Feng Yaxing's attention with a flourish before swiftly launching an attack on her belly. She tickles her relentlessly, chattering away. Today, I simply refuse to be thwarted. Will you train or not? Will you train or not? Will you train or not? Simultaneously, Feng Yaxing emits a lament more piercing than a slaughtered pig squeal. Ah,
Help. I'm so sorry.
ha ha ha, I will train. Is that acceptable? Even after Lu Ruemo relents, Feng Yaxing continues to roll around on the couch, unable to contain her laughter, until she tumbles to the floor with a thud. Wiping away tears of mirth, she blushes and accuses, You won by unfair means. What shall I do then? Lu Ruemo shrugs in resignation, her tone more teasing than when Feng Yaxing clung to the couch. Perhaps you should call the authorities and have me arrested? Feng Yaxing exclaims, Damn it. She finds herself thoroughly outmatched by this insufferable woman. Frustrated, she pounds the sofa cushions, her thoughts spiraling. This insufferable woman is simply intolerable. In light of this, she resolves to be ruthless and unyielding. After all, behind every successful tyrant, there lies a woman who has endured countless trials. Surely, they will understand her plight. The more she contemplates, the more she immerses herself in the act, tears still lingering from her laughter. She begins her performance. Lu Ruemo, can I choose to sever ties with all of you?
Sobi.
Friends are such a luxury. I shall never befriend anyone again. Her tone mimics that of Qin Miao Miao, prompting Lu Ruemo to indulge in her own theatricality. With a dramatic leap, she approaches Feng Yaxing, her voice more sorrowful than Qin Miao Miao being expelled from the classroom. What has become of me? Why must you sever our friendship? Su Xiangqin, witnessing this, joins in with a mournful expression, gently taking her hand and translating in an exaggerated manner. Oh, my dear old comrade, has someone spoken ill of you? Zhao Ziyu, donning a self-pitying expression, instantly transforms into the leading lady of a melodrama. I am already physically unwell, emotionally troubled, and struggle to control my feelings. Yet this should not warrant the end of our friendship.
Sever ties, then.
Knight Xingli, keeping her distance, dramatically tosses her lyric book aside, her voice affected. Regardless, I will not rely on you to launch my career. My fans shall not permit you to ruin our rapport. The expression and tone she adopts could lead one to believe she has just consumed 8 bowls of Qin Miao Miao. The laughter from the audience is palpable, as viewers in the live stream are left bewildered. Haraha, how did these beautiful ladies go completely mad? Qin Miao Miao. Oh no, I've become a substitute. Let us congratulate Qin Miao Miao for securing second place in this imitation competition. Haha, Qin Miao Miao, I assure you, I have not wronged any of you. Qin Miao Miao, let me see what nonsense you've been practicing in secret behind my back. Feng Yaxing intended to prolong her break by indulging in theatrics, yet she was taken aback by how adeptly her companions played along. Since Yi Xingli has already stated so, she reluctantly rises from the floor, a sly smile adorning her face as she waves her hand. Shall we say it is settled then? I will unilaterally sever ties with you for the night, and tomorrow morning, I shall seek reconciliation. Liu Raimo? Zhao Ziyu? Su Xiangchen? Yi Xingli? Good heavens. It turns out her theatrics were merely a ruse to ensnare them. There is no way they will let her escape. Before Feng Ya can slip out of the classroom, the four from dormitory 1 spring into action, pouncing on her. They press her back onto the couch, subjecting her to a merciless tickling frenzy. Amidst their playful torture, they demand, "Do you dare mention severing ties again?" Feng Ya, being exceedingly ticklish, finds herself in sheer agony from their antics. Forget about severing ties. Should they request her to debut in the current talent show, she would nod in agreement without hesitation. Thus, she bursts into laughter, tears streaming down her face as she pleads for mercy. Haha, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Please, I beg you. Ha ha ha, spare me. As she laughed until her face flushed and her voice grew hoarse, Liu Ruima finally gestured for her roommates to cease their antics. Then, like a domineering figure forcibly claiming a captive, she perched on one leg atop the sofa, gripping Feng Yaxing's chin with her fingers, compelling her to lift her gaze and meet her eyes. Chapter 45. Where is your homework for today? Her tone mirrored that of an oily, overbearing CEO. Do you dare to slack off while we tutor you? Feng Ya, having struggled too fiercely, found her hair tangled chaotically across the sofa, her glassy, crystal-clear eyes brimming with tears. Paired with her fair complexion and striking features, she resembled a wounded little beast, exuding an air of fragility. Exhausted from laughter, her voice was weak as she replied, "I wouldn't dare." The response sounded exceptionally obedient. Seeing this, Liu Ruima could not help but reach out her mischievous hand and ruffle Feng Yaxing's fluffy hair, exclaiming, "Good girl." The uncontrollable smile that spread across her face mirrored that of a victorious tyrant. Her tone brimmed with delight, captivating the fans in the live stream.
Wow.
Is this really something I can watch for free? Ah, Liu Ruima is amazing. When a woman is fierce, men don't stand a chance. Ha ha ha. My dear Yashin looks so adorable pinned on the sofa, like a beautiful, empty-headed fool. The atmosphere suddenly turned into a golden retriever vibe. Meanwhile, Feng Yaxing, pinned down and unable to move, lamented, "Go ahead and ruin me. I don't want to live anyway." She felt utterly despondent. The others in the dormitory nodded in agreement, having no objections. After enduring a rigorous session, Feng Yaxing weakly raised her hand. "I need to use the restroom." She was genuinely exhausted and knew that if she continued training, she would surely faint. She could hardly believe that Liu Ruima would be so abnormal as to monitor her even in the restroom. Yet, Liu Ruima indeed had no such peculiar inclination. And being former students themselves, she was well aware of Feng Yaxing's little whims. Though she spoke sternly, her expectations for Feng Yaxing were not excessively high. Simply having her obediently practice with them for 2 hours was already a commendable start. After all, this was merely the first day of the tutoring program, and it would be unwise to push the girl too hard, as it might provoke her rebellious spirit and yield counterproductive results. This unexpectedly agreeable demeanor left Feng Yaxing taken aback. She instinctively let out a sigh of relief, and then dashed out of the classroom with a light-hearted step, resembling a moth that had finally regained its freedom, joyfully floating toward the restroom. Upon reaching the restroom, Feng Yaxing chose the most secluded stall. Comfortably settling onto the toilet seat, she retrieved her phone to unlock the screen, only to receive a WeChat message notification. "Feisty kitten, where is your homework for today?" Feng Yaxing thought, damn, just escaped one trap only to fall into another. What kind of earthly torment is this? Even the cat would be exasperated. Just as she was about to hit send, several new messages popped up on her screen. "Feisty kitten, don't pretend you didn't see my message. 2 minutes ago, I saw you headed to the restroom on the live stream, and if I'm not mistaken, you should currently be sitting on the toilet playing with your phone." Feng Yaxing, nearly sending her message, thought, how infuriating. He actually predicted my every move. She silently deleted her foolishly crafted response, her mind racing. Just as she pondered how to evade today as punitive homework, the relentless messages from the man resumed. "Feisty kitten, smile, smile, smile." Yet again, Feng Yaxing felt as though her thoughts were being read. He was no mere feisty kitten. He was clearly a merciless creditor, despite it not being the dead of winter. She felt a chill creep upon her after seeing those 3 cheerful, smiley faces. It seemed that if she tried to dodge her homework, something dreadful might ensue. To feign composure, she sent a cat emoji with big innocent eyes, captioned, "Really, if I lie, I'm a little kitten." The words reluctantly reaching a consensus adorn the image. Feng Ya thought, how infuriating, yet somehow, he is quite endearing. Her earlier frustration about the homework had considerably lessened. After foolishly chuckling at his adorable cat emoji for 2 minutes, Feng Ya decisively abandoned the idea of playing games. She then opened a well-known video learning site, inputting Love Cycle into the search bar. Within seconds, countless videos related to Love Cycle appeared. There were covers of the song, dance remakes, instrumental performances, and even comedic edits. Feng Ya casually browsed through a few dance videos, noting that almost all featured cute girls with braided hair, dressed in uniforms, bouncing along to the cheerful music. They were genuinely charming, yet undeniably embarrassing. Whether in this life or the previous one, Feng Ya possessed an alluringly fierce visage that was not easily trifled with. The roles she typically portrayed were often those of mature, resilient characters. While she could be playful and coy in private, her public persona was always polished. Though she had chosen to let herself go for the sake of retreat, the mere thought of performing such an embarrassing song for Zhong Jingchen made her skin crawl, as if countless ants were crawling all over her. Chapter 46. A neighbor's daughter comes of age, strength enough to move mountains. Nothing is impossible in this world, as long as one is willing to give up. After stubbornly following the instructional video for a while, Feng Ya decided to cut herself some slack and rethink her approach. Zhong Jingchen had only requested that she sing and dance to Love Cycle, not necessarily the original version, right? Did this not imply that she could find a version she preferred to perform? Resolved, Feng Ya added some keywords she liked and researched. Half an hour later, she emerged from the restroom stall, feeling refreshed, her confidence visibly boosted. After half an hour of diligent practice, she had fully grasped the essence of the song. All that remained was to find a suitable location to record her singing and dancing video to send to Zhong Jingchen, and her homework for the day would be successfully completed. But where to record? If she sought help from Lu Ruima and the others in the classroom, she would inevitably be met with teasing. Additionally, the classroom cameras would capture her entire performance, live streaming it online. Too humiliating. She refused. Recording alone was feasible, but she needed a secluded spot devoid of hidden cameras. Moreover, her self-directed performance would only appear more foolish. It would double her embarrassment. After much contemplation, Feng Ya concluded that the restroom was the safest location in this vast filming set. The restroom was well-lit and spacious, aside from the stalls. It bore a striking resemblance to a makeup room. She decided to film directly in the restroom. Feng Ya was resolute. She propped her phone against the sink, activated the camera, switched to video mode, and meticulously adjusted the angle to ensure her entire figure was captured before pressing the record button. Upon completing the recording, Feng Ya used editing software to trim the unnecessary parts from the beginning and end, then watched the video from start to finish. Satisfied that there were no errors, she opened WeChat and sent it to Zhong Jingchen. Little joy for big happiness. All done. She had also paired it with a smug cat emoticon, inscribed with the words, "As expected of me." When Zhong Jingchen received the message, he had already finished his shower and was lying in bed, ready to sleep. Struggling against drowsiness, he picked up his phone, clicked on the video, and was greeted by Feng Ya, her sleek high ponytail framing her graceful figure as she stood at the center of the screen. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled under the bright lights, resembling obsidian with a lustrous sheen. The sweat from her workout had given her fair cheeks a delicate flush. With a refined nose and rosy lips, she embodied the allure of a rising beauty in the entertainment industry, yet her gaze lacked the aggressive ambition characteristic of such personas. Instead, it resembled a tranquil lake nestled beneath a snow-capped plateau, clear and serene. Zhong Jingchen had been fortunate enough to witness a similar purity in the eyes of another remarkable beauty, who, despite navigating through a world rife with deceit and materialism, remained untainted, returning to her youthful essence after enduring countless trials. In contrast, the Feng Ya on the screen appeared somewhat inexperienced, her every smile and frown radiating an innocent naivety, often dubbed as silly and sweet, devoid of the harsh lessons of society. The combination of her mature exterior and youthful spirit harmoniously coalesced, creating an enchanting ambience of purity and desire. It was no wonder that despite her lackluster professional skills, she had garnered a substantial fanbase. In an era where looks reigned supreme, her naturally captivating face could turn even the most menial of tasks, like cleaning, into a spectacle worthy of admiration. If she chose to sign with a company for live streaming, a throng of admirers would undoubtedly flock to her broadcasts, cheering for her fervently. As Zhong Jingchen remained captivated by her stunning visage, she slowly began to speak, her voice resonating with a commanding presence. Say no.
Ah.
Still a challenge to project such intensity. As she mimicked the unique vocal style of a Mongolian male singer, she commenced her performance. Dad, don't search that. Her voice fluctuated in volume, emotions shifting from calm to fervent, occasionally showcasing her newly acquired throat-singing skills, which she had mastered in a mere 5 minutes. The unpredictable nature of her performance might lead one to believe she was secretly invoking spirits in a restroom. Regarding her dance, perhaps due to insufficient practice time, she did not follow the original choreography, but instead infused the rhythm with military-style movements, occasionally blending in some Mongolian dance elements. Those familiar with her song Love Cycle might have thought she was singing the Horseman. Each delightful surprise left Zhong Jingchen momentarily speechless. The last time he felt time drag on so painfully was during a previous encounter. Yet, the young girl in the video appeared blissfully unaware of any shortcomings. Executing each movement with utmost sincerity, her hastily acquired throat singing and fierce vocalization exhibiting a hint of authenticity. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, Zhong Jingchen couldn't help but recall a pair of seemingly unrelated yet perfectly harmonious lines of poetry. The neighbor's daughter has just matured, her strength unrivaled, her spirit unmatched. After watching the 1-minute video, Zhong Jingchen's eyes bore a deeper wisdom. He pondered that a mere number seemed too dismissive, thus felt compelled to elaborate. You might want to reflect on what you were singing. Meanwhile, Feng Ya had anticipated Zhong Jingchen's inquiry and had already prepared her response. Ah, Teacher Zhong does not appreciate the style. There are many versions of Love Cycle circulating online, and since there are no specific guidelines on which one to perform, I chose according to my preference. Chapter 47. What distinguishes you from a celebrity? The reason I selected this version is that I find it more engaging and challenging, allowing me to demonstrate to you that I am not being lazy but am earnestly practicing. The throat singing, fierce vocals, and Mongolian dance are all skills I learned from online tutorials. Although my throat singing sounds like a mosquito buzzing and my fierce vocals often go off-key, and my dance lacks grace, I truly tried my best.
Just not her utmost best.
Currently, she had only been discovered by Zhong Jingchen and Yi Han for her singing and dancing talents, and they were already pushing her to her limits. Moreover, she was deliberately testing his patience, hoping he would soon abandon this peculiar punishment assignment. She was already exhausted from her classes, and after school, she had to attend tutoring sessions with Lu Ruema, leaving her no energy to manage additional assignments. While the opportunity to converse with her idol was enticing, Feng Ya prioritized her well-being. She had exhausted all her good fortune in a past life to secure this dream beginning, and she hadn't relished it enough yet. She couldn't afford to push herself to the brink of exhaustion. On the other hand, if Feng Ya had not already tricked him once during the day, Zhong Jingchen might have been genuinely swayed by her earnest and diligent arguments. Some individuals who appear harmless can harbor malevolent intentions. A moment's inattention could lead one to be ensnared by her clever rhetoric. Zhong Jingchen had never imagined that this seasoned man would approach a fledgling girl with such caution. As if scrutinizing each word, she sent with a magnifying glass, fearful of being led astray once more. After reading her message several times, he finally composed a rebuttal. It's not that I dislike the style. Rather, it is not what I wish to see. The version you chose requires more advanced vocal techniques, and mastering it indeed demands greater effort than performing the original. While your execution may not have been perfect, it is evident that you have made progress compared to your previous attempts. However, what does that matter to me? I am not interested in witnessing your effort. I merely wish to punish you. It's akin to dining at a restaurant. If I order shredded potatoes and you serve me mashed potatoes instead. When I inquire why you changed my order, you inform me that you believe mashed potatoes are superior and that you worked hard on it. Do you think I would accept the mashed potatoes simply because you put in the effort? Feng Ya, caught in her cleverness, realized that Zhong Jingchen was indeed an adept lyricist, understanding how to articulate so vividly. The relatability was overwhelming, and she began to feel anger rising within her.
Yet,
upon recalling that the misguided chef who had altered her order was herself, laboring under the pressure of a demanding job, she begrudgingly understood. It was a testament to her patience that she hadn't directed her ire at him. To expedite her escape from overtime, Feng Ya decided to be resolute.
Oh,
how could I not? In the grand scheme of things, her image in her idol's eyes paled in comparison to her own health. Whether it was her cutting remarks or her inability to express herself, Zhong Jingchen took a considerable time to respond, finally crafting a new message. The little cat's outburst. Do you not think that your behavior resembles that of certain celebrities whose professional skills are abysmal, yet upon being ridiculed, they weep and assert how hard they work? The mention of celebrity piqued Feng Yasong's curiosity. Mr. Chung, could it be possible that I am indeed a lackluster celebrity myself? As for the notion of crying while claiming to be diligent when mocked, it certainly seemed a bit provocative. Definitely worth a try someday. This reminder left Chung Jingchen momentarily stunned. Indeed, she was, at her core, a celebrity of questionable talent. Whether her actions attracted scorn was of little concern to him. His engagement in this conversation was merely a way to exact revenge for the grievances of the day. She had merely addressed him out of courtesy. Yet he had foolishly assumed the role of a life mentor. In truth, they were merely strangers, temporarily bound together by this talent show. Having known each other for just 2 days. This appeared to be the norm in the entertainment industry. He had neither the standing nor the right to critique her behavior. Once he clarified his thoughts, Chung Jingchen couldn't help but curl his lips in self-deprecation, internally lamenting, indeed, the allure of flowers and applause can easily be blinding. Having participated in the show for merely 2 days, he had already unwittingly lost his sense of proportion. Once the show concluded, he would retreat to solitude in the wilderness. The little cat's message read, I apologize, it was I who overstepped. As for today's assignment, I shall consider it vague and grant you a pass. Tomorrow, I expect to see the original version of Love Cycle. Feng Yasong. How infuriating. He is still not giving up. Do all you little cats hold grudges so dearly? She sighed in exasperation, resolving to perform even more flamboyantly tomorrow, ensuring he would forever associate Love Cycle with a painful memory. Feng Yasong's internal calculations were loud, yet she maintained a facade of innocence. All right, Mr. Chung, good night. Ending the conversation early would afford her some time to indulge in a stress-relieving game. Chung Jingchen, in turn, recalled a popular saying circulating online. Saying good night does not mean I am going to sleep. Rather, it signifies that I am no longer available to the outside world and wish to quietly enjoy my phone. The little cat replied good night. Whether she was sleeping or playing on her phone was inconsequential to him. He truly intended to sleep. Chapter 48. The Singing and Dancing Prodigy. Chung Jingchen set aside his phone, switched off the bedside lamp, and nestled into his blankets, closing his eyes. His consciousness gradually faded until his mind suddenly inquired, Are you going to sleep? The mind interjected, Sigh no. Dad, don't search that place. Chung Jingchen. He abruptly opened his eyes to find the room aglow. The morning sunlight stealthily seeped through the curtains, softly illuminating his plush bed. It turned out that the relentless replay of a muscular dance routine in his mind was merely a nightmare. Chung Jingchen. Very well, today is another day of equality, where I shall aim to challenge everyone. He rubbed his throbbing temples, rising from bed with a weary expression. After a brief wash, he turned on the television in the living room, simultaneously catching up on the latest happenings of the Shining Girls via live stream while preparing breakfast in the open kitchen. The moment the live stream loaded, the high-definition television screen displayed the very face that had robbed him of a restful night. A close-up shot. On screen, Feng Yasong sat in a bright, clean cafeteria, devouring her breakfast with gusto. Her satisfaction caused her round, dark eyes to curve into crescent moons, her cheeks stuffed like a little hamster hoarding food for winter, endearing her to the doting fans in the live stream. Ah, Yasong is so adorable. Is there anyone else who particularly enjoys watching Yasong eat? Watching Yasong eat is a delight. Although the food is the same, she makes it look so appetizing. Thanks for the invite. I've replaced my food videos with Yasong's eating compilation. Her carefree demeanor was a glaring contrast to Chung Jingchen's restless night. It felt as though the punishment he had devised for her had turned into a farcical joke, not only failing to chastise Feng Yasong but instead tormenting himself. The more he thought about it, the more incensed he became. His good intentions to post about her on social media. Captioned, Missing Artist Chung Jingchen. Early footage of Feng Yasong's adorable antics seemed to mockingly echo the footage of the early risers awakening her at the school entrance. Feng Yasong's reluctance to perform the original Love Cycle and her insistence on selecting these bizarre renditions suggested that she found the original too embarrassing. Based on all this information, Chung Jingchen concluded that humiliating Feng Yasong was the best form of retribution. As a long-lost fan of the perpetually absent Chung Jingchen, the last time his followers had seen him post on social media was ages ago. Each time, he either invited them to join him in watching migratory birds or the relocation of antelopes, or he was promoting some obligatory commercial. Anyone lacking patience would not have endured as a fan for so many years. Thus, the remaining fans, known as scallion pancakes, were mostly quite docile. When they received the notification from his social media, they were not the least bit anxious. First, they calculated that the release date for the new album had not yet arrived. Then, they speculated whether Chung Jingchen was inviting them for an immersive experience in garbage collection, or if he was merely forced to promote another commercial. With a sense of curiosity, they leisurely clicked into his social media, only to be met with, "Wait, did I click the wrong account? How did a woman suddenly appear on the wildlife protection account of my idol? Is this woman a transformed Tibetan antelope or a celestial being from migratory birds? What right does she have to be on my idol's page? The two of you upstairs clearly live in a place without internet. You don't even know that my idol has become a mentor on a talent show. Ha ha ha. God, a transformed Tibetan antelope? She's actually a trainee under Chung Jingchen on the show, named Feng Ya. She is not only beautiful but also has a mind that matches his eccentricity. I strongly recommend everyone watch this show. Their interactions are hilariously entertaining. Oh my gosh. You scared me. I thought my idol was secretly dating us. Chung is nearing 30. Dating is perfectly normal, as long as she is not someone with a slew of scandals or lacking in talent, merely relying on her looks to get by. How coincidental. The points you mentioned practically describe this person in the video. Despite Chung Jingchen's usually low-profile demeanor, his business account rarely garnered likes. However, whenever something stirred, the fans' fervor was unparalleled. In no time, all related topics surged to trending status. The pancake fans flocked to the scene. Ha ha ha, Feng Ya can actually sing and dance. How strange, let me watch it again. So, she privately sent it to Mr. Chung. I thought she had forgotten her punitive assignment. Is it just my imagination? Or does the filming environment look remarkably like a bathroom? Covering my face. Don't doubt it. After slowing it down and watching it countless times, I can confidently say she was indeed in a bathroom. Ha ha ha, after solving the mystery, it feels even funnier. So the question arises, why was she hiding in the bathroom? Moreover, this fixed angle looks like it was recorded by her. Is she afraid of making the other trainees laugh to death? In an effort to record a performance for Teacher Zhong without causing amusement to others, she surprisingly secluded herself in the restroom. Truly, it brings tears to my eyes. The pinnacle of performance often requires the most rudimentary filming. I would crown her the king of restroom dance. Those upstairs are simply inadequate, excessively mundane, lacking an understanding of international standards. I propose we refer to her as the little diva of dance. However, the public's reviews are decidedly mixed. Hasn't Zhong Jingchen always been aloof? How is it that he now associates with such riffraff? Who is this woman? Is she trending recently? She appears on my feed daily. It's utterly vexing. The royal princess's influence is undeniable, as even the heir of Zhonghua Entertainment has set aside his lofty persona to personally generate buzz for her. Zhong Jingchen should not be so easily swayed. He lacks for nothing financially, and I find this young lady rather endearing. I fail to understand the malice of some individuals. As Zhong Jingchen finished his breakfast and revisited his social media, he found the comments had swiftly evolved from mixed reviews to a unilateral assault on Feng Ya. A cursory glance at the comments revealed a plethora of users posting within mere moments of each other, their remarks essentially mirroring one another. A random selection of these fortunate users revealed accounts of notably low standing, devoid of any personal traces, clearly indicative of online trolls. These were the most easily identifiable bot accounts, operated by unseen hands capable of orchestrating thousands of accounts to post simultaneously. Feng Ya, lacking a professional agency or any backing, could not possibly contend against the legion of naysayers with only her scattered band of genuine supporters. Occasionally, a few dissenting comments would emerge, only to be swiftly submerged in a tide of vitriol, creating an impression of a toxic fandom that everyone reviles. Many casual observers, unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, might be misled by this reverse manipulation, leading to a subconscious aversion to any related endorsements or works. This presents a lethal blow to an idol reliant on data for sustenance, as television ratings, web series views, box office earnings, and song popularity cannot solely be upheld by fans and marketing. To achieve a blockbuster, one must have the endorsement of the general public. While fan support may maintain a baseline, it is the wider audience that elevates the potential. Zhong Jingchen scoffed at the malicious competition that operates in the shadows, employing financial power to undermine others, and he has never regarded such clowns with any seriousness. His works speak for him. As for Feng Ya, the mere thought of her lackluster talent evokes in him a resigned sentiment. There is no hope for her. She may as well wait for death. Expecting her works to speak for her is akin to waiting for a barren tree to blossom. He did not intend to draw negativity towards her. Yet she was indeed suffering due to his shadow. Feeling a pang of guilt, Zhong Jingchen quietly exited the social media platform and accessed his contacts. His long, fair fingers hovered over the contact named Early and Late Streetlight Merchant for a few seconds before he finally pressed call. A moment later, a vibration signaled that the call had connected. The voice on the line was unmistakably that of Zhong Mingyi, radiating an insufferable tone that suggested he was itching for a fight. "Oh dear, I thought some oblivious creature was disturbing my peaceful slumber this early. But it turns out to be my brother, who is always ranked at the bottom in academics and remains a nobody in the entertainment industry, often having to invest his own money in music." Zhong Jingchen had long grown accustomed to such jabs. He chuckled coldly and retorted, "Hello. I used to sell items I took from home at school, and now I'm in the entertainment industry engaging in flesh trade. I am bound to be caught and hung up like a capitalist streetlight. You used to secretly hatch chicks in your bed, but when the heating was too slow, you tossed all the eggs into a pot, and none hatched while they all cooked." Zhong Mingyi shot back, unwilling to yield. Zhong Jingchen was quick to respond. "You were so late for school one day that you accidentally stuffed red underwear into your bag instead of a red scarf. When the disciplinary officer asked why you weren't wearing it, you confidently produced the underwear in front of your classmates, and it had Ultraman printed on it. Zhong Mingyi, you were utterly distraught but felt it was a waste, so you tearfully finished eating the eggs and even buried the shells in a flower pot, erecting an unmarked grave and secretly paying tribute every night. Zhong Jingchen, you were so embarrassed that your face turned red. You shoved the red underwear into your bag, and both you and the bag ended up stuck in the drawer of your desk until the bell rang, and you found your head trapped. Fortunately, the teacher called for help, and you ended up in the local news, with your family keeping the issue that chronicled your bizarre incident." Faced with a history far more humiliating than his own, Zhong Mingyi was flustered. "You were so worried that the fish in your home would be cold in winter that you changed all the water in the tank to hot. And the next day, all the fish were dead." Zhong Jingchen remained unfazed. "You once accidentally swallowed bubblegum and thought you were on the brink of death. So you wrote a will distributing your pocket money while begging me to help you look up words. Zhong Mingyi, you once had unfinished homework and knelt in the living room offering spicy strips as a sacrifice to the gods, pleading for help. Zhong Jingchen, you once blew up a cesspool with firecrackers, thinking they were duds, only to be met with a face full of excrement." The two engaged in a verbal duel, unwilling to concede, their banter escalating from revealing embarrassing histories to personal attacks. "Zhong Mingyi, your mother always raises prices when she goes out to buy groceries. Zhong Jingchen, your father plays cards and never gets a 7. Zhong Mingyi, your grandmother never gets a spot when she dances in the square. Zhong Jingchen, your grandfather is always criticized when playing chess. Your brother always gets banned from games. Your sister always disconnects from the internet. You always run out of seasoning for instant noodles. You always find no toilet paper." The bickering continued until Yu, who had come to pick up Zhong Jingchen for work, could no longer bear it and interjected, "If I'm not mistaken, aren't you and Zhong so-and-so related? Why are you insulting your own family?" Meanwhile, the secretary waiting at the president's office for Zhong Mingyi's meeting notification looked equally perplexed. "If I may ask, is this person on the phone your new brother? Selected from a rigorous process this year?" Beyond this rationale, she could not conceive of a more plausible explanation. After a comment, Zhong Mingyi suddenly remembered that he was no longer the little child who would quarrel with Zhong Jingchen over a piece of candy. He was now the leader of Zhonghua Entertainment, inundated with significant business deals to discuss, lacking time to bicker with Zhong Jingchen. His time was far more precious than that of his errant brother. His tone shifted to a more composed one. "Did you call for a specific reason?" Chapter 50. Pleading for your new love? Having voluntarily drawn the line, Zhong Jingchen saw no need to linger on the matter and directly inquired, "Is Feng Ya being blacklisted by you?" Hearing a female name from his lips caught Zhong Mingyi off guard, connecting it with the recent rumors circulating online. Along with various edited videos of Zhong Jingchen and Feng Ya, his curiosity was instantly piqued. His previously composed tone unwittingly shifted to one of incredulity. "No way? No way? Could it be that someone truly—" The biting sarcasm had yet to escape his lips when he was interrupted by a knock at the door from his secretary. "Mr. Chong. Everyone is gathered in the conference room." On the phone, Zhong Jingchen's tone was tinged with clear disdain. "Stop babbling and speak plainly." Zhong Mingyi waved his hand impatiently at the secretary. "Let them begin without me." The secretary nodded and discreetly closed the office door behind her. The sound of her high heels gradually faded away, and Chong Mingi, momentarily dazed by the gossip, regained his composure. With a gentle voice laced with amusement, he queried, "What's this? Are you interested in her?" "None of your business," Chong Jingchen frowned, particularly irked by his probing tone. "Mind your own affairs." Chong Mingi's lips curled into a sly smile, thinking to himself, how could this not concern me? Ever since childhood, he had always been intrigued by anything Chong Jingchen fancied, often going to great lengths to obtain it, only to destroy it before his very eyes. It was no wonder that Chong Jingchen treated him like a thief. If he were in Chong Jingchen's shoes, he would fear himself too. However, this instinctive wariness did not sadden Chong Mingi. Instead, it filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He smiled silently, his tone growing even more cheerful. "If you don't honestly confide in me, how could I possibly tell you the truth? Trust between people is reciprocal, dear brother." The elongated intonation of brother nearly made Chong Jingchen retch. His tone soured further. "It is precisely because I trust your character so implicitly that I am not at all afraid of wronging you." Feng Ya, a popular contestant without a signed management contract. "Despite your busyness, the people under you are certainly not idle. It is entirely possible that they are working tirelessly at night to secure her contract before any other company does. If she were to sign with Zhonghua Entertainment or even show interest, she would not find herself in the current predicament online. For even if other companies resent her for obstructing their trainees, Zhonghua Entertainment would never remain indifferent. The company has always been willing to invest heavily in those they wish to promote, while those they do not." Chong Jingchen smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Knowing you as I do, you would first squeeze her for all her worth and then ruin her, leaving no opportunity for other companies to swoop in. The only ones truly harmed would be Feng Ya and her devoted fans who genuinely support her. Am I right? You still understand me so well." Chong Mingi nodded, his tone filled with admiration. "So, you called me early this morning to plead for your new flame?" The term new flame was emphasized, dripping with mockery. Chong Jingchen dismissed his teasing, eager to resolve the matter quickly. "First, she is not my new flame, and I advise you to speak with more respect. Second, today's incident arose because of me, so I ought to resolve it. Third, I am not pleading for her. I am informing you as a shareholder of Zhonghua Entertainment. Today's matter ends here. If you enjoy engaging in sordid affairs, do so on your own merit, without exploiting my words or actions. Is that all you wish to resolve today?" Chong Mingi clicked his tongue, his tone laced with disappointment. "I thought you were calling in a rage to ask me to withdraw her from the sacrificial script. That is an internal decision of Zhonghua Entertainment. I will not interfere." As the heir of Zhonghua Entertainment, Chong Jingchen had witnessed the malice of human nature while others were still naive. In the blatant competition and covert schemes, even if they appeared as a harmonious family, each harbored their own agendas. He loathed all of this, and when he had the power to dictate his own way of life, he chose to retreat from the world, casting himself into exile. Chong Mingi, in stark contrast, reveled in this atmosphere and thrived within it. Thus, Chong Jingchen believed that Feng Ya not being chosen by him might not be such a bad thing after all. Her family circumstances were not poor. She could live well outside this circle without needing to wade through the murky waters of the entertainment industry. If he were to plead for her, it would be akin to pushing her into a pit of fire. Chong Mingi had long anticipated such a response but could not help but exclaim, "You remain as heartless as ever." Chong Jingchen merely scoffed coldly, choosing not to respond. Anyone with a venomous snake like Chong Mingi lurking nearby would hesitate to allow themselves to feel. For with emotions comes vulnerability. Until he could entirely eradicate the threat posed by Chong Mingi, he would not easily reveal his weaknesses. "Are you truly not considering advocating for her?" Chong Mingi pressed on, unwilling to relent. "She is beautiful, has a great figure, and her personality is quite charming. It would be a shame for her not to debut as an idol. If you simply ask me, I can immediately dispatch someone to the set to secure her contract. Even ensuring her debut is no problem. Your reluctance to share details about your relationship with her cannot be due to unrequited feelings, can it? If so, then you should really coax her into signing, using an exorbitant breach of contract to keep her firmly in your grasp. Not that I am saying this, but... Hello? Are you even listening to me?" Chong Mingi rambled on for quite some time before finally hearing a quivering male voice on the other end. "Mr. Chong, hello. I am Yu, Mr. Chong's personal assistant. Half an hour ago, Mr. Chong went to the set for work, and fearing you might find it dull talking to the air, I was specially sent to chat with you." Chapter 51. Wishing you longevity, beyond the ephemeral flower. Chong Mingi. I specifically postponed the morning meeting to chat with you, and you send an assistant to distract me? Furious, he tore away the veneer of elegance, cursing vehemently. Tell him I wish him to twist his ankle going downstairs, get hit by a car when he goes out, lose his voice while singing, and choke while drinking. Before he could finish his string of curses, he was mercilessly interrupted by Yu. All right, Mr. Chong, I just added you on WeChat. Could you please take a moment to approve it? Chong Mingi was momentarily speechless, suddenly forgetting what he had intended to say next. Instinctively, he opened WeChat and indeed saw a friend request. After approving it, he was left puzzled. What does a personal assistant want by adding me as a friend? Yu, to reimburse your phone bill. Chong Mingi. Mr. Chong said that considering you work hard every day, we won't charge you for the chatting fee. Just transfer the phone bill. Up to now, you both have chatted for 1 hour, 25 minutes, and 3 seconds. Mr. Chong's plan is local calls at 0.19 yuan per minute, so just round off those 3 seconds and please transfer 1,615 yuan. Chong Mingi, you're the one who espin a dog every day. Though the amount wasn't large, the insult was stinging. Chong Mingi felt as though his lungs were about to explode. But the thought of not transferring the money and facing Chong Jingchen's personal attacks the next time they met kept him in check. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to transfer 17 yuan, adopting a magnanimous tone. No need to ask for more. The extra 0.85 yuan is my donation to him. After all, your Mr. Chong only gets 5 cents for picking up a plastic bottle, and he looks rather pitiful without food. He sent a middle-aged meme with glaring, colorful text saying, wishing you longevity beyond the ephemeral flower, and then hung up, blocking the number in one swift motion, leaving no chance for Chong Mingi to retaliate. What a joke! As the man behind Chong Jingchen, he received a salary from Chong Jingchen himself. In his eyes, Chong Mingi was nothing. As long as Yu had breath in his body, he would never allow anyone to bully Chong Jingchen. Meanwhile, the clearly bullied Chong Mingi was left bewildered. Very well, very good. He promptly notified the HR department to recruit a customer service representative dedicated solely to handling matters with Chong Jingchen. The recruitment criteria have been meticulously crafted. Gender and educational background are irrelevant. What is paramount are formidable psychological resilience, an octopus-like typing speed, an unparalleled ability to articulate a plethora of phrases without repetition for hours, and an audacious spirit capable of delving into the virtual realm as if it were one's own ancestral grave. As for the remuneration, having a job is commendable enough. To expect payment is quite another matter. The operations at Zhonghua Entertainment are always efficient. Within an hour, the one-sided condemnation of Feng Ya in the real-time plaza transforms into a chorus of mixed reviews. It appears that my dear Feng Ya has truly obstructed someone's path. A multitude of individuals has inexplicably emerged, eager to oppose her every move. Many of my acquaintances began following her after enjoying her comedic videos. It is amusing. Could it not be that her lackluster professional skills and her penchant for seeking attention have rendered her irksome? Initially, her performances might seem novel, but prolonged exposure inevitably leads to aesthetic fatigue. Should she continue to feign madness for the sake of spectacle, obscurity is but a matter of time. It is absurd. When she garners attention, it is as if my sister is genuinely popular, yet when she faces criticism, it is claimed that she is merely obstructing others. Even if there are those intent on undermining her, she invariably emerges unscathed. I refuse to believe that a mere novice can outmaneuver established agencies. Undoubtedly, someone is safeguarding her interests. Hasn't the price of the dress she wore during her debut already been uncovered? Perhaps she is under the patronage of some affluent benefactor. Those who spread unfounded rumors ought to reflect on their ethics. Do they truly believe that wealthy families cannot produce daughters? Regardless of how heinous one may be, there exists a small faction of supporters. Conversely, even the most immaculate individuals will attract disdain. Such is the norm within the entertainment industry. After perusing a few pages of comments and confirming that the situation has calmed, Chong Jingchen withdrew from the real-time plaza and posted a new tweet. The missing artist. Chong Jingchen stated, I merely wish to showcase the exceptional assignments from my students that have caused me considerable anxiety. There is no need for further speculation. Should anyone experience the seasonal lethargy of spring, summer drowsiness, or winter lethargy, I recommend setting the song as an alarm. Its efficacy is personally tested. Furthermore, if I receive more outstanding student assignments in the future, I shall share them as part of a collective celebration of bizarre human behaviors. I humbly request your support. If he were to delete Feng Yaxing's videos, some would undoubtedly accuse him of insecurity. Conversely, if he retained them, his profile would appear peculiar, solely featuring her content. After much contemplation, Chong Jingchen resolved to establish a segment dedicated to showcasing student assignments throughout his tenure as a mentor. Should he witness exceptional performances from other trainees, he would also record and share them on social media, ensuring fairness. Meanwhile, the fans remained as obedient as ever. Thank you, dear husband, for your concern. My perennial sleepiness has finally found a remedy. He always remembers to share amusing videos with me. He truly cherishes me. Wake up, you two. The sun has risen. And yet you linger in dreams? Does this imply that we can now enjoy both the frequent updates from Go and the amusing singing and dancing videos of Feng Ya? Hooray! A double delight. You need not explain, dear husband. Even if you two are indeed involved, I shall bless you with tears. In the following days, Feng Ya trained during the day and was dragged into tutoring sessions by her classmates at night. She also needed to complete the punitive assignments from Chong Jingchen, leaving her too busy even to indulge in stress relief games, let alone browse social media. Consequently, her performances grew increasingly perfunctory and audacious. Today, she presented the electronic rendition of Love Circulation, and tomorrow, she would perform the kazoo version of the same piece. While others mastered a myriad of skills, she was merely surviving in her attempts. Her serious demeanor while performing only made Chong Jingchen hesitant to deliver harsh criticism, fearing it might shatter her blind confidence and adversely affect her assessments. Following 3 consecutive days of showcasing exceptional student assignments, she not only secured her position as a rising star in singing and dancing, but was also humorously dubbed by netizens with new titles: the world's premier master of melancholic music, a first-class lacquer athlete from Huagua, a lifetime achievement awardee in the art of tardiness, and a permanent member of the Food Association. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was time for assessments. Feng Ya emerged from her bed with tousled hair and bleary eyes, only to discover that her roommates were already dressed and ready to leave for the classroom. Alarmed, she thought she had overslept. With one hand pressed against the bed, she executed a somersault onto the floor, dashing barefoot towards the bathroom. Her frantic demeanor prompted Ko Lien to remind her, there's no need to rush. There's still time. The group had awakened early to review before the assessments commenced. As soon as Ko Lien finished speaking, she received an eye roll from Qin Miao. You seem quite chatty today, don't you? Those who were late had classmates to assist them. Those struggling had support for extra lessons, and even waking up could involve a classmate's wake-up call. Why should you worry? Exactly, echoed Yin Jieshua, with this idle time. Perhaps you should focus on yourself. Have you mastered your dance moves? Ko Lien nodded. I've memorized them all. However, my movements remain stiff and lack rhythm, resembling a robot. Even if she had memorized them, she should not grow complacent. Jiang Xingyue raised her voice, ensuring the bathroom occupant heard. Your dance foundation is weak. If you don't take it seriously, you might be outperformed by those universally acknowledged as lacking talent, and that would be utterly humiliating. Why speak such harsh truths? Qin Miao feigned anger. Lien is simply a bit weak in dance basics, but her overall ability is still commendable. How can you compare her to those recognized as dance failures? Yin Jieshua nodded in agreement. That indeed undermines Ko Lien. As they conversed, laughter filled the air, creating an atmosphere of joy. Ko Lien cast a glance toward the bathroom, then at her companions, whose facial muscles seemed incapable of large expressions even while laughing. Her fingers instinctively tightened until her nails dug into her palms. Only when the urge to voice her discontent became unbearable did she tremble and utter, "Aren't we supposed to head to class and practice? What else with that expression?" Qin Miao teased, pinching her cheek as they walked out together. We were merely joking. You're not truly upset, are you? Surely not, Ko Lien? Yin Jieshua exaggeratedly leaned closer. We've known each other for so long. Surely you wouldn't be so sensitive? Moreover, they hadn't said anything incorrect. Jiang Xingyue confidently asserted, your dance foundation is indeed lacking. Both Joshua and I have tirelessly helped you refine your expressions and movements. How can you be angry over that? Do you even have the right? Throughout their journey, Ko Lien remained deaf to their remarks, choosing silence. Internally, she was conflicted, loathing her own cowardice for not defending herself, while simultaneously resenting her impulsiveness and meddling. Their exclusionary behavior was of no concern to her. She could scarcely protect her own standing. In the bathroom, Feng Ya had long grown accustomed to her roommates' jibes and paid them no mind. People often flaunt what they lack. The more they care about something, the more they tend to disparage it. It is only those ambitious yet lacking in talent who harbor such animosity towards her. fearing she might surpass them with the assistance of her classmates. Ambitious and capable individuals hardly regard her with any significance. After a brief morning routine, Feng Ya proceeded to the cafeteria, only to discover that the usually bustling establishment was devoid of any trainees. Could it be that everyone had already made their way to the classroom like Qin Miao Miao and her companions? If the rest had arrived early, her own entrance at the regular hour would inevitably appear tardy. Considering the potential repercussions of lateness, Feng Ya felt it prudent to forego breakfast in the dining hall. She hastily packed a few buns and boiled eggs into her pockets and dashed towards the teaching building. The screen at the entrance still displayed precious footage of early risers awakening the slumbering Feng Ya. Inside the spacious dance studio designated for significant endeavors, trainees were scattered about, frantically preparing for their assessments. Standing at the doorway, Feng Ya could feel the palpable intensity of the diligent trainees within. This overwhelming energy made her ponder whether it would be somewhat impolite to sit in a corner and leisurely enjoy her breakfast while others were engrossed in their practice, likely neglecting their meals altogether. With ample time remaining before the examination commenced, there was no need for haste. Unbeknownst to her, just as she slipped away, Su Yenji and the mentor team entered the classroom, greeting everyone with enthusiasm. "Dear shining girls, how do you do? Today is a significant day, isn't it?" The trainees nodded in agreement. As the 3-day period had concluded, Su Yenji inquired about the trainees' progress with the theme song. His discerning gaze swept across the room, and he astutely noted the mixed expressions. Some were cheerful, while others appeared anxious. His teasing tone elicited numerous eye rolls from the trainees. "Please spare us your psychological games. Let us get this over with," they urged. Su Yenji chuckled heartily. "Don't be so impatient. We haven't reached the designated time yet. Why don't you all settle in by class, and then each class can send a representative to confirm attendance. I want to take attendance one by one. It would be quite exhausting with over 100 individuals." The trainees nodded in agreement and quickly reported their respective class attendance, reporting to Teacher Su. "Everyone in our class is present."
The same for ours.
"Our class too. Our class is complete. We are missing one." Before the representative could name the absent individual, Su Yenji interjected. "It wouldn't be Feng Ya again, would it?" The representative from her class gave a thumbs up to him. "Congratulations, you're correct." Su Yenji responded with a chuckle. How utterly unchallenging. Once again, he projected her onto the classroom's high-definition screen, revealing Feng Ya leisurely seated on the steps, munching on a bun. With cheeks stuffed and unadorned, she playfully engaged with the fixed camera. "Are you a real person or a machine? If you're real, nod your head. If you're a machine, shake your head." Moments later, the camera swayed up and down. "So you're real." Feng Ya beamed, teasing the staff behind the camera. "Have you had breakfast yet?" The camera shook its head. "Would you like me to share some?" The camera nodded eagerly. She then extended her last bun, filled with spicy tofu, toward the camera, as if offering a delectable treat. The camera continued to nod, as though truly savoring the food. With a sigh of faux regret, Feng Ya remarked, "Alas, you can only watch and not eat. I suppose I'll take the risk of gaining weight and consume it for you." The camera immediately shook its head vigorously. Ignoring its protests, she declared, "You needn't nod so fervently. I know you would agree. To reward your generosity, I shall demonstrate my unique skill, the art of swallowing a bun whole." Before the camera could react, she tossed the remaining bun high into the air, opened her mouth wide, and tilted her head back, swallowing it just as it descended. She resembled a husky catching food midair. The live comments exploded with laughter. "Feng Ya is foolish, yet undeniably charming. Ha ha, she truly is the singing and dancing prodigy. I would call her a renowned performance artist. Champion of creativity in the Greater China region. Ha ha, I'm going to die laughing in the comments. She is a master at capturing attention. Even breakfast becomes a theatrical performance. What nonsense. This is about sharing joy with the people. She could debut anytime. Yet she goes to great lengths to entertain us. Truly, she brings me to tears." After finishing her bun, Feng Ya retrieved 3 still warm boiled eggs from her pocket, intending to showcase a childhood trick of tossing them in the air. Just then, the intercom blared unexpectedly. "Attention! Feng Ya from the Shining Girls class. Feng Ya. Teacher Su has brought your favorite social death gift package and is waiting for you in the dance studio." Just as she prepared to perform her trick, Feng Ya exclaimed, "What? It's not even time for the exam yet. How did he get to the classroom before me?" Reluctantly, she tucked the eggs back into her pocket and walked toward the classroom, dramatically exclaiming, "Wow, Meanwhile, she muttered to herself, Teacher Su really loves me. The comments continued. Haha. What on earth is a social death gift package? If it's not Wangzai milk, I want to accept it. This should be a prime advertising spot. Wangzai milk, send money. With an air of calm, she knocked on the door and announced, Teacher, I'm not late this time. I came earlier, saw everyone training, and didn't want to tempt them with the smell of food, so I found a place outside to eat breakfast. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance or ask the photographer responsible for that camera. To ensure her alibi, she had chosen a spot with a camera. Su Yenji feigned seriousness, saying, But you didn't enter the classroom a while ago. I heard from other trainees that you merely peeked in, as if overwhelmed by the scent of hard work, and then turned away. You didn't even step inside. How can that count? Feng Ya was taken aback by his illogical reasoning. After a moment of shock, she pointed to the clock on the classroom wall. But even if I entered now, I still wouldn't be late. I don't care. Su Yenji retorted with conviction. As long as you enter the classroom later than I do, it counts as tardiness. Having grown tired of the footage of early risers awakening the slumbering Feng Ya, he decided to replace it with the footage of her early attempts at training flying buns as a form of punishment. Feng Ya exclaimed, What the hell is this early training with flying buns footage? I suspect you're intentionally humiliating me, and I have gathered evidence. Before she could voice her objections, the director, who had been watching, quickly interjected. All right, I'll arrange it immediately. The onlooking trainees erupted into laughter. Haha, what a clever name for the flying buns. Teacher Su is truly a genius. Oh, Teacher Su is so mischievous. I love it. Not entering the classroom counts as tardiness. How cruel. Ladies, remember to engrave this phrase in your minds. Don't accidentally be late, or the consequences will be dire. Engraving in the mind isn't enough. I'll write it on my cigarettes and inhale it. Whatever the case, both videos are hers. It matters not which one is shown. As long as she remains unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. After leading the trainees through a brief warm-up, the preliminary assessment officially commenced. Su Yenji immediately adopted a serious demeanor, solemnly announcing the rules of the assessment. Once it begins, the trainees may challenge one another at will, forming groups of 5 to perform the theme song and dance in the center of the classroom. The 4 mentors and the initiator will observe from the observation room, watching each performance live, and will reassess the trainees' rankings based on their displays. Those currently ranked may find themselves overtaken by newcomers, while those in lower positions might rise unexpectedly. There is but one opportunity to perform. Are you all prepared? Su Yenji nodded, stating, I leave the practice room in your capable hands. I look forward to your performances. After clarifying the rules, Su Yenji led the 4 mentors to the observation room. The trainees immediately became animated, forming alliances and freely grouping themselves. Chapter 54. The Strong Strike at the Stronger. The moment she comprehended the rules, Feng Ya had already devised her team. She aimed to challenge the 4 esteemed individuals within the group. After all, one's professional skills are often illuminated by the prowess of peers. Lu Ruima, Su Qianchen, Yi Xingli, Zhao Jiu, each one possessing exceptional talent. They were the CR me de la CR me within the formidable group. Performing alongside them would surely overshadow her own progress, revealing her mediocrity in stark contrast, leading her fans to swiftly abandon her. Without fans, she would receive no votes, and thus would inevitably be eliminated in the first round. She truly was a clever little fox, indeed. Resolved in her decision, Feng Ya strode towards the gathering of the esteemed group. Before even reaching them, she called out from a distance, Mo, Qianchen, Xingli Jiu, may I challenge you? We could form a team of 5. Fearing that someone else might seize the opportunity first. No sooner had her words left her lips than the bustling practice room fell into an abrupt silence. All trainees, including the named Lu Ruima, Su Qianchen, Yi Xingli, and Zhao Jiu, wore expressions of shock. After a collective silence of several seconds, someone slowly recovered from their astonishment, incredulity lacing their voice. Did I just hear that correctly? I think I might have. I can hardly prepare myself to challenge a top-tier individual. And yet Feng Ya dares to challenge for at once? Am I mad? Or is the world truly mad? Are the top-tier individuals this bold? The detractors in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. How does she muster the courage to say such things when she is universally recognized as the weakest? Did Liang Jingru give her that confidence? Is it possible that the princess has misunderstood the exam rules, thinking that gathering strong allies would assist her? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard today. the royal princess attempting to cling to the powerful only to be obliterated by 4 top-tier teammates. Meanwhile, her supporters were nearly in tears. Please wake up, darling. This is about selecting opponents, not allies. Whoa, Su, please listen. Just find a couple of strong individuals from the group. My expectations for you are not high, just show some improvement. Ooh, she truly is a beautiful fool. I despair for her. In the practice room, Lu Ruemo reached out, touching Feng Yasu's forehead, then placing her other hand on her own. You're not running a fever. Are you? Your forehead feels normal. Perhaps she had simply risen too early and was still groggy. Su Qianchen dismissed her declaration as well. Zhao Zhi said, Su, I have no ill will towards you, but this performance impacts ranking assessments, which are crucial for subsequent competitions. A single misstep could have far-reaching consequences. So, I hope you will reconsider. Yi Xingli raised her chin slightly, coldly stating, the strong should challenge the stronger. I must decline your request. Lu Ruema, Su Qianchen, and Zhao Zhiyu unanimously echoed, agreed. Without hesitation, they collectively rejected Feng Yasu's proposal. Feng Yasu responded, all right then. It was commendable that they aspired for greater achievements. She could not impose her will upon them. She had no choice but to seek out other formidable individuals to form a team. However, she found herself asking all the way to the top tier, only to discover that not a single esteemed individual was willing to team up with her. It remained uncertain whether they genuinely sought higher ambitions or felt embarrassed to team up with her, fearing they might be perceived as bullying the weak due to Yi Xingli's words. With no options left, Feng Yasu lowered her sights to the next tier. When considering capable individuals in this group, the first name that sprang to mind was Kulian. Though her dance foundation was weak, her vocal prowess was undoubtedly the best in the class. What's more, she was exceptionally diligent. Every time Feng Yasu was dragged to the classroom for extra lessons by Lu Ruema, she would see Kulian practicing her dance. Given her earnest dedication, overpowering her would certainly be a challenge. However, given Kulian's pliable personality, she would likely not initiate a challenge, but rather go with Qin Miaomiao, Yin Jiaxue, and Zhang Xinyue to form a team. Yin Jiaxue and Zhang Xinyue possessed dance skills and sang adequately, making it unlikely they would struggle against her. As for Qin Miaomiao, that was a different story. With her unsettling vocal style and robotic dance moves, Feng Yasu feared she might be the one overshadowing Qin Miaomiao. After all, a person's growth over just 3 days can be astonishing, under the rigorous training from the top-tier individuals. She was no longer the same novice who could only be compared to Qin Miaomiao in mediocrity, but rather someone who could easily surpass her. As Feng Yasu prepared to pursue this option, a saccharine voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. Su. The sweetness made her take several steps back in defense as she rubbed her goosebumps. You can just call me Feng Yasu. The sudden intimacy was rather alarming. Qin Miaomiao approached with a giggle, completely shedding the sarcasm from earlier that morning, her expression now radiating warmth. Her voice was soft, almost endearing, as if she were indulging in a playful manner. You don't need to be nervous. I came to ask if you would like to team up with us. I just asked around, and all the other teams are full. We still have 1 spot left. Unbeknownst to her, the more sweetly Qin Miaomiao smiled, the more suspicious Feng Yasu became. But aren't there 101 of us? If all the other teams are full, there should be another person left out. Mentioning the other lone individual made Qin Miaomiao's face contort in distaste, her voice losing its sweetness. The other leftover is Su Zidong, a rather strange person. Compared to her, I would much prefer teaming up with you. Feng Yasu thought to herself, of course. Their team comprised only 5 individuals, and the 3 already present could easily outshine Qin Miaomiao. It was only logical for Qin Miaomiao to seek a less capable teammate to bolster her own standing. In comparison to Su Zidong, Feng Yasu appeared as an easier target. No wonder Qin Miaomiao was suddenly so amiable. People are often inclined to take advantage of the weak. Qin Miaomiao was clearly waiting to use her underwhelming performance to highlight her own strengths. Chapter 55, A Reverse Moral Conundrum. Having deciphered her intentions, Feng Yasu did not rush to refuse but instead inquired, what about Su Zidong? There are 101 of us, yet she is the only one left out. Let her be. Qin Miaomiao shrugged. She has always been a lone wolf and doesn't like teaming up. This implies that without the embellishment of those around her, the standards of judgment from mentors and the audience will not be influenced by external factors, thus becoming even more impartial. The gaze of the entire audience will be solely focused on her, and the camera will capture her more frequently. For an ambitious and capable trainee, this presents a rare opportunity to shine brilliantly. However, for the indifferent Feng Ya, who has no desire to improve, it is evidently easier to achieve her goals by teaming up with Qin Miao Miao. Therefore, she nodded and decisively stated, "Deal." "What do you mean by deal?" Qin Miao Miao shot her a glance. Although she indeed wished for the less competent Feng Ya to accentuate her own abilities, she did not want to be perceived as bullying the weak. So she put forth an ample facade. "Don't make it sound as though we've engaged in some sort of mutual benefit. This is all for your own good. If we hadn't taken you in, considering our bond as roommates, you would have faced the same fate as Su Zidong, performing before everyone. Do you realize how many eyes would be on you as you sing and dance alone? Any slight flaw would be magnified by the live broadcast. What if you perform poorly? How embarrassing would that be? So, according to you, I should be grateful?" Feng Ya shot her a sidelong glance, her expression clearly skeptical. Qin Miao Miao nodded earnestly, showing no signs of guilt. Instead, she boldly retorted, "Otherwise what?" The audacity of her demeanor left even Feng Ya in awe. With a sarcastic laugh, she countered, "Thank you for that. You've only made me feel less confident. If I happen to falter during my performance and remain in the class, the innocent and kind-hearted you will surely take full responsibility and stay with me, right? After all, we are roommates. You cannot abandon me." In her final words, she even mimicked Qin Miao Miao's tone, exclaiming, "You better not abandon me." The morally bound Qin Miao Miao exclaimed, "Who the hell would want to stay with you? Don't mimic my speech. You don't need to say much. I understand your intentions completely. Let us agree that you must accompany me in class." With her mouth forcibly covered, Qin Miao Miao protested, "Who the hell agreed to that? Would you dare to release your grip and let me speak? After all, you wouldn't want others to discover that your innocence, kindness, and enthusiasm are merely a facade, would you?" Feng Ya slowly loosened her grip, pulling out a pack of tissues from her pocket, elegantly wiping her hands while observing her with amusement. She mused, "You think you can challenge me with your ability to intimidate the innocent?" Qin Miao Miao was rendered speechless. She wanted to escape the moral entrapment while preserving her image as a pure-hearted and kind person. After a lengthy pause, she stuttered, "One thing at a time. Let us discuss this after the results of the mini-exams." If she received a poor rating, she could claim that she had intentionally concealed her abilities to fulfill her agreement with Feng Ya. It was a strategy that allowed her to advance or retreat with justification. The audience in the live broadcast was entertained by the comical display of their faux friendship. Help! How did the two people I dislike the most on this show end up together? It's like double the mental pollution. I'm out.
Out. Out.
In terms of tea skills, our royal princess reigns supreme. To be fair, although the princess's skills are lacking, her acting is surprisingly good. Though I dislike the royals. If I have to choose between the two, I hope the princess wins. Go, princess. Drag Qin Miao Miao down with you. After the group discussions were finalized, the trainees commenced their performances. The first group to take the stage comprised Lu Ruema, Lu Shijiao, Gu Inian, and Lu Chenzi. Among them, Lu Ruema and Lu Shijiao were from one class, while Gu Inian and Lu Chenzi hailed from another. All four were versatile performers, and their entrance elicited a chorus of screams from the observing trainees.
Wow.
This group is incredible. Did they really come out strong right from the start? All four of them are amazing. Help. I feel so pressured. This is overwhelming. I don't want to compete. In the observation room, the mentors displayed varied expressions. Su Yenji exclaimed dramatically, "This group is phenomenal." Ihan nodded in agreement, adding, "These four are of the same caliber. Their combination is sure to be visually striking." Yun Dongwan, covering her head, appeared torn. "I like all four of them. I can barely keep up with my eyes." Luo Yuxuan chuckled, while Chong Jingchen blocked out the surrounding noise, pensively focused on the screen, resembling an emotionless grading machine. Thanks to Feng Ya, he had not had a good night's sleep for several days. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind would replay various catchy versions of Love Loop, driving him to the brink of exhaustion. He just wanted to finish grading and leave, fearing he might unexpectedly collapse at his desk, like the prematurely departed Feng Ya. Speaking of Feng Ya, how could someone with a name so similar to hers possess such a drastically different personality? All four had solid foundations in singing and dancing, and their goals had evolved beyond merely mastering the theme song. They aimed to interpret the song in their unique ways and showcase their distinct styles. Each expression was meticulously crafted, and every movement was deliberately refined. Though all four performed the same song and dance, they presented a harmonious yet distinct experience, each showcasing their unique strengths. The surrounding trainees erupted in cheers. This is amazing. So captivating. They all have such distinct personalities. I suggest they form a group right now. This is the pressure from the strong, right? My legs are about to give way. The mentors in the observation room were equally impressed. Su Yenji remarked. They infused their interpretations into the performance, avoiding the blind pursuit of uniformity and instead embracing differentiation according to their individual styles. Absolutely. Yun Dongwon nodded vigorously. If I were to join a girl group, I would want to see various types of girls singing and dancing the same song, each with their own flair. In other words, they encompass all the styles you enjoy? Luo Yuxuan interjected. Yun Dongwon high-fived him. You get me. Yi Han then evaluated from a dance perspective. Their movements appear synchronized, yet upon closer inspection, each has made subtle adjustments according to their style, demonstrating excellent expression management and control, making it very pleasing to watch. While many trainees struggled to memorize lyrics and choreography, these four had already begun exploring their strengths and attempting to showcase their best and most beautiful selves to the audience. This was commendable. They had already demonstrated qualities befitting girl group members. Chong Jingchen nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging their efforts. After the evaluations, the mentors began reassigning their ranks. Yun Dongwon proclaimed, I believe each of them deserves recognition. Yi Han concurred, Lu Ruima and Lu Shijiao are maintaining excellent conditions, while Gu Inian and Lu Chenxi have shown significant improvement since their initial performances. However, Luo Yuxuan pointed out, I think Lu Chenxi's vocal performance is still somewhat lacking compared to the others. It seems a bit unstable. This could be attributed to fatigue setting in as the performance progressed. Zhong Jingchan gazed at his notebook, which contained notes on the minor issues each trainee encountered during their singing and dancing practices. Gu Inian also displayed similar tendencies. Once the mentors reached a consensus, Su Yenji recorded the latest rankings of the trainees on the list before activating the microphone connected to the practice room. Please welcome the next group. Perhaps it was due to the fact that true scholars are never daunted by examinations. As the preceding groups took the stage, each either possessing formidable talent or electrifying the crowd with their dance. Every group's performance was commendable, a veritable display of artistry. The less skilled trainees watched with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Their exhilaration stemmed from the impressive displays of the seasoned performers, while their anxiety arose from a lack of confidence in their own abilities, fearing the potential embarrassment of their own performances. Despite having the same 3 days of practice, why did others progress so rapidly? The mere thought of it brought some trainees, particularly those with weaker psychological resilience, to the brink of tears. Feng Ya, unburdened by the pressure of advancement, felt no anxiety. Instead, she reveled in the performances. When her esteemed friends took the stage, she would cheer them on, waving her hands like windshield wipers and shouting encouragement. While others were nervously observing their competitors, she was at a concert, enjoying the show of her idols. After all, any one of these performers might become a sensational star, and with ticket sales yet to begin, she was determined to seize the opportunity to enjoy the spectacle fully. The live comments flowed in. Is it just me, or is there an audience member among these trainees? Feng Ya, could you please get a ticket? Ha ha ha. Look at her excitement. She's practically regressing. Those with royal scripts are indeed different. While others are on the verge of tears, she's here starstruck. No kidding. If I were guaranteed a spot, I'd be even more ecstatic than her. Enough of that, I'm eagerly anticipating the princess's splendid performance. After a brief interlude of cheers, it was finally time for Feng Yasu's group to perform. Clearing her throat, she joined her plastic roommates in walking to the center of the classroom. Even before the performance began, the observing trainees had already started to chuckle. Help! Why do I inexplicably want to laugh every time I see her? Haha, me too. Not only do I want to laugh, but my mind even supplies the soundtrack. In the observation room, the mentors were equally unable to suppress their laughter. Su Yenji, lounging on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight. Goodness, is Feng Yasu about to perform? I must pay close attention. Luo Yuxuan, as if performing a magic trick, pulled a pair of glasses from her pocket and perched them on her nose. Thank you for the invite. I am thoroughly looking forward to this.
Hey.
What are you all doing? This is too much. Yun Dongwon shot them a glare, laughing in defense of Feng Yasu. I heard from Teacher Zhong that she actually has a talent for singing. It just hasn't been directed properly. Not just singing, she is quite gifted in dancing as well. Yi Han added, her eyes fixed on the screen, her tone tinged with anticipation. I wonder if she took to heart what I told her. Zhong Jingchan, however, quietly adjusted the volume of his headphones, thinking to himself that not only had she not utilized her talent correctly, but she was also veering dangerously towards the wrong path. If it weren't for the need to score each performance, he would have considered muting Feng Yasu's voice entirely. With an energetic start, the 5 performers in the center of the classroom began their routine. Ku Lien's voice was bright and penetrating, immediately capturing the mentor's attention with its powerful resonance. Her singing is quite impressive, Yun Donghua noted, both surprised and regretful. Though her dancing is a bit stiff. Considering she has no dance background, this is already a significant improvement, Ihan explained. Luo Yuxuan remarked, then she truly shouldn't remain in this class, it's beneath her talent. Yin Jiexue and Jiang Xinyue's voices, though somewhat overshadowed, maintain their usual standard in dance, outperforming the other 3. Is she doing a robot dance? Ihan mused, not entirely satisfied. While their performance was consistently stable, it lacked any freshness. The live stream then shifted focus to Qin Miao Miao. Her naturally high-pitched voice had already established her persona, and any abrupt change would invite ridicule from haters and disappointment from her devoted fans, who might feel deceived. With a small fan base, she could hardly afford such upheaval. Thus, she resolutely ignored Zhong Jingchan's suggestion to sound more natural, singing in her signature high-pitched, cutesy tone. Her dance moves were limp, devoid of any vigor, and her facial expressions desperately leaned towards a coy, childlike demeanor, sticking out her tongue and winking intermittently. To her devoted fans, she appeared utterly adorable. To others, she was simply cringeworthy. The mentors in the observation room instinctively raised their arms to rub their eyes. I don't know why, but my eyes suddenly hurt. Su Yenji muttered. Has the cafeteria started preparing lunch already? The air suddenly feels greasy, Luo Yuxuan remarked. In contrast, Feng Yasu's performance, which incorporated thematic dance movements while executing military-style punches, seemed refreshingly crisp. Though her control over force was still lacking, each movement was executed cleanly, and her facial expressions were serious rather than erratic like Qin Miao Miao's. Paired with her precise dance moves, she appeared adorably fierce. If one disregarded Jiang Xinyue and Yin Jiexue's dancing, her performance would have been a flawless display of military-style choreography. Yet, when compared to Jiang and Yin, it raised the question, is she doing a robot dance? Su Yenji chuckled. Mechanical dancing requires a sense of rhythm. Her movements lack fluidity and resemble a robot's. Luo Yuxuan commented. When rhythm was mentioned, Ihan's expression soured. The challenge in teaching her dance lies here. She possesses excellent flexibility and quickly learns movements. Yet she struggles with the points of force, making her body feel as rigid as a steel pipe. Regardless of the dance, it always resembles military-style punching. Perhaps she has become accustomed to that style from practicing military drills? Yun Donghua mused, cupping her face in her hands, gazing at the screen in awe. But she truly stands out. I noticed her first among the 5, and she has a strong camera presence. Zhong Jingchan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Her stamina is quite impressive. Beside him, Qin Miao Miao was already panting, yet her voice remained steady, though still characterized by her loud, unrefined tone. She had not invested much emotion into her singing. But compared to her initial stage performance of Makabaka, this is a significant improvement, Su Yenji concluded. The 4 mentors nodded in agreement. If her initial performance warranted a score of 10, this one could at least achieve 50. Although still below passing, a 40-point improvement was certainly commendable. Not only the mentors, but even Feng Yasu herself felt satisfied with her deliberately moderated performance, which, while not overly attention-grabbing, represented a slight advancement over her previous display. I might as well inscribe the words "I am diligent, but devoid of talent" on my face. I hope those mentors who perceive her as gifted awaken to their misjudgment and cease their oversight. To highlight the vivaciousness of the young ladies, the choreography is animated, reminiscent of the jumping exercises in calisthenics. Feng Yashing had barely bounced twice to the rhythm of the music before her body froze abruptly. If memory serves her right, she seems to have a few boiled eggs in her pocket that she hadn't had the chance to eat. The pockets of her training attire are angled downward, and after just those couple of bounces, she could already feel the eggs dancing along with her movements. Should she bounce a few more times, those eggs would surely fly out. The very thought of it made Feng Yashing cringe with embarrassment. Every cell in her body screamed in resistance. No, it cannot be allowed. She had already experienced social death once today. She absolutely cannot endure a second. Moreover, if the eggs were to break, they would become inedible, and wasting food is a disgrace. With that thought, her previously grandiose dance movements turned cautious. When she leaped, she resembled a hen brooding over its nest. Her elbows tightly clamped against her pockets, determined that even if her movements were compromised, the eggs must not fall out. Her sudden shift in dancing style left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. What is happening with Feng Ya? Just a moment ago, she was performing military-style exercises with such enthusiasm. Now she appears to be sneaking about like a thief? Who would have thought the princess would incorporate role-play into her dance? First a police officer, now a thief. Impressive indeed. Is it possible she simply needs to use the restroom? So, the princess must attend to her own needs? I thought she would hire someone to do that for her. Is making such tedious jokes really amusing? What if she is actually feeling unwell? Oh dear, Yashing. Please pull yourself together. Just as I praised your progress, you seem to have fallen apart. This makes me look foolish. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Yashing was on the verge of breaking into a cold sweat. The previous jumps had minimal arm movement, which she could manage. But the ensuing sequence required her to leap and spin with her arms outstretched, and afterward, raise her hands above her head to form a heart gesture for the audience. One cannot fathom what the choreographer was thinking. Such nonsensical moves could only emerge from someone with a severe mental block. Before she could devise a strategy, her body, driven by muscle memory, began executing the corresponding movements to the music. Chapter 58. The Great Egg Transformation. With a splendid 360-degree turn, Feng Yashing was met with a slap from her own shiny black ponytail. One of the eggs from her right pocket flew out. In her panic, she forgot the pain. Reaching out and catching the egg with ease. Holding the egg aloft, she formed a goofy heart shape with her hands for the viewers in the live stream and the mentors in the observation room, accompanied by a loud crack. Another egg tumbled from her left pocket. The expression on her face, while making the heart gesture, was even more pained than the last. She vowed never to wear a high ponytail while dancing again. The whipping of her hair against her face was unbearable. After these two successful catches, Feng Yashing decided to abandon her hesitance and dance freely. After all, she had already faced social death. Enduring a few more instances would only allow her to retort amidst the laughter. This is all part of my meticulous choreography. As she executed her vigorous movements, the frequency of the eggs flying out increased dramatically. Not only did she catch them with greater finesse, but the timing and actions melded seamlessly with her dance. When performing arm movements, she would reach out to catch. When executing leg movements, she would hook with her foot, and during floor work, she would use her waist to nudge the egg and then catch it effortlessly. Her posture remained elegant, her expression composed. Those aware of her stage mishap would know otherwise. While the unaware might assume, she was showcasing a novel performance art, with the airborne eggs serving as her props. The mentors in the observation room were left speechless. Su Yenji remarked, "Is she incorporating acrobatic elements into her dance?" Luo Yuxuan adjusted his glasses, equally perplexed. Those eggs appearing and disappearing could very well be a magic trick. A grand egg transformation? What on earth is a grand egg transformation? Yun Dongwan shot a skeptical glance at the two. Yet she was convinced. This was clearly a demonstration of rhythmic gymnastics, testing her skill in ball manipulation. Yi Han's eyes widened in astonishment, who said she lacks a sense of rhythm. That moment when she used her waist to catch the egg was full of rhythmic flair. Otherwise, given her lackluster abilities, it would be impossible for her to exhibit such adaptive skills. However, regarding her skills, could these catching techniques truly be learned by someone as inexperienced as her in just 2 or 3 days? Why did he find that so hard to believe? In the practice room, Qin Miao Miao had intended to sneak a glance at Feng Yashing's performance during the turn, only to find her resembling a clown from a circus, toying with the eggs in her pockets. Though her expression was calm and her catching movements graceful, the fact remained that she was handling eggs, not colorful balls. This contradiction made her appear increasingly like a lunatic recently released from a mental institution. Unable to contain herself, Qin Miao Miao burst into laughter. Yin Jieshue and Zhang Xinyue, though less exaggerated, were blushing as they stifled their giggles. Had they not been required to sing while dancing, they would have undoubtedly contorted their mouths into duck shapes, replaying all their past sorrows in their minds. Only Ku Lian remained wholly immersed in her performance, unperturbed by the surrounding chaos. The viewers in the live stream were nearly in stitches. Haha, what is a grand egg transformation? Feng Yashing, do you truly believe this choreography is suitable? I genuinely wish to interview the singing and dancing diva. Have you encountered no creative blocks? Zhang Xinyue and Yin Jieshue, I would be grateful. The princess is entirely unconcerned about the well-being of others when seeking the spotlight. Nonetheless, shouldn't the ability to adapt on the spot be a fundamental professional quality for performers? Qin Miaomiao is clearly lacking, and Yin Jixue and Jiang Xinyue are struggling too, while Ku Yan remains unaffected by her surroundings. Though her impromptu performance was relatively flawless, the thought of dancing while catching eggs in front of such a large audience felt absurd. After all, who would choreograph such ridiculous dances without decades of mental instability? She was participating in a talent show, not a comedy festival. Perhaps it would be best to come clean, though it might reveal a bit of her capability. It was surely better than being mistaken for a lunatic and sent to a psychiatric hospital, right? As Feng Ya wallowed in self-pity, she felt a weight on her left shoulder. Lu Ruima leaned against her, resting half her weight on her. With a teasing tone reminiscent of a little rascal, she remarked, "You little rascal, so you saved this trick for us, huh?" Just then, she felt another weight on her right shoulder as Su Qiandian joined in. With a cool voice and assertive demeanor, Feng Yaxing's heart raced, thinking, "Oh no, I haven't even confessed yet, and I've already revealed my abilities?" As an international film icon, Feng Yasu not only excels in dramatic performances, but is also renowned for her prowess in action scenes. Whether wielding knives, guns, or sticks, or utilizing folding fans and silk ribbons, she can effortlessly showcase a myriad of techniques. Behind this talent lies not only the meticulous design and guidance of martial arts instructors, but also her relentless pursuit of excellence through diligent practice and an unwavering work ethic. The few moves she displayed while catching eggs were merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 59. Silly Skills. If you were to randomly gather a few adept elementary school students skilled in tossing sandbags, they could undoubtedly perform similar feats. Thus, Feng Yasu felt no trepidation about exposing her abilities. At most, she could claim her childhood obsession with maintaining appearances led her to secretly hone various acrobatic skills to impress her peers. Tossing colorful balls was just one of these talents. She could also spin books, twirl pens, and complete a Rubik's Cube in 30 seconds. As her confidence grew, she was about to explain herself when Zhao Jiu, with a beaming smile, interjected, "With such remarkable egg-catching skills, you must have played a lot of sandbag games in your youth." Feng Yasu, caught off guard, was left bewildered. How on earth did you know what I was about to say? This premonition only heightened her anxiety, making her feel as though they were conspiring against her. To her astonishment, Yi Xingli nodded in agreement. Who hasn't unlocked a few silly skills in childhood? I can even transform my double eyelids into four. With that, she widened her eyes dramatically, flexing her forehead muscles, and instantly, the double creases morphed into 4 layers, a phenomenon known as 4 eyelids. The others reacted as if witnessing an extraordinary feat, cheering enthusiastically before eagerly displaying their own silly skills. "What's the big deal? My right thumb can bend backward," Lu Ruema exclaimed, demonstrating an extraordinary angle that seemed impossible for an ordinary person. Zhao Jiu chimed in, "I can mimic a remarkably realistic chicken crow," and proceeded to cluck, as if about to lay an egg. "I can make my calves cramp at will," Su Qianding gasped, bending down to clutch her leg in pain, her expression contorted with agony. Feng Yasu sighed. "Oh, this insatiable desire to compete. Have I truly befriended a bunch of fools?" Yet, seeing their silliness surpassed her own, she felt a sense of relief. She gently helped the pained Su Qianding to a corner, straightening and bending her cramping leg until the discomfort subsided. Finally, Feng Yasu took a deep breath and murmured, "Well." Before she could finish, Lu Ruema interjected, "Are you implying that you forgot you had eggs stuffed in your pocket? And that they just happened to fall out while you were dancing?" Zhao Jiu added. Su Qianding continued, "Yet you managed to catch them all effortlessly, integrating the egg-catching motion into your dance, making it appear seamless to everyone." As Feng Yasu was about to nod in agreement, she heard Yi Xingli scoff, "Impossible. With your lackluster skills. It's a miracle you weren't knocked down by the eggs." Lu Ruema, in full agreement, added, "Even I wouldn't possess such quick thinking." Su Qianding chuckled. "This joke isn't amusing at all." Zhao Jiu concurred, "Exactly. If you don't want to admit your silly choreography, just say so. We won't judge you." Feng Yasu replied, "Believe it or not, I've spoken the truth. The deception lies not with me, but within your preconceived notions." The comments flooded in. "I suddenly feel that these 5 aren't cut out for a debut group. Forming a girl group is a waste of talent. They should join a comedy troupe instead." "Ha ha, I agree. What ridiculous skills. I can't stop laughing." After the tense yet exhilarating examination, all the trainees breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they were uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead, they could at least enjoy their lunch in peace. Following lunch, Feng Yasu dozed on the small sofa in the classroom. When she opened her eyes again, The room buzzed with activity. Su Yenji entered alongside 4 mentors. His expression serious as he teased, "Do you know what I'm holding?" He raised a card emblazoned with "Shine, girls." Feng Ya caught off guard, raised her hand from a distance, exclaiming, "Report. Teacher, it's a task card." She then shook her head, "Honestly, I don't know." Realizing she shouldn't speak too freely upon just waking, she lowered her hand, thinking it best to refrain from making a fool of herself. Indeed. Su Yenji always teases us with the same phrases. Can't we switch it up next time? Just announce it already. I'm ready for the glorious end. Su Yenji responded, "All right then. Since everyone is prepared, I shall reveal the results of this examination." He opened the list. Qin Miao Miao. With no one else as a point of reference, Qin Miao Miao was unsure if being called first was good or bad, feeling both joy and concern. She stood frozen for 2 seconds before softly replying, "Present." "Congratulations. You've successfully remained in the class," Su Yenji exclaimed, his voice rising dramatically, startling Qin Miao Miao into a shiver, leaving her unsure of how to react. Remaining in the class was not typically a cause for celebration. Yet Su Yenji's expression suggested it was a grand occasion. Before she could voice her confusion, Su Yenji's gaze shifted to the other trainees, his demeanor growing increasingly somber. "As for the rest of you, I regret to inform you. The back of the class was a dead end." Thus, Su Yenji wiped his face, appearing reluctant to continue. The trainees who were not called began to realize the gravity of the situation, and those with lower emotional resilience felt tears welling in their eyes. Chapter 60. I wish to bid you farewell later. Those with stronger composure forced smiles as they trembled, comforting him. "It's all right, Teacher Su. I'm just an unknown 18-line performer. I'm already satisfied to have sung and danced on such a grand stage. I will miss you all." A wave of sadness enveloped the classroom, extending even to the live stream. "Though I was prepared, I can't bear this scene. Strong men weep. Although their ranks may be low, in my eyes, they are far more than that. Is it possible that my singing and dancing sensation has been eliminated? I haven't had enough of them yet. Could it be that it's not a conspiracy, but rather that everyone else has improved?"
Right.
I recall that in previous seasons of Shine Girls, eliminations only began after the first performance. Why so early this year? Hasn't the competition format changed this year? Early eliminations are certainly possible. In the practice room, Feng Ya observed the emotional farewells among trainees, their tearful embraces causing her palms to nearly break skin as she struggled to suppress laughter. Meanwhile, her inner self celebrated joyfully, setting off fireworks in delight. Finally eliminated. Hooray. From today onward, she would no longer have to rise earlier than the dawn, sleep later than a dog, eat worse than a pig, or toil more than a donkey. She would no longer have to submit the punitive assignments assigned by Chong Jingchen. However, the people around her were tearfully bidding farewell to everyone, even Qin Miao Miao. The sole one remaining was hypocritically shedding a few tears, lamenting how she would miss the entire class. If given the choice, she would prefer to leave with everyone. This prompted those who had been eliminated to comfort her instead. "Don't be like this, Miao Miao. This is the result of your hard work. You must carry the dreams of our entire class and continue to strive. When you debut as a group, I will definitely attend your concert." This made Feng Ya, who was standing aside and giggling, appear even more out of place. One might think she was the one being left behind. To avoid being beaten for laughing too loudly, Feng Ya decided to also shed tears while saying goodbye to a few people. Who should she approach? Those in her dormitory did not get along with her, and she had not become familiar with the others, while the few leaders from her dormitory were not present. After much contemplation, she settled on the mentors who had always treated her well. With her target locked in, Feng Ya sprinted over to Su Yenji, bent her body at a 90-degree angle, and before uttering a word, tears streamed down her face. "Woo woo woo. Teacher Su, goodbye. Although I will no longer have your supervision, I promise I will never be late again." Su Yenji was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with thoughts. "You're overacting. I just saw you laughing over there." Yet he still feigned reluctance, saying, "There's no need for that. You can sleep as late as you want, as long as your mother doesn't scold you. It's fine." After thanking him for his kind words, Feng Ya bounced over to Luo Yuxuan, sobbing. "Woo woo woo, Teacher Luo, goodbye. Although your appearances were few and far between, I have long cherished your earnest teachings." Luo Yuxuan retorted, "What do you mean few and far between? Are you mocking me?" Infuriated, he immediately launched into another round of earnest advice. "Listen, don't speak like that outside. It's easy to get beaten." Feng Ya replied with a casual "all right," and like a peacock spreading its feathers, she flitted over to Yi Han to express the depths of their mentor-student bond. Little did she know. As she approached with tear-filled eyes, Chong Jingchen had already prepared himself for her farewell. Yet she bypassed him and went directly to Su Yenji, the farthest from her. Chong Jingchen sneered, instantly recalling a meme, a lifeless Shiba Inu with a foam net on its head, inscribed with bold white letters, "I'm fine. I've always just been needed occasionally. Damn it, why Su Yenji?" When Feng Ya finally hopped in front of him, she keenly noticed that teacher Chong seemed rather displeased today, his usual demeanor more sullen than ever. But what did that have to do with her? She was merely a heartless farewell machine. Feng Ya bent forward, about to start her sobbing farewell, when a voice filled with barely concealed irritation interrupted. "Do you have something against me, Feng Ya?" She looked up in bewilderment, thinking, how could that be? You are my idol. I'm a fan of yours. Her playful banter scattered like leaves in the wind upon meeting his piercing gaze, leaving only a confused huh? Even the farewell had to be postponed until she reached him last. His voice was cool, his tone flat, as if stating a trivial matter. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Feng Ya sensed a hint of grievance in his words. A bizarre and audacious thought crossed her mind. Could teacher Chong be feeling jealous? Just because she bid farewell to a few other mentors before him? How adorable. The seemingly aloof yet secretly proud older man was simply charming. While her inner self was elatedly crowing, she maintained an impassive facade. She gazed up at the towering figure before her, whom she regarded as a deity, her fox-like eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Her tone carried an unspeakable joy. "Is it possible that I wish to say goodbye to you a little later?" Although he was often brusque in urging her to submit her assignments and displayed no signs of warmth upon receiving them, when the moment of parting arrived, Feng Ya was more than willing to linger a bit longer before bidding him farewell. After all, the friends she made here could easily be gathered again in the future. As for Chong Jingchen, he cherished his reputation too much to associate with a fleeting star like her, whose popularity could collapse at any moment. Even if he were willing, given his tendency to venture into the wilderness, it would be rare to meet him throughout the year. Thus, wouldn't it be wise to cherish the time spent together? As for Chapter 61, how did I level up? Chong Jingchen was genuinely taken aback by this answer. The moment those words, laden with personal emotion, escaped his lips, he regretted them. He felt he had humiliated himself. Among the four mentors, he was the one who constantly pursued Feng Ya for her assignments. It was only natural for her to be annoyed with him. Not only had she bypassed him for farewells, but it would also have been entirely justified had she chosen not to bid him farewell at all. How could he have the audacity to question her? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Whether it was due to poor sleep quality or some other reason, he found himself uncontrollably speaking thoughtless words. When he regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He looked into Feng Ya as sparkling eyes, and at this moment, his guilt reached its zenith. Setting aside her lack of professional competence, Feng Ya was genuinely an easy person to get along with. She respected her elders and treated others kindly. She accepted criticism with humility and dared to speak up against injustice. Wherever she was, laughter and joy seemed to abound. She radiated warmth like a small sun, effortlessly warming the hearts of those around her. Even her farewell words were reserved for him until the last moment. She might not be a qualified idol, but she would undoubtedly be a wonderful friend. The more Chong Jingchen reflected, the more he felt like a scoundrel. How could he judge her with such petty thoughts? Others had no intention of targeting him, yet he had turned against himself. To alleviate his internal guilt, Chong Jingchen decided to reveal the truth to her. So she wouldn't embarrass herself here. If she truly felt reluctant, then there was no need for a farewell, because, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yenji's booming voice. "Because there is no turning back after this class. Congratulations to everyone whose names were not called. You have all leveled up." In that moment, Feng Ya, who had just begun to feel the pangs of parting, was left in utter confusion. The other trainees, who had cried their eyes out, were equally bewildered. For a brief moment, the air in the classroom seemed to freeze. Yet, Su Yenji remained oblivious to the magnitude of his jest, looking at them with a puzzled expression. "Why are you all staring at me? What are you waiting for?"
Celebrate.
Could it be another deception? This time it was genuine. Su Yenji handed over the list before them. "You can check for yourselves." After confirming the list, the trainees finally exhaled in relief. Those who had been the most thoroughly deceived and had cried the hardest began chasing after Su Yenji, simultaneously scolding him. "Woo woo woo. What's wrong with you? Don't you know such jokes are excessive? Woo woo woo. You scared me to death. I thought I was really eliminated. Woo woo woo. Although performing once on such a grand stage was already a great satisfaction, being able to continue is wonderful. Su Yenji was subjected to a flurry of blows. Squealing in dismay while clutching his head and scurrying away, he did not forget to blink innocently, saying, "Didn't you all say you were tired of the previous routine and urged me to switch things up? So why, after I ensnared you in my new approach, do you turn around and blame me?" As the first mentor to enlighten them, Zhong Jingchen felt elated for their progress, his tone unconsciously lightening. "Congratulations, everyone. I knew that once you all showed your determination, you would not fall short compared to the trainees from other classes." Han chuckled, while Yun Dongwon added, "But don't let it go to your heads. Stepping out of the class is merely the beginning. I hope you can continue to shine even brighter in the future." Luo Yushuan expressed, "I hope that each of you who steps out of this class remembers the feeling of being eliminated, allowing that sensation to spur you on relentlessly in the days to come. Only those who have truly experienced darkness will strive wholeheartedly to pursue the light." This was a carefully orchestrated prank devised by several mentors in collaboration with Su Yenji, a unique gift for these trainees. The upgraded trainees laughed and cried, embracing one another in celebration. However, Qin Miao Miao, the only one who did not advance, wept louder than before. She acknowledged that her previous words had been somewhat courteous. Yet now, she genuinely yearned to walk alongside her classmates. Why was she the only one left behind among so many? Even the performance of the clown catching eggs had advanced. Oh, how embarrassing. She felt she would never be able to face anyone again. Seeing her so emotionally distressed, the few trainees who had shared her struggles could not stand idly by and continued to comfort her. "It's all right, Miao Miao. As long as you keep working hard, you'll definitely be able to step out next time. Even if you can't, we will carry your dreams and strive together. When we debut as a group, we will definitely invite you to our concert." Qin Miao Miao replied, "Stop scolding me." She admitted that her earlier display had been somewhat theatrical, but that was no reason for them to keep poking at her heart after their advancement. What she failed to notice was that Feng Ya, who had advanced by performing the clown act, was currently slumped in a corner of the classroom, crying even louder than she was. Between sobs, she muttered, Why did I advance? Do I truly deserve this? Oh, you all are not discerning at all." The mentors assumed she was simply overwhelmed by this sudden surprise and gathered around to console her. "Your performance of the egg-catching act combined with dance was exceptional. Of course. You deserve to advance." Su Yenji smiled. "Indeed." Yun Dongwon chimed in cheerfully. "Not only do you deserve it, but you are also a perfect match." "All right, enough now." Han patted her shoulder. "This should be a joyful occasion, so don't make it seem like a funeral." Zhong Jingchen snickered quietly, thinking to himself that he could not easily trust her. Some were saying their goodbyes while subtly avoiding him, yet upon hearing they did not have to bid farewell, their expressions suddenly fell. Chapter 62. A moment of sympathy for Qin Miao Miao. One could easily guess that she had suddenly realized she would still have to face his relentless homework reminders daily, making her advancement feel less joyous. Indeed, she still held a grudge against him. Such a deceitful woman. After silently cursing her under her breath for a moment, Zhong Jingchen could no longer contain himself and kicked her lightly on her toes. "Stop embarrassing yourself here, get up. We need to head to the class for the process." Feng Ya, heartbroken at the thought of her unfulfilled ambitions, lay on the sofa like a limp doll, her mind consumed with despair. The entertainment industry is finished. How could someone as lacking as I be promoted? Is there no longer any sense of fairness? Then she recalled the incidents involving Ms. Zhao Xuesong and her fallen idols. Apologies, but it seemed there truly was no fairness. Immersed in her sorrow, she could hardly hear what the mentors were saying. Zhong Jingchen did not bother to waste words with her. He simply grabbed the back of her shirt and hoisted her up, much like lifting a small chick, pulling her from the sofa. He then pushed her forward while addressing Su Yenji, who was watching in astonishment. "Let us go to the class." The trainees collectively responded in unison, and they set off in grand procession. The barrage of comments read, "Ha ha, how ridiculous that all but one failed to advance. My heart aches for Qin Miao Miao for a moment. Qin Miao Miao. The clown was actually me. Ha ha ha, no wonder Qin Miao Miao despises her. Advancement is one thing, but to deny her the last chance to shine is simply unfair. In terms of stealing the spotlight, I only bow to the princess. I've prepared a meme for the two of them. Feel free to grab it for free from my homepage." The whimsical online community clicked into the homepage of this kind-hearted individual, only to find a captured moment of Zhong Jingchen leading Feng Ya towards the class. Expertly edited to depict Feng Ya in a prisoner's outfit, complete with rose gold handcuffs. Bold white letters read, "She flees, he pursues. Neither can take flight. Additionally, behave. You're always involved in these scandals." This amused the online audience, who filled the comment section with praises. "You have a knack for visuals. Stolen. Wishing you a lifetime of peace and prosperity. May you never encounter any mishaps." Upon reaching the class, Su Yenji refrained from any further pranks. After engaging in a brief conversation with the trainees, he solemnly announced the list of those who had advanced. Those whose names were called continued with their mentors to the class, while those not mentioned remained behind. Among the 5 who had advanced from the dormitory, Feng Ya, In Jixue, and Jiang Xinyu stayed in the class. Su Zidong and Ku Lian accompanied the promoted trainees to follow their mentors. Each time the mentors arrived at a class, they brought a group of those who had advanced and took away another group for further ascension. Ultimately, Su Zidong and Ku Lian remained in the class, while Lu Chenxi and Gu Yinian were led by the mentors to continue to the next level. As some ascended, naturally, others descended. After Su Yenji escorted the 2 trainees to the class, he proceeded to announce the list of those who would be downgraded, following the established protocol. Those not mentioned stayed, while those called followed the mentor group down to the lower class. Some advanced several levels through hard work, while others fell multiple levels due to negligence. Once everything had settled, the staff gathered all the trainees in the large dance studio. Su Yenji addressed everyone. "First, congratulations on successfully passing this assessment. I hope the advancing trainees do not become arrogant, and those who have fallen do not lose heart, as long as you are willing to strive. There will always be opportunities before elimination strikes." After soothing their emotions, he shifted to the main topic. "Now standing before you are the 11 trainees selected after this assessment. Next, these 11 trainees will perform the theme song and dance, after which you will vote for the one who performs best. The trainee chosen will become the face of the theme song that will be released across the internet." Upon hearing this, many onlookers gasped in astonishment. Su Yenji, unperturbed by their reactions, understood well the significance of this position and encouraged everyone to cherish the opportunity in front of them while enjoying the performance. After the necessary preamble, the performance commenced. The 11 trainees lined up, exuberantly showcasing their charms to the lively music. Some excel in singing, while others shine in dancing. Individually, each one is remarkably talented. Together, they showcase their unique strengths without distinction. The observing trainees are both enthralled and tormented, lamenting the absence of 11 spots. Following an exhilarating display of powerful songs and dances, the voting commences. Among the onlookers, Feng Ya, a friend of the 4 prominent figures in Dormitory 1, finds herself in the most conflicted position, with only 1 spot available. She is uncertain whether her vote for any one of them might be perceived as favoritism by the others. Ultimately, she opts for a fair approach, deciding not to vote for any of the 4, allowing their charm to contend for the position on its own. Regardless of who emerges victorious, Feng Ya will genuinely rejoice for her. As the voting deadline approaches, Feng Ya takes up her pen, solemnly inscribing 3 characters on the ballot. Lu Shiqiao. She is the latest gem, apart from the 4 luminaries of Dormitory 1. Despite being the shortest among the 11, her appearance is soft and adorable. Yet, when she dances, she exudes a powerful energy, almost as if she commands everyone to bow before her, embodying a fierce yet playful spirit. Feng Ya finds herself wanting to pinch her cherubic face, curious if it would provoke a playful retaliation. After the voting concludes, Su Yenji shows no inclination to dismiss everyone. Instead, in front of the trainees, he assigns tasks to the 4 mentors, Yuxian, Dongwan, and Sister Han, while Zhengguo is tasked with announcing the votes. The trainees present are to supervise, collectively calculating the voting results. The mentors, being professionals, do not object. Although they long to conclude the class, none dare voice their desire, opting instead to oversee the process. Once the roles are clarified, the mentors quickly immerse themselves in their responsibilities. The sounds of markers on the whiteboard intertwining with Zheng Qingchen's steady vote counting, creating an oddly hypnotic atmosphere. Feng Ya finds herself yawning involuntarily. Not far away, Zheng Qingchen seems to be affected by her drowsiness, momentarily halting his counting. "What's wrong, Teacher Zheng?" Su Yenji inquires, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Zheng Qingchen appears oblivious to the question, staring blankly at the ballot in his hand. The handwriting is elegant and fluid, exuding an unmistakable charm that seems oddly familiar. Before he can ponder further, Su Yenji extends his hand, inadvertently obscuring the writing. Teacher Zheng, are you still with us? Is the internet lagging? Did it crash? To an outsider, it might seem he is attending an online class from a distance, eliciting laughter from the observing trainees. Seeing Zheng Qingchen's continued silence, Su Yenji worries. Oh no! Could it be that he encountered an unfamiliar character and is too embarrassed to admit it? As he speaks, his hand reaches for the card in Zheng Qingchen's grasp, eager to uncover the name that could stump even the renowned lyricist. The moment he feels the sharp grip, a searing pain shoots through him, prompting a loud exclamation of, ouch. Easy there, Zheng. I know you're alive. I know you recognize these characters. Please let go. I thank you on behalf of my entire family. Zheng Qingchen, holding Su Yenji's wrist, pushes him toward Luo Yuxuan. Seizing the moment to swiftly retrieve the card and slip it into his pocket while everyone's attention is diverted. After Su Yenji, tearful and distressed, finishes expressing his grievances to Luo Yuxuan, the pain dissipates, and he regains his composure, remarking, I wonder who wrote so hastily. It looks like a dog scratched it out. To avoid errors, I had to scrutinize it for a bit. Did you manage to decipher it? Su Yenji, wary, hides behind Luo Yuxuan, peeking out. Should we have Yuxuan take another look for you? Meanwhile, Luo Yuxuan, who had just comforted him, responds with a puzzled expression, Don't drag me into this mess, please. With a swift turn, he pushes Su Yenji forward again. Zheng Qingchen pretends not to notice their antics, shaking his head, No need, I've already recognized it. He then raises his voice, declaring, Lu Shiqiao 1 vote. Once all the votes are counted, the outcome is clear. Lu Ruema secures first place with a lead of over 10 votes, becoming the focal point of the theme song. After dinner, the trainees are led back into the preparation room by the staff. The rows of changing rooms, resembling space capsules, are adorned with performance outfits of various sizes, but identical styles. With so many individuals present, even the slightest sound creates a cacophony. Thus, Su Yenji, holding a megaphone, calls out from a height, All trainees, please maintain silence as you enter, form a line to receive your outfits from the fitting staff according to your sizes. After changing, proceed to the makeup artists in an orderly manner. Our costumes are uniform, and the makeup artists are equally skilled, so I hope everyone will refrain from being picky. As soon as you see a makeup artist available, feel free to fill in. After our makeup is done, we will rehearse the formations on stage. Only once the formations are perfected can we begin filming. Therefore, we have a tight schedule tonight, and I hope everyone will cooperate with the staff so we can finish early and rest. Is that agreeable? The trainees respond in unison, yes. With live cameras capturing their every move, none wish to be branded as ill-mannered in front of the audience. Thus, they maintain a serene demeanor, each one more obedient than the last. The performance outfits prepared by the production team are uniquely charming, featuring sailor-style uniforms in soft pink and white. The gentle collision of colors, combined with the innovative design of 2 drooping pink bunny ears at the back of the navy collar, creates an adorable aesthetic when paired with knee-length pleated skirts. On those who embody a sweet and cute image, the outfits evoke the innocence of pure high school girls. Conversely, on someone like Feng Ya, who possesses a striking appearance, the outfit transforms her into a formidable presence reminiscent of a schoolyard queen bee, one who appears unapproachable yet inspires blind admiration from many. As the trainees emerge from the changing rooms, the barrage of excited comments fills the screen, each cheering for their favorite. Lu Ruema, I love you. This outfit pairs perfectly with your pink hair. Oh my, Lu Shiqiao looks adorable in this outfit. I'm going wild in front of the screen. Gu Inian, I'm your loyal fan. Help. Feng Ya is already stunning and looks even more intimidating in this outfit. I'm feeling bold. Hi, wifey. Perhaps the impact of the outfit is too significant. Feng Ya, with an expressionless demeanor, takes a seat at the makeup table, causing the makeup artist, who is sanitizing the shared supplies, to tremble inexplicably. Do you have any specific requests for tonight's makeup? Feng Ya, taken aback, had not anticipated this. She muses that if it weren't for the staff's disapproval, she would confidently perform without any makeup. One less person to scare away is a win. Thus, she honestly shakes her head, no, just do whatever you like. I'm not picky. Little does she know, the more accommodating the client, the more revisions they will demand upon seeing the final product. For many years, Bai Ran has been engaged in the art of makeup for celebrities, encountering a plethora of individuals who profess to be easygoing yet are, in reality, increasingly difficult to please. It is not uncommon for them to display temperamental outbursts, adopt a diva-like demeanor, or delay payments. Additionally, their demands often border on the absurd. For instance, some insist on transforming their round faces into an elongated oval shape, while others, whose skin is as dark as coal, require an extensive application of foundation and highlighter to maintain their desired pale complexion, regardless of sweat or rain. There are even those whose receding hairlines resemble that of a character from a historical drama, yet they demand hairline powders and extensions to create the illusion of abundant hair. When a piece of their wig accidentally falls off during an event, they are quick to blame the makeup artist for inadequate securing. To this, Bai Ran can only think, "You barely have any hair left. No matter how securely I attach it, it won't make a difference. If the wig is too heavy, it will pull out what little hair remains." In summary, she wishes these stars would use their intellect when spinning their tales. Considering the difficulties that arise when trying to maintain such fabrications, are many of their requests not beyond the realm of a makeup artist's expertise, requiring the intervention of a cosmetic surgeon instead? The only consolation is that every celebrity who has made her life difficult has ultimately faced downfall. Bai Ran's makeup studio has also suffered due to the abundance of such cases, leading other stars to hesitate to seek her services, resulting in a dwindling clientele and eventual closure. Thus, she now finds herself, like many lesser-known makeup artists, applying makeup to aspiring talents in large variety shows. As Bai Ran pondered which unfortunate soul had booked her services today, she scrutinized the appearance of Feng Ya. The young girl before her, unadorned yet strikingly radiant, possessed skin as flawless and luminous as the finest jade, reflecting a soft glow under the harsh lights. Her cascading black hair, akin to satin, felt smooth to the touch and shimmered with a gentle sheen. Without any makeup, her brows appeared naturally lush, her lips bore a rich hue. Her face resembled a bright moon, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Not only was her outer beauty remarkable, but her bone structure was equally exquisite, and she seemed to lack any discernible flaws. With no shortcomings, there was no need for the makeup artist to conceal anything, which explained her claim of having no demands. Bai Ran mused, "If only I possessed such beauty, I would not only forsake makeup but would revel in bathing with the door wide open." Beauty is indeed a powerful asset. After admiring the girl's ethereal beauty for a while, Bai Ran felt an irresistible urge to paint her features, for she relished the opportunity to enhance the allure of such a stunning individual. It is an honor to use one's hands to augment the beauty of others. Thus, Bai Ran began to work her magic on Feng Ya's face, yet could not help but inquire, "Are you truly devoid of any requests? Perhaps you could suggest a style, color palette, hairstyle, or accessories. As long as your demands are reasonable, I would be more than happy to accommodate them." Feng Ya, however, thought otherwise. "Oh, please. With so many people online vying for my attention, I hardly have the luxury to appear beautiful." Yet, when it came to the idea of disguising her beauty, she was intrigued. With a twinkle in her eye, she clutched the hem of Bai Ran's clothing as if it were a lifeline. "Could you make me look less attractive?" Bai Ran was taken aback. "Excuse me? Do you hear what you're saying? With your features, it would be far more challenging to make you look unattractive than beautiful. It's not possible to fail at making you look good." Who is she trying to fool? Yet, Feng Ya remained oblivious to the absurdity of her request. Seeing the makeup artist's bewildered expression, she assumed Bai Ran had misunderstood her intentions and continued to elaborate. "You know how many unflattering photos of celebrities exist online? Just create a look in that direction. Choose the most unsuitable hairstyle, makeup, and colors to expose all my flaws. Make me as unattractive as possible." Bai Ran pondered. "Is it conceivable that your flaws stem from having too many advantages and too few shortcomings?" She was not a magician, after all. Where could she possibly conjure imperfections? Moreover, this was a live broadcast. If she were to make such a breathtaking beauty look unattractive in front of a national audience, it would tarnish her own reputation. She would no longer be sought after, even for weddings in nearby towns. After silently contemplating her predicament, Bai Ran firmly rejected Feng Ya's unreasonable request. "I'm sorry,
Dear.
I am a professional makeup artist with high standards. Even if you inadvertently offend me, I would not seek revenge." Feng Ya conceded, "Fine." The viewers in the live stream were left aghast. Isn't that the wildly popular makeup artist Bai Ran? It said that anyone who crosses her faces dire consequences. Thanks for the invite, but the makeup artist has long since outgrown that label. She is now known as the Black Widow of the makeup world. Anyone who crosses her meets their doom. My goodness. We truly cannot afford to offend this makeup artist. How would I manage without her entertaining videos? Are you worried about her downfall? I want to expose you, but it's clear you're concerned about being deprived of her humorous content. What a bunch of fake fans. Once the makeup was complete, the trainees, under Su Yenji's guidance, entered the studio in an orderly manner. After arranging themselves on stage and rehearsing their movements several times, the filming of the theme song commenced. Zhong Qingchen, filled with unanswered questions, was the first to slip away. Once in the van, before you could inquire, he took the initiative to say, "Let us head to Ting Feng Ya Yuan." He remembered that Feng Ya had many self-created calligraphic works, all in the slender gold style. You simply thought he was being overly sentimental, considering that there had been signs of improvement in his state of mind recently. Why had he regressed today? Had he been triggered? While he diligently drove, he shared a humorous anecdote. Lately, I've been receiving many visits from friends who confide in me about wanting relationships but lacking boyfriends, and some even talking about missing their exes. Yet, when they were with their exes, I hardly saw them thriving. They used to call me, crying all night. To prevent her from rekindling her past romance and then bothering me, I went to her house that day and broke her air conditioner. If she finds life too comfortable, why bother dating? As he spoke, he turned to Zhong Qingchen with a grin when the traffic light turned red. Don't you agree, Brother Chom? Zhong Qingchen merely chuckled coldly, not engaging in his banter. Yu, undeterred by his lack of response, continued cheerfully. In contrast, another girl I know is far more self-aware. She's been busy preparing for her graduate exams, waking up at 6 each morning to claim a spot in the library, and when she feels overwhelmed, she cries in frustration. Her boyfriend suggested she quit studying and let him support her, which terrified her into waking up at 5 to line up. Zhong Qingchen remained unimpressed. Yu continued. And there's the quintessential act of a lovesick individual, taking countless screenshots of chats to show everyone that this new person is absolutely different from the last. Blah 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 blah. By the time the van arrived at Ting Feng Ya Yuan, Zhong Qingchen was on the verge of falling asleep from the incessant chatter. He rubbed his temples, leaving with a parting reminder to return promptly in the morning before stepping out and entering the elevator. He regarded this residence as Feng Ya's private domain, with all its belongings considered her personal property, except for him and the hired help. No one else was permitted inside without necessity. Even he himself made an effort to confine his activities to public areas, attending to his washing and sleeping within the confines of his guest room, with all personal items meticulously brought from home, brand new. He resembled a tenant sharing a space with a landlord, cautiously preserving the dignity of one who had departed. The very act of residing in this house was, in itself, a considerable affront. With a hint of self-deprecation, he smirked slightly, retrieved the room key, and swiped it to open the door. What first caught his eye was a plush doormat situated in the foyer, adorned with an array of colorful cat patterns, each one plump as a ball. They were endearingly piled together, exuding an atmosphere of warmth. A smile crept onto his face as he sat on the shoe-changing bench in the foyer, reflecting on the adage that one should not judge by appearances. No one would suspect that the elegant figure, so resplendent on screen, possessed a surprisingly childlike spirit in private. The decor of the house itself radiated warmth and whimsy, featuring wooden floors, pastel-hued furniture, and an abundance of stuffed toys scattered about, alongside an array of quirky yet charming knickknacks. These vibrant colors coexisted harmoniously within the same space, creating a fairy-tale-like abode that any child would yearn for. Even the wooden staircase leading to the second floor was ingeniously split in half, with one side fashioned as a typical staircase, while the other transformed into a slide reminiscent of a playground. On days of lethargy, one could merely curl up and slide down, reaching the first floor in an instant. A true design genius. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the whimsical figure of Feng Yasu floated into his consciousness. Turning at the sound, he spotted the little tabby cat he had adopted a few days prior, seemingly disturbed from its dreams by his shoe-changing movements. Meowing? It scampered over on its little patterned legs, rubbing its plush head against his pant leg, its soft mews reminiscent of affectionate coaxing. The sheer adorableness of the creature nearly melted his heart, compelling him to scoop it up for a fervent embrace. The kitten, in turn, appeared to detect a familiar scent on him, nuzzling and sniffing at his clothes, displaying an irresistible clinginess. Strangely enough, when he had finalized the acquisition of this apartment, the staff responsible for the handover had failed to mention that Feng Yasu owned a cat. He had not come across any pet supplies in the house. It was only on the second day of his stay that the kitten had unexpectedly appeared on the balcony, persistently meowing at him while he sat reading by the floor-to-ceiling window. Initially assuming it was a stray, he opened the balcony door to let it in, only to discover it patrolling its territory with an air of confidence that suggested it was far more familiar with the house than he, the new owner. It even led him to discover a cute cat bowl adorned with paw prints tucked away in a corner of the dining room. The little feline promptly squatted in front of the bowl, its expression clearly conveying a desire for food. As he opened the refrigerator, deliberating whether to cut a piece of chicken breast or beef, the kitten grew impatient, meowing and pawing at the cabinet beside its bowl. The sight of its irritable antics left him momentarily dumbfounded. How could such a seemingly adorable creature possess such a dual nature? Out of curiosity, he closed the refrigerator and opened the cabinet that the kitten had been pawing at, revealing a large bag of cat food and a neatly arranged collection of cat cans within. His thoughts raced. Is this cat simply allowed to roam the neighborhood? Otherwise, he could not fathom how a cat bowl and a cabinet full of cat food could exist without any sign of a cat bed, litter box, or climbing frame. The person in question had passed. His inquiries would remain unanswered. Regardless of whether this little tabby was Feng Yasu's pet, he decided to keep it, treating it as her companion and affectionately naming it Ya. Its large, round eyes, clear and bright, bore a striking resemblance to Feng Yasu. Moreover, the name Ya phonetically echoed the sound of calling for Yasu. After tending to the feline, he tiptoed upstairs to the study. Chapter 66. Click the video below to hear my revenge plan. The study was adorned with several framed calligraphic pieces, initially mistaken by him for the works of renowned masters. But upon closer inspection, he discovered they were all inscribed with Feng Yasu's name in seal script. In addition, there were books from her collection, self-illustrated paintings, handwritten film critiques, and character sketches for roles she had portrayed. There were even diaries. Though he did not have a habit of prying into others' privacy, the items remained unchanged since he moved in. However, today he was unable to concern himself with such matters. After silently apologizing for the unintentional intrusion, he randomly selected a notebook from the shelf labeled with film critiques. Sitting at the desk, he took out the voting card inscribed with the name Lu Shizhou from his pocket and began to compare the handwriting in the notebook. Regrettably, the characters Lu Shizhou were not common, and despite perusing several critiques, he could not find any similar characters for comparison. Additionally, the card bore too few words to discern an individual's writing style. Even if he perceived similarities, they could merely be a figment of his imagination. After all, how could it be possible? She had clearly passed away. Her funeral had been streamed live across the internet, her belongings sold off entirely, and her sister, after profiting from her, sought to emulate her appearance to enter the entertainment industry under her name. Speaking of her sister, was Feng Ya merely imitating her appearance and even her handwriting? After all, the more similarities she bore to Feng Yasu, the greater her public attention would be. Yet, could such a foolish person, prone to histrionics, truly produce such elegant script? He tucked the voting card into the notebook, lost in contemplation. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. One hand caressed the kitten's soft fur while the other retrieved the phone, unlocking the screen to discover two new WeChat messages from the troublemaker, Feng Yasu. Troublemaker, I was once a globally acclaimed actress. Yet I fell victim to the machinations of scheming individuals. My adoptive parents exploited me to the fullest. My sister extracted my very essence. She even had surgery to resemble me, aiming to conquer the entertainment industry in my stead. In this new life, I shall reclaim my throne, tearing apart my parents and kicking my sister. Click the video below to hear my revenge plan. Troublemaker. Applause, applause, applause. He mused. This story template sounds oddly familiar. Has even Feng Yasu's tragic tale been woven into the fabric of absurd literary tropes? Troublemaker. Video. Suddenly enlightened, he realized, oh, so this was merely a homework assignment. He had initially thought she was attempting to extort money for a trip to KFC. With no defenses, he clicked on the video and saw Feng Yasu, as in her previous clips, standing in a bright and spacious bathroom. Clad in a sailor suit of pink and white, her exquisite makeup rendered her even more radiant than before. Her slightly upturned fox-like eyes, enhanced by makeup, appeared even more alluring, reminiscent of a captivating spirit whose charm could ensnare souls with a mere smile. Even Yaya, who had been napping on his lap, seemed entranced by her beauty, resting its front paws on his slender arm, fixated on the figure on the screen, until the ambience of elegance and grace radiated from the screen as it opened with a fist salute. reminiscent of a martial arts film where heroes engage in contests of skill and valor. Forgive my clumsiness. Then, as if by magic, a Suona was conjured from the periphery of the frame. The moment the Suona rendition of Love Cycle resonated throughout the study, it felt as though the very crown of Chong Jingchen's head might be lifted. Mesmerized by the peculiar sound, Ye was startled into a frenzy, scratching at his arm before nimbly darting out of the study, retreating to a corner. The entirety of the stammering love cycle concluded, leaving Chong Jingchen's spirit elevated. He mused that this was no mere assignment. She was clearly intent on sending him away. No wonder she had appropriated the promotional text from Crazy Thursday without granting him the 50. It was all part of her scheme to send him off in one fell swoop, directly to the feast. How wicked. Fuming, Chong Jingchen promptly logged onto Weibo to draft a post exposing her misdeeds. Missing artist Chong Jingchen, rare footage of Feng Yasu's early taming of hellish instruments. Chapter 67. Theme song release. I wonder what teacher Chong will think upon hearing this. Just the thought of it made Feng Yasu giddy with excitement, nearly causing her to chuckle under the covers. Even as she drifted into slumber, the corners of her lips were subtly upturned. A night of sweet dreams. 2 days later, as the post-production crew worked tirelessly, the theme song for Shine On Girls was released on schedule. Fans had already gathered on various online platforms 1 to 2 hours in advance. The moment it was made available, the names of the trainees flooded the screen. First, Lu Ruema, I adore you. Front row, I will always be Su Xianqin's devotee. Creative talent Zhao Ziyu, even if you didn't secure a spot. In my heart, you shall always reign supreme. Feng Yasu, no longer exhausted from daily fatigue, took out her phone to enjoy a brief yet delightful online escapade before bedtime. With eager anticipation, she opened Deely Deely, located the official account of Shine On Girls, and joined fellow netizens in watching the theme song. As the charming calligraphy was formed, an explosion of sound erupted, and the screen dimmed. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated the center of the darkened stage. Lu Ruema, clad in a delightful pink and white sailor suit adorned with bunny motifs, stood beaming under the spotlight. Her pink locks were styled by the makeup artist into 2 sections, with the front half divided down the middle and intricately braided into a crown around her head, cascading gracefully over her shoulders. The ends of her hair were curled and adorned with a whimsical carrot hairpin, showcasing her youthful playfulness and charm. Lu Ruema's performance was equally captivating. She shed her usual cool demeanor and, upon opening her mouth, exuded sweetness as if she had secretly indulged in 10 pounds of candy, causing Feng Yasu's teeth to ache with delight. Her heart raced as if struck by love. The barrage of comments was filled with adoration. My love. I'm dying. Ruema is so sweet today. Truly versatile, effortlessly mastering various styles. Wowo, Ruema solo, was magnificent. It sweetened my heart instantly. Is this what they call being both salty and sweet? I'm utterly charmed. Amidst the chorus of praise, 5 additional spotlights suddenly illuminated to the left of Lu Ruema. Standing under the lights were Lu Shijiu, Su Xianqin, Yi Xingli, Zhao Ziyu, and Lu Chenxi, who joined the performance the moment the lights brightened. Next, the lights to the right, back, and even further back would ignite, each time revealing more trainees' voices joining in the harmonious chorus. As the final group of trainees joined the performance, the lights surged magnificently. The accompaniment of the theme song reached its crescendo. The trainees, led by Lu Ruema, arranged themselves in an equilateral triangle on the pastel-colored stage, singing and dancing in tandem with the music. With every formation change, popular contestants were strategically positioned beside Lu Ruema, with higher popularity leading to more appearances. Fan enthusiasm ignited, their comments flooding the screen, nearly obscuring the entire image. Feng Yasu's eyes almost crossed as she struggled to locate herself amidst the chaos. The audience's comments continued unabated. This is almost over. How have I not seen Su at all? I can't find Su. My eyes are going blurry. Wailing. This doesn't make sense. Those noteworthy contestants clearly received individual camera time. Even Qin Miao Miao did. What could it be? The dogged Chonghua Entertainment is excluding Feng Yasu. I think so too. Every time Su trends, negative narratives are spun against her. Good fortune never seems to favor her. However, detractors and bystanders held a differing view. I'm dying. Are the princess's handmaidens obsessed with chasing stars? How can they connect everything to her being excluded? Laughing hard. Do they not realize how the star performs on stage? The editor withholding footage is merely a courtesy, sparing everyone's eyes from the shock. Stop it. I'm already looking forward to the princess's direct shots. Haha, can't wait for the direct shots. With a face full of scrutiny, Feng Ya thought. Critique all you want. The louder the better. A superficial beauty like her, possessing looks but lacking true talent, deserves such a fate. She loathed the trend of blind adulation based solely on superficial attributes. Yet, through her daily interactions with the trainees, she gradually recognized that the old mindset of immersing oneself in acting and letting one's work speak for itself had become obsolete. The entertainment industry had long since transitioned from a merit-based system to one ruled by popularity. A lack of visual appeal could be masked with filters. Poor singing could be corrected. Subpar dancing could be edited. Inadequate lines could be dubbed over. Unsatisfactory fight scenes could be salvaged with special effects. Technological advancements, rather than enhancing the entertainment sector, had instead turned it into a haven for deception. Whether one was a talentless performer or a rogue, as long as the persona was appealing, a legion of fervent supporters would rally to fund and promote them, silencing any dissent. Conversely, those who earnestly endeavored to improve their craft often found themselves abandoned by capital due to insufficient attention. Chapter 68. I am not a Buddhist to save the foolish. Those who lose at gambling accept their fate, while those who defy destiny. Yet, in the realm of false marketing, her fans handled things commendably, refraining from blind exaggeration of her abilities. They did not silence critics but rather maintained a peaceful coexistence, each pursuing their own interests without interference. It could be said they exhibited a commendable spirit of harmony, surpassing her own passive acceptance. Upon her eventual elimination, she vowed to bestow upon her fans a World Peace Award, honoring their kindness and lack of rivalry. After all, hiring online commenters to self-deprecate would incur substantial costs. These detractors worked diligently, hurling insults from dawn till dusk without demanding a cent from her. Not awarding them would weigh heavily on Feng Ya's conscience. Just as she became lost in the barrage of comments, the performance neared its conclusion. The stage, adorned in a pastel hue reminiscent of macarons, ascended layer by layer, forming a vibrant cruise ship. The trainees, adhering to the sequence of their classes, boarded this multi-tiered vessel in succession, using their bodies to create a standing pyramid. At the pinnacle of this pyramid stood Lu Ruema, her hand outstretched to grasp the shimmering star suspended above the stage. With utmost care, she plucked the star and presented it before the camera, gifting it to every viewer of the theme song. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the star in her hand grew increasingly radiant. When the audience's mobile screens dimmed to reveal only that star, 2 rows of charming cursive text suddenly appeared beside it. The more you adore, the brighter I shine. Grateful for you, you make me glow. Following this, the 2 lines of text seamlessly merged into a grand declaration, shining youth. The theme song concluded. I give it all to you. I'm truly broke. Woe is me. Just for the star my girl gifted me. I would endure a frugal diet to support her. I will not rest until she debuts. Thanks for the invitation. I've already spent a month's worth of instant noodles, and all my remaining funds have gone to my beloved. What's a month's worth of instant noodles? I directly bought 2 bottles of Lao Gan Ma, planning to eat steamed buns for every meal. With a bemused expression reminiscent of an elderly gentleman absorbed in his phone, Feng Ya thought. I do not comprehend, yet I am profoundly moved. Are people truly this fervent in their idol worship nowadays? It made her, who only listened to Zhong Jingchen's songs without purchasing any merchandise or albums, and even added him on WeChat while posting cringeworthy videos daily, feel like a false fan. Yet, isn't the essence of fandom to seek joy? If one neglects their own life and health in pursuit of their idol, it seems rather misguided. After all, celebrities have their own lives and careers. They certainly do not require the trifling support of their fans. The money fans scrimp and save to give them, once siphoned away by corporations, leaves them with barely a pittance. Rather than enrich middlemen, it would be wiser to spend that money on nourishing oneself. After all, only with sustenance can one find the strength to continue pursuing their idols, and only by living long enough can one witness the fruits of their devotion. I understand what you're saying, but isn't it only right to support someone you admire wholeheartedly? Meow Meow's popularity is already low. If I don't help her, she will be eliminated swiftly. Are you a fan posing as a bystander? Are you afraid our support threatens your idol's ranking, and thus you aim to undermine our efforts? Feng Ya thought. Fine. I shall pretend I said nothing. She silently repeated to herself to let go of her inclination to assist others and respect their destinies, before decisively exiting the comment section. I won't waste my breath on those unwilling to listen. Such stubborn individuals are not worth my concern. However, this encounter made Feng Ya fully comprehend why the current industry favors traffic stars. The fans of such stars are generally younger, possessing a limited understanding of the world, making them susceptible to manipulation and control. Most lack social experience and are unaware of life's hardships, thus spending money with abandon. Being in their rebellious adolescence, the more they are advised against something, the more fervently they pursue it, often positioning themselves in opposition to the world for their idols. Their fervent expenditure may not stem solely from admiration but from a desire for self-satisfaction and emotional fulfillment. Capitalists need only grasp their psychology to hold their idols hostage, continuously wielding the scythe of profit. Do you wish to see your idol elevated in the next performance? Apologies, that comes at an additional cost. Do you want your idol to have a steady stream of resources post-debut? Then invest in her sales figures and data. Only with high sales can there be more endorsements, and only with favorable data can more projects be secured. If you are unwilling to spend, you are merely a freeloader. Can a freeloader claim to be a fan? If you have spent but not sufficiently, then your love is not deep enough. By saving every month's allowance for snacks, clothing, and cosmetics to invest in her, wouldn't your idol's success be assured? Such a barrage of brainwashing tactics could ensnare even the most resolute adults, let alone the naive youth. Ultimately, the idol lives a life of aspiration, the capitalists reap their rewards, and the funds the fans should have allotted to enhance their own lives transform into repeat purchases of albums, inflated rankings on social media, and subpar merchandise that does not match the advertised images. Chapter 69. Fans follow their idol. Had it been those diligent, principled performers, even if fans were willing to invest in artificially inflating their data, they would not accept such measures. Shouldn't poor performances naturally receive little recognition? The logical course should be to heed audience feedback, improve one's skills, and strive to produce better works next time. Instead, they first spend to artificially inflate scores, then by trending topics to falsely market their works, luring in viewers who, should they dare express discontent, would be labeled as rival fans, facing insults or even doxing. Absurd and laughable. Feng Ya, overwhelmed by her thoughts, followed the system's recommendations and clicked on the trainee's theme song performance video. It was a compilation. The first image to catch her eye was Lu Ruema's direct performance. As the widely acknowledged center, her performance approached perfection. The other trainees from the Class each had their own highlights. Although the trainees from Class B were somewhat lacking, many still delivered natural and fluid performances that were pleasing to the eye. By Class C, the disparities in skill had become as unpredictable as opening a mystery box. Feng Ya was just admiring Yin Jieshua's graceful dance, contemplating that although she often had a sarcastic demeanor, her dancing was quite commendable. Not particularly outstanding but not disappointing either, she seemed well-suited to be an inconspicuous backup dancer. The next moment, the video automatically transitioned to Feng Yun's direct shot. As the blurred lens drew closer, the clarity of Feng Yun's face momentarily made Feng Ya think she was gazing upon her past self. Without the four auxiliary dancers of the musical youth group, Feng Yun's true prowess began to emerge. Her movements were soft and flaccid, akin to someone who hadn't eaten in days. Her singing initially sounded pleasant, but upon closer inspection, many notes resonated with electronic effects, likely the handiwork of some renowned sound engineer. She probably realized her talent was becoming difficult to conceal, thus focused all her energy on imitating Feng Ya. Her visage had been adjusted to mirror Feng Ya's, and her makeup replicated a classic look from one of Feng Ya's films. Coupled with the lighting and filters, the effect was nearly indistinguishable from reality. Successfully diverting the audience's attention, the comments erupted with emotion.
Whoa.
This is Feng Ya's iconic look from Wild and Unrestrained. Feng Yun vowed to carry her sister's dreams forward. She truly kept her promise.
Whoa.
Their genes are simply too remarkable. Both sisters are breathtakingly beautiful, and they truly resemble each other. However, I heard rumors that Feng Ya was adopted by the Feng Jinghui couple, so they aren't actually biological sisters. Moreover, Feng Yun clearly donned Feng Ya's makeup to achieve such a likeness. As these two slightly more aware comments emerged, they were immediately met with an overwhelming backlash. The person has already departed. Does your fixation on such matters hold any significance? In your spare time, perhaps you should strike a wooden fish to accumulate some merit. Whether it's imitation makeup or genuine resemblance, the sister's intentions are what matter. Who are you to prattle on here? The audacious logic of the robber is enough to make Feng Ya want to report it to the authorities on the spot. Moreover, does Feng Yun possess the authorization for this film? Is she aware that the actions of characters in anime or movies, without the permission of the rights holders, may constitute infringement? If it weren't for the fear of waking her roommate, Feng Ya would have certainly called to file an anonymous complaint against her. Does she think that just because others remain calm, they can treat them as fools? Feng Ya, grumbling, skipped over Feng Yun's cringe-worthy performance. To her dismay, she discovered that her direct filming happened to be right behind Feng Yun. The vitriol in the comments was hardly any lighter than that in Feng Yun's direct shots. Welcome to the grand scene of Feng Ya social demise. Direct filming isn't terrifying. The one who dances poorly is the one who feels embarrassed. Looking back from the class, indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. Do any of you have a problem? If you dislike Feng Ya, why must you click in?
Exactly.
Clearly, Feng Yun danced worse in the previous video. The sound was obviously edited, so why are you fixated on berating Feng Ya, the little princess of the royal family? Is your targeting a bit too obvious? Upon hearing this, the fans of Feng Yun were immediately displeased. Our sister is a graduate of the Drama Academy. It's understandable if she's not great at singing and dancing. She can always transition to acting after debuting. What can your royal little princess do besides putting on a show for attention? How dare you compare her to our sister? Laughable. Didn't the fans of a certain someone check themselves in the mirror before throwing shade? Feng Yun shares the same excellent genes as Feng Ya. For her to enter the entertainment industry is already a tremendous blessing for those of us who admire Feng Ya. You expect her to master singing and dancing too? Excuse me, a random bystander here. Isn't Feng Ya herself proficient in singing, dancing, and acting? Why can't we hold Feng Yun to the same standard since she is her sister? Feng Ya is Feng Ya, and Feng Yun is Feng Yun. Though they resemble each other, they are not the same person. Why must the sister be identical to the elder? Can't she develop her own interests? After reading the series of outrageous comments, Feng Ya felt sullied. You should practice in the dance studio. Don't flood my direct filming video with your crazed admiration for Feng Yun. She feared that if she looked at it too much, she might develop a twitch. Besides, she performed far more earnestly in her direct filming than during the small test. She had initially wanted to see the fans' reactions when she restrained her silly nature. Instead, all she saw was a screen filled with Feng Yun's fans, frantically jumping and attacking anyone they could find. Truly, as the saying goes, fans follow the steam. Especially in the realm of absurdity. What a spectacle it was to watch them open the great transformation with a calisthenics routine, using Tom and Jerry style, or even in the form of a Northeast duo performance. There seems to be nothing they cannot accomplish. Someone even edited together comments from Ihan's classroom guidance alongside her actual performance during the small test, with one dancing and the other providing snarky commentary, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a comedic dialogue. Chapter 70. Weighing in at 90 kilograms, with 80 kilograms of rebellion. The title of the video read, Feng Ya, weighing over 90 kilograms, must have 80 kilograms of defiance, right? Upon entering the video, Feng Ya was met with a barrage of relentless ridicule.
Ha ha ha.
Look at how Ya has completely ignored everything teacher Ihan said in class. Is this the legendary left ear in, right ear out? No. I believe she didn't even let it in. She was too busy letting it out. Looks just like me in math class saying I understand, while my mind is screaming, no you don't. Haha, this is hilarious. You're truly a genius. This is the correct way to appreciate Feng Ya. The seriousness in the direct filming is too uncomfortable to watch.
1.
Beautiful faces are all the same, but interesting souls are one in a million. If Ya ever stops being silly, she will lose her spirit. 10,086. 1008611. As Feng Ya read through the barrage of agreement in the comments, she began to comprehend the true reason behind her sudden fame. It was her silly nature that inadvertently struck a chord with the online community. No wonder she worked so hard to act foolish, yet still attracted a considerable following. It turned out that her efforts had been misdirected from the very beginning. With a sigh, Feng Ya realized that she should spend less time gaming and more time surfing the internet. Only by deeply understanding the preferences of contemporary youth could she reliably hit the mark and incite the absurd netizens to the point of banishing her from the entertainment industry, never to return. After this epiphany, Feng Ya resolved firmly she would no longer act foolishly in front of the camera. Even if the urge arose, she would restrain herself until she was out of sight. Furthermore, before she could fully grasp the collective pet peeves of the online community, It would be best to emulate the likes of Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue, remaining inconspicuous. Neither lacking nor shining. Their faces and personalities seemed as if they had been copy-pasted, devoid of any memorable traits. Unless, in specific scenarios, the audience's interest in them would invariably approach zero. In simpler terms, they possessed no presence whatsoever. This, perhaps, was the stark reality behind why their talents overshadowed Qin Miao Miao's, yet their popularity lagged behind hers. While Qin Miao Miao may not excel at anything, she certainly knows how to create a spectacle, calling her fans baby while coaxing them to shower her with gifts. How could those brainless fans resist? The more Feng Ya pondered, the clearer her path became, and she promptly decided she would not play games tonight. She would dedicate her rare free time to exploring the internet. She sought to study the psychological state of contemporary absurd netizens, then cleverly maneuver around them. After a long absence, Feng Ya logged into her main social media account, intending to examine the preferences of her own followers. The moment her account logged in, her phone vibrated like it had contracted a virus, with notifications flooding in. Comments, likes, and messages from non-followers poured in. The number of her followers skyrocketed by hundreds of thousands in just a few days. And these were all genuine fans. The overwhelming barrage of notifications left Feng Ya wide-eyed, exclaiming, "My goodness, is the power of absurdity truly this formidable?" The rate at which she gained followers was utterly terrifying. In those few seconds of shock, her follower count climbed even higher. How could she possibly keep up with this? When faced with uncertainty, she decided to embrace inaction. Feng Ya resolved to let herself off the hook, abandoning any notion of cleverly maneuvering. Instead, she would choose to remain a lifelong inconspicuous tool. As long as it didn't impact her teammates, she would float along, idly drifting in the background, and inadvertently get eliminated due to her lack of presence. Once she laid back, all her anxiety evaporated, and she even eagerly clicked into her page to see what absurd things her followers had shared with her. To her surprise, she found, "Shining Girl Feng Ya. Honey, is there truly no one on the internet who cares about you? Shining Girl Feng Ya. Come out and face me. Shining Girl Feng Ya. Damn it, I lost money. I spent several hundred at the hospital for my ears. Shining Girl Feng Ya. If your absurd videos make me die laughing, I'll haunt you for eternity. Shining Girl Feng Ya. Damn it. My stitches from the other day were just starting to heal. I advise you to be kind." Each incident, each matter, is steeped in a profound lamentation of blood and tears. Upon further inspection of the Weibo account, I stumbled upon titles such as precious footage of early taming of limbs, rare recordings of wild electronic tadpoles, and valuable clips of early taming of the wild kazoo. My heart sank as I felt an ominous premonition. Glancing towards the upper left corner, I discovered the account belonged to missing artist Zhong Jingchen, verified with a red badge. To my astonishment, this striking figure had a penchant for sharing others' embarrassing videos. It suddenly made sense why this talentless practice student seemed to gain followers at an alarming rate. He had been secretly directing traffic her way. The attention on Zhong Jingchen's account was immense. Even a fraction of his followers would secure her a lifetime of comfort, not to mention the possibility of launching her career. Infuriated, I immediately exited Weibo, opened WeChat, and sent him a message demanding answers. Troublesome one. How dare you post my singing and dancing video on Weibo without my consent? Zhong Jingchen had anticipated this confrontation and had already devised a response. His delight was palpable as he read her frantic words, prompting him to type. "Are you ashamed? Angry? Embarrassed to the point of wishing to disappear?" When I was coerced into singing in a childish voice, I felt the same way. Just as he was about to hit send, he noticed her subsequent message. "Troublesome one. With your fame and numerous fans, my exposure would naturally increase. This isn't fair to the other trainees striving for their moment in the spotlight." Zhong Jingchen. Even at this moment, she was concerned about the fairness of the competition. How infuriating! Did she possess not a shred of shame? His expression of vindictive satisfaction instantly froze. Chapter 71. Love Cycle. A Grand Tragedy. Furious kitten, stop flattering yourself. I've posted plenty of other trainees' daily lives too. Furious kitten. Furthermore, since you've recognized the value of my Weibo posts, shouldn't you compensate me for the promotional fees? It is worth noting that many brands willing to pay exorbitant fees for his endorsement do not match the treatment he affords her. Daily videos, each with unique captions, occasionally propelled her to trending topics, subjecting her to public embarrassment. It would be unjust not to extract several $100,000 from him for the mental toll incurred while crafting those captions. So engrossed was I in decrying his misdeeds that I failed to explore his Weibo profile thoroughly. Only after his retort did I realize he had also shared videos of other trainees. How infuriating! I had thought I was the sole victim. The other trainees had surrendered their phones, leaving them without a means to receive messages, which only fueled my anger further. Troublesome one. Did I ever sign a valid agreement asking for your promotional help? If not, your promotion is a voluntary act. Any benefits accrued are entirely your own doing. Troublesome one. Conversely, you published my video without informing or obtaining my consent, garnering numerous likes, comments, and shares. This action constitutes a severe violation of my portrait rights, and I am legally entitled to seek compensation. Zhong Jingchen, feeling like he had been outsmarted. I was joking, and you're discussing legalities? Very well. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he resorted to his ultimate tactic. Furious kitten, your awareness of the law is commendable, but why haven't you submitted your assignment today? Furious kitten, smile, smile, smile. Internally cursing myself for the lapse, I realized I might have just decided to suppress my whimsical nature and strive to be a respectable person. Thus, inadvertently, I reverted to my previous self. In the face of injustice, my tone grew increasingly aggressive, forgetting that the person on the other side was not my adversary, but rather my idol, Zhong Jingchen. What was he still fixated on regarding that trivial assignment? Could we not compromise, where I drop the demand for compensation, and he relinquishes the assignment, allowing us to coexist peacefully? The more I pondered, the more I perceived this as a splendid opportunity to escape the assignment. Without hesitation, I seized the moment to negotiate terms with him. Troublesome one. How about this, Teacher Zhong? Given our teacher-student bond, I won't ask for much. Just waive my daily assignment, will you? To emphasize my humility, I even sent a cat sticker. The image depicted a cat delicately holding its owner's finger. Exuding an air of utmost submission, I am begging you. The stark contrast between my previous sternness and this submissive demeanor elicited an uncontrollable smirk from Zhong Jingchen. He thought, little one, weren't you quite formidable when discussing legal matters? How did you transform into a timid creature when it came to assignments? Are you the alleged inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of Sichuan opera's face-changing? Despite his internal musings, his fingers continued to type. Furious kitten, no. Furious kitten, should you wish to discuss the violation of portrait rights, feel free to reach out to my personal lawyer. However, I must see your assignment before I sleep tonight. Along with this, he dispatched an image of an irate cat with the caption, I'm upset. And this cannot be soothed. I thought, is this person unwell? He would rather face financial repercussions than withdraw the assignment. Yet, from another perspective, could this not be seen as an unconventional means of ensuring his satisfaction? The wretched capitalist truly deserved his fate. Muttering under my breath, I rose from my bed, phone in hand, and stealthily made my way to the bathroom. Lacking an instrument, I was too lazy to venture to the common restroom to sing and dance. After recording, without glancing at the outcome, I sent the unedited video to Zhong Jingchen. Accustomed to my peculiar antics, Zhong Jingchen was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer absurdity of this latest video. Under the dim light, I wore a white nightgown, my long black hair cascading down. Holding the phone in front of my face, concealing my petite visage, I sang into the mirror, say no. Dad, don't search that house. To those in the know, it was merely an assignment. To the unaware, it might have seemed as if the dormitory was haunted. 2 minutes later, I was bombarded with fervent messages from amused netizens. Shining girl Feng Ya, truly the master of dark humor, nearly sent me into fits. Shining girl Feng Ya, could you kindly share your current mental state? The Muffin Squad is genuinely concerned. Shining girl Feng Ya, how long has this symptom persisted? What did the doctor say about your brain? Shining girl Feng Ya, darling, promise me, if you're unwell, you must seek treatment. Don't delay. I was overwhelmed by the incessant buzzing of my phone. You're the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Your entire household is unwell. Following the messages, I discovered Zhong Jingchen's latest Weibo post. Missing artist Zhong Jingchen next. Please enjoy a performance by the world's top dark humor artist Feng Ya, presenting the song, Love Cycle, Grand Tragedy Edition. The comment section was flooded with laughter and concern for my mental well-being. Feng Ya, is there truly no one to voice my concerns? What you are doing is unlawful. Yet what can she do? She might even be apprehended by the staff for posting a simple message. After much contemplation, Feng Ya resolved to let it be. Whatever happens, as long as she does not feel embarrassed, the one who faces social demise is not her. Chapter 72. Group Showdown. Resigning to her fate, she did not withdraw from the platform. Instead, she ventured into Chong Jingchen's profile and scrolled through all his recent posts. To her astonishment, she discovered that all his recent updates were about her, with no trace of any other trainees. However, when she sent a message to confront him, Chong Jingchen remained obstinately defiant. Just haven't found suitable material yet. More will come in the future. Although she had no idea when that future might be. Feng Ya felt a genuine happiness bloom within her. Up until now, she was the only woman who had graced Chong Jingchen's profile page and had maintained her presence there for several consecutive days. While this behavior might infringe upon her portrait rights, from the perspective of a devoted fan, she felt like the happiest scallion pancake in the world, without exception. The following morning, after 2 days of rest, the trainees donned their newly colored uniforms and were gathered by the staff in the grand dance studio, ready to face a new challenge. Su Yenji held the task card and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Dear Shining Girls, congratulations on successfully passing the first round of evaluations and arriving at the second round. I will now announce your second task, Group Showdown. In the upcoming first public performance, you will be divided into 16 small groups to compete against each other, with the victorious team earning a mysterious privilege. Additionally, we will select 16 trainees to serve as captains and key members of these groups. The key positions will be elected by the mentors from both classes." After elucidating the rules, Su Yenji proceeded to announce the list of key members. "First, I will announce the names of the 8 key positions: Lu Ruima, Lu Shijiao, Su Qiandian, Zhao Jiyu." Each name elicited cheers from the observing trainees, though they were not particularly surprised since these individuals had consistently shown since the initial stage. However, the list of diligent members garnered even more attention. Regardless of whether one belonged to Class A or Class B, or whether one was a top performer or lagging behind. If one's practice hours were sufficient, they could potentially secure a position. Thus, at the moment Su Yenji began to announce, nearly all the trainees held their breath in anxious anticipation. Even Feng Ya felt an inexplicable flutter of nerves, her mind racing with thoughts. "Oh no. I hope I'm not in the diligent positions." Su Yenji's gaze lingered over the trainees from both classes for quite some time, building their hopes before suddenly directing his attention towards Class B, exclaiming, "Kolian." The trainees from both classes were taken aback. "Kolian?" Stunned by Su Yenji's booming voice, she stood there for a while, tears of joy welling up as she stammered in disbelief. "Is it really calling me?" "Yes. You heard correctly," Su Yenji replied with a smile. The other trainees chimed in, "Go, Kolian. You're the best. Well deserved. I always said you were the top contender. You just wouldn't admit it." As the only one who could converse with her, Feng Ya felt a profound sense of joy for Kolian. In her recollection, Kolian was the earliest riser and the last to sleep in their dormitory. Even when sleep-talking in the middle of the night, she would be singing and dancing, proclaiming, "I'm really quite remarkable. I'm really quite remarkable. I'm truly, 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 truly remarkable." Feng Ya, having stumbled upon this scene during a midnight bathroom trip, thought, what a tragedy. The misguided advice Chong Jingchen had given her was truly absurd. The most baffling part was that Kolian actually believed it. In an attempt to atone for Chong Jingchen's misdeeds, after using the restroom, she downloaded an electronic wooden fish on her phone and knocked it for quite a while before finally falling asleep. There was no other reason. She merely wanted to help the heavily burdened Chong Jingchen accumulate some merit. This was the only thing she could do as a fan. As Feng Ya hung her head in silent contemplation, she heard the jubilant voices surrounding her congratulating Kolian, interspersed with a derisive snicker. Following the sound, she turned slightly to see Feng Yun rolling her eyes, her face replete with disdain. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinhua, serving as her sycophants, while not as overt in their expressions, still bore traces of discontent on their faces. Only Lu Chenzi, who had secured a position in Class A, approached Kolian with a warm smile, offering her an encouraging embrace. Yet, how sincere that smile was, only Lu Chenzi herself truly knew. Feng Ya felt like a lively creature hopping in a melon patch, finding their group increasingly amusing. The weakest individual boldly claiming a position while simultaneously begrudging others' success was quite the spectacle. It seemed that intelligence was of little use, for even attending the best university could not remedy one's foolishness. Who knew how Feng Yun, a person of stature, yet lacking in intellect, managed to graduate from the drama academy? The more Feng Ya pondered, the more curious she became. Before Su Yenji could speak, the observing trainees interjected. "No. You must believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. This is something you earned through your own efforts. Why should you let it go?
Oh.
Please don't take your good fortune for granted. We still want positions. Exactly, don't give up easily. Lian. Chapter 73. Diligent Position, 9th place. All of this would further aid them in accumulating popularity and garnering higher audience favor. The higher the audience's favor, the more votes they would receive, allowing them to progress further in this variety show. Any trainee who aimed to debut as part of a group would not easily relinquish this opportunity. As the initiator, Su Yenji understood how precious such an opportunity was for Lian, hence he refrained from giving an immediate affirmative response. Instead, he vaguely suggested, this matter should be discussed among your group members once the teams are formed. Theoretically, as long as everyone agrees, you can highlight any member from within your group, but you will still be the captain. However, I must caution you, starting from the first public performance, we will eliminate a batch of trainees with low popularity after each performance. Based on your abilities, you might shine without a position, but having one will provide you with more opportunities to showcase your talents in front of the audience, thus increasing your chances of standing out. Su Yenji paused, gazing earnestly at Lian. I hope you will consider this carefully and not easily abandon the opportunity you have worked hard to attain. Teachers generally hold a fondness for diligent and well-behaved students, which is why Su Yenji found himself speaking more than intended. Lian understood that he was looking out for her future, and thus nodded, her face alight with gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Su, I understand. Yet, many matters cannot be reversed simply by weighing them carefully. The fate of the pieces on the chessboard is dictated not by themselves, but by the hand that moves them. A thought can lead to life or death. Regardless of whether the path ahead is fraught with peril, once that individual gives the command, she must muster her courage and forge ahead. After addressing Lian's inquiries, Su Yenji continued to announce the list of diligent positions. Due to the strong element of randomness, nearly every name elicited gasps of surprise from the trainees. Those whose names were called wore expressions of astonishment, and for a moment, the grand dance studio erupted with excitement akin to a monkey mountain in a zoo, punctuated by sporadic, primal howls. The atmosphere was fraught with tension throughout the entirety of the event, only to be relieved when the final name on the diligent list was announced. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she clasped her hands together, silently expressing gratitude to the diligent competitors. It was then that she caught the teasing gaze of Su Yenji, who quipped, Feng Ya, can you guess what rank you hold on the diligent leaderboard? She nonchalantly replied, probably second to last. With the list of diligent participants now fully revealed, Feng Ya felt lighthearted, and without a care, she fabricated a rank. Why second to last? Su Yenji pressed. Because being last is too embarrassing, she shrugged, perceiving his incredulous expression as that of a simpleton. Su Yenji retorted, it's absurd to think that being second to last is any more dignified than being last. You are merely comforting yourself. He shot her a look of disbelief and continued, however, I regret to inform you that, with a time trailing the 8th position by 1 minute and 9 seconds, you have ranked 9th. A wave of dismay rippled through the crowd upon hearing this revelation. What a pity! Was the time so close? How unfortunate! They lamented. I bet if she had just taken a sip of water, she would have surpassed the 8th place. Goodness! If I were Feng Ya, I'd be filled with regret. I shouldn't have taken that extra sip. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Yasu's inner self was already celebrating, having narrowly missed the diligent position by just 1 minute and 9 seconds. What a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the restrictions on trainees during the filming, she would have dashed out to buy a couple of lottery tickets to share in the good fortune. She felt grateful for that extra sip of water and for those diligent competitors who persevered while she slacked off. Just as her internal acceptance speech was beginning to take shape, her joy bubbled over, leading her to chuckle audibly. Su Yenji, unable to discern the expression he had anticipated on her face, was perplexed. Is she laughing in her sorrow? After a moment of contemplation, he could no longer suppress his curiosity, and with the microphone close to her mouth, he initiated an impromptu interview. Are you truly not upset? You missed the diligent position by a mere 1 minute and 9 seconds. Feng Ya had managed to stifle her laughter, but his reminder sent her smile skyrocketing once more. With her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, she replied, well, how could I not be upset? Just look at me, I'm almost crying. Su Yenji interjected. Can we perhaps wait until the microphone is taken away before you burst into laughter? Are you really that unable to contain your joy? The comments flooded in. What is she so happy about? Her smile is practically reaching her ears. What else could it be? She's trying to garner as much attention as possible in the shortest time. Remember those 16 people? She is like so sad. But I must keep smiling for the sake of gaining attention. Do we even need to guess? I could tell with my eyes closed that she has a good relationship with those in her class. Obviously, she is joining their team. In the practice room, Su Yenji began to announce the team formation rules. This performance will consist of 16 groups, each with 6 to 7 members. Chapter 74. Following the Charm. Starving for 3 days. The 16 positions now stood in a line before everyone, and from the class of trainees. They were instructed to stand behind the individual they wished to join. Once a team was full, it would automatically lock in. He advised everyone not to hesitate and to make quick decisions. Otherwise, they might be turned away if their desired team filled up. After reiterating this, with a command from Su Yenji, the trainees rushed toward the center of the classroom as if in a sprint, quickly determining their teams. Su Yenji transformed into a sportscaster, energetically narrating, "All right, we can see the trainees charging toward the capable positions, while the diligent ones seem to be left behind." This situation was to be expected, as the upcoming first performance was crucial for the trainees' future, prompting them to adopt a conservative strategy of forming strong teams to avoid failure. However, the diligent positions should not be underestimated either. Su Yenji continued to comment on the unfolding events, and once he confirmed that all class members had selected their teams, he gave them an encouraging nod. "All right, now the class members may enter." No sooner had he finished speaking than the trainees surged into the classroom even more swiftly than their classmates. Su Yenji exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow. The class trainees are also coming in strong. The popular contestant Lu Ruema's team is already full. Other capable teams have very few spots left." Meanwhile, the diligent trainees stood alone, barren of any support. The disparity in treatment was stark, leaving a sense of pity in the air. Even Su Yenji felt compelled to advocate for them, saying, "If you encounter a full team, don't cling to a single option. There are still plenty of spots available in the diligent section, so consider them as alternatives." Yet the effect was minimal. When it came time for the class trainees to select, nearly all capable teams were filled, except for a few quick runners. Most trainees were forced to turn their attention to the diligent ones. The competition intensified. Even when opting for the diligent positions, they sought out the most capable among them. Amidst the cacophony of competing voices, Feng Ya remained remarkably composed. She stood still, waiting for everyone to finish selecting before she leisurely made her move. As she ambled toward the center of the classroom, she assessed the strength of each team. Su Yenji kept a close watch on her every move, enthusiastically providing live commentary. Now we see that after an intense scramble, Feng Ya is the only one left undecided. Yet she shows no sign of panic, maintaining her posture. Her large eyes filled with confusion, unsure whether she has already secured a team or is still contemplating her options. Before he could finish, his tone suddenly escalated. Feng Ya is on the move. She heads straight for her roommate Su Zidong's team. Does she intend to join Su Zidong? Oh wait. She feigned an intention to join, only to pivot and head toward another roommate, Ko Lian's team. Would they successfully team up? Shut up. Feng Ya, exasperated by Su Yenji's relentless commentary, raised her hand toward the director. "Director, can you confiscate this person's microphone? He's disrupting my thought process." The director, clearly having reached his limit with the noise, waved his hand, sending 2 burly staff members to assertively retrieve Su Yenji's microphone. Instantly, the world fell silent. Feng Ya propped her chin on her hand, vacillating between Su Zidong's and Ko Lian's teams. These were the 2 least popular teams on the floor at that moment. Su Zidong's team only had 1 member, a short-haired, androgynous young woman who stood with a fierce demeanor, arms crossed. The palpable tension could be felt even from 10 meters away, deterring anyone from approaching. In Ko Lian's team, there are 3 individuals, Feng Yun, Yin Jiaxue, and Jiang Xinhue. If they were to add Lu Chenxi, the melodic girl group would be complete. Perhaps their conspicuous camaraderie has deterred others from joining the team, fearing exclusion. Since the trio's induction, no one else has dared to join. In terms of capability, both Ko Lian and Su Zidong possess their unique strengths, rendering them evenly matched. However, regarding teammates, Ko Lian's side appears more dramatic. Just Feng Yun alone is capable of stirring up considerable turmoil. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinhue are not to be underestimated either. Ko Lian, being a gentle soul, finds it impossible to rein in these individuals. From the moment Feng Yun joined the team, her title as co-captain became a mere formality. Should Feng Yun take the reins, one can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. It seems that each member of the group should prepare their elimination speeches in advance to avoid the awkwardness of being caught off guard on stage. Contemplating this, Feng Ya resolutely decided to join Kuo Lian's team. Associating with Feng Yun could lead to a precarious situation, but she was determined not to be eliminated this time. With her mind made up, Feng Ya strode into Kuo Lian's group and positioned herself behind Jiang Xinhua. The moment her footsteps ceased, Jiang Xinhua stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is Feng Ya really joining our team? How can this be possible? Has she lost her mind? I often teamed up with Yin Jiaxue to mock her. Rather than avoiding us, she has taken the initiative to join? What could this mean? Is she harboring some hidden feelings from the insults? As a co-conspirator, Yin Jiaxue's astonishment matched Jiang Xinhua's. She even speculated that Feng Ya might believe her elimination was inevitable, thus deliberately joining their team to coast along and sabotage them during the performance. This, she thought, was a calculated act of revenge. Having previously competed on the initial stage against Feng Ya and secured the spot that rightfully belonged to her, Feng Yun shared similar sentiments to Yin Jiaxue. Feng Ya must be resentful about that incident and is now trying to infiltrate her team for retribution. Chapter 75. I am on par with you all. After all, Feng Ya lacks both strength and capital, and her public image has deteriorated further. In this competitive game of capital, it is evident she cannot go far. The strong teams are already at full capacity, leaving her no entry. The members of the weak teams are struggling to survive. Should she join them? She would merely await elimination. Rather than passively waiting for her fate, she prefers to join her adversary's team and drag a few disliked individuals down with her. Regardless of whether her plan for revenge succeeds, the goal of causing discomfort has already been achieved. Even if she were eliminated, she could leave without regrets. Smiling as she goes. The more Feng Yun pondered, the more unsettled she felt. She was on the path to debut with the group. How could she let herself be dragged down by someone so devoid of talent and filled with vengeful intent? Planning revenge? She'd have to see if she would even be granted that opportunity. Before Feng Ya could initiate a greeting, Feng Yun gracefully turned around, her tone as warm as an old friend's reunion. It's you, Song. Are you planning to join our team? Although she anticipated Feng Yaxing's antics, the unexpected address of Song made Feng Yaxing's insides churn. Maintaining an outward calm, she replied nonchalantly, "What else would I be doing?" Feng Yun, with a charming smile, stepped closer, attempting to grasp her hand. Feng Yaxing, feigning ignorance, tucked her hands into her pockets, deftly evading the overly familiar gesture. Internally, she mused, "It's a miracle you don't harbor any grudges against my ancestors." Having been wronged by Feng Yun countless times throughout her life, Feng Ya was all too familiar with her nature, petty and vengeful. Even the smallest grievances would be etched in her memory, only to resurface unexpectedly, delivering a sharp blow when least expected. Feng Ya, who had always been oblivious to such schemes, had fallen victim to this many times in her youth. If her suspicions were correct, Feng Yun had long since categorized her as an enemy, regardless of the circumstances of their past encounter, or the fact that Feng Yun had been the initial aggressor. She would not believe a single word of it. In her worldview, there was no such thing as magnanimity, only a relentless pursuit of revenge. Consequently, she firmly believed that anyone wronged would certainly harbor resentment and seek retribution. This pure paranoia led her to categorize Feng Ya as an adversary, constantly scheming and targeting her. Feng Ya sighed silently, reflecting that if not for the impending elimination, she would rather die than engage with this lunatic again. Following the failed attempt at hand-holding, Feng Yun displayed no embarrassment. With a downcast gaze and a face full of regret, she stated, "I apologize for my actions. I was too eager to prove my abilities and did not consider your feelings. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that striving for what one desires is not shameful at all." She added, "And your map of Yen countries seems excessively lengthy. If you're going to make a move, do it swiftly. If you don't avoid every pitfall, it's as if you've lived 2 lifetimes in vain." Just as Feng Yaxing's inner self was preparing to respond, Feng Yun abruptly shifted the conversation back to the main topic. "Since you seem unperturbed by our previous encounter, I feel compelled to offer you some advice out of guilt." With a smirk, Feng Yun continued, "Perhaps you should consider switching to a team that aligns better with your singing and dancing foundation. Practicing together would alleviate your psychological pressure and make the experience more enjoyable." In simpler terms, she was suggesting that Feng Ya was inadequate and feared she might hinder the team's progress, thus concocting an excuse to dissuade her. Instead of feeling dissuaded, Feng Ya found the situation increasingly amusing. With a talent like Feng Ya on your team, do you truly need to worry about me dragging you down? She feigned deep contemplation, lowering her gaze. A team that better matches my singing and dancing skills, yes, yes. Feng Ya, noticing her response, became excited.
Her voice rising.
Ideally, most members would share your lack of experience, so you would all practice together harmoniously. You'd likely be eliminated faster. Isn't that your team? Feng Yasheng's eyes brightened as she began to analyze the situation. Based on class assignments, the four of us are in the same class, equally matched in strength. In terms of singing and dancing skills, my level is on par with Feng Yan's. Otherwise, she wouldn't have approached me in the first place. At this point, Feng Yasheng winked at Feng Yun, delivering a biting comment, right, Yun Yun? Feng Yun, Yin Jiaxue, and Jiang Xingyue were left speechless, their expressions twisted in disbelief. Who in the world is your equal? They exclaimed, feeling as if ants were crawling all over them. Feng Yun appeared as if she had been struck in the gut, her face alternating between pale and flushed, struggling to maintain her false smile. Meanwhile, Feng Yasheng continued to blink innocently, looking at them wide-eyed. Why is everyone so quiet? Did I say something wrong? Moreover, even if Jiaxue and Xingyue dance with remarkable speed, I can still accompany Yunyan, tirelessly exerting myself while witnessing her tears. Feng Yun, wounded again, retorted, with your abysmal skills, how dare you compare yourself to me? Fen Jiesong replied, I apologize, but dragging other teams down would weigh on my conscience. Bringing down your team is merely a service to the public. Feng Yun interjected, excuse me, is that polite? Chapter 76. The captain, hasn't he spoken yet? Who do you think you are? Fen Jiesong clearly joined the team with the intention of irritating them. Appearing innocent and harmless, her words pierced their vulnerabilities. And in front of so many viewers in the live stream, they could not express their anger openly. The more Feng Yun reflected, the more she felt stifled, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. The facade of her smile crumbled, and with a cold expression, she declared, I initially intended to spare you embarrassment before the audience, not wishing to speak harshly. Since you failed to comprehend my subtle hints, I shall be direct. The ticket count for the first public performance affects everyone's future. Thus, we desire teammates with stronger abilities, not someone who is entirely inept at singing and dancing, who constantly threatens to withdraw, merely slacking off. After a brief pause, feigning struggle, Feng Yun regretfully stated, I'm sorry, but our team does not welcome you. Upon this declaration, the viewers in the comments erupted in chaos.
Wow, wow, wow.
Is the drama I've been anticipating finally unfolding? Let us tear it up. Make it louder. I genuinely don't understand this princess's actions. Why choose this team over so many strong ones? Is it possible that strong teams also do not want her? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The princess is rejected by all teams due to her lack of skill. Feng Yun truly has audacity. How dare she speak to our royal princess like that? Am I the only one who thinks Feng Yun has gone too far? She is entirely reliant on Fen Jiesong to rise to prominence. What right does she have to claim others are slacking off? Moreover, she isn't even part of this team. Kulian hasn't said a word. So, what is she making a fuss about? Our song may not be perfect, but she was on the verge of earning the diligent position through hard work. She lacks talent and effort, and her videos have been so poorly edited they sound like electronic music. What is so noble about that?
Sure.
You can't speak freely. Her fans are notoriously aggressive, tearing apart anyone. I think Feng Yun hasn't said anything wrong. Everyone is here to compete, not make friends. Is it wrong to want stronger teammates? Yun has already been quite diplomatic. Clearly, Fen Jiesong is being shameless, unable to comprehend human language. Yun is conflicted. She simply desires to win. What is wrong with that? Inside the classroom, since Feng Yun had torn off the mask, Fen Jiesong no longer felt the need to toy with her through wordplay. She turned directly to Su Yanji, teacher. Do group members have the right to refuse new members when the team is not yet full?
Su Yanji shook his head, no.
Not only group members but even positions can only be chosen by teammates, not the other way around. The program's rules are designed to prevent strong teams from rejecting weaker ones, ensuring that the weak can only band together with those even weaker. This imbalance in team strength would eliminate the suspense in competitions, significantly diminishing the public performance's excitement and the audience's experience. Fen Jiesong gestured, turning back to Feng Yun. Did you hear that? The captain hasn't spoken yet. What makes you think you have a say? Her arrogant tone nearly sent Feng Yun into a fury. Taking a deep breath, Feng Yun was about to retort when Fen Jiesong made a pause gesture and pointed to Su Yanji. If you have questions about the team formation rules, you can discuss them with Teacher Su. Asking me is futile. Su Yenji nodded in agreement, subsequently shrugging helplessly. Consulting me is pointless unless there are changes. The established rules will not be modified. The insults had already begun to form on Fengyun's lips. Fine, you in this round. As a group member. She could not voice her opinion, but surely she could persuade the captain to speak on her behalf? After all, Kulian, as captain, was a puppet at her beck and call. Conveying her intentions should be a matter of a glance or gesture. Unable to swallow her indignation, Fengyun reached for Kulian's waist, pinching the soft flesh with force.
What are you looking at?
Fengyun glared at her. Speak up. They had long agreed to strive for stronger teammates. Kulian, startled by her fierceness, hesitated for a moment before turning to Fengyue-song. Her doe-like eyes filled with confusion. Do you really want to join our team? Not just Fengyun and In Jiashue. Even she couldn't comprehend why Fengyue-song would choose their team over the many others that were still not full. In terms of both skill and atmosphere, their team was clearly inferior to others. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. Yet, as captain, she had no authority. In Jiashue and Zhang Xingyue were entirely devoted to Fengyun, and no one would consider her opinion. She couldn't protect Fengyue-song. She could only try to dissuade her from joining. Fengyue-song had always held a favorable view of Kulian, and upon hearing her question, she nodded without hesitation.
Her tone softening. Yes.
Unbeknownst to her, this only heightened Kulian's anxiety, wishing she could emblazon the words "flee" on her forehead. On the surface, she appeared even more perplexed. But why? Unable to speak ill of Fengyun and the others, she lowered her gaze, awkwardly belittling herself. I'm terrible at dancing, introverted, lacking in emotional and intellectual intelligence, often indecisive, and I only earned my position through hard work. I truly don't fit the role and don't know how to be a good captain. So, would you consider joining another team? Fearing to hurt Fengyue-song's pride, she immediately added, but I really don't mean to imply anything negative about you. You're actually quite impressive. You are so close to becoming the diligent position through your own efforts. Her words tumbled out in a jumbled mess, leaving Fengyun beside her anxious for her. Chapter 77. Welcome to my team. Fengyun couldn't help but interject. Indeed. It's Kulian's first time as captain, with no experience whatsoever. Had it not been for our past camaraderie, I would have considered abandoning her for another team. In Jiashue and Zhang Xingyue nodded vigorously. Exactly. Did you notice that aside from the three of us, no one else chose her? As longtime friends, it's only fair for us to be dragged down a bit. But it would be detrimental to you. The audacity of elevating oneself by belittling others made Fengyue-song want to scoff. Longtime friends? They had no right to utter such words. If these individuals were even slightly normal, Kulian would never be in such a submissive state. Ignoring their support, she turned directly to Kulian, but I believe that diligence is a beautiful quality in itself. Since you find it impressive that I almost earned the diligent position through effort, doesn't that make you, who not only secured the diligent position but also ranks first among them, even more remarkable? Because you are exceptional, I wish to team up with you. Is there a problem with that? The more Kulian thought about her own shortcomings, the more confused she became. Well. She wishes to join my team. Is it truly for such a reason? How astonishing. Throughout her life, Kulian has perceived herself as rather ordinary, rarely receiving compliments. Her ears flushed with warmth, and her slightly chubby face blushed. Her tongue felt as though it were tied in knots, rendering her speech increasingly incoherent. But. No buts, Feng Ya interrupted with a smile, adopting an expression of unwavering determination. Regardless of what you say, the people and matters I choose to invest in are not easily swayed. Moreover, even if you are the captain, you do not possess the authority to refuse my entry into the team, so. Feng Ya spread her hands. I am quite certain I wish to join your team. Do tell me whether I am welcomed. The decision was made, and further discussion was futile. After a brief moment of silence, Kulian ultimately pursed her lips and smiled shyly, saying hello. Welcome to my team. She extended her delicate hand, her voice trembling slightly due to the unexpected flattery from Feng Ya. This was solely because of the recognition Feng Ya had bestowed upon her. Feng Ya's eyes curved in delight as she extended her right hand to shake with her. In the days to come, I hope for your guidance. She treated the three dissenters as if they were invisible, offering them not even a glance. Fengyun was infuriated to the point of near explosion, yet she could only stifle her anger. The rules of the game loomed above, and the entire online audience was watching the live broadcast. If she voiced her objections once more, she could still redeem herself with her true feelings, but should she act out too often, it would backfire. It would portray her as disrespectful of the game rules and uncooperative with her teammates, which would certainly reflect poorly on her reputation. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Feng Ya resolved to endure. Although Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue were equally displeased, they dared not speak out with Feng Ya taking the lead. They could only, like her, grit their teeth and hold their tongues. The live broadcast had already descended into chaos. Is Feng Ya unwell? Others have made it clear they do not welcome her. Yet she shamelessly approaches. She undoubtedly harbors resentment for being ousted by Yun, thus seizing every opportunity to drag her down. Isn't Feng Ya the one who is unwell? Su Yenji has stated that group members cannot refuse others from joining, yet she continues to fuss, along with a crowd that includes Kulian. How unfortunate for Kulian to have encountered such friends. Moreover, isn't Feng Ya's direct performance just as commendable? On what grounds can they assert that she would drag Kulian down? I sensed it back in class. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue seemed to always accompany Kulian, yet they genuinely disregarded her feelings. Their words were nothing but accusations and belittlement. It is no wonder Kulian feels so insecure. I'd be depressed too. Casual observers must be laughing to death. How does Feng Ya have the audacity to disdain Kulian and Feng Ya? One is the top of the diligence rankings, and the other is ninth. How do they not surpass her, who relies on others to rise? And she claims to choose Kulian out of loyalty to past teammates. I don't believe a word of it. She clearly sees Kulian as easy to manipulate, coveting her position.
Wow.
After hearing you say that, I feel a chill. Could it be that Kulian was asking if she could give her position to someone else, perhaps Feng Ya? Speaking of which, despite all being equally poor at singing and dancing, only Feng Ya is relentlessly criticized. Doesn't he that seem odd? Though I dislike the royal faction. This time I stand with the princess. Some fans should stop masquerading as casual observers criticizing Yun. Do they really think we can't see through it? The first performance relates to everyone's future. Is it wrong for Yun to want to form a stronger team to prevent her friends from being eliminated? Yun is just too impulsive, unlike certain others who are so good at pretending. Indeed, although she speaks bluntly, she genuinely has Kulian's best interests at heart. After all those years of friendship, who are you to criticize? Kulian is not a child. If Feng Ya treated her poorly, would she remain so devoted? Wouldn't she have left the group long ago? Is it possible that leaving the group incurs a hefty penalty? In the classroom, Su Yenji, who had been a mere observer, felt relieved as the conflict appeared to resolve peacefully. As the initiator, he preferred for the trainees to resolve their issues independently. Unless absolutely necessary, neither he nor the mentors would intervene. After all, this was a reality show, and with so many individuals gathered, each possessing their own personalities and tempers, conflicts were entirely natural. If the trainees managed their issues well, they could not only win the audience's favor but also showcase another facet of themselves beyond the stage. If over 100 individuals adhered strictly to their perfect personas, refraining from competition and simply performing amiably in front of the cameras, it would become rather tedious. The audience tuned into the live reality show for a touch of excitement, after all. Once the storm subsided, the grouping resumed, and it was now the turn of the class trainees. Before Su Yenji could complete his statement, the trainees surged toward the center of the classroom like eager elementary students at mealtime, fearful that if they lagged, their desired teams would fill up. Chapter 78, 108 Eyes. Feng Ya stood with her hands in her pockets, adopting a socially confident stance reminiscent of a panda, quietly observing the team formation. The more she watched, the more she felt that human prejudice was indeed a formidable mountain. Before she joined Kulian's team, there were moments when others would hesitate and exchange glances with Kulian. Yet now, it seemed her presence had only compounded the despair of an already unlikely team. As the class trainees passed by Kulian, deliberately avoiding her gaze, they would rather team up with the menacing Su Zidong than risk even a glance at Kulian. This only deepened Kulian's sense of inadequacy, her head drooping like a little ostrich, both adorable and pitiable. Feng Ya found herself increasingly perplexed. Although she may not have performed exceptionally well, she certainly wasn't as inept as everyone presumed. How could those who had achieved ratings dare to look down on her? Just as Feng Ya was mentally lamenting, she noticed Qin Miao Miao, who had always claimed to be unwell, running breathlessly toward Kulian, her face pale and breath shallow. "See, can I join your team?" she gasped, feeling utterly exhausted. All her preferred teams were full, and the others were too distant, with more people continuously rushing toward them. Even if she risked fainting to reach them, she might still be turned away due to full capacity. Thus, Qin Miao opted to join the group that everyone else seemed to disregard. She had a decent rapport with Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue. And Kulian was a gentle soul who seldom instigated trouble. Though the team's overall strength appeared lacking, it was still preferable to starting anew with strangers. As she awaited Kulian's response, panting heavily, she reassured herself. Kulian was nearly alarmed by her seemingly on the verge of fainting, hastily supporting her arm with a look of concern. What's wrong? Are you alright? And no, it's nothing. Qin Miao shook her head. I just ran a bit too eagerly. I'll be fine once I catch my breath. Kulian nodded and helped her into the team. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Yun, who had already harbored discontent regarding Feng Ya's entry, was seething with indignation. Although she had never interacted with Qin Miao, she had heard numerous peculiar anecdotes about her through Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue's accounts. If Feng Yasu could be described as a somewhat capable yet minor nuisance, then Qin Miao was an absolute waste, devoid of both skill and beauty, who relied solely on her family's modest wealth to create chaos day in and day out. It was bad enough that Kulian, this foolish girl, did not push her away. How could she even go so far as to welcome her into their team? Was she not concerned about their potential elimination? Feng Yun clenched her fists tightly, internally cursing Kulian profusely. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue also wore expressions of discontent, their brows furrowed in unison. Although they shared a mutual disdain for Qin Miao, she was the last person they wanted on their team, followed closely by Feng Yasu. Consequently, both of them sighed in perfect synchrony, their faces reflecting a collective sentiment of despair. Meanwhile, Feng Yasu reveled in her delight. She had initially worried that Feng Yun's solitary antics would not sufficiently undermine the team, but with Qin Miao's inclusion, she was now certain that their team was doomed. The first public performance was bound to be a failure. As her lips curled into a manic grin, Feng Yasu took over Kulian's role and proactively offered her assistance to Qin Miao. In response to this unsolicited kindness, Qin Miao's expression remained frosty. Don't think that by choosing this team, I am acknowledging your abilities. In truth, I, like everyone else, would prefer to avoid a team that includes you. This was not solely due to her contempt for Feng Yasu's skills. Rather, it was also because Feng Yasu's striking appearance drew all eyes, even when she stood silently. Without formidable talent, it was challenging for anyone to captivate the audience's attention alongside her. This conclusion had been collectively reached by her classmates and was the reason why everyone avoided Kulian's team. Their skills were already at the bottom tier among trainees. They could not afford to be overshadowed in appearance as well. Having sparred with her for so long, Feng Yasu had grown accustomed to Qin Miao's capricious demeanor and had developed her own set of countermeasures. Suppressing her mirth, she mimicked Qin Miao's tone, her expression shifting instantly. Don't think that my assistance signifies concern for you. In reality, I merely wish to avoid the bad luck of having you drop dead before me, which would ruin my mood for the entire day. Qin Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, her complexion paling further due to the intensity of her emotions. You dare to curse me to death in broad daylight? Having experienced sudden death once, Feng Yasu shrugged nonchalantly. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to curse me back. Qin Miao retorted. Are you out of your mind? Who on earth goes around cursing each other like that? Within 2 minutes of joining the team, Qin Miao was already regretting her decision. The onlookers in the live broadcast were nearly doubled over with laughter at their dysfunctional team dynamics. With just Qin Miao's addition, Kulian's already volatile team is now in disarray. My heart goes out to Kulian. Among the 6 members of their team, 3 are drama queens. They must have 108 eyes between them. Goodness, this is bound to be a daily reenactment of a dramatic saga. The audience was thoroughly entertained, while fans from various factions were left distressed, unable to eat. Oh my goodness. One Feng Yun is already troublesome enough. How could Qin Miao join as well? Go Feng Yasu. I would gladly trade 10 pounds to spare you from bullying. Can someone please explain the situation? Who is bullying whom here? What wrong has our Miao done to deserve such curses? If you're afraid of being bullied, maybe don't cling to this team. Don't act as if your side is innocent. Our Yun is clearly the most unfortunate. We didn't get any strong teammates, only 2 useless ones. Chapter 79. The Note Girl Team. The term useless incited instant fury among the other fans, leading to a heated exchange in the comments. In the classroom, once all the trainees confirmed their teams, it was finally time for the class. Strong teams, boasting formidable trainees, attracted a multitude of aspirants, filling their ranks early. Conversely, Weak teams often struggled to find volunteers, often leaving 1 or 2 spots vacant until the end. At this juncture, placing the class's trainees would perfectly fill the gaps in the weaker teams, enabling them to compete with others. Excluding those selected for their capabilities, the remaining trainees could be counted on one hand. Feng Ya could easily predict that Lu Chenxi, the powerhouse of the Note Girl group, would undoubtedly join Feng Yun's team, continuing to work alongside Ke Lian and employing a strategy of 4 protecting 1. And indeed, her predictions came to fruition. The moment Su Yanji finished speaking, Lu Chenxi strode confidently towards Ke Lian, tall and statuesque. Her sharp features framed by a sleek ponytail swayed rhythmically as she walked, her posture straight and proud. She resembled a female agent in a film, just informed of a critical mission, ready to undertake a daunting task. Brave and fearless, both admirable and tragic. Watching her, Feng Yasu felt an urge to discreetly pull her aside and inquire just how much Feng Yun had offered her to earn such loyalty. After all, with Lu Chenxi's talent, she had every potential to debut as part of a group. If she were to ally with Feng Yun, that would be quite the precarious situation. Just as she pondered this, all the trainees in the class had completed their team formations. Standing at the center of the classroom, he earnestly announced, "Congratulations on forming your teams. Next, you have 5 minutes to freely discuss and come up with a catchy team name." As the timer began, the 16 groups spread out, forming small circles to engage in lively discussions. Perhaps eager to integrate into her new collective, the previously pallid and lethargic Qin Miao Miao suddenly perked up at the mention of naming the team. Naming teams is my forte. I was the leader of a study group at school. All the quirky names were my creations. Like the silly squad, you say it all team, and so on. Before she could finish listing off her ideas, Feng Yun interrupted bluntly. "That's a bit too casual, isn't it?" "I agree," Yin Jiaxue nodded. Jiang Xinyu added, "At least for competition, we should choose something more formal." "More formal, huh?" Qin Miao Miao propped her chin on her hand, her eyes scanning her teammates, and immediately had an idea. "How about we call ourselves the Note Girl team? You 5 already make a complete Note Girl group. And with Feng Yasu and me as additional members, we transform into the Note Girls." Yin Jiaxue's eyes lit up instantly. "I love it." Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. "It's both creative and meaningful." Even Ke Lian, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but chime in. "I think that's a great name too." Afterward, she instinctively glanced at Feng Yun, seemingly awaiting her final decision. Initially displeased by Qin Miao Miao's excessive exuberance stealing her thunder, Feng Yun felt slightly appeased upon noticing Ke Lian's inquiring gaze. Thinking to herself that no matter how much effort was put into the team name, the final decision still rested with her. She resembled a demanding empress. Her gaze lowered as she feigned contemplation for quite some time before finally uttering a few precious words. "It's neither here nor there, just barely acceptable." The onlookers in the live stream, reveling in the chaos, readily chimed in. "I too find it merely passable. With so many divas in your team, why not just call it the Diva Squad? Or perhaps the Mischievous Ants Brigade? They certainly seem formidable. Or we could name it the 7 with 108 Scheme Squad. Stop the bickering. Take it to the dance studio. The Palace Intrigue Squad. A bloodletter from the Zhan Huan Chronicle Squad." As soon as the title Zhan Huan Chronicles was mentioned, a flood of self-proclaimed scholars of the series erupted in the comments, swiftly altering the tone of the chat. "Since you brought up Zhan Huan Chronicles, I must mention the I accuse the concubine, she of Infidelity Squad. Let us call it the Pink and Tender, How Old Are You Now Squad. The Sun S Consort and the Red Hot Lovers Challenge Squad requests a duel. The Third Prince Has Grown Taller Squad expresses its dissent.
My Voice Squad. Ha ha ha.
What on earth are these names? I'm going to die laughing in the comments. If only the trainees could see the comments. Otherwise, the names of the groups in the first public performance would surely be spectacular. The morning slipped away swiftly, and before long it was mealtime. The team, Feng Yasu, had feigned ignorance throughout the naming process, but upon hearing Su Yanji announce that it was time to eat, she sprang to life. She leapt from the floor, ready to dash out of the classroom, only to be seized by the nape of her neck by someone. "Hold on, don't rush to eat," Lu Ruima said with a benevolent smile, dragging her toward the restroom. Su Xianchen, Zhao Jiyu, and Yi Xingli followed closely behind. The 4 of them, all towering beauties standing at 170 centimeters, strode together with an imposing presence. If only Feng Yasu had appeared a bit more fragile and helpless, the scene would have resembled a classic case of school bullying. But Feng Yasu was anything but. In terms of height, she was nearly equal to Lu Ruima. In terms of appearance, she outshone her companions, her beauty more striking and captivating. Thus, as she was led to the restroom, her expression of despair mirrored that of a caught lover, akin to a gang leader bringing his underlings to confront a beautiful mistress caught in infidelity. Feng Ya was utterly bewildered by the frenzy of her companions. Throughout the journey, she attempted to negotiate with her motorcycle accented tone. Isn't it a crime to be charming? Why can't we wait until after the meal? I'd much prefer to eat while you talk. If I'm late, I want to get my favorite dishes. To which Lu Ruemo retorted, behave yourself. You're always the one begging for food. Chapter 80. The gap between people is often greater than that between humans and dogs. Feng Ya, woe is me. Is it a crime to eat heartily? It wasn't until they had escorted her to the restroom and confirmed no one else was present that Lu Ruemo finally shed her cold facade. Erupting in frustration, Feng Ya, have you been eating so much that your brain is stuffed with rice balls? I was signaling you to join my team the entire time. My eyes nearly twitching from it. Yet you didn't even glance my way. Were you afraid I would choose you? Feng Ya, cornered in the restroom by Lu Ruemo, thought to herself, isn't that precisely the case? Not only Lu Ruemo, but she hadn't dared to meet the eyes of Su Xianchen, Zhao Jiu, or Yi Xingli either. She feared they might want to recruit her into their ranks, whisking her away. Yet, she had no desire to soar. She merely wished to lie quietly amidst the refuse, rotting and stinking. Such sentiments, if voiced, would likely be incomprehensible to these driven individuals. Hence, after some contemplation, she settled on the most objective and easily acceptable reason. You four possess such formidable skills. You are clearly in high demand. Even if I gazed longingly at you 100 times, it would not matter. I wouldn't even be considered. Rather than witness the heartbreak, she reasoned, it was better not to look at all, for the pain of having once possessed something is far worse than never having it at all. She theatrically wiped non-existent tears, her tone mimicking that of a protagonist in an old romantic drama. Yet, the irate Lu Ruemo wouldn't entertain her theatrics. Even if our team were full, there are still many amicable and capable teams you could choose from. Yet, you chose the one we least favored. Zhao Jiu shrugged, his expression a mix of confusion and shock. Su Xianchen scoffed coolly, and you were even rejected at the door. The reason for the rejection was that you were deemed lacking, Yi Xingli added. The thought of that moment caused Lu Ruemo's blood pressure to rise. What on earth does Feng Yun have that qualifies her? All she does is create drama with Feng Ya. Does she possess any other talents? If it weren't for the three of you pulling me back, I would have confronted her myself. Is she still feeding off her hard work? I wonder what Feng Ya did in her past life to deserve such a parasitic sister. The frustration. Among all the trainees, she found Feng Ya the most detestable. And yet, you ended up in her team. You've betrayed the working class. Lu Ruemo's anger escalated, on the verge of branding Feng Ya with the term traitor. Strangely, rather than feeling angered, Feng Ya found it increasingly amusing. Here was Lu Ruemo, a stranger with no ties to her, boldly standing up for her despite the risk of controversy, while those who had benefited greatly from her remained ungrateful, even disturbing her peace in death. The disparity between people can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. One could only wonder how Lu Ruemo would react if she discovered that the so-called traitor she was berating was her idol, Feng Ya. Perhaps she would hastily drag Feng Yun before her to vent her frustrations, perfectly aligning with Lu Ruemo's decisive and uncompromising nature. After Lu Ruemo's tirade, Feng Ya gently ruffled her hair, her tone soothing as if comforting a child. There. I know you detest her. I do as well. But worry not. Even though I am on her team, my heart remains with you. I will not let her actions sway my loyalty. After all, foolishness is not contagious. Lu Ruemo, like a furiously puffed-up kitten, gradually calmed under Feng Ya's gentle touch, finally sighing, I don't expect you to hate my enemies. That would be too tyrannical. Akin to a controlling psychopath. You have the freedom to choose your teammates, even if not us four, that's perfectly fine. I just fear that if you join their team, Feng Yun will lead the charge against you. Zhao Jiu nodded in agreement. She doesn't even respect her former teammate. Kulian. She surely won't respect you. Disrespect is the least of it. Su Xianchen shook his head, her gaze toward Feng Ya filled with pity. What's most concerning is her ability to undermine your confidence. In short, be cautious, Yi Xingli concluded. In response to their well-meaning advice, Feng Ya nodded eagerly. Rest assured. I may seem easy to bully, but I can assure you, the tables could easily turn. Lu Ruemo contemplated the business acumen of the elegant and graceful team. which even the most irreverent could not help but shake their heads at. Suddenly, her distress seemed to dissipate. A note of sympathy crept into her tone as she remarked about the Note Girl team. You've dragged their entire team down with your prowess, which is the greatest cruelty you could inflict upon them. Feng Ya exclaimed. What? Do you look down upon me? Even without this tactic, I could still bully them to the point where they avoid teaming up with me in the future. Just as she prepared to retort, Su Qianchen pressed her hand upon her shoulder. With a fluent translation accent and a face full of earnestness, she implored, Oh, my dear Song, I earnestly request that you swiftly eliminate that wretched woman Feng Yun. I am utterly vexed by her presence. She then made a sign of the cross, declaring, God will surely bless you. Amen. Feng Ya scoffed. Does this Western deity even concern itself with Eastern matters? Isn't that a bit too broad in scope? After their conversation unfolded, the group joyfully made their way to the cafeteria. Following lunch, the trainees, seizing the opportunity during their break, began organizing their dormitory moves to foster better camaraderie among group members and expedite their adaptation. The trainees ranked below a certain level were no longer assigned dorms based on their rankings, but rather roomed with their group members. Yet another grueling day, utterly exhausting. In Chapter 81, only Lu Chenxi retained the privilege of a 4-person room as a class trainee within the Note Girl team. Feng Yasu, Qin Miao, Feng Yun, Ke Lian, Yin Jiaxue, and Jiang Xinyu 6 members, enough to fill a room perfectly. Lu Ruima, however, appeared as if facing a formidable adversary. Since the 4 of us don't have to move, and we are idling anyway, why not assist you with your relocation? It would also intimidate your dramatic roommates, showing them you have backing and are not to be trifled with. With a determined bite, she effortlessly pried apart a large apple that Feng Yasu had brought from the cafeteria. It appeared imposing, yet was devoid of sentiment, relying solely on technique. As Feng Yasu accepted her half of the apple, she thought, if you and Feng Yun were to meet closely, wouldn't you both end up in a brawl? Su Qianchen, Zhao Jiyu, and Yi Xingli were less troublesome, but Lu Ruima, a fervent admirer of Feng Yasu, was a source of concern. Taking a bite of the apple, she mumbled, Forget it. I fear that upon seeing her face, which is a poor imitation of elegance, you might feel nauseated for 3 days. Lu Ruima envisioned that image, and the apple in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. With a slight frown, she donned a mask of anguish. Don't say it, I'm already feeling queasy. Feng Yas quipped, Is it that effective? Surely, this is just a figment of your imagination. She had approached this experience with a mindset of casual participation, bringing only 2 sets of clothes and some toiletries, alongside a box of electronic devices and a box of snacks. The electronic devices were too conspicuous to display openly, while the snacks had long been showcased. Thus, her move was exceptionally easy, completing it in 1 trip. Upon reaching the new dormitory, unpacking was equally simple. Toiletries on the desk, suitcase tucked under the bed. She tossed off her shoes, lay back on the bed, drew the curtains, and blissfully closed her eyes to begin her afternoon nap. As Feng Yasu felt herself drifting into slumber, she faintly heard someone repeatedly calling her name. Groggily opening her eyes, she was startled to see her former self standing at the foot of her bed. The corners of her mouth were upturned, yet her facial muscles betrayed no change. Her slightly raised eyes held no hint of mirth. After a moment of silent scrutiny, the figure spoke, Feng Yasu. The overly sweet intonation lingered, sending chills down Feng Yasu's spine. Staring at the figure, she suddenly realized this was not her former self at all. This was unmistakably Feng Yun, the face-swapping oddity. As for that insincere smile, it was merely a consequence of her recent surgery, rendering her facial expression stiff and lacking subtlety. Coming to this realization, Feng Yasu closed her eyes and sighed internally. If she had committed any wrongdoing, let the law punish her, but not to be startled awake from her nap by Feng Yun's unwelcome intrusion. If not for her strong mental fortitude, she might have suffered a heart attack from this frightful apparition. No wonder Lu Ruima had such a visceral reaction to Feng Yun. She too felt a wave of nausea rising. Oh, how she regretted choosing Feng Yun. This time, she was certain she would be eliminated without a second chance. Regardless of whatever nonsense Ms. Zhao Xueming might say to coax her, she would never participate in another variety show again. After an internal lament of self-pity, Feng Yasu slowly sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, facing reality with a look of disillusionment. What is going on? Standing at the foot of her bed, Feng Yun, oblivious to her own rudeness, finally registered that she had awakened Feng Yasu from her nap and offered a half-hearted apology. Oh, were you napping? I didn't mean to disturb you. Feng Ya retorted, are you blind? Thank you for the invitation. My patience has grown thin. She knew how to provoke with a single sentence. Suppressing the urge to punch her, Feng Ya managed to squeeze out, it's alright. The probably overly bright light in the dorm must have hurt your precious eyes, preventing you from seeing me, who is far more radiant than the sun. Lying on the bed. Wasn't this just a roundabout way of being sarcastic?
Who couldn't he do that?
Are you implying that I'm blind? Her luminous eyes glistened with tears, as if on the verge of crying. No, no, no. Feng Ya waved her hands frantically, thinking, with such a heavy accusation. I cannot afford to accept it. Furthermore, in a quarrel, it was all about mental resilience. Whoever first succumbed to the other's nonchalant provocation would lose. The audience tends to side with the more emotionally stable party, condemning the one who breaks first as volatile and unpleasant. In truth, the seemingly fragile individual was simply quieter. Yet every word struck at the opponent's sore spots, subtly inciting their ire while securing their own position of power. After all, the audience wouldn't perceive this person as manipulative. They would view her as retaliating with beauty, finding it quite commendable. This was Feng Yun's favorite tactic since childhood. Often, she would provoke someone without any cause, simply because she found them displeasing. Once her target erupted in anger, she would instantly adopt an innocent demeanor, deploying her classic lines, such as, I was merely thinking aloud. I didn't expect you to react this way. Or, even if I did, you shouldn't. Previously, she performed for her parents. Now, of course, she was performing for the audience in the live stream. Feng Ya had no intention of maintaining a good image before the audience. Yet she certainly did not wish to fall prey to Feng Yun's schemes. Thus, she smiled sweetly, her voice dripping with kindness. I was merely concerned for your eye health. How could you think otherwise? If you can't even see what I'm doing in this bright light, your eyes are likely beyond repair. Perhaps it's best to donate them and get a new pair. In Chapter 82, her amiable demeanor left Feng Yun utterly flabbergasted. She silently swallowed the carefully prepared retort, her tone filled with incredulity. Are you jesting? Eyes can be donated for a new pair? Yet, the other party remained serious, entirely unaware of how absurd her words were. This is a question for you to ponder. Feng Ya blinked her eyes, the smile at the corners of her lips deepening. After all, I have never undergone surgery to replace body parts, nor do I know the extent to which modern technology has advanced, particularly whether one can directly replace blind eyes. However, you must be quite familiar with this by now, right? Feng Ya suddenly leaned in, pointing at her facial features, and began to enumerate. After all, you've had your eyes widened, double eyelids and lower eyelid surgeries, your nose, chin, apple cheeks, and forehead have all been augmented, and your lips as well. Feng Yun increasingly felt that something was amiss. By the time she realized that all these were indeed her cosmetic procedures, Feng Ya had already laid bare her secrets. And the discrepancies were minimal. Feng Yun's face instantly darkened, her body trembling uncontrollably, exposed by the lies she had been caught in. How did she know about all this? Did she hire a private detective to gather all my information for revenge? The more Feng Yun pondered, the more uneasy she felt. But she had no time for such thoughts. She was currently under the watchful gaze of the live stream camera, with thousands of viewers in the broadcast room observing her. If she didn't find a way to smooth over what Feng Ya had said, she would be ruined. The live stream had already erupted.
Wow, wow, wow.
The palace intrigue group is indeed beginning already. When it comes to tearing each other apart, it's all about the princess. Those with backers are truly different. They dare to speak about cosmetic surgery so openly. Is the princess too bold? Does she really not consider everyone else? Ha ha ha, Feng Yun is completely dumbfounded. Could it be that everything was revealed by the princess? Her face is as stiff as a zombie's. Does she need someone to tell her that? It's evident she has had too many surgeries. Does Feng Ya have evidence? What right does she have to say our Yun has undergone surgery? I think she asked the one who has had too much work done. How else would she know so many details about cosmetic procedures? She is just jealous that Yun is more beautiful than her. So she is deliberately slandering Yun. Just because she dares to be so brazen doesn't mean our Yun can. In the dormitory, Feng Yun pondered for a long time, finally scraping together a response. What are you talking about? I can't understand a word. To her surprise, Feng Ya blinked her large, watery eyes, appearing even more bewildered than she. Huh? Is this something I shouldn't have said? She first covered her mouth in horror, then slowly turned to face the camera. After staring wide-eyed at the viewers in the live stream for 2 seconds, she seemed to suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation. grasping Feng Ya's hand and beginning to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for speaking too hastily. I was groggy from my nap. I completely forgot this was a live broadcast, so when I noticed a small scar behind her ear that seemed to be from a nose job, I thought we could share our experiences. However, I have never undergone surgery. Feng Ya raised her arm, making a gesture of swearing. In the future, I have no intention of undergoing any procedures. I can demonstrate by rubbing my face vigorously for 10 minutes to prove it to all the viewers. After saying this, Feng Ya thrust her bare, unmade-up face toward the camera and began to prove her point. She first scrubbed her face with the intensity she typically used when washing it, then pinched every pinchable area of her face, pressing her forehead several times with force. After that, she violently tugged at the flesh on her face, adding countless exaggerated expressions. She pushed her nose into a pig-like shape with her fingers, crossed her eyes, and stuck out her tongue. The viewers in the live room were in an uproar, crying out in concern. "Ah, enough. Mom believes you. Please stop torturing your beautiful face. Feng Ya, you must stop. I wouldn't allow you to treat such a beautiful face so roughly. Do you really not understand how precious your face is? If I looked like that, I would definitely insure this face." Yet Feng Ya seemed unsatisfied, taking the opportunity to educate the viewers on how to identify faces that have undergone cosmetic procedures. Many surgeries do leave marks. For instance, those who have had rhinoplasty 1T have a natural curve in their noses when viewed from the side. Instead, it will appear straight and under light. It may even look translucent. After stating this, she positioned herself under the lighting, asking the audience for confirmation that her nose was not translucent at all. Moreover, there is a type of rhinoplasty that uses ear cartilage to elevate the nose tip, which leaves a small scar behind the ear. Over time, this scar fades, making it difficult to detect without careful observation. After this unexpected addition, Feng Ya proceeded to elaborate on double eyelids, eye corner surgeries, facelifts, liposuction, and fillers, detailing every procedure's methods, incision locations, side effects, and identification techniques, demonstrating each time with her own face, guiding the viewers through the identification process without leaving any angles unexamined. The onlookers in the live stream were left dumbfounded by her hardcore self-justification. Wow, has the princess lost her mind? She dares to spill such juicy details? She truly isn't afraid of offending anyone. If she debuts, half of the female celebrities in the industry might just avoid her. She is practically a moving cosmetic evaluation machine.
No.
If it comes to that, no one would dare offend her. They wouldn't want to be seen as guilty by avoiding her. How infuriating. The princess is crazy, and I love it.
Wow.
As expected of a woman backed by capital, she speaks with such arrogance. Keep spilling. I love this. Cosmetic celebrities, you better take turns guarding your eyes while you sleep tonight. Cosmetic practitioners, very well. Tonight we'll put you under the knife. Bystanders were enjoying the spectacle, while the fans of Feng Yun were on the verge of panic, wishing they could leap through the screen to sew Feng Yaxing's mouth shut. Chapter 83. Really? I don't believe it. Feng Yaxing, please be quiet. You can eat recklessly, but you must not speak recklessly. Even if it's true, it's still isn't permissible. Help. Can someone plug Feng Yaxing's mouth? I don't want to wake up to news of her being blacklisted by all factions. Though I want to hear the gossip, I fear I won't be able to see her anymore.
Who understands?
Please be cautious, my dear. Even if you are backed by capital, you must not say such things. You could easily offend people and be hated across the internet. Feng Yun's fans persisted in their barrage of insults in the comments. Please, Feng Yaxing, provide evidence of Feng Yun's surgeries. Do not fabricate. Is evidence even needed? That green tea clearly realized she misspoke and is now feigning madness to distract everyone. In the dormitory, Feng Yun was utterly taken aback by her unexpected antics. Her mind was filled with thoughts. Has Feng Yaxing lost her mind? Does she still want to survive in this industry? How many people in this circle have completely natural faces? Aren't they all getting Botox today, a bit of hyaluronic acid tomorrow, and patching up their flaws over the years? As long as no critical evidence is left behind, when questioned, they will deny it to their last breath. If my face suddenly appears smaller, it's because I had a tooth extraction. What does that have to do with jaw reduction? The needle marks on my skin are from my health treatments with sheep placenta, not Botox or hyaluronic acid. When all else fails, one can always procure a fake certificate from a cosmetic clinic and broadcast the entire process of cosmetic evaluation live online. Not only is this a one-time solution, but it also provides an opportunity to attract a significant influx of traffic. These matters are all unspoken secrets among us. Yet now they have been laid bare by Feng Ya. Her natural appearance has received unwavering assurances, yet she seems utterly unconcerned about the plight of those with altered faces. What if the fans take a cue from her and demand that all artists prove their authenticity by violently rubbing their faces for 10 minutes, just as Feng Ya did? The mere thought of it makes Feng Yun feel as though she is being roasted over an open flame. To say that her face cannot withstand such rough treatment is an understatement. Even the slightest pressure could potentially displace her implants. The more she contemplates this, the colder her back feels, and her gaze towards Feng Ya shifts from disdain to sheer terror. This woman, who usually appears so simple-minded, is surprisingly fierce when provoked. For her own safety, Feng Yun resolves to avoid provoking this madwoman in the future, keeping a safe distance to prevent being dragged into her chaos. Not just Feng Yun, but even those who had been chatting and enjoying the spectacle from a distance, Yin Jiaxue, Zhang Xinue, and Qin Miaomiao, gradually changed their expressions. They fell silent in unison, each retreating discreetly to their beds, holding their breath in anxiety, fearful that any misstep might draw Feng Yaxing's attention and land them in front of the camera for public scrutiny regarding their own appearances. Feng Yun's eyes darted around, taking in their reactions. Noticing their lack of effort to halt Feng Yaxing's intentions and their palpable timidity, she too suddenly felt the urge to flee. Before she could even move, Feng Yaxing, as if equipped with a hidden camera, turned with a smile that was more menacing than friendly, seizing Feng Yun's arm and pulling her toward the lens. Yet her tone was disarmingly gentle, almost affectionate. "Oh dear. I got so caught up in proving myself that I almost forgot about you. Since you seem to misunderstand what I just said, I wouldn't want my candidness to lead everyone to believe you've had work done. So, let us follow my earlier process. First, a vigorous 10-minute face rub. Then stand under the lights for the audience to see if your nose is translucent, and finally, let everyone inspect for any scars or injection marks. What do you think?" Feng Yaxing tilted her head, smiling innocently. But Feng Yun, eyes wide with horror, stammered, No, that's not necessary. I really don't care about all this. And such forceful rubbing is harmful to the skin. My face is insured. I don't want to treat it so violently." As she fumbled for excuses, she attempted to free herself from Feng Yaxing's grip. To her dismay, this seemingly frail woman possessed an unexpectedly strong grip. Feng Yun exerted all her strength, but could not budge an inch. Desperation welled up, nearly bringing her to tears. Feng Yaxing had anticipated that Feng Yun would not cooperate, and in front of the audience, she could not forcefully comply. Thus, she nodded understandingly. "All right, if you're unwilling to endure a vigorous face rub, I won't press the matter." Feng Yun's expression softened slightly, puzzled by this sudden change in demeanor, only to hear Feng Yaxing's tone shift dramatically. Her words dripping with malice. "Then let us settle for pinching your nose and chin, shall we, Feng Yun?"
No.
"Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Given Feng Yaxing's vice-like grip, touching her surgically enhanced nose and chin could be disastrous. Even an unmodified face would be at risk under such pressure. Feng Yun shook her head vehemently, her words becoming increasingly incoherent. No. I. After much stammering, she clumsily managed to say, "My skin is highly sensitive and prone to allergies, so it shouldn't be touched carelessly." A moment's negligence could lead to itching, redness, or even breakouts, and in severe cases. Before she could finish with the ominous phrase, life-threatening, Feng Yaxing interrupted. "Really? I don't believe you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a thrilling discovery. Before Feng Yun could react, Feng Yaxing had already extended her finger and poked at Feng Yun's heavily made-up cheek. After observing the area she had touched for a few seconds, without incident, she clicked her tongue in disappointment. "Your skin seems perfectly fine. There is not a thing wrong." Feng Yun, exposed, felt her face contort with indignation. Just as she was about to defend herself, Feng Yaxing cheerfully provided her with a justification. "It must be that your foundation is too thick, which obscures the true condition of your skin, right?" Chapter 84. Feng Yun admits to riding on Feng Yaxing's coattails for cosmetic enhancements. After her well-meaning interjection, Feng Yaxing sincerely suggested, "How about you remove your makeup right here? It would allow everyone to closely observe whether you have any scars or injection marks from cosmetic procedures." Feng Yun, you've already laid bare the methods for identifying cosmetic surgery. Why on earth would I willingly remove my makeup for the camera? That would expose me in an instant. This insufferable woman, appearing to be acting in her best interest, was cleverly ensnaring her with every word. Yet, she felt utterly powerless to defend herself. In the presence of an audience that valued sincerity, the more she lied, the more humiliation awaited her. For Feng Ya had countless ways to prove her innocence, while a liar could only evade questions and conceal the truth. The act of avoidance itself was a sign of guilt. No matter how many lies she told, they could only deceive those willing to believe her. They would not fool the bystanders. Thus, she was destined to lose this battle. As Feng Ya's thoughts spiraled, the pent-up anger within her became uncontrollable, surging to the surface. She felt like an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. I said, "Don't touch my face. Don't touch my face. Can't you understand human language? Who gave you the right to touch my face?" Her voice suddenly escalated, startling Feng Ya. Yet it was merely a momentary shock. She suppressed her inner glee, thinking, at last, you've revealed your true self. What followed would be a demonstration of how to defeat magic with magic. It's just a matter of touching your face. Is there really a need for such anger? Feng Ya spread her hands, mimicking Feng Ya's tone whenever she provoked her, her expression of innocence matching perfectly. The more she feigned innocence, the angrier Feng Ya became. What do you mean it's just touching my face? Didn't I say my face can't be touched without cause or it will react? Who knows where your dirty hands have been before they touched my face? Ugh. So disgusting. The more she expressed her frustration, the more she resembled a squawking chicken, filling the dormitory with her high-pitched shrieks, causing onlookers to cover their ears. Yet, Feng Ya remained unfazed, calmly presenting her rationale, but your face showed no adverse reactions after my touch. I feared that your thick foundation might mask any negative reactions, leading the viewers to mistakenly believe you were lying. So, I suggested you remove your makeup in front of everyone to prove that you have not undergone surgery. Is there a problem with that? Absolutely none. However, the real issue was that Feng Ya had lied and undergone surgery, leaving her with no choice but to evade Feng Ya's proposed method of self-exoneration. Unable to evade the situation, she resorted to madness. I have already expressed my inability to comprehend your words. What more do you wish from me? Must you force me to confess publicly that I have undergone cosmetic surgery for your satisfaction? After her outburst, Feng Ya wept and dashed into the restroom. Feng Ya, bewildered by the shouting, thought, when it comes to adaptability, it is undoubtedly Feng Ya who shines. Even her admission of cosmetic surgery seems as though someone has a knife to her throat, compelling her to utter such words. This successfully incited countless Feng Ya fans in the live stream, each fervently denouncing Feng Ya. Oh no, Yun, please don't act this way. We all believe in you. How absurd is it for Feng Ya to demand proof from us as well? It infuriates me. How deeply must Yun feel compelled to speak such words when her bond with her sister is so strong? Feng Ya, may you receive your just desserts. Yun and Feng Ya resemble each other so closely, it's evident that she hasn't undergone any procedures, unless one suspects Feng Ya has as well. Unfortunately, her performance only deceived her fans and failed to convince the onlookers. It is widely acknowledged that when one is accused of theft, the normal reaction is to strive for evidence proving their innocence, rather than saying, if admitting this absolves me, then yes, I am indeed a thief. Ha ha ha, so true. Feng Ya's evasiveness is a clear indication of her guilt, and her constant excuses reveal her as a master of deceit. The princess acted brilliantly. I've long harbored disdain for this face-swapping monster. She's merely riding on Feng Ya's coattails for attention, yet she presents herself as the victim. How disgusting. The princess is magnificent. If you confront Feng Ya, you shall forever be my idol. I am willing to support you. Indeed, if the princess can bring down this face-swapping monster, I might consider changing my allegiance. Oh no, I seem to be developing feelings for the princess, while I'm supposed to be criticizing her. The princess, too, is rather scheming, isn't she? Everyone should simply enjoy the spectacle of dogs fighting dogs. Is it necessary to choose sides? Due to the heightened discussion, it was not long before Feng Ya's admission of riding on Feng Ya's fame surged to trending status. Following closely was Feng Ya's hard proof of not having undergone surgery. The moving cosmetic surgery detector, Feng Ya. Feng Ya, the master of lies. The media firm behind Feng Ya was not to be underestimated either. Moments after the trending topic emerged, they swiftly retracted it, replacing it with, Feng Ya compelled Feng Ya to prove she hasn't had surgery. Feng Ya breaks down when her sister is mentioned. Just how strong is the bond between Feng Ya and Feng Ya? Feng Ya's manager also published a lengthy article in support of her, citing numerous examples to assure netizens that the relationship between Feng Ya and Feng Ya was indeed robust, and she would never betray her sister. Chapter 85. Audiences do not easily criticize those with mental health issues. The comment section was filled with voices applauding her. Sister, how strong. Union is fortunate to have such a manager. Unlike that scheming girl, who, when faced with trouble, had no one to speak for her. Isn't it deserved that such a person becomes estranged? Just looking at her face reveals she's no saint. She was likely a troublemaker in school, smoking, drinking, and fighting. She must have bullied her classmates. I agree. Just seeing her seductive face makes me feel sick. I wonder how many have been her mistresses to gain the opportunity to share the stage with Yun. Meanwhile, in the trending topics that were being downplayed, a starkly different scene unfolded. Feng Ya admits to riding on Feng Ya's fame. Feng Ya is a master of lies. Come on, brothers, let us elevate these terms. The trending topics are utterly hilarious. As a longtime fan of Feng Ya, I have never heard her mention family. If not for that family broadcasting a funeral, who would even know them? Oh no, as a veteran fan of Feng Ya, I am truly infuriated by the trending topics. Is it not just bullying our sister, who cannot speak for herself? It turns out I am not the only one who has always found Feng Ya unlikable. She clearly performs worse than the princess, yet she flaunts a false face, exploiting the deceased's fame, and hardly anyone has spoken out before. It's not that no one spoke. Rather, those who did were silenced. The so-called royal princess, Feng Ya, generates only negative trending topics whenever she faces an issue, while the one who rises by exploiting others' misfortunes receives nothing but praise for her loyalty. Take a moment to ponder that. I increasingly feel that the true royalty lies elsewhere. Perhaps the princess is merely a shield for others. Indeed, if the princess truly had backing, she would not be the one being chased and scolded, but rather the one marketing her authenticity across the internet. Haha, what genuine authenticity. You truly understand trending topics.
Stop it.
If this continues, I might just turn from a critic to a fan. In the dormitory, Feng Ya sat on the toilet seat with her arms wrapped around her knees, tears streaming down her face. Instead of the relief one would expect after venting, she was instead filled with regret. She had acted impulsively. Her initial intention was to provoke Feng Ya with just a few words, yet the situation had spiraled, and she found herself as the one agitated. She wondered how the netizens would perceive her. Would they view her as a capricious madwoman? The positive image she had painstakingly maintained in front of the audience had ultimately been tarnished by that wretched Feng Ya. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, almost wishing to burst out of the restroom and tear Feng Ya apart. Simultaneously, she harbored resentment towards her dorm mates, despite 3 of the 4 being her old teammates. None had stood up for her when that vile Feng Ya bullied her. She felt utterly blind to have befriended such a group of fair-weather friends. Not only did they fail to support her, but even after she had been sitting on the toilet seat in tears for nearly half an hour, not a single person came to console her. With no one offering a hand, she felt embarrassed to leave the restroom herself, thus remaining seated. The toilet seat was hard and cold, making her legs and backside numb. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw the caller ID, Manager Chen.
It was her manager, Chen Si.
Like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, Feng Ya swiftly answered the call, her voice thick with tears. Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper in front of so many people. Before she could finish her lament, Chen Sin calmly interrupted. What's done is done. There's no need to dwell on futile words now, whether intentional or not. From this moment on, whenever anyone asks, you must assert that you were driven mad by Feng Ya. You were unable to cope with the sudden loss of your sister, leading to emotional instability and a tendency for self-harm. Is it not normal to utter a few crazy words? Trust me, audiences will not easily condemn someone with mental health issues. First, wash your face and compose yourself, no matter the circumstance. Never forsake your image management. Second, apologize to Feng Ya. She instigated this situation, and regardless of whether she accepts it, it will only reflect your magnanimity. Third, since you have chosen this path, you must learn to control your temper. A small lapse can disrupt grand plans. I do not wish to witness similar incidents in the future. After conveying her instructions, Chen Tsen ended the call. Feng Ya stared blankly at her phone, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The calamity was instigated by that scoundrel Feng Ya. Why should she be the one to apologize? Chen Tsen merely speaks lightly, yet when the situation actually befalls her, she may not exhibit the same calmness as she does now. In this world, true empathy is a rarity. One can only truly understand their own circumstances. While Feng Ya silently curses everyone in her heart, she slowly rises from the toilet and tidies her appearance in the mirror. Though she feels a sense of frustration, she resolves to endure for the sake of her brilliant career. After all, a gentleman's revenge may take 10 years. Meanwhile, Feng Yaosong has lost all desire for an afternoon nap due to Feng Yun's interference. With a swift pull of the bed curtain, she reclines and begins to scroll through her phone. With such self-sabotaging revelations, the entertainment industry likely harbors a deep-seated resentment towards her. Feng Yun's fervent fans certainly will not let her off easily. Feng Yaosong knows without a doubt that she has become the target of scorn across various online platforms. To confirm her suspicions, she logs into her secondary account and, upon checking the trending topics, is unsurprised to find herself in the midst of a scandal. The comment section is flooded with vitriol. I said I didn't undergo any procedures. You cannot tarnish Yun's innocence with mere words. Useless talent. Get out of the talent show. Liars must swallow 1,000 needles. We're watching, and I await the day your entire family faces retribution. Feng Yaosong. Thank you for the invitation. My greatest punishment is encountering the likes of Feng Yun and her family. Haha. Guess what her reaction will be to the negative comments. No prize for guessing. I'll just run away. In the 86th chapter, Feng Yaosong quips. Thank you for the invitation. My greatest retribution in this life is meeting Feng Yun and her family. Even vampires would bow down before them. However, these foolish comments can be manipulated to her advantage. After witnessing the diversity of opinions online, Feng Yaosong cleverly captures screenshots of the curses directed at her family. She then exits the platform and sends these comments en masse to Zhao Xuesong. If she doesn't show her daughter what hardships await in the entertainment realm, her daughter might eagerly seek to enter that world again. Once the images are successfully sent, Feng Yaosong types rapidly, beginning her lament. They all have resources, talent, and fan bases, while I am alone and cannot compete. Woe is me, I feel like a lonely little cabbage, unloved and unprotected. When others encounter trouble, they have managers to support them, but when I face adversity, no one speaks on my behalf. The worst part is, while they insult me, they also drag my innocent family into it. If being a star means enduring insults aimed at my parents and having my ancestral grave disturbed, I would rather abandon it all. The message reads, I'm doomed by filial piety, haha. Feng Yaosong responds, I'm trying to discuss serious matters. Can you please take it seriously? I am being serious. Cat emoji, replies Zhao Xuesong. Besides, I just had a moment to indulge in this gossip. Weren't you the one bullying her all along? Though it seems Feng Yun has won in public opinion, she is actually losing terribly. Innocence must be proven with evidence, not through silencing others or blinding them to reality. The internet has a memory. When the outcry becomes too loud for the forces backing her to suppress, that will be the moment she faces the consequences. Countless stars have experienced fleeting fame only to vanish overnight. The painful stories of those who fell from grace teach us, relying solely on lies cannot lead to longevity. One must possess genuine talent to thrive in this industry. Feng Yaosong, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhao Xuesong's words, thinks to herself that she understands these principles without needing to be lectured. She is indifferent to how far Feng Yun can go by deceit and a false facade. Thus, she intentionally contradicts Zhao Xuesong. Well said. However, I happen to be the least capable among the 101. Rather than wait to be pushed out, I would rather withdraw myself first to spare you and my father any embarrassment. Ugh, woe is me. Yet, Zhao Xuesong is not fooled by her ploy. He sees through her intentions. How could someone as prominent as your father and I produce a lackluster child like you? Don't you have the will to practice? Lying around at home like a corpse will not magically develop your skills. Besides, I never expected you to achieve great fame. Merely to broaden your horizons and understand human nature. I would hate for you to remain like a child, easily deceived when your father and I can no longer protect you. It is easier to seize a kingdom than to maintain it, if you do not strive. No matter how much we possess, it won't be enough for you to squander. In educating their child, Feng Jiqing and Zhao Xuesong share a fundamental belief. They may indulge her, but never spoil her. Materially, they have never lacked. Spiritually, they have never been harsh. They provide care when necessary and let go without hesitation when needed. Rather than nurturing a delicate flower in a greenhouse, they hope their daughter will grow into a thorny wild rose. True love should not be merely protective, but should empower her to learn self-defense and self-reliance. Though Zhao Xuesong speaks lightly, he has been attentively monitoring Feng Yaosong's progress through various channels. Initially, he worried whether she would adapt after leaving home, whether she would have enough to eat, whether she would be bullied by other trainees, or whether harsh online criticism would push her into depression. After observing her for several days, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, although she appeared carefree, she never faltered in crucial moments. Her mental fortitude was remarkably resilient. While other trainees were anxious and restless, Feng Ya maintained her composure, adhering to a routine even more disciplined than when she was at home. Her personality blossomed, and she made several good friends. Though the family does not need the modest income Feng Ya earns, she does not wish to raise a daughter who only turns to her mother in times of trouble. The parents' heartfelt intentions are clear to Feng Ya, who embraces this form of education. Yet, the contradiction lies in the fact that she is no longer the sheltered flower of 18, untouched by the storms of life. If she were to express this, Zhao Xuesong would likely think her mind had been damaged. Feng Ya bears her struggles in silence, continuing to feign vulnerability. In the 87th chapter, she laments, "I sacrifice myself for your family's happiness. But they are cursing our whole family. Can you tolerate that?" Zhao Xuesong responds with a sigh, his indifference evident in his words. "Is this really such a big deal? Must you cry and wail over it? When I fought with others for your uncle, I didn't hesitate to involve you and your father." After sending her message, she added a delightful panda emoticon. "Virtual network, virtual mother. Feel free to dig up the ancestral grave." Feng Yashing replied, "What on earth does that even mean? You're truly a blessing in my life." Just as she rolled her eyes, another message from Zhao Xuesong arrived. "If you really can't stand it, I can set up a star studio for you right on the spot and hire a few agents. Otherwise, every time something happens, you won't even have someone to speak for you, which looks rather pathetic." Feng Yashing replied, "There's really no need for that. At least for now." She could still rely on her laid-back attitude to avoid debuting. If a studio were established, there would be no turning back. To dissuade her from dangerous thoughts, Feng Yashing quickly changed the subject. Moreover, it seems Feng Yun's agent is planning to unleash the usual tactics in the entertainment industry, sending a lawyer's letter as a warning. What should I do? The more she thought about it, the more absurd it became, until she transformed into the character and Lingrong. "I refuse to sleep on the streets. The nights in Huagua are so cold and long, I can't even bear to think about how to survive each second. While there's still time, please stop it, Mom." No matter how she pleaded, Zhao Xuesong remained as obstinate as a villain in a drama, unwavering in her convictions. Sending a lawyer's letter is merely a way to scare you. It's not as exaggerated as you think. If it bothers you, let them send the lawyer's letter to our home. I'll handle it for you. As long as you're in the right, they can sue as they please. If I can't handle these lawsuits, then I don't deserve the surname Zhao. Our family's business won't be affected at all. On the contrary, my and your father's righteous actions will establish a positive image in the minds of the public, and the stock will undoubtedly soar." Feng Yashing responded, "Oh, so sacrificing me brings happiness to your entire family, huh? Truly, you are the epitome of a capitalist woman with some real skills." When reasoning failed, Feng Yashing resorted to mimicking a primary school student. "I get it. You and Dad don't love me at all. I am merely a beautiful accident in your love story. Oh, I can't live like this. I want Sisha. I want to rebel. I want to darken." She even attached a series of emoticons. In response, I opened my music app, feeling deeply sorry for being human. I instantly embraced my darker side. Faced with her dramatic outburst, Zhao Xuesong remarked, "Wow, you discovered that, huh?" Feng Yashing exclaimed, "Ah." Zhao Xuesong, "I'm genuinely angry. Just because others don't get mad, does that mean they think everyone else is a fool?" Seeing her daughter on the verge of a meltdown, Zhao Xuesong chuckled and reassured her. "Oh, dear, Mom was just joking. Feng Yun only achieves a victory in public opinion, while you gain the hearts of the people. With such a large fanbase, aside from those blinded by pig fat who believe Feng Yun's lies, the rest are on your side. As long as you perform well and enhance your abilities, it's only a matter of time before these people become your fans. My daughter has beauty and charm, and she will undoubtedly become a top-tier star in Huagua. As for Feng Yun, I guarantee she'll fade away within 3 years." While Feng Yashing pondered how Zhao Xuesong could be so certain, she received a screenshot of a tweet from Zhao Xuesong. "Surprised, aren't you? Recently, I've taken the time to watch all of Feng Yashing's works, and the more I think about it, the angrier I get. How can such a wonderful child have such unfortunate fate? To seek justice for her, I even followed Feng Yun's face-swapping account overnight and successfully joined her fan group, supporting her every day. With my luck, her downfall is inevitable. Feng Ya replied, "You've really grasped this reverse tactic." Undeterred by Zhao Xuesong's enthusiasm, she continued to negotiate. "But I genuinely don't want to become a top-tier star. You can't impose your desires upon me. It's unfair. Even if the goal is achieved in the end, I won't feel any joy, only pain and oppression, resenting you and Dad for taking away my freedom. Mom, you wouldn't want to see our happy family torn apart, would you?" Upon hearing her daughter's rebellious words, Zhao Xuesong felt not a hint of her authority being challenged. Rather, she was immensely gratified. That's right. The little girl has grown up and started to have her own thoughts. Her rebuttals were well-reasoned, reminiscent of Zhao Xuesong's youth. Thus, rather than hastily retorting, she inquired, "What is your wish then?" Chapter 88. A Full-Time Daughter. Feng Yaxing's capabilities had become evident on the variety show, leading Zhao Xuesong to consider broader aspirations for her daughter beyond simply finding an easy job. As long as it wasn't an outrageous dream, she was willing to let Feng Yaxing pursue it. "My wish is to be a full-time daughter, living in the luxurious 800-square-meter mansion with you and Dad, with daily tasks including going to bed early, waking up early, accompanying my parents and exercising, instructing the maid to buy groceries and cook, and learning some silly skills to amuse my parents. I can accept a 007 year-round working arrangement, and my salary requirement is modest 3,000 a month, with food and accommodation covered. After all, she spent her days at home with little need for money, hehehe." Zhao Xuesong retorted, "Being a freeloader is one thing, but you shouldn't dress it up so grandly." "Absolutely not. No way. Don't even think about it." She would rather Feng Yaxing hated her for life than let her capable daughter become a burden. Throughout history, the Zhao family had never produced someone as unambitious as Feng Yaxing. It must be a mutation in the Feng family's genes. However, the mention of silly skills reminded Zhao Xuesong of a lingering curiosity she had regarding her sudden acquisition of numerous silly skills. Feng Yaxing had also prepared a clever excuse to bamboozle her parents. It is well known that human children exhibit entirely different personas when faced with family versus classmates. "You mentioned those antics were embarrassing. How could I dare to display them in front of you and Dad? Am I afraid of not being punished severely enough?" Zhao Xuesong chuckled. "That sounds quite reasonable. I can't refute it. No wonder I often feel like my daughter's behavior on the variety show seems unfamiliar. Perhaps she has chosen to reveal only her obedient side at home to avoid being lectured by her parents." Zhao Xuesong sighed, realizing that her understanding of her daughter wasn't as profound as she had imagined. She resolved to communicate more with her in the future to prevent misunderstandings that could drive them apart. Even simple banter or playful teasing would bring joy to Feng Yaxing, for she had encountered the best mother in her 2 lifetimes. Zhao Xuesong was not like her biological mother, who had abandoned her at birth. She is nothing like her adoptive mother, whose eccentric personality and volatile temper often led to unpredictable outbursts, rewarding with a sweet when in a good mood, yet striking without reason when displeased. In contrast, she is emotionally stable, upright in character, quick to acknowledge her mistakes, and possesses an open mind. She resembles the ideal maternal figure that Feng Yaxing admired so much in childhood, a mother that others spoke of with envy. Every time she listened to those around her sharing amusing anecdotes about their families, Feng Yaxing could only feel a pang of jealousy.
Now,
having expended what felt like countless lifetimes of fortune, she finally encountered her dream mother. How could she resist the urge to indulge in affectionate displays at the first opportunity? As Feng Yaxing was engrossed in a playful conversation with Zhao Xuesong via WeChat, a voice, sharp as a death knell, pierced through. "Feng Yaxing? Are you asleep? Damn it," she muttered, shoving her phone under her pillow. With a swift motion, she drew back the bed curtain only to find Feng Yan standing timidly at her bedside, eyes red and teary. I'm sorry. I must have frightened you with my earlier appearance. It was unintentional. I'm still grappling with the pain of losing my sister, and I momentarily lost my composure. Please, do not take my earlier outburst to heart. My anger was not directed at you." Feng Yan paused, revealing a book, 100 Years of Solitude, which she had been concealing behind her back, and with an increasingly pitiful tone continued, "I actually came to your bedside to gift you this, and I never anticipated such a scene would unfold." Her words ignited outrage among numerous viewers in the live stream. "Wait, didn't you accuse Feng Yaxing of slandering your appearance? She even provided you with a template to prove your claims. Why not follow her guidance and substantiate your assertions before countering with defamation? If you're not guilty, why apologize? Why do you keep using emotional instability and mental illness as shields? If you're truly unwell, seek help. Don't flaunt your erratic behavior while pocketing exorbitant fees. How can you aspire to be an idol when you can't even manage your own emotions in front of the camera? With such meager skills, what audacity do you possess to enter the entertainment industry? When trouble arises, you silence everyone. What's the deal? You have the audacity to rake in wealth while silencing criticism, yet you cannot handle the repercussions? Feng Ya's supporters, however, remained steadfast in their defense. ISN, you lot who are the real pests? Feng Ya's manager has already indicated her tendencies towards depression. Why can't you let her be? Must she be driven to despair for your satisfaction? When people despise you, even your mere existence is deemed a mistake. Oh, my heart aches for Feng Ya. She merely intended to gift a present to a certain green tea, yet was met with baseless accusations, forcing her emotions to spiral out of control. And she still had to gather herself to apologize. Feng Ya, do not apologize. You have done nothing wrong. Even if you declare war on the world, I will stand by your side. In the dormitory, Feng Yasong understood the gravity of the situation. To refuse her would seem ungrateful. Before Feng Ya's utility could be drained by the forces behind her, they would not easily abandon her. Feng Yasong was well aware of the importance of education and thus did not expect to obliterate Feng Ya in one fell swoop. Even peeling away a layer of her facade would mark a commendable beginning. In the days to come, it would be in Feng Ya's best interest to steer clear whenever she encountered Feng Yasong. Should she persist in her confrontations, Feng Yasong would not hesitate to strip away more layers of her pretense. Now that Feng Ya had made the first move towards reconciliation, Feng Yasong had no choice but to lower her guard and comply. She accepted the book offered by Feng Ya with a polite yet distant thank you, then raised her arm to draw the curtain once more. Feng Ya, taken aback by her humility, found her anger rekindling as she noted Feng Yasong's dismissive attitude. The smile on her face grew increasingly strained. Was a mere thank you all she deserved for her overture? As Feng Ya's frustration simmered, Mixue, who had been observing the unfolding drama, quickly intervened to ease the tension. Feng Yasong, since you have accepted Feng Ya's gift, let us consider this a sign of your forgiveness, and let bygones be bygones. Having watched the spectacle unfold, she felt compelled to speak up lest she become the next target of Feng Ya's ire. She certainly did not possess the fortitude of Feng Yasong to confront Feng Ya directly. Jiang Xinhua chimed in, eager to show solidarity. Exactly. Feng Ya may be a bit hasty, but her intentions are kind. The book Feng Yasong held was specially selected by Feng Ya for new friends, and neither Mixue nor Kulian had the chance to receive one. Kulian, who had been silent until now, enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Her suitcase was incredibly heavy when she arrived. Most of the space was taken up by books. Then why not choose lighter gifts that are easier to carry, like jewelry or cosmetics? Jiang Miao remarked, eyeing the hefty bilingual edition of 100 Years of Solitude on the bedside. Receiving gifts is delightful, but I truly dislike reading, especially such a weighty tome. The mere sight of it makes me uneasy, let alone the thought of opening it. And a bilingual version? The agony is doubled. Feng Ya had no interest in the trinkets favored by younger girls. Her greatest passion was reading. Mixue shrugged, teasingly adding, even when participating in a talent show. She insists on bringing several boxes of her beloved books. Moving her luggage is exhausting for us. That's why she's labeled an academic overachiever. Jiang Xinhua remarked, her tone laced with envy. If I had even half of Feng Ya's diligence during my school days, I wouldn't have ended up where I am today. I would have become a dance artist long ago. Their playful banter soon left Feng Ya beaming with joy. She lowered her gaze, her smile betraying her modesty. You two are exaggerating. It's simply a common hobby. Yet, she sincerely believed that girls facing adversity should immerse themselves in literature, for where one's eyes cannot reach, words can transport. Reading is the most economical form of travel, unable to guarantee a life of wealth, yet capable of enriching one's spirit profoundly. As she spoke, she began sharing insights from recently read classics, encouraging her dorm mates to join her in the pursuit of knowledge. Read widely, read well. Reading is a virtue. In the live stream, Feng Ya's supporters seized the moment to shower her with praise, attempting to drown out the critical voices.
Oh,
what a treasure of a girl Feng Ya is. Her words resonate deeply with me. Your elegance is a reflection of the books you have read. No wonder your demeanor is so refined. It's the result of extensive reading. Such a devoted partner, I shall rush to read. With Feng Ya's family already affluent, what reason do I have not to strive for success? An academic indeed, her eloquence stands in stark contrast to that of certain superficial influencers. Yun, a distinguished heiress, has been immersed in elite education since childhood. Must one always compare her to some unrefined green tea? Such an affront. In the dormitory, Feng Ya listened to her lengthy discourse, internally acknowledging her expertise. After years apart, her once academically challenged sister had indeed made significant strides, even daring to establish the persona of a top student, which was often easily debunked. Just imagining her fidgeting while reciting her lessons brought a smile to Feng Yaosong's face. To prevent herself from laughing aloud and showing disrespect for Yunyun's academic facade, she seized the opportunity during a lull in the conversation to suppress her amusement and remarked, "Are you finished? I intend to draw the curtains and take a nap." Not only did she draw the curtains, but she also stuffed earplugs into her ears. Otherwise, she would surely succumb to laughter at Yunyun's splendid oratory. Yunyun assumed that Feng Yaosong felt inadequate before her academic prowess, interpreting her demeanor as a sign of insecurity. After all, she graduated from a world-renowned institution, boasting a plethora of illustrious alumni. What could Feng Yaosong possibly compare? Given her age, she likely hadn't even completed high school before venturing into society. It was a feat to recognize all 26 letters of the alphabet, let alone engage in discussions about world literature. The more Yunyun pondered, the more superior she felt, her tone dripping with disdain. Why linger in slumber during life? In death, one shall rest eternally. I offered you this advice out of consideration for our shared womanhood and your youth, yet it appears you have taken none of it to heart. With a dramatic flourish, Yunyun perched on the edge of Feng Yaosong's bed, adopting the role of a concerned older sister. Her tone filled with feigned anguish as if advising a wayward girl. You are merely 18. How can you sleep soundly at your age? Do you not realize you are squandering your life daily? Does your conscience not stir at all? Amidst her admonition, Feng Yaosong could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Taken aback, Yunyun inquired, "What is so amusing?" Her expression was one of utter confusion. "Nothing," Feng Yaosong replied, shaking her head, her shoulders still trembling with mirth. "I merely find your previous statements rather one-sided. While a love for reading is undoubtedly commendable, and I do not oppose your encouragement for others to read, moderation is essential. May I ask, if you forego sleep for 2 consecutive days and then slumber for 25 hours, does that equate to gaining an extra hour? If you abstain from food for 2 weeks and then consume 43 meals in one sitting, does that mean you have feasted 1 meal more? The human body is not a machine. It cannot be governed by simple arithmetic. If the negative effects on your health are not promptly addressed, irreversible damage may ensue. I detest those so-called success philosophies that boast of sleeping only 3 or 4 hours a night, claiming to have gained significant time compared to others, while neglecting to mention the young souls who collapse under such pressures, sacrificing decades of life. One must sleep when it is time to sleep and eat when it is time to eat. Even if you fall behind temporarily, there is no need for haste. As long as you live long enough, opportunities to surpass others will inevitably arise. Why fret over the fleeting gains and losses of a single day? Just as Yunyun was about to employ her success philosophy to craft an image of self-discipline, she interjected, "How did you know I was going to claim I sleep only 3 or 4 hours daily?" Before she could formulate a rebuttal, Feng Yaosong had already composed a quatrain for her. Sleep at 2, rise at 7, and the king of hell praises your health. Sleep at 3, rise at 7, and there must be something wrong. Sleep at 4, rise at 7, and you'll burn in the crematorium. Sleep at 5, rise at 7, and your ashes will be in a rectangular box. Sleep by day and rise by night, and you become your own king of hell. After delivering her lines, Feng Yaosong concluded, "This is my advice to you." Yunyun's expression darkened instantaneously. As she seemed poised to erupt, Jia hastily intervened. "It's just a single missed nap. It's not as dire as you make it sound."
Ha ha ha.
While laughing, she exchanged knowing glances with Jiang Xianyu. Jiang Xianyu quickly caught on. Yes, yes. Yunyun merely becomes fervent when discussing books, eager to recommend her favorites to everyone. It saddens her that anyone has not read the book she cherishes. There was absolutely no intention to disrupt your afternoon rest. Moreover, Yunyun was not entirely incorrect. At your young age, why are you even sleeping? Jia quipped lightly, rolling her eyes at Feng Yaosong. It's only the first day in the new dormitory. What's wrong with inviting you to participate in a collective activity? Feng Yaosong shrugged. It's nothing. I simply prefer to keep to myself. As she pondered this in silence, she noticed Qin Miao Miao, as if a naive fawn, suddenly brightening at the mention of a group activity. What collective activity? I was not informed. Jia, slightly embarrassed, cleared her throat before explaining. It's like this. I thought since you both received books from Yun and she enjoys discussing her reading experiences, I decided that instead of napping today, we could all sit together, read, and chat to enhance our bonds. Consider it a bonding activity for our dorm. Eager to integrate, Qin Miao Miao readily agreed. Great. But what will we talk about? What else could it be? Books, of course. As Yin Jia Shui finished speaking, the perpetually sulking Yun turned her gaze towards Feng Ya Song, her tone laced with malice. Since you have so many insights about reading, why don't you start? I am genuinely curious about what you usually read. With her incessant chatter, Feng Ya Song could sense the animosity emanating from Yun even from half a meter away, and she sighed inwardly. These individuals were truly laboring to uphold Yun's image as a top student. The crux of the matter was their efforts to establish her reputation at the expense of Feng Ya Song's freedom, rather than endure their sycophantic praise. She would prefer to engage in a conversation with Xiao Shui Song. Irritated, Feng Ya Song responded dismissively, I don't read much. It's best not to mention it. She was eager to conclude this and enjoy her time of leisure. Upon receiving the desired answer, Yun internally scoffed. As expected, she is but a dilettante. Her previously stormy demeanor began to lighten. Surely, even if you are not an avid reader, you must have perused a book or two. Speak freely. None shall mock you. Indeed. Qin Miao Miao chimed in enthusiastically. I adored reading the CEO's love story in elementary school. I don't find it shameful. We all come from that era. At the mention of the CEO's love story, Yin Jia Shui could no longer contain her laughter. Pardon my candor, but that is indeed a tad embarrassing. Jiang Xinu echoed. I agree. Even Ku Lian, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, nodded in agreement. Yet Feng Ya Song retorted, what is the CEO's love story in comparison? I also perused titles such as How to Conquer Beautiful Maidens, How to Win Over Handsome Young Men, The Self-Cultivation of a Beautiful Woman, How to Become Wealthy, and How to Excel in Society. She spread her hands, exuding an air of fearlessness. Predictably, the very individuals who had vowed not to mock her found themselves laughing heartily. Yin Jia Shui exclaimed, ha ha ha, How to Win Over Handsome Young Men? Is there truly such a peculiar book? Jiang Xinu added, haha. No wonder you are so quirky. Your taste in literature is distinctly unique. Even the ever-serious Feng Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, haha, can this nonsense even be called a book? Ha ha ha. It's utterly hilarious. Yet, deep down, she felt increasingly disdainful. A fool is indeed a fool, reveling in such trivial works that lack substance. Chapter 91. Feng Yun is a sieve. The more Feng Yun pondered, the more exhilarated she became. Her true self unwittingly revealing itself, I thought everyone shared my passion for delving into the profound and intricate masterpieces of world literature. Little did I know, you all preferred the simplistic and easily digestible, making me appear like an eccentric bookworm. She sighed softly, her expression conveying the solitude of invincibility. Tian, who had been forced to assist her with homework since childhood, admonished, have some dignity. Pretension invites retribution. No wonder she and Yin Jia Shui were harmonizing so well, steering the conversation towards literature, clearly waiting to elevate themselves by disparaging others. As Yayun observed her pretentious faade, her blood pressure rose uncontrollably, and her grip on the metaphorical sword tightened. It was laughable. Why did she so desperately wish for Feng Yun's downfall? Just as Feng Yun was lost in her self-created persona of an artsy intellectual, a derisive snicker broke her reverie. She slowly lifted her melancholic gaze to find Yayun with a knowing smirk, clearly up to no good. Since you are so well-versed in classic literature, may I ask you a few questions? She tilted her head, her tone sweet and humble, embodying the model student. Feng Yun's instincts blared alarms. She sensed that Yayun was about to cause trouble again. However, given that she had crafted such a persona, she must have put in considerable effort behind the scenes. With Yayun's high school dropout status, the questions posed may not be too challenging for her. Even if they were, she could always feign ignorance about the book in question and redirect to other topics. Prepared to defend her position, Feng Yun nodded. Of course. As long as they aren't from books I haven't the chance to read, I'm happy to discuss. After all, to make her character more authentic, she had memorized numerous book reviews, covering both popular and obscure works. If she could successfully counter Yayun's onslaught, her image as a cultured individual would be firmly established. In a world dominated by ignorance, the persona of an intellectual was evidently more appealing, capable of attracting a myriad of intellectual admirers and those enamored with strength. Just the thought of it filled Feng Yun with a sense of triumph. Then she heard Yayun's voice. Have you heard of Wazgisad? Feng Ya. Foreign names are so long. How can I remember them? Her understanding of classic literature was primarily through brief video summaries, which often began with, "Pay attention. The woman before you is Xiaomei, who is blissfully unaware of the impending danger, and the man is Xiaoshuai." Consequently, her mind was cluttered with the love-hate entanglements of Xiaomei, Xiaoshuai, and Dazhuang, leaving her unable to identify any names corresponding to Yayun's mention. Both Wazkisad and Vasnade were obscure literary figures. So much so that their works were scarcely available in the market. Her sorrow deepened as she realized that this time, Yayun simply wanted her to help procure something. The tension in her heart eased considerably, and she instinctively echoed, "Oh, those two obscure literary figures. You should have mentioned it sooner. I believe I saw their works in the library during college, but it was so long ago that I can hardly recall. However, let it be clear, I cannot guarantee I can acquire such obscure items, so don't blame me if I can't find them." She accepted the paper and pen Feng Ya offered and began to scribble clumsily. "How to become a fool, 36 strategies of T-art, how to calmly face fools." To ensure Feng Ya wouldn't recognize her handwriting, she deliberately abandoned her preferred slender font and wrote in a deliberate cursive. The crooked letters resembled a dog's paw prints, causing Feng Ya to feel a surge of delight. "Yayun, oh Yayun, how many surprises do you still have in store for me? A fool is indeed a fool. Even their preferred reading materials are as wretched as they are." Little did she know, as she mocked Yayun, she had already become the laughingstock of the live stream. Is there really a Wazkisad and Vasnade in the world? I've never heard of them. Could it be that their Chinese names translate to, "Would I say and I am your uncle?"
Ha ha ha.
Surely not. Is there truly someone gullible enough to believe the princess's tall tales? She clearly intends to dupe Feng Ya. Ha ha ha, stop talking nonsense. Feng Ya indeed saw their books in the school library. Be careful, her manager might rush to Yale to dig up those books and sue you for defamation. Yale University. Having you is truly a blessing. Ha ha, I suggest Yale expel her immediately to prevent her from tarnishing the school's reputation. Ha ha ha, help. The princess's lack of education is not a recent development. How can she, who prides herself on elite education, make such a fundamental mistake? Could it be she is pretending to understand what she doesn't? I can't say for sure whether the princess is educated, but Feng Ya is certainly a sieve. If she had any knowledge of classics, her first reaction to such unfamiliar names would be to question them, not to parrot back. Enough said. I'm starting to doubt how someone so easily manipulated by the princess managed to get into Yale. Feng Ya. Falling twice in one day, each time a new sensation. Yayun, if you continue to be so ungrateful, I wouldn't mind having you fall twice daily. Feng Ya, I swear. Numerous expletives omitted. Note: intellectual lovers refers to those who admire high intelligence, while admiring the strong is self-explanatory. In my efforts to keep everyone in sync with my internet speed, I truly exert myself, sighing. Chapter 92. Falling twice in one day, each time a new sensation. Mere moments ago, Feng Yun's fans were fervently praising her as an academic. Now they seethed with embarrassment and turned their ire towards Yayun. Is Yayun not despicable? Someone kindly helping you purchase books, and you deliberately concoct two fake names to ensnare them. Truly disgusting. Feng Ya is simply too naive, falling for her tricks time and again. I'm about to vomit. Can the commoners not exercise some restraint? Feng Ya has said it's been too long to remember. How does that prove she is a sieve? Those people are just jealous. Unable to bear Feng Yun's beauty, kindness, and high education, so they resort to slander. The muffins may be forgiving, but they won't completely indulge them. When it's time to argue with reason, they won't back down at all. Laughable, you're the one whose academic persona has been exposed. What does that have to do with our Yayun? She didn't force Feng Ya to establish that persona. Even if Yayun hadn't exposed her, someone else would have. The outcome would be the same. It's amusing how you blame the one who reveals the lie instead of the one who lied. Moreover, I doubt Yayun's intentions were malicious. Isn't she famously a pretty face with a lack of intellect? I've grown accustomed to it. Even if it was intentional, so what? I will only love the black-hearted beauty even more. Haha, it's absolutely deliberate. The titles of those books she fabricated are clearly a reflection of her charm. How wicked. I adore her even more. Before long, the entry for the charming beauty was once again trending on social media, closely followed by Wazkisodi and Vasnade. I adore the elegance of poetry, regardless of its flaws. I suggest Yale University expel the charming beauty immediately. This fervent discussion about her plastic surgery has eclipsed the trending topics, leaving the onlookers in the melon field laughing. Is this what they call defeating magic with magic? The charming beauty declared, "No one can suppress my black trending topics, except for myself." She would rather expose herself as a fool than allow anyone to know about her plastic surgery. I truly weep for her. This is hilarious. She seems to be playing a new kind of marketing game. The charming beauty quipped, "I collapse twice a day, and each time feels new. The House of Collapse." Pingru's wardrobe? Is this variety show that dramatic? It's trending every day. I'm starting to want to follow it. In the office building of Rhythm Media, Chunsin, who had barely rested for 5 minutes, was stunned upon seeing the new trending topics. She finally understood why, back in elementary school, teachers loved to present that nonsensical math problem about a large swimming pool being filled and drained simultaneously, asking how many hours it would take to fill the pool. Because there truly are such fools in the world. While she struggled to suppress the black trending topics, the charming beauty effortlessly climbed back up multiple times. And all were rather critical. Furious, Chunsin cursed into the air for a solid 10 minutes before logging onto Weibo with a heavy heart, akin to visiting a grave. First, she would deny the allegations, then contact the relevant personnel to reduce the heat, suppress the trending topics, and employ a team of online commenters to clean up the narrative. First, she needed to safeguard the foundation. In the dormitory, due to being constantly under surveillance, the charming beauty had no way to inform Chunsin, thus remained blissfully unaware that her new persona had quietly collapsed. Yin Jieshue, Jiang Xinyue, and Qin Miao Miao were all oblivious as well, uninterested in studying or pondering the deeper meaning behind the elegance of poetry. Ku Lian resembled a gourd with its mouth sawed off. Even if she sensed something amiss, she would merely mutter to herself, never voicing her thoughts. Consequently, their ice-breaking activity proceeded unusually harmoniously, and the group chatted away until class time before heading to the classroom together. Once all the trainees had assembled, Su Yenji instructed them to line up according to the latest groupings before taking out the task card to formally announce the upcoming activity. "Dear Shining Girls, greetings. After this morning's fierce competition, you have completed your groupings, and the next challenge you will face is song selection. To ensure a successful first performance, in addition to having strong teammates, you must choose a song suitable for group performance." Su Yenji understood the significance of song selection, so immediately after announcing it, he couldn't help but chuckle. Rather than selecting a song, it's more like snatching one. As for what game it was, Su Yenji paused, wearing a mysterious smile. "Let us wait until we finish listening to the songs to reveal that." The trainee's curiosity was piqued. "Damn." Amidst the cacophony of complaints, Su Yenji gestured to the director. Moments later, the dance studio's loudspeakers began to play the songs up for selection. The 16 songs varied in style, and with each prelude, the trainees erupted into chaos. "Ah, this one is so beautiful. I can tell it's mine. Oh, this one is absolutely perfect. It has that cool bad girl vibe. Oh no, how can I choose? I love them all." Within the Melody Girls team, discussions flowed continuously. "I personally prefer sweet style. What about you?" the charming beauty asked, though her gaze rested solely on Ku Lian. With a gentle smile, she watched as Ku Lian timidly lowered her eyes. Aware of her position as merely a nominal leader, I'm fine with anything. Let us see what everyone thinks." Only then did the charming beauty's gaze sweep across the others, adopting a leader's demeanor. "What do you all think?" As her loyal follower, Yin Jieshue was the first to nod. "I think it's good. The sweet style has always been our team's forte. We have ample experience, so it's less likely to flop." Jiang Xinyue quickly echoed the sentiment. "After all, it's our first performance, and we're still unfamiliar with the situation. It's better to play it safe." Lu Chenxi, a versatile powerhouse, shrugged indifferently. "I'm fine with anything. It's up to you all." Qin Miao Miao, who naturally aligned with the sweet style, expressed no dissent. Although Feng Ya did not favor the style, she was merely there to coast through and await elimination. So the mismatch with her own style would only benefit her chances of elimination, leaving her with no objections. Strangely, they reached a consensus, leaving the onlookers in the live stream somewhat bewildered. Is this really the Palace Intrigue Group? Just this? Just this? What has possessed these individuals? Why are they suddenly so harmonious? Oh, I get it. This is a tactical alliance. Hilarious. In the classroom, the charming beauty had not anticipated that Qin Miao Miao and Feng Ya would be so agreeable, which bolstered her confidence immensely, since everyone has no objections. Let's first select all the sweet style songs and rank them by preference. When it comes time to choose, if our top choice is snatched by another team, we'll select the second-ranked one, and so on. Is that agreeable? Everyone nodded. Amidst the various lamentations and discussions from the trainees, The 16 songs concluded their playback. Su Yenji raised the microphone once more. As of now, all 16 songs have been played. How to choose and which song to select. I trust each group has reached a conclusion. Now, please follow me to the playground with your chosen answers. Su Yenji finished speaking, leading the way out of the classroom. The trainees followed in an orderly manner, grouped together. From a distance, they saw that the expansive playground had been transformed by the staff into 4 vibrant racetracks equipped with various game props. Balloons, pressure boards, sacks, jump ropes, and all kinds of instruments were present, causing the trainees to don expressions of impending agony. I absolutely detest pressure boards. Standing on them is excruciating.
Who am I?
Where am I? Didn't we sign up for a talent show focused on singing and dancing? The live stream audience erupted in excitement. Welcome to the special edition of Boys and Girls, Charge Forward, Trainees, Charge Forward.
Ha!
In this variety show, you can even see the selection process.
Ha!
Upon entering, I almost thought I was in the wrong live stream. Just asking, will there be a refrigerator reward after passing this racetrack? Hurry up. I can't wait to see the trainees drop their personas for the sake of song selection and reveal their true selves, all while being tortured to the point of losing their composure. In a moment of camaraderie, the 16 trainees stood on the playground under Su Yenji's guidance. Su Yenji asked, "Do you see the racecourse before you?" The trainees replied in unison, "We do." The group that conquers this course in the shortest time would earn the privilege of selecting their song first. With a sympathetic expression, Su Yenji proceeded to explain the rules of the game. The course comprises 6 checkpoints, with a minimum of 1 person and a maximum of 2 allowed per checkpoint. And no repeats. The 4th checkpoint is a maze, where the participating trainees must find the correct exit to pass the baton to the next contestant. The 5th checkpoint, named Kangaroo Bounce, requires trainees to quickly hop to the finish line while inside a sack, mimicking a kangaroo's movements, and hand off the baton to the next trainee upon emerging from the sack. After detailing the rules, Su Yenji announced, "You now have 5 minutes to strategize your formation, and the competition will commence after that." As soon as he finished speaking, the trainees eagerly began discussing their strategies. That balloon popping challenge seems too harsh. I fear nothing, but the sudden explosion of a balloon sends chills down my spine. I would rather avoid that challenge at all costs, exclaimed one. And the plank jumping challenge is equally inhumane. Just thinking about it brings pain. Another added. The varying levels of difficulty among the challenges made consensus among the trainees a daunting task. In amicable groups, members showed consideration for one another and displayed humility. However, in groups lacking harmony, subtle competition had already begun, with each member hoping to evade the physically taxing challenges. In the Notes of Youth team, Feng Ya, having experienced smooth sailing during song selection, had already assumed the role of de facto leader, disregarding Ku Lien's opinions. As soon as Su Yenji announced the game rules, she began assigning tasks. Given the time constraints, let's not engage in excessive discussion. We should select challenges based on each person's strengths. I have a strong sense of direction, making me well-suited for the maze. Jia Shui and Xianyu are dancers, possessing good flexibility, and should team up for the human writing challenge. Chun Shi is bold and unafraid of balloon explosions, making her perfect for the first challenge.
Ku Lien,
With her petite frame, will have an advantage in the obstacle course. Upon completing her assignments, Feng Ya turned to Feng Ya and Qin Miao. There remain the Kangaroo Bounce and Iron Foot Warrior challenges for you two to discuss among yourselves, as I am less familiar with your strengths. She spoke with a benevolent smile, her words polished and grandiose. However, Feng Ya could only chuckle at the irony. If anyone else had said this, she might have believed it. But standing before her was Feng Ya, who favored her acquaintances. How coincidental that those close to her were assigned relatively easy challenges. When it came time for Feng Ya and Qin Miao, the latecomers, to choose, only the physically demanding Kangaroo Bounce and the daunting Iron Foot Warrior remained. It was clear that Feng Ya was attempting to consolidate power with her old friends, intentionally sidelining the two of them. As beneficiaries, Jia Shui and her group had no objections. But Feng Ya was not willing to indulge their bad habits. She met Feng Ya's gaze and, with a forced smile, replied, "I am also quite bold and unafraid of balloons. However, I lack other notable strengths." Qin Miao, who had been torn between the two challenges, suddenly realized, why should I follow Feng Ya's lead? She is not the captain. Why should she monopolize all the easier challenges, leaving us with the most difficult ones? Before Feng Ya could respond, Qin Miao chimed in with fervor, "I am weak and lack stamina. My body is fragile. and I struggle with any rigorous activities involving running or jumping. In severe cases, it may even pose a threat to my life. However, I have a decent sense of direction and a small frame, similar to Kulian. Which challenge do you think I should undertake? She added a delicate cough, adopting a feeble demeanor. She vowed that if Feng Ya dared to assign her a physically demanding challenge, she would faint on the spot. Feng Ya had witnessed her gasping for breath after a mere 2 steps, and before the eyes of the entire audience, she would not gamble with Qin Miao Miao's well-being. Should anything happen to her, Feng Ya's bright future would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish the maze challenge, ultimately offering a trade between her old friends and Qin Miao Miao. Lu Chenxi, a pillar of the team with both strength and popularity, was someone Feng Ya could not afford to alienate. Although Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue were less competent, they still held some value, and Feng Ya did not wish to sever ties with them just yet. After much contemplation, she decided that Kulian, being the most reserved, would be the ideal candidate to be used as a shield. After all, she had a gentle disposition and would silently endure any bullying. Resolute in her decision, Feng Ya feigned remorse as she addressed Qin Miao Miao. I got so caught up in the time constraints that I overlooked your physical condition. Since you and Kulian share a similar stature, why not switch? You can take on Kulian's obstacle course, while she and Feng Yasheng tackle the kangaroo bounce and iron foot warrior challenges. Without waiting for Qin Miao Miao's response, she turned her cheerful gaze toward Kulian. What do you think, Kulian? Kulian, hesitant to speak up, nodded silently and approached Feng Yasheng cautiously, suggesting, perhaps I should take on the Iron Foot Warrior challenge? The kangaroo bounce requires significant stamina, while the Iron Foot Warrior not only demands endurance, but also subjects one to physical torment. Having grown up in the countryside, she was accustomed to working in the fields alongside her family, often enduring minor injuries from various plants. It's bearable, it's not as painful as one might imagine. She reassured herself. Feng Yasheng, however, was delicate and porcelain-like, clearly fearful of pain. If not for her own timidity in opposing Feng Ya, neither Qin Miao Miao nor Feng Yasheng would be relegated to the 2 most arduous challenges. Kulian believed she should shoulder a bit more responsibility within her capabilities, for only then could her conscience ease. It was a form of psychological comfort. Little did she know, the more she bent over backward to accommodate, the less Feng Yasheng was willing to concede. Why should the honest ones always be bullied? Feng Yasheng shook her head, disregarding Kulian's pleas, and directly addressed Feng Ya. I have knee issues and cannot run or jump. Could you please assign me a lighter challenge? I am quite interested in that maze. Feng Ya thought to herself, surely, you cannot be serious. If I give the maze to you, what will I take on? She knew that Feng Yasheng would be a challenging one to placate. Yet, she did not wish to indulge her every whim either. Without a hint of hesitation, the situation escalated as Feng Yasheng mused that if they did not assert themselves, the elegant and graceful Feng Ya would soon be trampling over them. Troubled internally, Feng Ya maintained a jesting tone, remarking, among us, you are the youngest. How can someone so young possess such a plethora of grievances? Clearly, your lack of physical activity has left your entire being lethargic. You ought to engage in more running and jumping for the sake of your health. Her words, laced with feigned warmth, might lead the unsuspecting to believe she held genuine concern for her, cherishing the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young. She dared not contend for the spotlight with this elder, fearing it might shorten her own lifespan. If her memory served her right, Feng Ya, despite her youthful appearance, was indeed 26 years old this year, akin to her previous life. While this age may not be considered advanced in the entertainment industry, it certainly felt aged among the throngs of 17 and 18-year-olds in the competitive reality shows. One could only wonder how she had been selected. Perhaps like many unwilling to embrace their age, she had clandestinely adjusted her birth year. As Feng Yasheng speculated, she observed Feng Yun's face darken with jealousy, a deepening green hue marking her anger. Yet, she refrained from expressing her ire, forcing a disingenuous smile while managing to utter, "Thank you for your concern. I am in excellent health." Chapter 95. Sacrifice for the team. With the countdown nearing its end, there was no time to recalibrate strategies. Would it not be prudent for you to endure a little for the sake of the team? Even the petite and fragile Kulian was actively sacrificing for the collective. You, with your long limbs and towering stature, exhibit no spirit of contribution whatsoever. As Feng Ya continued, she even resorted to moral coercion. She was convinced that anyone wishing to maintain a commendable public image would feel too embarrassed to confront her over such trivial matters. Unfortunately, she faced Feng Ya, who was entirely unconcerned with her own image. Feng Ya adhered to the belief that if one lacked morals, they could not be coerced. Thus, she responded with a cold chuckle, choosing to counter her adversary with wit. Have you not also failed to sacrifice for the team? What grounds do you have to criticize me? Their verbal sparring had reached an impasse. Feng Yun inhaled deeply, retracting her facade of false kindness. In a lowered voice, she could no longer contain herself, stating, Feng Ya, I merely wish to resolve this issue. I do not intend to engage in a debate with you. Feng Ya scoffed, unfazed by her attempt. Do not act as if I am deliberately seeking a quarrel. I simply believe your method of assigning tasks is grossly unfair, failing to consider the desires of each individual. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. Feng Yun resolved to stand her ground, unwilling to yield an inch. However, the countdown is about to conclude, and we cannot afford to disrupt the established plan for the sake of your fleeting sentiments. While this may seem unjust to you, I still hope you can prioritize the team's interests at such a critical moment and refrain from acting with petulance. If your momentary feelings disrupt the plans and lead to poor performance in the competition, resulting in everyone's elimination after the first performance, can you bear that responsibility? Ultimately, this was yet another instance of moral coercion. Observers like Yin Jiaxue and Zhang Xinyue, beneficiaries of the current arrangement, chimed in. Indeed, Feng Ya, we have reached this point. It is time to let go of those minor grievances. At such crucial moments, we must prioritize the team. If the team thrives, you shall also bask in its glory. Qin Miao Miao betrayed her allegiance in an instant. Yes, Feng Ya, you should heed Feng Yun. She is acting for the benefit of everyone. The audience in the live stream echoed differing opinions. Go, princess. Let us take down the hypocrite. Just seeing her self-righteous demeanor makes me ill. Those dismissing Feng Yun as disgusting have it wrong. She has been considering the team throughout. It is Feng Ya who is both pretentious and selfish, unwilling to concede an inch. Indeed, forcing her to take a few steps is akin to demanding her life. Is it truly necessary to be so pedantic?
Oh.
Are the handmaidens still busy covering for your ill-educated young lady? If she were truly concerned for the greater good, she would simply negotiate an exchange with Feng Ya. Feng Ya could tackle the maze and she could handle the kangaroo jump, resulting in a win-win situation. Instead, she clings to the easiest task while accusing others of failing to contribute. It's a classic example of self-interest masquerading as fairness, where only Feng Ya and Ko Lian emerge unscathed. For those who support the ill-educated young lady's actions, I hope when you face moral coercion in the future, you find yourself surrounded by Yin Jiaxue, Zhang Xinyue, and Qin Miao Miao, all smiling. On the playground, Feng Ya, well aware of their numerical advantage, understood that continuing the debate would yield no fruitful outcome. Thus, she refrained from further discourse and directly summoned Su Yanji. Teacher Su, I have a question. Su Yanji, perched above, relished the spectacle of the 16 groups competing and bickering passionately. Upon hearing Feng Yaxing's voice, his expression soured. He thought, not you again. Are you a constant source of questions? Despite his internal grievances, he was compelled to act, leaping down to the scene with a professional smile. What is your question? Feng Yaxing gestured toward the racecourse, feigning ignorance. We have 16 groups. Why are there only 4 tracks? The viewers in the live stream found themselves bewildered, unsure of which group to support. Can our team choose to be the last group? Feng Yaxing inquired further. Having comprehensively grasped all the rules, Feng Yaxing turned back to face her teammates, who had united in their moral coercion. Now, we have ample time to reorganize our strategies. This time, can we adopt a method for task allocation that is relatively fair? The allocation should be highly random, regardless of who drew the kangaroo jump or iron-footed warrior. They would have to accept their misfortune. As the primary beneficiary of the previous allocation scheme, Feng Yun promptly voiced her dissent. No. While this distribution may be fair, its randomness is excessive, failing to account for each individual's strengths. This could easily place unsuitable individuals in inappropriate tasks, minimizing our effectiveness and leading to defeat. Exactly. Yin Jiaxue chimed in. Both Xinu and I are terrified of balloon explosions. If we draw the first task, the competition will be unmanageable. Qin Miao Miao exaggeratedly cleared her throat. If I were to draw the kangaroo jump or iron-footed warrior, you might need to call an ambulance for me in advance. Chapter 96. The Green Tea Slayer, expert at handling all forms of discontent. Feng Yaxing thought, Stop pretending to be weak. Just moments ago, you were full of vigor when advising me. When it came to others contributing, you were a fierce advocate, but the instant you might be called upon to give, you began to waver. This group truly astounds me. Feng Ya had long seen through their self-serving FA aides and had no intention of negotiating further. Instead, she focused her attention on the timid Kulian, who stood quietly beside them, often hesitating to speak up. While the randomness of the draw was indeed excessive, it did not preclude the possibility of a fair selection process through rock, paper, scissors. I believe that once everyone wins, they will likely choose the tasks they excel in. If one finds themselves dissatisfied with the level they have chosen, they may negotiate a swap with others, provided the counterpart is entirely willing. After swiftly articulating the rules of rock, paper, scissors, Feng Ya gently draped an arm around Kulian's shoulders, her voice, once robust, now softened. Kulian, as the captain. What do you think? The emphasis she placed on the title captain served as a discreet reminder to everyone present, both live and within the streaming audience, that Kulian was indeed the leader of the Note Girls team, possessing both authority and final decision-making power. Meanwhile, Feng Ya was merely a pretender wielding a feather as if it were a scepter. She wagered on Kulian's sense of integrity. Kulian, gazing downward, silently marveled at Feng Yasutaka's audacity. Beautiful and intelligent, with a serene smile playing on her lips, she stood her ground against Feng Yun, neither submissive nor arrogant, exuding an undeniable presence. It was as if the screen was graced by a captivating heroine from a historical drama, vibrant and impossible to look away from. In stark contrast, Kulian sighed inwardly, and before she could indulge in self-deprecation, she felt a weight upon her shoulder. The very beauty she admired moments ago had affectionately embraced her, her tone turning tender. The warmth of her breath tickled Kulian's neck, causing a delightful shiver to course through her, her fair ears flushing a bright crimson. Was she truly being embraced by a goddess? How exhilarating! Stealing a glance at the disgruntled Feng Yun, Kulian then turned to the smiling Feng Yasutaka, whose crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. After taking a deep breath to compose herself, she decisively chose beauty over power. No, rather, she opted for steadfastness over yielding to superficial allure. Nodding, her voice steadier than ever, she declared, I also believe rock, paper, scissors will be fairer. With the captain having spoken, Feng Yun, despite her discontent, could only swallow her grievances. The group quickly completed their rock, paper, scissors, and by serendipity, Kulian emerged with the best fortune. Thus the first to make a choice. Fearing that this naive girl, having fought hard for the privilege of selecting a level, might shy away from choosing the easier option, Feng Yasutaka preemptively suggested, given your petite stature, perhaps you should choose the maze? Though initially hesitant, concerned about how her teammates might perceive her decision, she felt emboldened by Feng Yasutaka's encouragement. After all, she had summoned her courage once. Why not see it through? So she nodded, her voice timid yet resolute. Then I shall trust your judgment. Like a dutiful little puppy, her compliance elicited a rush of affection from Feng Yasutaka, who instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair, her tone as gentle as one would use with a child. Well done. Kulian had never been treated with such tenderness before, her cheeks flushed anew, radiating a soft pink like a perfectly ripe peach. Yin Jieshue and Jiang Xinhua, though lacking in character, were fortunate in luck, securing the second and third spots, respectively. After Kulian's choice, it was their turn. The two deliberated between overcoming obstacles and forming human letters before ultimately deciding to maintain their course and face the challenge of human letters together. Next came Qin Miao Miao, who, unable to jump and fearful of balloons, promptly chose the second level, navigating the obstacles. Finally, it was Feng Yasutaka's turn. Without hesitation, she selected the first level, Fragments of Peace. Following her, Lu Chenxi opted for a kangaroo hop forward. Naturally, the only remaining contender, the iron-footed warrior, fell to the unluckiest Feng Yun. To prevent her from causing trouble or coercing others into exchanges, as soon as the results were announced, Feng Yasutaka raised her hand and called out loudly, Teacher Su.
Our group is ready.
Coincidentally, at that moment, the previous team had just finished, and Su Yanji was about to inquire which teams were willing to take the stage next when he heard Feng Yasutaka's summons. Assuming the Note Girls team volunteered, he instinctively announced, All right, we see that the previous group's intense and thrilling competition has just concluded, and a team is eager to step up voluntarily. They are led by the diligent Captain Kulian of the Note Girls. The onlooking trainees cheered enthusiastically. The members of the Note Girls team, ignoring Feng Yun's frantic signals, swiftly entered under Feng Yasutaka's guidance, positioning themselves in front of the challenges they were about to face. Eager to avoid any delay that might prompt Feng Yun to demand exchanges. Even Lian, typically composed, hurriedly trailed behind Feng Yasutaka, moving faster than a rabbit. With no other recourse, Feng Yun could only mutter curses under her breath as she resigned herself to removing her shoes and stepping barefoot onto the spiky pressure board. The instant the pain surged from her feet, her face contorted in agony, and she grit her teeth, striving to suppress a scream of discomfort. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream reacted with fervor. Is the princess truly a green tea champion sent by the gods? A cure for all dissent?
Ha ha ha.
It seems the princess has never lost a battle. I dub her the master of confrontation. Oh no, I think I've genuinely fallen for the princess. And my infatuation only deepens. The fans seized the opportunity to promote her fervently, while Feng Yun's supporters lamented her misfortune and routinely berated Feng Yasutaka. Chapter 97. Elegance, truly, is unparalleled. While the comments erupted in chaos, the new round of competition commenced on the playground. Among the 4 participants, some, like Feng Yasutaka, had voluntarily chosen their respective challenges, while others were simply victims of bad luck, coerced into participating by their teammates. Each time a balloon burst, a chorus of horrified screams resonated. In stark contrast to their dramatic displays, Feng Yasutaka remained remarkably composed. She deftly grasped all the balloons, aligning the openings before inflating them with fervor. When one burst, she seamlessly transitioned to the next without missing a beat. Her calm demeanor and agile movements rendered the entire process fluid and uninterrupted. The audience in the live stream could not help but exclaim, "Elegance, truly, is unparalleled. Despite everything, the princess is so fierce. I adore her." Compared to the other 3 teams, the princess appears to exist in an entirely different dimension. After handing the baton to Qin Miao, who was responsible for the second challenge, Feng Yasutaka casually slipped her hands into her pockets, settling in to observe. Qin Miao danced with the grace of a zombie, her lack of flexibility evident. However, her petite frame served her well, facilitating her progress despite some awkward moments as she navigated the obstacles, ultimately passing the baton to the 3rd challenge. This challenge was assigned to Yin Jiexue and Jiang Xinyue, both trained dancers whose agility and synchronicity were undeniable. They swiftly formed shapes that corresponded with the wall openings, successfully transferring the baton to Lian,
Who was tasked with the maze challenge.
Due to the maze's diminutive size and limited intersections, it lacked significant technical complexity. After aimlessly wandering a few circles, one could inadvertently stumble upon the exit. Lian was fortunate, as she did not waste much time and successfully located the exit, handing the baton to Lu Chenxi, who was responsible for the 5th checkpoint. Lu Chenxi, a seasoned dancer, possessed commendable stamina and explosive strength. Her legs were longer than those of the other 3 trainees at the same checkpoint, allowing her to leap further with each jump. Her personality was typical of someone who was fierce and spoke little. Once she received the baton, she swiftly dove into the sack and began to jump vigorously toward the direction of the 6th checkpoint, successfully extending the lead her teammates had built in the previous challenges. When the baton reached Feng Yun, she was anxiously perched on one foot atop a pressure board, her discomfort palpable. As the pain in her left foot became unbearable, she would switch to her right, only to find the same agony there as well. It felt as though ants were crawling all over her body, and the pain etched her face with distress. Only when Lu Chenxi, unable to tolerate her dawdling, called out a reminder did she finally snap out of her daze. With a deep breath, she resolutely picked up the jump rope, grappling with whether to jump on one foot, which seemed less painful, or on 2, where the pressure would be more evenly distributed. Suddenly, a pained cry rang out from the adjacent track, a fellow trainee. Following the sound, Feng Yun saw a girl, petite like Lian, who had just completed her first jump. Despite the pain rendering her face pale and tears welling in her eyes, she stubbornly bit her lip, determined to attempt a second jump. Her teammates encircled her, expressing concern and urging her to take a moment to recover before jumping again, emphasizing that they were already in the lead. As Feng Yun listened, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Despite having the jump rope in hand, her legs felt leaden, paralyzed by fear, preventing her from moving even a step forward. She could only watch as her teammates' hard-earned advantage steadily diminished, eventually being overtaken by others. Qin Miao, beside her, was nearly frantic, urging, "Feng Yun, jump already. Why are you just standing there? We've been overtaken." Given her already low popularity and mediocre skills, Failing to secure a good song during the first performance would significantly diminish her chances of success. Sharing her predicament were Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinhua, who, from the moment they confirmed their participation, knew they were merely stepping stones for Feng Yun, with no hope of debuting as a group. More screen time could lead to greater visibility, providing a more advantageous starting point, whether they transitioned to live streaming or continued in the entertainment industry. After standing by helplessly for a while, Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinhua could no longer contain themselves and joined Qin Miao Miao in their pleas. Yun, you can do it. The other groups aren't that far ahead. Muster your courage and start jumping. Jiang Xinhua chimed in, you will not let down the efforts of our entire team. Seeing their enthusiasm, even Feng Ya could not resist chiming in, Yun, go for it. I know you fear pain, but please endure it for the sake of the team. Other trainees, like Kulian, are jumping through tears for a better ranking. You are more robust than them, surely? You want to allow them to surpass the advantage we have worked so hard to accumulate? Unbeknownst to them, Feng Yun, already trembling from standing on the pressure board, felt her frustration bubbling to the surface at Feng Yasu's words. If it were not for this insufferable person meddling, she would be the one sitting in the audience, casting judgment. How could she have fallen to such depths? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Aside from a few years of being sold and undergoing a harsh transformation, she had never endured such hardships. Even her parents spoke to her cautiously, fearful of hurting her sensitive and fragile heart. Who did Feng Yasu think she was to speak to her in such a manner? If provoked, she could easily abandon the competition, ensuring that no one in her team would secure a good song. After all, Rhythm Media had already privately signed an agreement with Chonghua Entertainment, guaranteeing her a debut spot regardless of her performance. Thus, the quality of the performance stage held little significance for her. The only ones affected were those without strong backing, reliant on the stage's quality to garner audience favor and secure their debut. Why should she suffer for the sake of her competitors? Having come to this realization, Feng Yun threw down the jump rope onto the pressure board, hugged her knees to her chest, and began to weep toward her standing teammates. Woo, I'm sorry. I know each of you has worked incredibly hard in the previous challenges. But what I haven't had the chance to tell you is that my pain receptors are more sensitive than most. That's why I hesitated so much before facing the Iron Foot Warrior challenge. I don't wish to elicit sympathy by playing the victim, but I have been standing on the pressure board for so long, and I truly cannot bear the pain any longer. So whether you think I'm being dramatic or just putting on a show, I no longer care. Woo, you can scold me if you want. It's all my fault for wasting the advantage you all worked so hard to build. But I have truly tried my best. Woo, I'm sorry. Feng Yasu, who had not expected her to achieve a significant rank, was exasperated. Meanwhile, Qin Miao Miao, on the verge of jumping up and down, wished she could take off her shoes and jump in her stead. What good is saying sorry if you don't jump? If you get eliminated after the first performance, it won't be my fault. Both Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinhua, who outwardly encouraged her while inwardly feeling the same anxiety as Qin Miao Miao, were hesitant to voice their frustrations. Feng Yun was the star of Rhythm Media, and the company had invested all its resources in her. Offending her would jeopardize their prospects with the company. Countless expletives swirled in their minds, ultimately manifesting as a collective sigh. Perhaps this was simply their fate. Meanwhile, Lu Chenxi, who had remained silent, rubbed her temples, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer. She did not want to acknowledge that this weeping, wailing individual was associated with her company. Kulian, who had been quietly standing beside Feng Yasu, gently tugged at her sleeve and asked in a whisper, should we consider forfeiting? Although Feng Yun was not deserving of sympathy, her dramatic display was tarnishing the reputation of their entire team. In a brief moment, many trainees who had completed the competition quickly gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Kulian, feeling bashful, was reluctant to lose face. Feng Yasu, however, was so excited that she wished for a handful of sunflower seeds to munch on while watching the spectacle. She gestured for silence, indicating that they should allow their teammate to flounder a while longer before intervening. Kulian agreed, though her heart raced uncontrollably despite not having committed any wrongdoing. She felt a twinge of guilt for treating a teammate so harshly, yet there was an inexplicable thrill in the air. The live stream was rife with mocking comments. Laughing to death. Is this what they call a grand strategy? I don't understand, but I am utterly shocked. One moment she's depressed, the next she's overly sensitive. She must be the true princess. No princess has as many flaws as she does. This is clearly a case of princess syndrome. And so, what if she has princess syndrome? Our Yun was raised to be a pampered little princess. Exactly. If I had her wealth, I would be even more dramatic. Some people just can't enjoy the grapes and insist they're sour. For those defending her, kindly share a group number. So, we can all profit together? The house has collapsed 3 times today, and there are still people here defending this illiterate young lady? I am truly witnessing the diversity of species on the internet. Witnessing the diversity of the internet. Can the face-swapping monster, who rose to fame by feeding on others' misfortunes, please exit the entertainment industry? It's ruining my enjoyment of variety shows. Thanks to her, I don't find princesses quite so detestable anymore. The princess's antics don't affect her teammates and bring joy to others. The face-swapping monster only makes me feel nauseated. I must say, the princess seems to have a bit of luck on her side. After the face-swapping monster's downfall, she may emerge as the biggest winner. Princess, thank you for the contrast. This wave is a complete victory. In the office building of Rhythm Media, after a long day's work, Jensen, upon witnessing Feng Ya's latest lackluster performance, couldn't he even muster the energy to post a rebuttal or even scold her? Whatever will be, will be. She was done with it. After all the fuss, it merely became a source of ridicule. She would be better off emulating Feng Yasu, lying back and accepting the jibes. After all, black notoriety is still notoriety, and eventually, when the audience grew tired of mocking her, their attention would shift to the next fallen star, allowing them to market anew and convert all the black fans into neutral observers, saving both time and money. On the playground, having resolved to embrace failure, Feng Yun felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. After a brief spell of tears, she successfully attracted Su Yenji's attention. Su Yenji had been passionately praising the trainees who held back their tears to secure a good standing for their team. Suddenly, he found himself overwhelmed. Adhering to the principle of perseverance, he squatted beside Feng Yun to assess the situation, offering gentle words of encouragement. Only after confirming her complete lack of desire to continue competing did he turn to Kulian and inquire if there were any remaining competitors from their team. If there were, they could still substitute, otherwise, they would have to forfeit. At that moment, 2 teams of steadfast warriors had successfully completed their challenges. Cheered on by their teammates as they sprinted towards the finish line, the remaining team, though slower in their rope jumping, continued to push through. Kulian shook her head, her large almond-shaped eyes downcast, and replied, "We have no substitutes left." "Then we must forfeit," Su Yenji sighed, his tone filled with regret. He had initially held high hopes for this team, but the importance of having teammates with a sense of collective honor became painfully clear. Due to Feng Yun's mid-competition withdrawal, the Note Girl team ultimately finished at the bottom of the rankings among the 16 groups. Consequently, they were left with the song that was least favored after the other 15 groups had chosen. Fortunately, it was a sweetly styled song titled Sweetheart Girl. This small consolation allowed Qin Miao Miao, who had been mentally cursing Feng Yun's ancestors, to slightly improve her demeanor. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue also felt a flicker of hope, rekindling their support for Feng Yun. "Don't be upset, sweetheart," Yin Jiaxue said, pulling out a tissue from her pocket to wipe Feng Yun's tears while comforting her tenderly. "Although the journey was a bit bumpy, the ending is still good." Jiang Xinyue, seeing her friend showing such affection, was eager to join in. "Yes, yes. It didn't lead to any severe consequences, so don't be too hard on yourself. Focus on the upcoming practice. Performing well in the first public performance is what truly matters." Feng Yun was comforted by their harmonious words for quite some time. Finally ceasing her sobbing, Kulian seized the moment, blushing as she cautiously asked, Do you all have any plans after dinner? I would like to invite everyone to the classroom. We should quickly distribute the lyrics to each person." She rarely offered suggestions and feared rejection, her nervous fingers unconsciously tugging at her clothing. It was evident she had summoned considerable courage. Even Qin Miao Miao, who typically enjoyed cutting corners, nodded enthusiastically. "I think that's a great idea. Our song lacks an advantage compared to the other groups, so we must put more effort into our performance. If we don't work harder, we might be eliminated." She needed to step up. Similarly, Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue, both teetering on the edge of elimination, shared the same sentiment and readily agreed. "Absolutely," Yin Jiaxue affirmed. "I have no objections either," Jiang Xinyue chimed in. The remaining members, Lu Chenxi and Feng Yun, had different mindsets. One was a diligent and dedicated individual, while the other had just hampered the team's progress and was hesitant to act out again, fearing backlash. They both agreed with enthusiasm. Kulian was taken aback by the overwhelmingly positive response to her first suggestion, her little face flushed with excitement. "All right, let us hurry and eat. We'll meet in the classroom after dinner." Once the time and place were settled, the Note Girl team disbanded. Feng Ya, having starved herself in her past life to maintain her weight, felt invigorated at the mere mention of food in this life. Humming the feast song, she bounced off to find her dining companions. The group laughed and chatted, enjoying a delightful meal together. She had a strong feeling that tonight's lyric distribution would be filled with entertainment, so she prepared sunflower seeds and cola in advance. Eager to snack while observing the unfolding drama, just thinking about it made her giddy. As Feng Ya bounced into the classroom, she found that the others had just arrived. Feng Yun's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, and there was an air of resentment in her gaze, perhaps from something that transpired during dinner. The moment Ko Lian caught sight of her, her eyes lit up. After exchanging cheerful greetings, Ko Lian retrieved a stack of printed lyrics from her bag, which she had arranged to be printed during dinner. After distributing the lyrics to each team member, she produced a box of gel pens, handing one to each person. Once her preparations were complete, she cleared her throat and stammered slightly, "Shall we first listen to this song a few times in accordance with the lyrics? After gaining a general understanding of it, we can then discuss the division of the lyrics, if that is agreeable?" Her thoughtful and considerate arrangement elicited a gaze from Feng Ya that resembled that of a parent watching their daughter grow, evoking a sense of pride akin to witnessing their child blossom into maturity. Without hesitation, he supported her suggestion. "Of course. This arrangement is quite reasonable." Others echoed their agreement. Ko Lian sighed in relief, increasingly feeling that expressing her true thoughts in public was not as daunting as she had imagined. Moreover, when her suggestions were taken seriously by everyone, an immense sense of accomplishment and satisfaction welled up within her. She was no longer the timid trinket that kept her genuine thoughts to herself, obediently deferring to Feng Yun. Instead, she was now capable of freely voicing her opinions, actively participating in the team's decisions and discussions, a valued member of the Melody Maiden team. She relished this immersive sense of involvement and being needed, which invigorated her spirit. After looping the song Sweetheart Girl 3 times, Ko Lian pressed the pause button, declaring, "We can now commence our discussion." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Miao Miao, eager to shine, had already raised her hand. "Stop fighting. If you want to spar, do it in the dance studio," she exclaimed in a sweet, almost syrupy tone. "Captain, I believe the opening lines of the lyrics are particularly suited for my voice. May I have those lines? I promise to perform splendidly." She tilted her head and winked at Ko Lian adorably. The calculated maneuvering was palpable. Even Feng Ya, lounging on the sofa, could hear the figurative clinking of beads on an abacus. Sweetheart Girl may sound sweet and simple, but its high pitch was deceptively challenging to sing. With Ko Lian's prowess and Lu Chenxi's versatility, there was no way the climactic part would fall to Qin Miao Miao. Lacking the confidence to take on a demanding role, she naturally settled for the opening lines instead. Generally, the person responsible for the opening would garner substantial attention, leaving a lasting impression on the audience. The initial lines were also relatively lower in pitch, easier to sing, and less likely to result in a mishap. Moreover, without a teammate performing beforehand, her abilities would not be overshadowed. From every angle, the opening lines were indeed a coveted prize, advantageous and unobjectionable, so it was no wonder Qin Miao Miao was so eager. Unfortunately, she was not the only one harboring such aspirations. Before Ko Lian could respond, Feng Yun slowly raised her hand, interjecting, "No, I must oppose." Her reasoning was predictably grandiloquent. "Although the opening lines are simple, they are crucial for our entire performance. We need someone with superior vocal skills to lead, or we risk misalignment, resulting in incalculable consequences." Qin Miao Miao understood the rationale but was desperate for an opportunity to shine before the audience. Thus, she disregarded the finer points. For her, even being criticized online was preferable to fading away silently. She was too disheartened to maintain the facade of peace. Her hands fumbled in her pockets, eventually pinching her flesh with a painful grip. As tears welled in her eyes, she gazed up at Feng Yun. "Are you implying my singing is inadequate?" If Feng Yun dared to affirm this, she would unleash her tears. Feng Yun had never anticipated that after years of honing her skills, she would find herself emotionally impacted by another. After a moment of shock, her eyes brimmed with tears. "How could you think that? I merely believe your voice is quite unique, and it's somewhat unsuitable for the opening." Before she could finish, Qin Miao Miao interrupted, tearfully asserting, "If my voice is unsuitable, then what about yours?" She wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "If you want the opening lines, just tell me, and I will yield them to you. Why must you belittle me with your words? I am not a trained performer and lack a foundation in vocals or dance. Each time I am to perform, I am engulfed by anxiety, and your words have left me too fearful to even step onto the stage for my first public performance." Seeing her so distraught, Feng Ya also began to shed tears. "It is precisely because your mental fortitude is lacking that you cannot take on the first line. If you become too nervous and miss the beat or forget the lyrics, everyone following you'll be affected." After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Ya wiped her tears and took a deep breath. "I admit, I am quite fond of the opening lines. But I do not need you to yield them to me. That would be unfair to you." Once the polite formalities were out of the way, Feng Ya shifted her tone. "How about we have a direct competition? Whoever wins gets the opening lines." Though her singing was not exceptional, it was undoubtedly better than Qin Miao Miao's, who resorted to a squeaky voice and struggled to sing more than a couple of lines. Feng Ya was confident she could outshine her. Despite claiming not to be a trained singer, Qin Miao Miao did not believe herself inferior to Feng Ya, who had clawed her way to the top. Thus, she gracefully accepted the challenge. All right. The two rolled their lyric sheets into tubes and began their vocal duel, one showcasing her range through scales, the other demonstrating her breath control. In an instant, the practice room erupted into a cacophony of sound, prompting onlookers to cover their ears and plead, "Please, stop fighting. If you must, take it to the dance studio." Before a conclusion could be reached, Lu Chenxi could no longer bear the noise. God had blessed her with ears to appreciate beautiful music, not to endure this din. She plugged her ears with tissues and, unable to contain herself, stepped between the two singers, proclaiming in a powerful voice, "Everyone, be quiet. I will sing the opening." Her commanding presence silenced the chaos, a beacon of clarity amid the turmoil. Not only did she successfully quell the argument, but she also showcased her own vocal prowess, rightfully claiming the opening lines for herself. With the leader having spoken, both Qin Miao Miao and Feng Ya could only suppress their discontent, understanding their abilities were inadequate compared to the established talent of their superior. The room fell silent. At last, Lian seized the opportunity to speak, softly stating, "We have decided that the opening lines will be sung by Chenxi." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, marking the lyrics belonging to Lu Chenxi before looking up to ask, "Does anyone want to sing the next two lines?" The previously lively practice room fell into a profound silence. Lu Chenxi excelled at both singing and dancing. Without comparable skills, following her would only lead to embarrassment. They were all aware of their own limitations and were unwilling to assume the role of a mere foil. Lian's singing ability could match Lu Chenxi's. But the challenge lay in the fact that these lines were entirely in English. Coming from a rural background, she had limited access to educational resources, resulting in her only mastering rudimentary English. She could comprehend and complete written exercises, but struggled to articulate her thoughts verbally. The thought of her clumsy English pronunciation made her ears burn with embarrassment. Unless absolutely necessary, she wished to conceal her thick rural accent. Chapter 101. Rest assured, I will surely mess it up. Lian had painstakingly shed the label of a country bumpkin and did not want to be ridiculed by everyone for her accent. Thus, she could only place her hopes on her teammates. Unbeknownst to her, her teammates' proficiency in English was not significantly superior to her own. The moment their gazes collided, Qin Miao Miao averted her eyes in guilt and awkwardly chuckled. "Why are you looking at me? I actually prefer to sing third." With no other option, Lian redirected her inquiring gaze to the next person. Although Feng Ya had studied abroad for several years, her English skills were merely adequate for daily communication, and her pronunciation was far from authentic. Even without Lu Chenxi's impressive presence, she would not dare to choose these two lines of pure English lyrics and expose her shortcomings. Therefore, before Lian could ask, she promptly declared, "Then I will sing forth." With Qin Miao Miao setting the stage, her singing would appear comparatively better. As for Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue, their English scores might not even surpass Lian's. Hence, they quickly expressed their intentions, one choosing to sing fifth and the other sixth. Lian's inquiring gaze swept around before finally resting on Feng Ya. Feng Ya was happily munching on sunflower seeds on the sofa when she noticed Lian's questioning look, as if she had something to say, but hesitated. She paused her snacking. "What's wrong? How is your spoken English?" Lian cautiously formulated her words, fearful of inadvertently hurting the goddess's pride. "Would you be able to sing these two lines of pure English lyrics?" As she spoke, Lian approached her side, crouching like a docile puppy at Feng Yaxing's feet, presenting the lyrics with her hand while pointing. Feng Yaxing, indifferent to the quality of the lyrics or her own performance, readily agreed. However, Lian's face was filled with doubt, fearing that she might compromise herself just to support her. She couldn't help but confirm repeatedly, these two lines must follow Chenxi's singing, okay? Are you sure you can manage? It wasn't he that she looked down on Feng Yaxing. But the disparity between Feng Yaxing's abilities and Lu Chenxi's was glaringly obvious. She was apprehensive that her reluctance to speak English would lead to Feng Yaxing being overshadowed by Lu Chenxi during their first performance and ultimately eliminated. Yet, Feng Yaxing gestured her assurance, declaring that it was all fine. The more splendidly Lu Chenxi performed, the more her own lackluster performance would stand out. She wouldn't even need to make a deliberate effort to be quirky. She could simply perform normally and await elimination. There couldn't be a more perfect arrangement. However, the more Ko Lian pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Perhaps I should sing these two lines instead? Just two lines in English. She could easily memorize them with a bit of effort, and there was no need for Feng Yaxing to take such a risk. Upon hearing that Ko Lian intended to replace her, Feng Yaxing immediately shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. You don't have to. Mimicking a popular meme. She confidently patted her chest. Don't worry, I will definitely mess it up. Ko Lian. Although she knew the goddess was joking, her anxiety only intensified. After questioning several times, Feng Yaxing showed no intention of swapping roles. Ko Lian had no choice but to proceed, continuing to distribute the remaining lyrics. As she did so, she found it increasingly odd. Since Feng Yaxing joined the team, she had consistently displayed enthusiasm, always suppressing Feng Yun whenever she acted out. Yet, during the lyric distribution, she seemed entirely transformed, choosing only the parts others were reluctant to sing, leaving no opportunity for herself to shine. Even the audience in the live stream was left bewildered. What absurd strategy is this? I genuinely don't understand it. Princess is confused. Does she not realize her own academic level? She can only sing with a plain voice. What does she have to compete with Lu Chenxi? The weather has cleared, and the rain has stopped. Does the princess think she can manage? Is she attempting to challenge herself and showcase her true abilities? What abilities does she possess? Let us hope she doesn't even mispronounce those two lines. Oh no. Just thinking about the princess bombing her performance makes me uncontrollably laugh. Hahaha, me too. Looking forward to the princess's lackluster performance. The fans were so anxious they wished they could jump through the screen to choose for Feng Yaxing. Oh no. Feng Yaxing, wake up. What on earth are you selecting? I'm baffled. My wife seems quite clever usually, but why does she act foolishly at critical moments? Is it possible she's doing this on purpose? Oh no. Everyone vote for me. I suspect Feng Yaxing is intentionally trying to flop in the performance to escape, but I have no evidence. Laughing to death. Will I allow her to succeed? As long as I am on duty, Feng Yaxing can forget about withdrawing from the industry. Once the lyrics were allocated, they rehearsed day and night. Lu Ruima, Su Qianchen, Zhao Jiyu, and Yi Xingli each led a group, preoccupied with their tasks, which inadvertently gave Feng Yaxing a chance to slack off. Disliking Feng Yun's presence, she rarely attended rehearsals in the classroom. Except for mandatory activities requiring everyone's presence, she avoided them as much as possible. When Ko Lian inquired, she claimed to be practicing alone in a quiet place. Initially skeptical, Ko Lian gradually relaxed her worries as she observed Feng Yaxing keeping pace with the group's rehearsals. What troubled her more were Feng Yun and Qin Miao Miao, who consistently attended the classroom yet had low rehearsal efficiency and often caused trouble. The two, eager to shine in the first performance, concocted wild ideas, constantly pushing for reallocation of lyrics. They felt more distressed if they sang one less line than the other. Dance moves were continuously altered, with each complaining their own were inferior or too difficult. Even after the makeup rehearsal had concluded, they had yet to finalize the performance plan. Yet time waits for no one, and soon the day of the performance arrived. Chapter 102, The Essence of Humanity, is Double Standards. The girls arrived early at the preparation room, lining up to change clothes, apply makeup, and style their hair. Once the preparations were complete, they dared not waste a moment. The 16 groups occupied separate corners, striving to perfect their final rehearsals before taking the stage. Expressions, movements, and positions were refined repeatedly, striving for excellence. After settling down in their groups, the enormous high-definition screen in the preparation room suddenly lit up, displaying scenes from outside, at the grand venue's entrance. A crowd of spectators gathered from all corners of the world. Some waved support banners, others held shining light sticks, and some even painted their favorite contestants' names on their faces with face paint. They had traversed mountains and rivers, all for the contestants they adored. Observing the audience cooperating with security checks and entering in an orderly fashion, the trainees in the preparation room felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. Each one began to shout, "Help! There are so many spectators here."
Ah,
I suddenly feel so anxious. Though they were nervous, they were also deeply moved. So many people have gathered here to witness our performance. Future rich ladies, let us go. The Disney princesses on the run, invincible. The Hairline Protection Association, destined for victory. While the trainees are gathered together, cheering each other on, the audience has filled the venue. The high-definition screen shifts to the studio. As the stage lights abruptly dim, a voice announces, "Please welcome the initiators Su Yenji, vocal mentor Yoon Dong-won, dance mentor Ihan, and songwriting mentor Chung Jingchen." Cheers erupt in the hall. The live stream is inundated with various comments. Is it starting already? I love you, Chung Jingchen.
Ihan, my wife.
No arguments accepted. Luo Yuxuan. Luo Yuxuan, Luo Yuxuan. I would sprint 100 meters just to hug Yoon Dong-won. Prince of Crosstalk, Su Yenji. I am already of age. When do you plan to marry me? Moments after the voice fades, the stage lights suddenly brighten. Su Yenji and the four mentors are all clad in delightful pink. Stepping forward to the applause and screams from the audience, seamlessly adjusting their formation. Su Yenji, standing at the front, places his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. And the audience immediately complies. The viewers in the live stream recognize the melody. Isnd this the prelude to the theme song. Though it may be out of place, as a scholar of the highest rank in Zhan Huan's story, I cannot help but inquire, pink and delicate.
How old are you now?
Ha ha ha. But they are all so adorable. I love it. The smiles are gradually turning bizarre. As the barrage of comments intensifies, the prelude concludes. The moment the energetic and charming chorus begins, the five performers spring into action. The hall erupts in cheers. The viewers are taken aback by the delightful surprise, flooding the comments with exclamations. Feng Ya remains unfazed by the fervent atmosphere. She rests her chin on one hand, elegantly crossing her long legs, comfortably nestled in the corner of the sofa, keenly observing each dancer on stage. The initial movements of the five are synchronized, but soon they diverge, each dancing to their own rhythm, creating a chaotic spectacle. Notably, Su Yenji, at the forefront, dances with the most exuberance. As a comedian, he carries no heavy idle burden, making his playful gestures seem effortless, even more charming than the clumsy Yoon Dong-won behind him. To Yoon Dong-won's left stands Luo Yuxuan, an idol for whom singing and dancing pose no challenge. Conversely, to Yoon Dong-won's right, Chung Jingchen struggles. Clad in a basic white shirt layered with a light pink short-sleeve shirt and light-ripped jeans, his meticulously styled hair has been purposely tousled by the stylist, complementing his delicate features and chiseled jawline. The entire ensemble is fresh and youthful, and one could easily mistake him for a newly debuted heartthrob. Unfortunately, despite his youthful visage, Chung Jingchen fails to embody the charm expected of his age. While others form fists and mimic the beckoning cat gesture for the audience, he raises his fists to the air, striking them against the void in a rather ungraceful manner. While others gracefully crouch and stand, he resorts to doing push-ups on the floor. While others flirt with the audience, his piercing gaze seems to threaten them. Ultimately, no matter how feminine the movements, they lose all finesse in his execution. Observing this, Feng Ya cannot help but feel a sense of superiority. She suddenly recalls that her military-style performance during her initial stage no longer seems so unworthy. Some may lecture her, yet when it is his turn to dance in a feminine style, he lies flat, even more lackluster than her. The essence of humanity is indeed marked by double standards. The more Feng Ya thinks about it, the more imbalanced she feels, vowing that he better never give her a handle to grasp. Otherwise, she would repay all the embarrassing assignments she has been forced to submit these days. Double. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream has already noticed Chung Jingchen's awkwardness, discussing it animatedly in the comments. Chapter 103. Feng Ya speaks in a big account. Haha, has teacher Chung been possessed by Feng Ya? His expression of forced performance and robotic movements are becoming increasingly familiar to me. Choreography by Feng Ya. Feng Ya, don't hide in teacher Chung's body. I know you're home. Ha ha ha, is this the legendary I recognize you even in disguise? Ha ha ha, am I the only one who finds them quite entertaining? This reluctant expression is identical. Just end my suffering. New ship. Come to my page for a free grab. No thanks needed. The netizens who clicked on this kind-hearted person's page find she has captured every moment where Chong Jingchen and Feng Ya share similar actions, along with their matching expressions, compiling them into countless humorous expression packs and avatars, such as, "Once I finish this dance, I will devour all of you. Dancing is better than dating. Come on, let us show off. Let it all end, I'm done." After a lively theme song dance concludes, the atmosphere in the hall is instantly ignited. First, I must congratulate you all for becoming the judges for the first performance stage of the 101 Shining Girls. Every choice you make will profoundly impact each of their fates. So, I hope you will exercise your rights judiciously, becoming qualified judges.
Can you do that?
Su Yenji asks, directing the microphone toward the audience. The audience replies in unison, yes. Su Yenji nods in satisfaction, continuing to announce the performance rules. Tonight, you will witness 16 teams take the stage, showcasing their performances. The 4 mentors will randomly pair these teams, resulting in a total of 8 rounds of competition. After each round, the esteemed judges among you must select your favorite from the participating teams and cast your votes. Finally, the audience's votes will be combined with the votes from the online viewers to accurately reflect each trainee's total score. During the 1-minute voting period, the team with a higher approval rate will win the round. After clarifying the rules, the competition officially begins. First, please allow the 4 mentors to select the teams for the first round, a decision they may deliberate among themselves. Upon hearing this, the mentors immediately begin a hushed discussion. Within a minute, Yun Dongwon picks up the nearby microphone and gently states, "We do not wish to see our hard-won atmosphere quickly dissipate. So we have chosen 2 performances that promise to be explosive just by their titles, led by the teams of Lu Shiqiao and Yi Xingli." Yi Han follows suit. The 3 of them harmoniously announce, leaving Chong Jingchen, who is caught in the middle, feeling somewhat out of place. Thus, he nods along with Yi Han, offering a succinct,
Yes.
Su Yenji, well, are you 4 here performing a skit? Amidst the cheers of the audience, Lu Shiqiao and Yi Xingli led their teams onto the stage. They first determined the order of appearance through a game of rock, paper, scissors, before guiding their teams to commence their performances sequentially. One team embraced a sweet and cool style, while the other opted for a gothic aesthetic. The strength of both teams was formidable, resulting in a visually stunning collision. After both groups concluded their performances, even the mentor seated in the audience couldn't help but exclaim with delight. The audience's applause was unrelenting. After a minute of voting, Yi Xingli's team, known as the Not Convinced, Just Do It team, triumphed with a more eye-catching arrangement. After watching the 2 teams exit, the 4 mentors began a new round of selection. Perhaps due to the pressure of elimination, every group of trainees chosen by the mentors performed with a last-ditch determination, presenting increasingly spectacular stages. Styles ranged from traditional Chinese to powerful women, to cute and androgynous, to forest girl aesthetics. Various performances flourished, showcasing the trainees' unique talents: pole dancing, flowing sleeve dances, magic acts, and acrobatics. They left no skill unutilized that could enhance the stage performance. Almost every performance brought abundant surprise to the audience and mentors alike. In contrast, the arrangement of the Note Girl team appeared rather ordinary, lacking any highlight. Feng Ya, while enjoying the splendid performances of the beautiful sisters, secretly reveled in the thought, "This is a sure win." Observing the entire event, their team's arrangement was the most lackluster, and their performance likely wouldn't earn any points. If their team is not eliminated, it would be a grave injustice. Her teammates also clearly sensed the gap between their team and the others, causing their expressions to darken after each performance. By the time the mentors reached their group, Qin Miao Miao, anxious about potential elimination, was on the verge of tears. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue's faces were ghostly pale. Fortunately, the 4 mentors remained fair, selecting pairs of teams that were evenly matched, with no significant disparity in strength. Opposing them was the So What If It's Different team, which had similarly caused a stir during the initial selection. This team gathered numerous unique style trainees, and their name was quite audacious. Yet today, their styling contradicted the concept conveyed by their name. Each member abandoned their distinctive traits, donning matching dresses in similar colors, complete with long black wigs. Their makeup was also strikingly uniform, embodying the current trend for girl groups. While this might be the standard attire for girl group members, it felt oddly mismatched when applied to their entire team. Without careful scrutiny, Feng Ya might not even distinguish one from another. It was unclear whether they succumbed to the pressure of elimination and yielded to mainstream aesthetics, or if they were concealing a grand surprise. Chapter 104. Beautiful women. Under Su Yenji's guidance, led by Kulian, the Note Girl team synchronized their entrance with the So, What If It's Different team, positioning themselves on opposite sides of the stage. Su Yenji stood between the two teams, methodically directing the proceedings. First, please loudly announce your team names and the pieces you will perform. Which of you will go first? Without waiting for his gaze to inquire, Su Zidong, standing on the right side of the stage, eagerly raised her hand. Once Su Yenji granted her permission with a nod, she confidently proclaimed, "Hello, everyone. We are the team that gathers countless outliers." As she paused, the team members on both sides instantly raised their chins in synchrony, their tone disdainful, their posture proud, declaring, "So, what if it's different team?" Su Zidong continued, "The piece we are about to perform is..." In the blink of an eye, the previously arrogant ladies transformed into delicate little birds, their movements graceful and voices sultry as they announced, "Beautiful women." The live stream was flooded with enthusiastic comments. "Aw, Su Zidong, go for it. Who is it that said this group was doomed to fail with the song? Step forward and face the consequences." "Oh no. Su Zidong, please make sure this long-haired look sticks with you. It's absolutely stunning. They can be sexy and charming. They just choose not to. Aw, help. How did this team suddenly become so effeminate? Is the truth behind this a loss of humanity or a moral decline? Give me back my previously bold and fierce ladies. Su Zidong, did no one speak up for me? Who knows what I've been through these past few days? Thanks for the invite. I'm genuinely worried about the mental state of the trainees and mentors, ha." In contrast, the Note Girl team's self-introduction was rather conventional. After all, Kulian was straightforward and lacked extravagant ideas. The more imaginative Feng Ya and Xin Miao Miao were solely focused on showcasing themselves, showing little regard for the team's overall fate. Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue were like reeds in the wind, swaying wherever it blew, too apathetic to think independently. Lu Chenxi and Feng Yaxing had their own opinions, but unfortunately, one was focused on self-improvement and disinterested in meddling, while the other preferred solitude and rarely participated in group activities. Thus, after extensive training, their team had not even prepared an innovative self-introduction. Relying solely on Kulian, who took the microphone and awkwardly stated, "Hello everyone, we are now the Note Girl team. Having added 2 new notes, we will be performing the piece Sweetheart Girls." Although she tried to suppress her inner nervousness, her body trembled uncontrollably and her voice stuttered. Fortunately, her shy demeanor was already endearing to the audience, so they were not overly critical. In fact, many of her fans in the audience held up support signs, shouting enthusiastically, "Go Kulian! You are already amazing. Ah, Kulian, go. Mama will always love you. Don't feel inferior. You've always been great." Initially, Kulian was just a simple case of social anxiety, but their fervent encouragement brought a wave of emotion that made her want to cry. She could only hold back tears and repeatedly bow to her fans. Thank you, everyone." Just as the scene threatened to transform into a large-scale fan meeting, Su Yenji timely intervened to regain control. "Now, let the captains of both teams engage in rock-paper-scissors to determine the order of performance." Only then did Kulian stop bowing and, with tears in her eyes, approach the center of the stage to play rock-paper-scissors with Su Zidong. Following Su Yenji's command, Kulian opened her hand, showing paper. Su Zidong, with a clenched fist, revealed rock. Kulian emerged victorious, thus deciding the order of the performances. Typically, in competitions where both teams perform before the audience votes, there is a drawback. The audience tends to forget the performance of the first team after watching the second. Consequently, they are more inclined to vote for the later team, due to a stronger impression. After a moment of contemplation, Kulian decisively announced, "You can go first." Su Zidong nodded, accepting her fate. "All right then, let the members of the Note Girl team exit first and take a brief rest backstage. Now, let us warmly welcome the So, What If It's Different team to present Beautiful Women." As Su Yenji's voice guided the transition, the Note Girl team exited the stage. As they waited in the background, Feng Ya gently pinched Kulian's cherubic face and said with great satisfaction, "I told you, you're not as inadequate as you imagined. You didn't believe me, did you? You performed quite well just now. Next time, if you could project your voice a little louder and sound more resolute, it would be even better." She understood that Kulian had always struggled with self-doubt and was plagued by extreme social anxiety. Even uttering a few words in front of their group members would leave her blushing for a long time, let alone speaking on a stage under the gaze of thousands. Countless times, she had wished to relinquish her chance to speak, letting Feng Ya take her place. However, She did not want such a fortunate opportunity to fall into the hands of Feng Yun or Qin Miao. Therefore, whenever she had a moment, she would provide Ku Lian with psychological support, encouraging her to draft her speech on paper, recite it smoothly in private before memorizing it, and seize every chance to shower her with praise. After all, Ku Lian was already half a step into the entertainment industry. How could she navigate the circle if she couldn't even articulate her thoughts before an audience? Just the thought of it made Feng Ya anxious for her. The lingering acidity at the tip of Ku Lian's nose hadn't yet dissipated, and the moment she received such praise, tears welled up once more. Before she could express how terrified she had been moments ago, Feng Ya, as if foreseeing this, gestured for her to pause. Stop. You mustn't cry before going on stage. It could easily affect your performance. Upon this reminder, Ku Lian hastily wiped her tears, her voice choked. I won't cry. I'll listen to you. Although their group's arrangement was not as innovative as others, she still wanted to do her utmost to deliver a splendid performance of the song. Not only for herself, but also for the fans who had traveled from afar to support her. Seeing her finally regain her spirit, Feng Ya patted her shoulder and smiled brightly. That's the spirit. Though the words were meant to comfort, Ku Lian felt no solace whatsoever. As she dabbed at her tears, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Feng Yun and Qin Miao, bitterly smiling to herself. I hope so. On stage, the performance of the different yet alike group had begun. Beautiful Women was a song imbued with femininity, and the dance movements sought to accentuate the charm of mature women. Although Su Zidong and her team had broken the audience's preconceived notions with their styles, their performance evidently lacked refinement. Whether in their singing, expressions, or movements, there was a forced quality that pulled the audience out of the experience. The prior expectations had now transformed into profound disappointment. The live stream chat was rife with disparaging remarks. Help! They truly aren't suited for the style. It feels like watching a crossdresser attempting a clumsy dance. It's painful to watch. The description of a crossdresser's clumsy dance is spot on. They seem to be trying too hard to portray beautiful women rather than embodying them. They merely imitated the appearance without capturing the essence. It's unbearable to watch. Su Zidong danced well. She shouldn't dance again next time. Although they're not originally of the style, they've done well enough. Let us not set our expectations too high. Exactly. The fact that they're wearing skirts and wigs is a significant sacrifice. Let's discuss rationally. If you don't like it, don't criticize. They are the ones who cannot handle delicate tasks. I can't help but criticize when it hurts my eyes. I'm watching this variety show to see beautiful sisters, not this repulsive display of androgyny.
Exactly.
Can we please eliminate the iron from the talent show? Even the members of the Notes girl group, waiting in the wings, sighed in relief upon witnessing the clumsy performance. What on earth? Qin Miao murmured, her anxious heart finally at ease. They're not as formidable as I imagined. Feng Yun, surprisingly, did not oppose her but nodded in agreement. I believe our performance will not be inferior. Upon hearing them, the previously grim expressions of Yin Jiaxue and Jiang Xinyue softened considerably. However, Feng Ya was immensely disappointed, thinking, I had such high hopes for your group. Can't you step it up a notch? She didn't even wish for them to eliminate the annoying Feng Yun or the slacker Qin Miao. That should be a simple task, right? Feng Ya silently pleaded, I beg you, quickly eliminate me. Then after the first round of lyrics concluded, the 6 girls on stage took advantage of the interlude to perform a swift costume change with the help of their backup dancers. They kicked off their uncomfortable high-heeled shoes, removed the wigs that conformed to popular aesthetics, and tore apart their dresses to transform into comfortable shorts. The style of the accompaniment began to shift alongside their attire. Some girls embraced guitars, while others plucked basses, forcefully transforming the tender melody into an exuberant rock anthem. Their voices burst forth with unrestrained vigor, and their dance moves became dazzling. Shedding the shackles of societal expectations, each of them radiated boundless vitality. The previous dissonance instantly disappeared. The audience finally understood. They could only showcase their most beautiful selves in this state of freedom and abandon. And who could assert that they were not beautiful women? Beauty should never be confined to a definition. The barrage of comments erupted. I apologize. I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. Su Zidong, I'm sorry. Mom will no longer demand you to glue long hair to your face. Your authentic self is the most beautiful. Su Zidong, you rock. Who dictates that girls must be demure and boys must be masculine? If I choose to, I can wear shorts on the street and still be the most beautiful. Regardless of gender, we should oppose stereotypes and refuse to be defined. Where are those single-minded individuals who wanted iron to exit the entertainment industry? Why are they all silent now? This performance is enhanced when paired with the earlier comments. Laughing to death, Su Zitong endowed this performance with meaning, while some foolish comments directly elevated that meaning. On stage, as the lyrics reached their zenith once again, the girls took turns singing words that reflected their own experiences, each syllable a testament to their struggles. Behind them, the large screen displayed a montage of women from all walks of life, some donned in white coats, tirelessly working on the front lines of healthcare. Others, clad in sports attire, showcased their prowess in representing the nation. Some stood in classrooms, nurturing the future of the country. Others maintained the cleanliness of the streets. They varied in hair length and skin tone, devoid of elaborate makeup or ostentatious adornments. Countless radiant smiles and spirited faces came together, culminating in a singular message. Not every girl is crafted from sugar and spice. Some are born to embody adventure, fine wine, wisdom, and fearlessness. No one can define your beauty but you. As the image froze, the song abruptly ceased. The 6 girls on stage posed in their self-defined version of beauty, their expressions brimming with vitality. In that moment, victory or defeat mattered little to them. They had performed with integrity, leaving behind what they believed to be their most beautiful stage. The applause erupted thunderously. Cheers filled the preparation room. The live stream was awash with accolades. Ah, Su Zitong, I love you. They have managed to play a pair of aces with a terrible hand. Chapter 106, Your Little Darling Suddenly Appears. The Note Girls have reached their limit. How on earth can they compete? The princess, let me recite the digits of pi in reverse for everyone in English. Ha ha ha. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I came into the live stream to hear the princess speak her broken English. Given the current situation, forget about broken English. Even if the princess spoke in an alien tongue, it wouldn't save their team. The preparation room is filled with sympathetic voices for the Note Girls. Goodness. Their choreography is exquisite. The pressure on the Note Girls, who are to follow, is immense. Thank goodness, we didn't face this group. Otherwise, I might not even have the courage to take the stage. Go, Note Girls! Facing such a formidable team. Even if they lose, they won't lose face. Backstage, the expressions of the Note Girls can hardly be described as anything other than dire. They resemble ghosts. Especially Feng Ya and Qin Miao Miao, who had just asserted that their team was no worse than the others, now appear as if they have swallowed a swarm of flies. Their faces contorted in disbelief. Yin Jiaxue and Zhang Xinyue are trembling uncontrollably, even before stepping on stage. Though Lu Chenxi does not show it as overtly. She has abandoned her usual nonchalance, now appearing serious as she stretches. Ku Lian takes a deep breath and repeatedly reassures herself, I am truly remarkable. I am indeed very impressive. Attempting to brainwash herself while boosting her morale. Feng Ya is so excited that she feels compelled to sing good luck in English right there on stage. She thinks to herself, as expected of the team I support, they are phenomenal. If they cannot eliminate the competition today, she will do a headstand while washing her hair during the live stream. After returning home, should she dine with her parents or indulge in a night of gaming? Oh, what a dilemma. Well then, let us have a feast first, and then game all night long. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, want it all.
Heh?
The more she thinks about it, the happier she becomes, her lips curving into a wide grin. Next, let us welcome the Note Girls to perform Sweetheart Girl. As Su Yenji announces, the stage lights gradually dim. The Note Girls ascend the stage in an orderly fashion. As the cheerful prelude begins, a beam of light shines on a large pink gift box standing on the stage, adorned with a delicate blue satin bow. At the moment the chorus begins, the gift box opens, revealing Lu Chenxi in a fuchsia oversized blazer dress, a white waist belt cinching her waist, and towering heels on her feet. Her long black hair is tied back high, and her face is accentuated with exaggerated Barbie-like makeup. She resembles a fashionable Barbie that has just been unwrapped from a gift box, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs when the owner is not paying attention. Her dance moves are expressive, and her singing is as steady as ever, instantly immersing the audience in the scene she has created. The live stream is flooded with voices calling her wife. Lu Chenxi. I would sprint 100 meters with this gift box in my arms. I'm just an elementary school student. I suggest directly giving this Barbie doll to me. I love to play. This group doesn't seem as terrible as imagined. Perhaps the praise for the Su Zitong group was a bit excessive? The person above is still too young. Let me tell you a horror story. The princess is about to appear. Oh no, I'm already scared. Lu Chenxi has raised her pitch so high. Can the princess really catch up? On stage, after Lu Chenxi finishes singing her lyrics, she freezes and the lights shift to the other side of the stage. With a soft pop, Feng Ya peeks out from beneath the lid of the gift box, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one has noticed her before tossing aside the lid and stretching lazily. She murmurs in English, her voice languid, her pronunciation impeccable. Every expression and movement fluid and natural, devoid of any signs of performance. One might mistake her for a live-action Disney princess. Not only does she not hinder Lu Chenxi, but she also dazzles the audience. Even Yun Dongwan, seated among the judges, cannot help but exclaim, "Wow, is that Feng Ya? She seems to have improved tremendously." Iha nods approvingly. Her expression management and body control have improved compared to before. Her English pronunciation is surprisingly authentic. Luo Yuxuan is utterly astonished. Having grown up abroad, he is quite discerning when it comes to accents. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that Feng Ya possesses a natural talent for performance. No matter how outrageous the moves, she can imitate them flawlessly. Should she find it difficult to thrive in this industry, perhaps she could consider transitioning to acting. However, speaking of acting, a different figure unconsciously flashes through Chong Jingchen's mind. He smiles bitterly, pondering. Feng Ya. Is it true that those with Feng and Ya in their names are inherently gifted performers? In the live stream, the previously silent fans of the Note Girls, witnessing their darling's sudden display of talent, are overwhelmed with delight.
Ah!
Help! Ya-sung's peeking out of the box is simply too adorable. The moment she poked her head out, I was reminded of a meme. Your little darling suddenly appears. Our Ya-sung appears to be not so bright every day. Who would have thought her English would be so good? I've worried for nothing. Ha ha ha, she looks a bit slow, and yet Feng Ya retorts. Are you being polite? Chapter 107. Spinning in circles, making a fool of oneself. The onlookers, who have been eagerly anticipating her downfall, are unable to accept this reality.
What?
Is this the sound that can emerge from the princess's lips? I can hardly believe it. I suspect the princess is lip-syncing, but I have no evidence. Crying profusely. Even if she isn't lip-syncing, she must have spent a significant amount of time memorizing those 2 lines. I cannot accept that the princess's English is better than mine. It's over. I'll have to show my CET 4 and CET 6 certificates before I criticize her in the future. It seems not only Teacher Chong but even the princess has been possessed. The princess has actually improved. Goodbye, childhood fantasies. Even Qin Miao Miao, waiting to take the stage, is left dumbfounded, her mind racing with, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Feng Ya is universally recognized as the illiterate of the dormitory. How has her English suddenly improved so much? No wonder she was so reluctant to practice with everyone. Perhaps she was afraid of embarrassing herself on stage and was secretly studying the lyrics in some corner. During rehearsals, she even deliberately missed her cue, leaving everyone complacent, only to shine brilliantly during the performance. She is indeed eye-catching but has shown no concern for the person next in line to sing. The more Qin Miao Miao thinks about it, the more anxious she becomes. Thank goodness, she and Feng Yun swapped their performance order after rehearsals. Otherwise, with her singing ability, she would have been overshadowed by Feng Ya. Just as Qin Miao Miao, nestled in the gift box, is privately relieved, she suddenly realizes, wait, the accompaniment has already started for Feng Yun. Why can't I hear any sound at all? Feng Yun, that sly one, wouldn't he have reconsidered after hearing Feng Ya's outstanding performance? Would she? Little does she know. In another gift box, Feng Yun's heart fluttered with secret joy. Relieved that she had not chosen to appear after Feng Ya's song, otherwise, her singing prowess would surely have been overshadowed. Yet, listening to the accompaniment, she wondered, shouldn't it be Qin Miao Miao's turn now? Why was there not a whisper of her voice? Was the microphone malfunctioning? Or had she been so intimidated by Feng Ya's extraordinary performance that she suddenly lost her voice? Before she could contemplate the answer, the accompaniment reached her cue. With a sweet smile adorning her face, Feng Yun charmingly rose from her gift box, only to hear a soft thud as Qin Miao Miao emerged from another box. Feng Yun. Qin Miao Miao. The two exchanged puzzled glances for a few seconds before simultaneously singing the same lyrics. Their dance moves almost mirroring each other. Their smiles were irresistibly sweet, but inwardly, they were both vehemently cursing one another. Qin Miao Miao. How dare you, Feng Yun? We agreed to switch our appearance order. You were to go first and I second. You actually backed out at the last minute out of fear of being outshone by Feng Ya. Feng Yun. You wretched Qin Miao Miao. Instead of singing your part, you deliberately tried to steal mine? Do you think I can be trifled with so easily? Qin Miao Miao, you are untrustworthy. Feng Yun, you are despicable. Qin Miao Miao, your panda delivery has arrived. Feng Yun, you are a moldy grape, full of bad intentions. Qin Miao Miao, you are a coal-eating turtle with a blackened heart. Feng Yun, you are a treacherous pepper from the gutter. As they exchanged insults with their eyes, their voices grew increasingly louder, each refusing to let the other's voice prevail. Yin Jiaxue, who was to sing next, was left bewildered, her mind swirling with the chaos. They could bicker as much as they liked behind the scenes, but this was the stage of their first public performance. It was being broadcast live to the whole internet. They were shamelessly embarrassing themselves for all to see. This was utterly disregarding the fates of their teammates, who were already teetering on the brink of elimination. Yin Jiaxue was fuming, yet she forced a smile, striving to stay in tune. Jiang Xianyu followed closely behind, singing adequately. The live chat was in an uproar. Wah, I thought the princess's performance was just a good start, but her voice turned out to be the highlight of the show. What are Qin Miao Miao and Feng Yun doing? Competing to see who can sing louder? My heart aches for Yin Jiaxue. She's completely thrown off by their abysmal performance. Can we just have this group leave the stage? This is utterly disgraceful. Clearly, Qin Miao Miao forgot her lyrics and tried to steal Yun Yun's. Could the servants of that illiterate young lady consider their conscience before speaking? Our Miao Miao just made a tiny mistake. She hasn't lost all her fans. Exactly. I thought it was the face-swapping monster who stole Qin Miao Miao's lines. The fans of both sides clashed furiously in the comments, turning the live chat into a chaotic battleground. On stage, the commotion caused by Feng Yun and Qin Miao Miao only exacerbated their team's already lackluster performance. Their vote count was bound to plummet. Worriedly, Yin Jiaxue hesitated to shine too brightly for fear of overshadowing her teammates, limiting her performance to a subtle connection with Lu Qinxi's voice while making a slight improvement from their previous assessment. To her astonishment, her teammates' performance was even worse. Not only had they failed to improve since rehearsal, but they had regressed. Their mediocrity only served to highlight her unremarkable performance. Feng Ya, with a cat-like pout, sighed internally, wondering if her rapid improvement would inadvertently make her the highest vote-getter in the team, which would not bode well for her elimination prospects. Just as she pondered whether to feign a mistake and join Feng Yun and Qin Miao Miao in their mediocrity, Kulian began to sing. Though she often stumbled over her words when speaking, she was unflappable when singing. Even with clammy palms, her vocal prowess remained impeccable. The stage lights shone brightly, and the Barbie dolls from the gift boxes leaped out, beginning their revelry. Their performance outfits were clad in the most fashionable fuchsia of the moment, a color so saturated it was almost blinding. While they might appear acceptable individually, together they were an eyesore, particularly since this hue suited only those with fair skin. Anyone with a darker complexion would look particularly washed out. Chapter 108. An epic flop among the 7 members of the Note Girl group. Only Feng Ya could flawlessly pull off this deathly color. Clad in a fuchsia sleeveless top and a matching body-hugging skirt, her slim, fair waist was subtly accentuated, revealing glimpses of her sculpted abs. Her arms were adorned with white leather gloves, and she wore white knee-high boots. Her long, dark hair was styled into a platinum wig topped with a white beret. Her fox-like eyes, enhanced by makeup, appeared even larger. Rosy blush swept from under her eyes to her cheeks, with her nose also dusted in pink. She applied mirror-like lip gloss, creating a plump pout. Coupled with her porcelain-like, smooth skin, she resembled an oversized doll, standing out amidst her teammates, who appeared drab in their ill-fitting costumes. The comments flooded in. Ah, what kind of ghastly outfit is this? My eyes. Did these people offend their stylist? The stage is already too gaudy. But I must say, the princess's beauty is striking. She can pull off even this dreadful attire. Indeed, they didn't seem too bad when standing apart, but together, the princess utterly outshines the rest. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Oh, Feng Ya is truly the epitome of a real-life Barbie. Not only is she beautiful, but her proportions are impeccable. Moreover, she has improved in both singing and dancing, making it hard to criticize her. Conversely, the comparison with certain underwhelming performers only highlights their shortcomings. As such comparisons arose, the comments spiraled into further chaos. Praising Feng Ya is fine, but there's no need to belittle others. Take Feng Yun away. Exactly. The darkening effect is the stylist's fault, not the trainees. Miao Miao never claimed to be a fair-skinned beauty. Critiquing ability is one thing, discussing appearances is another. You're completely missing the point. Pro tip: if you don't know how to defend your idols, just don't. Stop with the pretentious comments that blind the rest of us.
On stage.
Lu Chun-Shi's performance remained consistent, while Feng Ya's transitions were also standard. However, Qin Miao Miao and Feng Yun were locked in a relentless battle, each vying to outdo the other, their words and dance moves colliding. This inevitably affected Yin Jiashui and Zhang Xianyu, who followed closely behind. The audience in the live chat showed no mercy, and before the performance concluded, they had propelled a slew of related topics to trending status, including but not limited to Sweetheart Girl Group's epic flop. Note: girl group offends their stylist. Qin Miao Miao and Feng Yun should leave the talent show. Feng Ya the human Barbie, and before criticizing Feng Ya, please present your CET4 certificate. As soon as they entered the live stream, they began to hurl insults without restraint. Behold the royal princess who hinders others. I knew that with a princess on this team, calamity was inevitable. Why did the Black Princess feel the need to present her CET4 and CET6 certificates first? I never intended to be her English teacher. After witnessing the true performance of the members of the Melody Girl team, I apologize. My voice may have been a bit too loud just now. What sheer luck has the princess encountered? Her performance was rather lackluster, yet she was inexplicably highlighted as if she excelled. No wonder the princess was so tenacious in wanting to join this team. She was merely waiting to be elevated by her subpar teammates. When it comes to cunning, she truly reigns supreme. Thank you for the invitation. I am heading to take the CET4 and CET6. I refuse to allow my English proficiency to be inferior to someone I despise. The uniquely styled Barbie dolls, as if conjuring magic, retrieved pink Gatling guns from the gift boxes behind them. They hoisted the Gatling guns upon their shoulders and, while performing a synchronized dance, showered the stage with countless colorful bubbles, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Above the audience, a large, square gift box appeared just in time. As the girls' singing reached its crescendo, the gift box exploded, and vibrantly wrapped candies cascaded down, drenching the audience in a rain of sweets. Amidst the delighted screams of the crowd, the 7 figures on stage froze, marking the conclusion of the performance. As Su Yenji's voice transitioned the scene, Su Zidong led the members of the What's Different Anyway team back onto the stage. The opposing teams stood on either side of the stage. The large screen behind them displayed the names of both the What's Different Anyway team and the Melody Girl team. Su Yenji stood between the two teams, fervently engaging with the audience below. Ladies, was your performance splendid? The audience, ever supportive, shouted in unison. Absolutely. Su Yenji inquired further, did you find it satisfying? The audience responded, very much. Have you chosen your favorite lady in your hearts? Yes. Excellent. Su Yenji gestured for silence. Now, esteemed judges, with your chosen answers in mind, please lift your voting devices. The voting begins now for 1 minute. At Su Yenji's command, the audience commenced their voting. The trainees on stage, eager for support, blew kisses and made heart signs, seizing every opportunity to garner votes. Meanwhile, Feng Ya stood dazed, silently pleading, please don't choose me. Please don't choose me.
Please don't choose me.
The minutes swiftly elapsed and voting concluded. Despite the apparent disparity in performances, Su Yenji remained committed to building suspense. Now, the results have been tallied. Will the What's Different Anyway team take the lead, or will the Melody Girl team emerge victorious? Let us gaze upon the big screen.